Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1 Gate of Babylon. Name, Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 0. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, none. Equipment, none. Noble phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's treasure. Items, none. Gacha draws, none. Note, a lucky but somewhat incompetent warrior. August looked at the attribute panel in front of him, his face filled with melancholy and helplessness. System, this is something countless people dream of. With this, one can definitely overturn their life, marry a beauty, and have an unlimited future. Sigh, couldn't you give me a basic combat skill? Gate of Babylon sounds impressive, but the reason it's powerful is because of the treasures inside. This Gate of Babylon is not the same as the other Gate of Babylon. August, with this treasure, only possesses a key to a connected, golden capital. Compared to the golden capital that gleams with all the original treasures in human history, his golden capital is an empty shell with nothing inside. Undeniably, Gate of Babylon is powerful. It has an incredibly vast space, capable of storing a large number of items. The more precious and numerous the stored items, the higher the grade of the treasure. If he collects a large number of weapons, although it may not compare to the treasures of the golden capital, it's still impressive. Releasing items from Gate of Babylon only requires a bit of magic to open a channel, and the released items can be automatically recovered. If August had enough weapons, even though he's currently a rookie, he would still be powerful. However, the problem lies here. August has just transmigrated, and he is still a level 0 weakling. For him, Gate of Babylon is currently just a large storage tool with no other use. August, a modern-day otaku. For some reason, he woke up one day and found himself in this situation. Like many protagonists who transmigration to another world, August also possesses a system. A gacha system. As the name suggests, it is a system for drawing item from gacha. Aside from the personal attribute panel it comes with, the entire system has only two functions, gacha and missions. The only way to get a chance to draw gacha is to complete the tasks the system releases. Since crossing into this world, there is only one task to be completed. Become an adventurer, join a familia, receive fauna from gods, and complete the reward, draw one normal gacha. As for the levels of gacha draws, they are normal draw, advanced draw, and super draw. The higher the level of the gacha draw, the greater the chance of getting good items, and the lower the chance for lower level items. Just like many gacha games, it's all about luck. Moreover, the higher the level of the gacha draw, the higher the upper limit and the lower limit. Similar to artifacts, normal draws can never get artifacts. Just like the broken spells in a certain gacha game, the highest is an R card, while the mysterious spells can draw SSR and SP. The draw from the Gate of Babylon is a premium draw from the novice gift pack. This makes August feel helpless, he doesn't know if it's good or bad luck. Looking at the open space outside the window, there are people in leather armor with weapons, and many of them have tails and ears that distinguish them from ordinary people. Orario, a vast city built near in the dungeon, is the center of this world. As for the dungeon, it appeared at an unknown time. The environment inside is complex and ever-changing, with monsters continuously spawning. The deeper the layers, the more terrifying and unknown the monsters become. In Orario, people of various races, professions, and factions live together. Not only humans but even the gods from the heavenly realm have descended to the mortal realm. Here, the gods are forbidden from using divine power in the mortal realm, they must live like humans. Although the gods cannot use their original divine powers, they can bestow blessings upon humans, including basic abilities, developmental capabilities, magic, skills, and their level represents their overall strength. People, through battles, defense, training, and other means, use the power of blessings to enhance their strength. Those who have received the gods' blessings are called the familia member. Here, various races live together. Under the blessings of many gods, they join different familia, make friends, and engage in adventures, trade, entertainment, and conflicts. This is the environment August currently finds himself in, a strange and marvelous world. And for this world, August is naturally not unfamiliar. He is an avid fan of the anime series called Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Sigh. August sighed, feeling extremely melancholic. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound echoed, bringing August's thoughts back. August, are you there? I'm here. August hurried to the door and opened it. Outside the door was an elven beauty with long emerald green hair. Riveriel Joes Alf, the strongest mage in Orario, known as Nine Hell and the top-level adventurer. She is also one of the 3 top executive of the Loki familia, and a level 6 adventurer, a formidable figure standing at the top of Orario. It's quite a coincidence that August, who just crossed into Orario, was practically clueless. Especially when looking at the demi-humans and beastmen on the street, his worldview was completely shattered. August even almost believed that he had transmigrated into the world of Re-Zero, starting life in another world, thinking that he would follow a path similar to Subaru. In such a situation, August encountered Riveria, who was out shopping for magic herbs. For some reason, seeing August's appearance as a country bumpkin entering the city, she chose to help him. She even brought him to the Loki familia. According to her, she felt a special power in August, suggesting he had considerable magical ability. That's why she helped him and even invited him to join the Loki familia. Naturally, August did not refuse and agreed directly. Although he has read many novels where transmigrators are all powerful and have familia, and they choose Hestia with her youthful charm, taking off with the lowly goddess. But August couldn't do that. He was given a novice gift pack, and it's empty. In this chaotic Orario, as an outsider, without a backing, he would undoubtedly end up dead. This is Orario, a city where true, eating people, happens. The darkness here is far more terrifying than in the anime. Things like death are just commonplace. Every day, every minute, and every second in dungeon, and even in Orario, people die for various reasons. So, to safeguard his own life and early development, August chose to cling to a powerful familia. Following Riveria back to the Loki familia, but because the Loki familia is too large, not everyone can see Loki. Riveria arranged a room for August to wait. He waited for a whole day. He arrived yesterday, and he just received a message now. Don't think it's like in the anime, where Loki is everywhere, and anyone can see her. In the original story, the reason is that only the main characters go out, so it naturally happens. Now it's reality. Not to mention, just updating blessings within the familia is not something that can be done anytime. It requires appointments, waiting, and queuing. In the original, even Ace Wallenstein does not have this privilege. Only the protagonist Belle has it. Hestia can only update Falna every day because he is her only familia member. Others don't have that luck. So, the protagonist's luck is invincible. Chapter 2, Engraving Falna. August, how was your rest last night? Not bad. That's good. Loki has some time now. Come with me. Okay. August nodded, finally about to meet a god. Even if it's a sealed god without divine power, it's still a deity. Following Riveria's lead, they traversed through corridors, climbed upstairs, and finally reached a room. Click. Riveria pushed the door open, and August followed closely behind. Upon entering, August saw 3 people inside. A handsome young man with a small stature, a dwarf with a beard, and finally, a woman with red hair. This lineup surprised August. Wow, the 3 top executive of the Loki familia are all here, the braver Finn Dame, and the Elgram Gareth Landrock. Both of them are top-level adventurers at level 6. Are you the little guy introduced by Riveria? Doesn't seem to be anything special. Loki squinted her eyes, appraising August, and spoke slowly. But being scrutinized like this, August felt that every inch of his body was being seen through. Even if the divine power is sealed, and Loki is now like an ordinary person, she is still a goddess. Seeing through a mortal is simply too easy for a deity. Loki. August didn't mind, as he didn't have anything special. However, Riveria, who brought him here and invited him to join the familia, was not pleased. She brought him here and now, being talked about like this by Loki, not only did it make her uncomfortable, but it was also quite impolite. Alright. Since you're introduced by Mom, I'll show you some respect. I'm not your mom. Hee hee. Loki responded insincerely, but clearly, she didn't care. Riveria sighed, not for the first time. However, Loki is her familia goddess, and there's not much she can do. Well, kid, tell us, why do you want to join our Loki familia? Loki stared at August, slowly opening her narrowed eyes. In an instant, the casual atmosphere disappeared, replaced by a terrifying pressure. To survive. Although startled, August quickly adjusted his mindset. To survive? Your answer is quite interesting. In the entire Orario, people are here for money, fame, and power. All kinds of people. But your answer is indeed rare. Ambitions need support. Desires need capital. And now, I have nothing. So, all I seek right now is one thing, to survive. Only by staying alive can I have a future. Interesting. Can such a weak person like you support your ambitions? Who knows about the future? August said slowly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Observing August, who seemed weaker than an ordinary person, Loki couldn't figure out why this kid was so confident. This confidence had reached the level of arrogance and even pride. As a goddess, she could feel that August's confidence was firm, yet he lacked strength. Regarding talents or anything extraordinary, if he had any, he wouldn't be this weak now. Kid, you're quite interesting. Loki squinted, looking at August with a slow response. As a goddess, she was curious about August. She wanted to know where his arrogance came from. Riveria looked at August with some doubt and confusion, while Finn and Gareth smiled, as Loki's attitude had already decided everything. August would be their new companion. All right, kid, we agree. It's truly an honor, Goddess Loki. Interesting kid, let us witness your ambitions. So now, take off your clothes. This sudden change in atmosphere caught August off guard. Riveria and the others had a, just as expected, expression. In less than 3 minutes, after playing around for a bit, everything returned to normal. This was just how Loki is. Just take off the upper garment, Loki will engrave Falna for you. Riveria couldn't help but explain. August understood, as the Falna panel was engraved on the back, covering attributes, skills, and even magic. As a man, August didn't have any reservations. He took off his shirt and turned his back to Loki. Kid, your body is weak, not much muscle, and no abdominal muscles. Loki didn't immediately engrave Falna. Instead, she examined August's body, even reaching out to touch him a few times. But this was understandable. As an otaku, August didn't have a big belly, that was the result of regular exercise. However, when compared to the people of this world, he was still lacking. In all seriousness, if August went out to fight an average person in this world, there would be very few he could defeat. Loki. Riveria couldn't stand it any longer and shouted. All right, let's get started. Don't get angry. After being scolded by Riveria, Loki quickly took out a needle, gently pricked her own finger, placed it on August's back, and let the blood trickle down, leaving a blood stain on August's back. August felt a chill, and then it seemed like something was merging into his body. Then, divine words began to appear behind August. Riveria, Finn, and Gareth all looked over. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV 1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, can collect all the treasures in the world, increases with the growth of the collection. Magic, none. Development abilities, none. After seeing the description of Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Loki laughed. Because unlike magic, skills are born from the thoughts and possibilities in the owner's mind. Many extraordinary skills, fundamentally, originate from the holder's ambitions. The so-called possibility of humanity, at this moment, was vividly demonstrated by the grace. Because of the determination and thoughts in his heart, with the help of divine blessings, this miracle was born. This is the essence of skills. So now, Loki became even more interested in August. He could collect all the treasures in the world, which meant August's ambition was to possess all the treasures of time. Moreover, the name, King's Treasure. This indicated that August's ambition was not just limited to the treasures of the world. Become an adventurer, join a familia, receive Falna from gods, and complete the reward, draw one normal gacha. The system's prompt sounded, a sound that was so pleasing to August's ears. No other sound could compare to the joy it brought. August was unaware of what Loki was thinking. Right now, he just wanted to go back quickly and draw a gacha. August was indeed arrogant, but it stemmed from the system he possessed, not his own ambitions. Chapter 3, Gate of Babylon Debut. The blood of the gods not only engraved Falna on August but also strengthened his body. This is why there is an unwritten rule in Orario: aside from adventurers, ordinary people should not enter dungeons. Even the monsters on the first floor are not something ordinary people can contend with. Adventurers, even if they have just engraved Falna, will experience some improvement in strength. Although it may not be a significant enhancement, it surpasses the majority of ordinary people. All right, all done. Loki picked up a tissue and wiped away the blood on her fingers. Finn and Gareth didn't understand the divine script, so they had no idea about August's Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure ability. However, as an high elf royalty and one of the 3 top executive of Loki's familia, Riveria could understand some of the divine script. So, looking at the skill August possessed, she had some thoughts. August, is your skill a spatial ability? As soon as she spoke, Finn and Gareth widened their eyes. Spatial ability, an extremely rare skill. Throughout the history of Orario, individuals with spatial abilities were very few. Yes, I have a treasury that connects to collect all the treasures in the world. It's actually true. Riveria couldn't believe it, it was truly astonishing. The ability of spatial storage, this was a skill that had never appeared in the entire history of Orario. The reason why Orario now has the profession of supporter is not just because entering dungeons requires killing monsters, but also because collecting loot is too troublesome. And this is just for ordinary people. For familia like theirs, focused on exploring dungeons, every expedition requires a significant amount of manpower and resources. Whether it's medicines, weapons, supplies, food, or various other items, transportation requires a considerable amount of human and material resources. In the process of expeditions, the logistics support team may not face the same level of danger as the combat teams, but they are absolutely crucial to the success of the mission. And August possessing spatial abilities makes him an existence at a strategic core level. Not to mention, the ability to store items alone is enough to make August the core of Loki's familia. His strategic value is just too immense. August, can you demonstrate it? Finn spoke up at this moment. As the leader of Loki's familia, he considered more than even Riveria. Of course. Saying this, August picked up a cup from the table, and then, right in front of everyone's eyes, the cup disappeared. Then, a golden ripple appeared, and the cup slowly descended from within the ripples. Spatial abilities allow for easy storage and retrieval, an incredibly powerful skill. Now, Finn, Gareth, Riveria, and even Loki, all looked at August with fiery eyes. Riveria, you've truly made a great contribution this time. Finn said with passionate eyes. August's value was just too great. That's right, this kid will undoubtedly become an indispensable part of the familia in the future. Gareth also had a smile on his face. After all, the logistics and weapons were his responsibilities during expeditions. I didn't expect. Riveria looked at August with a smile. Her intuition was indeed right. As for Loki, she was initially a bit stunned, but then a brilliant smile appeared on her face. August is now her child, a member of Loki's familia. The stronger he becomes, the better for the familia. However, amidst the joy, Riveria thought of something else. The more powerful the ability, the greater the consumption. Coupled with the fact that August has just engraved Fela and is a genuine newcomer, would such a skill have significant consumption? August, how is the consumption for storing and retrieving items? This also instantly reminded Finn that August is still a newcomer and needs time to grow. The consumption is not much for this, just a bit of magic power. Is that so? After all, this is not an attack or defense skill, just a storage ability. That's good. Riveria also breathed a sigh of relief, but she also decided to teach August how to improve his magic power in the future. After all, she was the strongest mage in Orario, and she had the most experience in enhancing magical abilities. Kid, consider it a welcome gift. What do you want? Loki spoke to August at this time. Although familia usually provide new members with novice equipment, that's usually handled by those in charge of logistics resources. For something personally spoken by goddess Loki, there are very few in the entire familia. A welcome gift. Can I have a few weapons? Weapons will naturally be given to you, but why do you need so many? I've thought of a combat style that suits me. What combat style? It's hard to say, but I can demonstrate it for you. That's interesting. Finn, go get this kid a few weapons. I want to see what tricks he's up to. Sure. Finn nodded with a smile. He was also curious about the combat style that August mentioned. In just a few minutes, a cat-like humanoid approached, carrying 5 long swords. All right, the items are here. How do you want to demonstrate? Loki looked at August and said, with a face full of curiosity. Very simple. August smiled slightly, picked up the 5 long swords, marked them all, and stored them in the gate of Babylon. Then, 5 golden ripples appeared around August, and the 5 long swords extended slowly. Swish swish swish. The next moment, these 5 long swords turned into 5 arrows and shot into the air. Directly embedded in the surrounding stone wall, which was a stone wall. These long swords were embedded several inches deep, proving the strength behind this ability. Finn and the others were all stunned in place. Oh god, this skill can be used like this. Not only can it store and retrieve items, but it can also launch weapons. In that instant, Finn looked at August with a different gaze again. If he valued August just now because of this skill, now he was starting to look forward to August's future. The extent to which this ability has been developed is beyond his imagination. This is undoubtedly a talent. Chapter 4, Triggering the Mission. A truly powerful attack method, but it does come with a bit of a cost. Gareth looked at the 5 long swords embedded in the distant wall and sighed slightly. Of course, this was just a fleeting sentiment. For adventurers beyond level 3, making money was absolutely not a problem. Snap. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the 5 long swords turned into golden particles and disappeared. These swords were all marked by August with the imprint of the Gate of Babylon and could be retrieved at any time. To be honest, I have some concerns too. After all, this kind of attack method does burn through money. While weapons could be recovered, each use would cause some wear and tear to the weapons. After all, these weapons were incomparable to shiny golden treasures. Each use caused varying degrees of wear, and eventually, they would become unusable. If August were to use the Gate of Babylon like Gilgamesh, it would require a large number of weapons. And each use would be burning through money. Riveria, not far away, was shocked to see August remotely wielding weapons. This was no longer just storage, it was retrieval. Alright, Riveria, since this kid was brought back by you, the rest is up to you. Take him to the guild for registration. I understand. Guild, a neutral organization established by God Arenas. All familia members and their levels need to be registered in the guild, and magic stones can only be exchanged for Valis in the guild. Generally, new members joining a familia would be taken to the guild for registration by an elder. However, having someone like Riveria, a high-ranking member of the familia, take someone there was extremely rare, and there were very few records of such instances in all of Orario. Usually, those who had this qualification were children highly valued by the god familia. Because this act essentially served to establish authority for the newcomer, sending a signal to others, telling them that he was significant, so don't mess with him. Goddess Loki, when can I go to the dungeon? Do you really want to go to the dungeon? Of course, having gained power, I'm eager to give it a try. That's simple. After completing the registration at the guild, have Riveria take you to the dungeon for an experience. After all, sooner or later, you'll have to go. After saying this, Loki looked at Riveria again, making it clear that since you brought him here, everything is now in your hands. I understand, I will arrange it properly. Riveria understood that she was now August's guide in the early stages. After all, August was brought back by her, and the significance was substantial. Throughout the entire familia, she was the most suitable for the role. Both Finn and Gareth had plenty of daily tasks. Especially Finn, who had to handle the various affairs of the familia as the leader. Then I'll trouble you, Riveria. We're all family, there's no trouble at all. Riveria was very gentle. After all, she had long been accustomed to such things. Many companions in the entire familia were taken care of by her when they were young, including the most talented swordswoman, Ace. When she was young, she was also raised by Riveria. This was also why Loki liked to call her Mom, because in the familia, she was truly like everyone's mother. That's it for now. I'll take you to the guild first, and then to the dungeon. When Ace and the others come back tonight, I'll introduce you to everyone. Okay, that's the plan. Loki nodded. August's future was undoubtedly the strategic core of the familia. In the future, it would be necessary to establish good relations with other cores of the familia, and the sooner the contact, the better. And so, August followed Riveria and walked out. Finn and the others went back to their own tasks. Riveria led the way, while August opened his system. Having just joined the familia, completed the first mission, and gained the opportunity for a regular draw, August naturally couldn't resist the excitement. He opened the draw panel, and a slot machine-like interface appeared. There were 3 options: regular draw, advanced draw, and super draw. Currently, August only had one chance for a regular draw. Without hesitation, he started the draw, and the images on the slot machine began to roll. After a moment of acceleration, it slowed down and finally came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained the equipment, Tears of the Goddess. Name, Tears of the Goddess. Bearer, none. Skill 1, Magic Recovery, increases magic recovery speed by 25%. Skill 2, Mana Accumulation 0/750, each use of magic can accumulate 1 layer of mana. Looking at the ice blue Tears of the Goddess in his hands, August was extremely delighted. Equipment that increases magic and magic recovery was undoubtedly an early game artifact for August. Although specific attributes might differ from those in the game, it didn't matter. What mattered was what he had in his hands now. Without further ado, he directly chose to bind it. The next moment, Tears of the Goddess slowly extended into a necklace and directly hung around August's neck. After binding, only August could use Tears of the Goddess. For others, even if they took it, it would be meaningless. For them, Tears of the Goddess was just a beautiful gem. Name, Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 1. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, none. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, 0/750. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Items, none. Gacha draws, none. With the acquisition of the blessing, August advanced from a level 0 scrub to the level 1. Next, he opened the mission panel and found that new missions had been refreshed. Test the Water's Eye, hunt 10 level 1 monsters, 0 out of 10, completion reward, regular draw once. Test the Waters 2, hunt 100 level 1 monsters, 0 out of 100, completion reward, regular draw 3 times. Test the Waters 3, hunt 1000 level 1 monsters, 0 out of 1000, completion reward, regular draw 5 times. First steps, reach the 18th floor safe floor in the dungeon, complete the initial exploration, completion reward, advanced draw once. Show your edge, kill the floor boss Goliath on the 17th floor, completion reward, advance draw once. Make a name, achieve level 2, completion reward, advance draw once. A total of 6 tasks, the first 3 involving monster hunting with increasing difficulty, 10 times, 100 times, and 1000 times. As for the latter 3 tasks, one was an exploration task, another a boss task, and the third an upgrade task. To be honest, these tasks gave August a strong sense of playing a game. Chapter 5, Arrival at the Guild. Soon, under Riveria's guidance, the two arrived at the guild. Leaving the Loki familia's residence, the Twilight Manor, they soon entered the northwest street of Orario, also known as the Adventurers Street. Orario itself was built near the dungeon. Most of the people living here were adventurers from the familia. Where there are people, there is a market, and this northwest street was such a place. After entering this street, a rich blend of noise and hustle greeted them. On both sides of the street were various vendors selling weapons, equipment, food, fruits, and even information exchange, private transactions for hiring and trading. Although the guild was the official organization responsible for accepting and issuing missions, it also charged fees for both posting and accepting tasks. While most people could afford it, for weaker adventurers, personal tasks like these tended to be more budget-friendly than guild missions. Hey. Isn't that the 9 Hell from the Loki familia? Really, I've never seen the person behind her. Could it be a newcomer to the Loki familia? Possibly. After all, Sword Princess and the others have already reached level 5. It's time to develop new talents. I envy them. With the Loki familia's help, anyone can become strong. Cut it out. With your abilities, no matter how many resources you have, you'll still be the same. With Riveria's arrival, the original lively atmosphere of the street instantly diminished by 3 points. All the vendors and passing adventurers on both sides of the street, without exception, had their eyes fixed on August and Riveria, observing intensely. In Orario, beings of Riveria's caliber were undoubtedly the center of attention. As for August, basking in Riveria's radiance, he also enjoyed the admiring, jealous, hateful, and awe-filled looks. Soon, August and Riveria passed through the northwest street. August also let out a sigh of relief, finally releasing the tension in his chest. Regardless, August, originally a homebody in the modern world, felt uneasy being scrutinized by so many people. For a homebody, it was an uncomfortable experience. How does it feel? Suddenly, Riveria spoke to August. What feeling? The feeling of being observed by everyone. Well, it feels a bit uncomfortable, but overall, it's not bad. To be under the spotlight, you need strength. You don't have it yet. Although you have potential, until that potential turns into strength, you need to understand yourself. I understand. August nodded. He knew that Riveria was giving him guidance. From the attitudes of Loki and others just now, it was clear that August would undoubtedly be a key talent cultivated by the familia. However, the more talented one was, the more likely they were to become arrogant. In Orario, geniuses and monsters were never in short supply, but those occupying the top were rare. Because there were too many geniuses who died in the dungeon. After all, he was brought back to the familia by her, and he possessed such a magical skill. Therefore, she did not want August to die prematurely. August naturally understood these principles. After all, he had read countless novels. Those who could ride the waves from start to finish, apart from the protagonist, there was absolutely no second one. Although August crossed over, he was clear about his positioning. He did have a cheat system, but if he really acted recklessly, he would undoubtedly die. Having the Loki familia as a backer, he still needed to restrain himself. Moreover, August was confident. As long as he was given some time to grow, he would definitely stand at the top in the future. Before that, he needed to behave himself. After leaving the northwest street, in just a few minutes, a huge and magnificent white building appeared in front of them. The guild, the Adventurer Management Guild, was the administrative organization connecting Orario and the dungeon. Everything here was closely related to adventurers, the dungeon, and even Orario. Simply put, this was the central place of Orario. Looking at the guild building in front of him, August couldn't help but sigh slightly. Here was bustling with people, as all adventurers would come to this place. Whether it was exchanging magic stones, posting or accepting missions, or seeking information, all of it was done here. Especially for the exchange of magic stones, the guild was the only place in Orario where adventurers could exchange them for Valis. Like the drop items from monsters, most adventurers would bring them back to sell, or they would sell them. Although most people posted and accepted tasks here, some people also privately and even in the black market. Only magic stones, the core of the guild's establishment, all adventurers could only exchange them for Valis here. Following behind Riveria, they passed through the crowd and entered the guild hall. The first thing that caught their eyes was a huge mission board. Various tasks were hung on it, ranging from large-scale tasks carried out by familias to small tasks like collecting information and finding people. There were also some special tasks related to the dungeon, such as the refresh time of the floor master, and which floors were having a monster feast. August was curious about this, but Riveria didn't even glance at it. Arriving at the reception desk for handling commissions, almost every window here had beautiful ladies, and there were hardly any males. "Hello, is there anything you would like to handle?" The receptionist was an elf lady with short tea-colored hair and green eyes. Looking at her pointy ears, August's eyes began to shine slightly. An elf. This was an elf girl from another world, the elf girl that countless otakus dreamt of. As a qualified otaku, what August wanted most was elf girls and monster girls. "Long time no see, Ina." "Lady Riveria. What brings you here?" "I'm here to accompany my new familia member to register information." "Ah. Lady Riveria, are you personally accompanying him?" Ina Tool was shocked and then looked at August's eyes with a slight change. Being treated with such importance, he must be a rising star from the Loki familia. "Hello, my name is Augustus Divus Presentum, you can call me August." "Nice to meet you." "Hello, I'm Ina Tool." Ina Tool subconsciously greeted, but also noticed the fiery gaze in August's eyes. Chapter 6. True Intentions. Ina, as a guild staff member, was not used to being scrutinized with such gazes. For a moment, she felt a bit uneasy and a hint of anxiety appeared on her face. "August, tone it down a bit." Riveria also noticed August's gaze and immediately spoke up. This instantly woke up August, who was immersed in his own world. Seeing Ina's obvious awkward expression, he suddenly felt embarrassed. In every otaku's heart, there is definitely an ambition for a crystal palace, and August is no exception. But expressing such thoughts to an elf girl on the first meeting, if not for Riveria, August would have already been kicked out of the guild. Although the guild is not a familia, it is still part of Arenas. "I'm really sorry. It's just that Miss Ina is exceptionally beautiful." "And no problem." Being praised by the opposite sex for the first time, Ina also felt a bit delighted. After all, any woman cares about her appearance. Riveria, on the other hand, looked at August thoughtfully. As a high elf and a level 6 mage, she naturally noticed some clues. The new person she discovered probably has a liking for women. In Arario, this is not uncommon. Some people are fond of women, some of wealth, and some of power. It's all normal. However, whether one can control their desires is a question. If August can't control himself, it will undoubtedly lead to a lot of trouble in the future, even involving the familia. "Ina, register this guy's information." "Yes, Lady Riveria." Ina entered work mode, took out a form from a drawer, and handed it to August. August glanced at it, there wasn't much to fill out. Name, gender, age, affiliated familia, level, when joined the familia, and some basic information. This was just a simple statistic in management for adventurers. As for authenticity, there wasn't much, especially for the level. Many familia members concealed their levels, and the practice of acting weak while strong was not uncommon. Leaving a bit of a trump card is always good. "All right, Miss Ina." "Okay. All right, registration is complete." "Congratulations, Mr. August, you are officially an adventurer." Upon completing August's form, Ina stamped it with the guild seal and then put it away. "Oh, Mr. August, do you need an adventurer consultant?" "Adventurer consultant?" "Yes." "Any requirements?" "It's just that in the future, when you exchange magic stones, they will charge you a 5% fee. For the average adventurer, this fee is not high because their income itself is not much. 5% isn't a significant amount for them. However, an adventurer consultant can provide a lot of help to adventurers. Regarding dungeon strategies, tier information, and even helping adventurers connect with others for teaming up. For guild staff, the salary issued by the guild is not high. The real big share comes from the income of these adventurer consultants. Even Ina, although just a staff member, owns her house in Arario. In this expensive Arario, buying a house individually is extremely difficult. Well, it's just 5%. Consider it an apology to Miss Ina. "How can this be?" All right, Miss Ina, please take care of me in the future." "Ah, okay." Riveria watched all this with a slight sigh. She feared that her junior might have set his sights on this little pervert. Riveria and Ina's mother were old acquaintances, so seeing Ina in this situation gave her a feeling of having her friend's cabbage stolen. "Well, let's go to the dungeon now." "Sure." Hearing Riveria's words, August responded immediately. As for chasing girls, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, the most important thing is to get stronger, only by becoming stronger can he have everything. "Then let's leave." "Yes, Lady Riveria." For Riveria, Ina showed great respect by bowing slightly. Because Riveria is her mother's friend, a member of the elf royal family, and a top adventurer in Arario. Regardless of her identity, she needs to show utmost respect to Riveria. After leaving the guild hall, Riveria's pace slightly slowed. If you really want to pursue that girl, don't hurt her feelings. Confused, August looked at Riveria. Her mother and I are old acquaintances. If you're just looking to play around, then don't disturb her. The meaning was already clear: if you're just looking to play around, then drop your intentions. Beautiful women are treasures. I intend to include all treasures in my vault. While I'm not a faithful man, once something becomes my treasure, it naturally belongs to me forever. Riveria didn't say anything, but her gaze was fixed on August, her attitude unclear. Elves are extremely loyal when it comes to love. Once they choose a partner, they remain dedicated for a lifetime. Even if the partner dies, elves won't seek another and will age in solitude. For example, Ina's mother coupled with a human, giving birth to the half-elf Ina. If a hot-tempered elf heard August's words, he might have already shot August full of arrows. It's like a sea king telling a chaste woman that his dream is the vast sea of stars. If it were a few years ago, you might already be crippled now. After saying this, Riveria ignored August and continued walking forward. August understood Riveria's meaning, but he didn't argue or explain anything. After going through a transmigration and possessing a system, if he couldn't act freely, that would be a failure. He used to be a cog in society, but now, given this opportunity, he naturally wanted to live freely. Strength. Beautiful women. Power. And more power. These were things he could only observe from a distance in the past, unable to touch. Now, he had the qualifications to obtain everything, so why not claim it all? This was the most accurate portrayal of August's current mindset. He wanted to gain everything, and in the future, he would naturally act accordingly. Chapter 7, Dungeon. The underground dungeon had appeared in this world at some unknown time. Within the dungeon, the environment was complex and ever-changing, with monsters continuously spawning. The deeper the layers, the more terrifying and unpredictable the monsters became. Orario was established for the purpose of suppressing the underground dungeon. The emergence of adventurers was also a means the gods used to combat the dungeon. The entrance to Orario's underground dungeon was the center of the entire city and the most iconic structure, the Tower of Babel. The lowermost level of the Tower of Babel was the guild area, as the guild was established by arenas. The middle level of the Tower of Babel was the commercial area, where many commercial familia sold top-notch goods. The most famous was the Hephaestus familia. Many shops in the Tower of Babel belonged to the Hephaestus familia, and a large number of top-tier equipment in Orario was sold here. As for the upper level of the Tower of Babel, that was the residence of the gods. The goddess Freya resided at the top of the Tower of Babel. Upon reaching the Tower of Babel, led by Riveria, August entered the entrance to the underground dungeon. After climbing layer by layer of stairs, August finally stepped into the underground dungeon, even if it was only the first layer. The underground dungeon, in terms of its underground structure, was similar to a pyramid. The further down, the wider and more troublesome it became. The top layer was like a beginner's village, and the deeper you went, the more dangerous it became. Stepping into the first layer, August began his adventure. Riveria was now at a distance from August. Although she came with him, she didn't interfere much with his adventure. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity for her to observe August. Of course, if there was any danger, she would naturally intervene. After all, August's value didn't allow him to perish prematurely. Click. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the wall of the dungeon, and a monster crawled out of it. All dungeon monsters were generated by the dungeon itself, endless in number. This particular monster had dark green skin, a short and squat figure, and crimson eyes. A goblin, the representative of countless games, anime, and novels, the mascot of cannon fodder along with slimes and skeleton soldiers, and unbeaten for many years. Buzz. August didn't waste any time and directly activated the Gate of Babylon. In the golden ripples, a long sword shot out directly. Bang. The long sword pierced through the goblin's neck, and its small body fell to the ground, turning directly into a black mist, then disappearing, leaving behind a tiny magic stone. Just one magic stone like this could be exchanged for the cheapest food item in Orario, a loaf of black wheat bread. August didn't mind and picked up the magic stone, his eyes gleaming. Slaying monsters and leveling up was the main theme of this world, and now he had begun. Click click. In the nearby walls of the dungeon, goblins climbed out one by one. There were about a dozen of them. Ha ha ha. Monsters, become the experience points for my growth. It's an honor for you. Buzz. Golden ripples appeared one after another, and the next moment, weapons shot out like arrows. Although the goblins were swinging their claws to tear August into pieces, they were directly killed midway. After killing a goblin, the summoned sword turned into golden dots and disappeared, then was shot out again. A dozen goblins themselves weren't formidable. Any adventurer with courage could easily defeat them. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the quest, test the water's eye, hunt 10 level 1 monsters, 10 tenths, completion reward, regular draw once. The quest was completed. August had killed 10 level 1 monsters. Moreover, the tears of the goddess hanging around August's neck now had accumulated more than a dozen layers of magic power. Every time August summoned a weapon, it was equivalent to consuming magic power, and there would naturally be one layer of charging. Observing August easily deal with a dozen goblins, Riveria nodded slightly. At the same time, she could be sure that August's spatial ability didn't consume much magic power. This also enhanced August's strategic value. In the not-too-distant future, August would become the core of the Loki familia. System, start drawing gacha. Without hesitation, August directly used the draw opportunity he had just obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the item, French fries * 100 packs. Hearing this, August was momentarily stunned, then his face filled with indignation. What's the meaning of this? Drawing a gacha and getting French fries? Is this a joke? This was the draw opportunity he obtained after slaying 10 monsters, and he got 100 packs of French fries. Did he exhaust all his luck in Horario? Crack. At this moment, goblins had surrounded August. Their numbers were many. During the time August spent drawing a gacha, nearly 30 goblins had been generated around him. Seeing so many goblins, Riveria felt a bit worried. She didn't know if August could handle these goblins. Perfect timing, I'm in a bad mood right now. Buzz. A long sword extended in front of August and was directly taken in his hand. The next moment, August rushed out. Behind him, the gate of Babylon didn't close, instead, it continued to shoot at the goblins. With a swing of the sword, August directly left a wound on a goblin's shoulder. However, due to the lack of combat experience, August mostly relied on his brute force to hack around. Riveria didn't look down on August. After all, he was someone who had just received a falna. Being able to charge into battle against monsters on the first encounter already showed great courage. Splat. Another swing of the sword, this time directly cutting the goblin's throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, directly dyeing August red. After bathing in blood, August's first reaction wasn't disgust but a boiling pleasure from the blood. He seemed to be a born maniac who loved blood. In this world of life and death battles where blood was shed with every strike, he felt a pleasurable sensation of breaking free from restraint. Like a beast with shackles suddenly removed, breaking free from the chains. In August's bones, there was such a hidden personality, but in modern society, August would never discover it. In that era, there would be no such opportunities. Chapter 8, Astonishing Growth. Drip. In the first layer of the dungeon, blood dripped onto the ground from the tip of the sword. At this moment, August's entire body was covered in blood, and his body trembled slightly. Excitement. Pleasure. August didn't know why he felt this way, but he could now be sure that he was thoroughly enjoying himself. The pleasure of slaughtering enemies, something he had never experienced before, was like releasing a suppressed demon, unstoppable. Bang. A foot crushed the head of the last goblin, and after a burst of black mist, a magic stone appeared on the ground. Are you okay? Riveria walked over with steps and a hint of concern in her tone. For any newcomer entering the dungeon for the first time, the battle with monsters was a permanent lesson and a threshold that must be crossed. I feel great now. August smiled, but due to his blood-drenched appearance, he seemed a bit wild. Thud thud thud. Blood was boiling, and the sound of the heartbeat was exceptionally clear at this moment. Crack. Suddenly, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. August looked up, and a goblin had emerged from the dungeon. However, unlike the previous goblins, this one was entirely black, and compared to the frail goblins, it appeared exceptionally robust, reaching a height of almost 1.7 meters. What is this? A black goblin, how is this possible? Riveria was astonished. Goblins were among the weakest monsters in the dungeon, easily defeated by any adventurer. However, the black goblin was different. It was a variant of the regular goblin, possessing strength far beyond a typical goblin and considered upper mid-tier among level 1 monsters. Roar. Roaring, the black goblin, wielding a wooden club, swiftly attacked August. Perfect timing. Upon seeing this, August laughed, activated the gate of Babylon, and continuously shot out his sword. Ping. Pang. Bang. The black goblin, swinging its wooden club, deflected all the incoming swords. Interesting, is this an elite monster? It actually possesses intelligence. Riveria frowned, watching the black goblin with a puzzled expression. Although the black goblin was a variant, it was still just a level 1 monster. How could it possess such intelligence? This was highly abnormal. Roar. Soon, the black goblin reached August, and with a wooden club, it swiftly attacked his head. If it hit, it would undoubtedly cause severe injury if not death. Just a puny monster, don't overestimate yourself. Speaking casually, August took out a long sword, directly blocking it in front of him. Clang. The wooden club clashed with the long sword, and the powerful force surprised August. After all, he was just a newly blessed rookie adventurer. Splat splat. However, the next moment, two swords pierced through the black goblin's body from left and right. Roar. The black goblin let out a miserable roar. But immediately, several more swords flew through the air, piercing it like a sieve. I'm not Saber, I'm Archer. At this moment, August wore a smile, looking at the black goblin in front of him and said slowly. As he said, August, originally a modern otaku, had almost zero combat experience. His only ability was the Gate of Babylon. In this situation, Archer was undoubtedly the most suitable for August. Seeing this scene, Riveria had to admit that August had the potential to stabilize the top of Orario. Although this battle seemed like child's play to her, for August, a newly debuted child, it was already a splendid fight. Glancing at the quest panel, the completion rate for Test the Waters 2 had reached 52%. This meant that August only needed to defeat 48 more monsters to complete the quest. Seeing this, August made a decision. Today, he would complete this quest. Since there was Riveria, a powerhouse, covering for him, there shouldn't be any danger. Might as well go all out. Then, controlling the smoke, August walked towards the next level. Are you going to continue? Of course. Since we've come to the dungeon, we naturally need to explore thoroughly. As you wish. Riveria didn't think much about it. After all, it was just the upper layers of the dungeon, no different from a backyard for her. The two passed through the passage between the first and second levels and entered a tier several times larger than the first level. A whoa. As soon as they arrived, a wolf howl echoed. Then, black wild wolves appeared on the rocks in the distance. Black wolves, they have faster speed. Be cautious of that. Understood. Nodding to Riveria, August took another step forward. Swish. Suddenly, in an instant, 3 swords shot out like unrestrained wild horses. 3 swords directly pierced 3 black wolves. Although it was a preemptive strike, and 3 black wolves were quickly dealt with, it immediately provoked the ferocity of the wolf pack. In an instant, all the wolves moved, rushing towards August. August roughly counted. After dealing with 3 black wolves, there were still 12 or 13 left. However, due to the hasty count, the exact number couldn't be determined. Roar. The foremost black wolf quickly approached August, leaping towards him with its sharp fangs ready to tear him to shreds. Thinking it was a good idea, just as the black wolf attacked, a shield was summoned. The black wolf crashed into the shield, halting its attack. Splat. The next second, a sword directly pierced its throat. This shield was a parting gift from Finn before leaving his familia. In addition, there was a light armor, but August didn't wear it because he wasn't accustomed to it. Around him, the Gate of Babylon's sweeping attack had already dealt with most of the wolf pack. In the end, only 3 black wolves remained, standing about 20 meters away from August, staring at him with bared teeth. Roar. Roaring at August, they then swiftly retreated. Wolves, despite being fierce and vengeful, would still run away in the face of true life-or-death situations. Even these wolves, as monsters born in the dungeon, were no exception. Chapter 9, Remarkable Growth. Splat. A long sword pierced the neck of the monster, killing it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest, Test the Waters 2, Hunt 100 Level 1 Monsters, 100/100, completion reward, regular draw 3 times. With the completion of the quest, a smile appeared on August's slightly exhausted face. Now they were already on the 3rd level of the dungeon, and killing 100 monsters had indeed taken a toll on August. If it weren't for Riveria holding the line, August wouldn't have dared to push himself so hard. After all, regardless of how deep you ventured into the dungeon, you still needed to return to Orario. The journey back was equally dangerous. In this dungeon, adventurers killed by humans were by no means a small number. Compared to ferocious monsters, humans with dark hearts were even more terrifying. All right, let's go back. Aren't we going further down? Riveria teased August with a hint of sarcasm. Honestly, she hadn't seen anyone with such a clear goal in a long time. She had noticed it back on the 2nd level. August hunted monsters as if completing a mission. In her eyes, August had set a goal for himself, and he would only stop after achieving it. She didn't know that August was genuinely completing tasks issued by the system. That's enough for today. Besides, we should go back and meet the others in the familia. It's not good to return too late and leave a bad impression. That's true, let's go back. Yeah. And so, August's first adventure as an adventurer, after killing 100 monsters, came to a successful end. August began sorting out his gains. 100 magic stones, and some bones from the goblins and wolf pelts from the black wolves were his loot. August planned to keep these materials for now. In case he gained a forging or other skills in the future, they might come in handy. As for selling them, the drops from the first and second levels were hardly worth much. Back in Orario, August went to the guild and exchanged all 100 magic stones for Valis. Exactly 10,000 Valis. In other words, one magic stone was worth 100 Valis. For a newcomer, this harvest was already a small fortune. Reaching his first financial milestone in Orario, August felt a strange sense of accomplishment. The only regret was that the time spirit girl, Ina, had already finished work and was not in the guild. Back at the familia's residence, Twilight Manor, August felt a moment of dizziness. This morning, he was just an ordinary person, and this afternoon, he had become an adventurer. Yo, welcome back, Mom. I've told you so many times, I'm not your mom. Thud. As soon as the words fell, Riveria knocked Loki down with her wand. Ouch, it hurts, Mom. I'm not your mom. This kind of exchange seemed to happen not once or twice, and Riveria's face of helplessness indicated that she was greatly troubled by it, but there was nothing she could do. She was already over 70 years old. For humans, that would be a grandmother's age. But for elves, her life was just beginning. Being called Mom made her feel as if she was being called old, and she was dissatisfied. It was a common problem for any woman. What are you looking at there, kid? Nothing. August quickly turned his head. It was better to keep a low profile in such situations. Nothing. You've been out for so long, spent quite some time in the dungeon. Come here, let me take a look at your growth. Right here. August looked around at the inquiring faces. Although it was inside the familia, it was still in front of everyone. Cough cough, of course not here. Let's go to your room. Loki also realized she was too eager and coughed lightly. August didn't mind, and followed Loki to the council hall. All right, take off your clothes. Okay. August took off his upper garment and turned his back to Loki. Although his body was covered in monster blood, Loki didn't show any signs of disgust or dissatisfaction. Skillfully picking up a needle, Loki pricked her finger, and began updating the fauna for August. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV 1. Strength, I0, G 230. Endurance, I0, G 280. Dexterity, I0, G 200. Agility, I0, G 260. Magic power, I0, E 490. Magic, none. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Developmental abilities, none. Looking at the updated values, Loki was stunned. Not only Loki, even Riveria was stunned. Just by going out for a short trip, visiting the dungeon once, and the growth in ability values was so tremendous. It was terrifying. Especially the magical power attribute, starting from 0 and directly increasing by 490 points. To know that when Riveria, as an high elf royalty, had excellent magical talent, it took her several days and several trips to the dungeon to increase her magical power attribute by 490 points. Now, Loki's gaze towards August became even more fervent. This was a true monster, far surpassing Finn and the others from the past, and even Ace. Not bad, kid. Loki handed August a copy of his updated attributes. August was surprised to see the growth in his ability values. However, as a transmigrator with a system, compared to other protagonists who leveled up in just a day or defeated the floor boss in 2 days, he was still a rookie. It's okay. When this was said, both Loki and Riveria were speechless. There's a limit to being arrogant. Are you trying to show off? Goddess Loki, your blessings are also done. I'll be heading back now. Covered in blood, I need to wash up properly. Sure, Riveria, why don't you take him to his new place? Did I move? August looked at Loki in confusion. The place you lived in before was a guest room. Now that you're also a familia member, you can't continue living there. I see, but it's troubling you again, Lady Riveria. No problem, we're all family. Riveria didn't mind. Since he was a familia member, it was only natural for her to take care of new member like him. It was expected. All right, hurry back and wash up. There's a banquet tonight. It's a good opportunity to introduce yourself to everyone. I understand. After bidding farewell to Loki, August followed Riveria towards his future new home. Chapter 10, Another Gacha Drawl. Arriving at his residence, August pushed open the door and took a glance. Though small, it had everything one needed. The room wasn't spacious, consisting of just one room and a bathroom. There was a bed, a table, a chair, and even a bookshelf. Simple decorations, a well-made bed, and a blanket, everything seemed intriguing. Clearly, the place had just been cleaned. Without wasting words, August took off his blood-soaked clothes and tossed them aside, preparing to take a good bath. After all, being covered in monster blood during battles might not feel so bad, but the journey had been quite taxing. After a refreshing bath and tidying up, August sat on the bed, opened the system, and awaited the thrill of 3 ordinary card draws. System. Start drawing gacha. O goddess of fortune, O gacha's personification, lend me your strength, bring forth my luck, Arangisus. As August recited the incantation, the gacha drawing interface appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining items, Coke *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining items, Fried Chicken Family Bucket *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a skill, Blink. Blink, perform short-distance teleportation. The farther the distance, the more magic power consumed. August looked at the scene and was rendered speechless. 3 draws, all the lowest tier ordinary draws, but seriously. 2 draws for food and drink. Coke. Fried Chicken Family Bucket. Not to mention the previous French fries. Alright, the 3 essential elements for stay at home were all gathered. If this were still the modern world, he could just turn on the computer, switch on the air conditioner, and close the door. No one would be able to disturb him. Taking out a bucket of fried chicken and a can of Coke, it had already been a day since he had a proper meal. He had engraved the blessings in the morning, then went to the guild to level up, and finally, ventured into the dungeon. August hadn't eaten a single mouthful all day, and he was famished. This taste is just right. A bite of fried chicken, a sip of Coke, if only I smoked, it would truly be heavenly bliss. Eating fried chicken and drinking Coke, August's face displayed sheer enjoyment. When is food the most delicious? When you're hungry. Even a plain bun becomes a delicacy when you're desperately hungry because it helps you survive. In fact, a bucket of fried chicken wasn't much. As for Coke, it wasn't bottled, it was canned, and there weren't many. However, there was a banquet in the evening, so August didn't eat too much, he just wanted to fill his stomach. Name, Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 1. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, blink. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, 134/750. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Items, none. Gacha draws, none. Note, a lucky scum with good luck. 1 piece of treasure, 1 piece of equipment, 1 skill, these were all that August currently possessed. Oh, right. There were also 99 buckets of fried chicken, 99 cans of Coke, and 99 packs of French fries. The only thing that made August happy was that the Tears of the Goddess had accumulated to the 134th. Although there was still a considerable distance from 750, achieving 134 in one day meant that 750 weren't too far off. Knock knock knock. Is there something with Riveria? With a hint of confusion, August opened the door. After all, he had just moved in, and Riveria was the only one who knew he lived here. However, upon opening the door, no one was in sight. Standing in front was none other than the familia leader, Finn. Behind him was a cat-eared catkin. Captain, why are you here? August looked at Finn with slight surprise. In Loki's familia, the one who dealt with the most affairs was undoubtedly this small person, the familia leader. As the captain, he was responsible for the familia's affairs, and there were many documents to deal with every day. I heard from Riveria that you're back, and your clothes are soaked in blood, so I brought you some clothes. It's really troubling, Captain, to make you run over. It's nothing. Since you've joined the familia, we're all family, Aki. Yes, Captain. The cat girl on the side handed over a bag containing a set of men's clothing. And this cat girl named Aki also looked curiously at August. Ainakity Autumn, a member of Loki's familia's second team, a level 4 adventurer. In Orario, she held the title of Alkut. She held a commanding position in the familia and was one of the top adventurers at level 4. Affectionately referred to as Aki by her familia Madis. She had learned some information from Finn and knew that he had been personally recruited into the familia by Lady Riveria, just obtained a blessing with an extremely rare skill, and now the captain himself was delivering clothes to him. All these events connected, indicating that this newcomer was not simple. Really, thank you, Captain. It's a small matter. I chose a slightly larger size for the clothes, as I didn't know your size. Bigger sizes are more comfortable, and if Captain didn't bring me clothes, I wouldn't know what to do. After all, I didn't prepare any spare clothes. That's good to hear. By the way, I've already informed Gareth. Later, go find him and get a batch of weapons. According to Riveria, your fighting style is too burdensome for you in the early stages. No need for that, Captain. I just got 5 long swords. Getting more would be too much. It's just a few weapons. When you reach level 3, you'll have to return them all. Don't complain about being tired by then. We're all family, it's only natural to help each other. Finn smiled, and August smiled too. On the side, Aki was puzzled and couldn't understand what these two were talking about. But she also noticed that Finn highly valued August. Personally delivering clothes, and even asking Gareth to prepare a batch of weapons for him, was truly giving respect. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 weapons, it was a batch of weapons. As the person involved, August understood very well that Finn was trying to show goodwill and build friendship with him. Because August's value was indeed too significant. Possessing a spatial skill and an extraordinary aptitude, combining the two made Finn have to take August seriously. As for Finn's goodwill, August naturally accepted it with pleasure. There's a saying that goes, if there's a bargain, don't be a bastard. Currently, he was still in the early stages, and when he developed in the future, he could return 100-fold. This was also a kind of tacit understanding between the two, man-to-man understanding. As for romantic feelings and such, August had just joined. Matters of the heart were just empty talk for now. Chapter 11, Grand Welcome Party. Soon, nightfall descended, the white night passed, and it was evening. Children, everyone come out to welcome the newcomer. At the moment evening arrived, Loki's shout instantly spread throughout the entire familia's residence. This caused the entire Loki familia to boil with excitement, everyone quickly gathered. After all, in any deity's familia, the status of the divine being, the god, was absolute. After all adventurers were the descendants of the gods. He's here. Another banquet is about to start. This is truly amazing. Reporting for duty. In an instant, members of the familia all rushed over. As the protagonist, August, had never seen such a scene before and felt a bit overwhelmed. On the other hand, Loki appeared like a king at this moment, thoroughly enjoying the moment, with a somewhat lofty demeanor. But it didn't end there. Tables and chairs were brought out one after another, followed by plates of delicious food, chicken, duck, fish, and more. Obviously, this was all prepared in advance. Initially, August thought that this time the banquet would be held at the Hostess of Fertility, as in anime and manga, Loki familia banquets were usually held there. Unexpectedly, it was organized within the familia itself. As one of 2 top familia of Orario, Loki familia members were undoubtedly numerous. In anime, only core members appeared, even though some supporting characters were around level 3 or 4. But in such a large familia, would there be no level 1 and level 2 adventurers? That was impossible. However, these extras wouldn't appear in anime, they didn't even have names and, at most, would just be a passing figure. Soon, in the crowd, August saw a few familiar faces. The golden-haired carefree girl, the sword princess, Ace Wallenstein. The Amazon sisters, Tiona Hiriut and Tioni Hiriut. The fierce wolf of the Wolfkin, Betloga. The elf girl, Lafia Voridis. And, of course, the trio of Finn, Gareth, and Riveria. Alright, everyone calm down. Loki jumped onto the table, stood on it, and shouted loudly. In an instant, the originally noisy familia square suddenly quieted down. Very good, today, we have a newcomer joining our familia. Tonight's feast is also held in his honor. So now, let us all welcome his arrival together. This expressive speech instantly raised the atmosphere to its peak. A newcomer. This is really great. Welcome, newcomer. Ha ha ha, welcome to the familia, newcomer. In the future, we are all family. If you need anything, just let us know. Newcomer, it seems the girls really like you. In an instant, it became a scene that captured everyone's attention, leaving August a bit taken aback. When had he ever experienced such a grand spectacle? From school to graduation, he had always been just a part of the crowd. When had he ever stood in such a position? Ha ha ha, truly an adorable kid. The commotion stirred up by Loki has left him dumbfounded. Tiona looked at August standing not far from Loki's side and burst into laughter. Beside her, Tioni also wore a smile. Being a straightforward Amazon, she loved teasing and mocking those with reserved personalities, especially alongside Lafia. TCH, it's just a new member joining. Why make such a big fuss? Bet expressed slight displeasure. He had never experienced such a welcoming ceremony. However, it was just a hint of envy. He didn't harbor any ill feelings towards August, the new companion. You guys should interact with him more in the future. Finn approached them at this moment. Captain. The moment Tioni saw Finn, heart seemed to appear in her eyes, and she almost rushed over. As her sister, Tiona looked at her sister, who had instantly fallen into a lovesick state, with speechlessness but helplessness. Captain, what did you just say? Tiona couldn't hear what Finn said because of the bustling crowd. I said you all should get to know him more. Huh? What's going on, Captain? Tioni asked in confusion. If Finn, who rarely spoke, said this, there must be a reason. Bet, who didn't like weaker individuals, subconsciously felt displeasure when Finn told him to interact more with a newly joined member. What about the future? Will he be able to keep up with me when we go to the dungeons? Can you guarantee that he won't be a burden? Bet, I know what you're thinking, but from the moment he joined the familia, his fate as the core of the familia was sealed. Moreover, he'll be the strategic core. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to fight around him? If it's during an expedition, yes. Ha! Bet exploded and looked at August, who was being embraced by Loki not far away, with a displeased expression. Captain, are you saying this because he has powerful skills or magic? Lafia, whose presence was not very noticeable, unexpectedly made a bold statement. This suddenly calmed down the enraged Bet. Indeed, a powerful skill was worth an early investment for any familia. At this moment, everyone's gaze converged on Finn. I won't tell you the specifics, but I can tell you that August possesses spatial skills. This sentence instantly shocked everyone. Spatial skills. It could be said to be the rarest and most terrifying skill in the entire Orario. Oh my god, spatial skills. No wonder Loki values him so much. Tiona expressed her surprise. Not to mention anything else, having a spatial skill alone was enough to obtain a ticket to becoming a powerhouse. As long as his talent wasn't too bad, within a few years, as long as he grew up, he would undoubtedly become a battlefield weapon. At this moment, Ace, having heard everything, fixed her gaze tightly on August. As if there was a voice telling her in the depths of her mind, to become stronger, to become immensely powerful, August would be her answer. Chapter 12, Ace's Invitation. Come on, everyone, drink up, especially you. Today, you're the main character. Loki, like a good buddy, put his arm around August and directly picked up a glass of wine, starting to gulp it down. In Orario, Loki was renowned as a heavy drinker, and her fondness for alcohol was legendary. On the other hand, August, despite becoming an adventurer, had only average alcohol tolerance. Kid, come on, drink. Even gods are drinking, you're a man, don't hesitate. Bottoms up. It seems the new guy is still a bit reserved. Amidst the pushing and shoving of the people around him, August reluctantly picked up a large glass of wine and drank it down. With this drink, August's eyes lit up. The alcohol content wasn't high, similar to beer or even a bit lower. August could handle beer reasonably well despite not being a heavy drinker. Good, kid, nice alcohol tolerance. Having finished a large glass of wine in one go, comparable in size to a modern pint glass, the adventurers around, who lived a life with their heads tied to their belts, were all passionate about good food and drink. What are you all babbling about? We've all drunk, why are you still watching? At this point, Loki spoke up, and the others around her laughed, raising their own glasses. Under Loki's lead, the originally planned banquet turned into an impromptu drinking party. After a few rounds, August began to feel a bit lightheaded. Although the alcohol content wasn't high, drinking a substantial amount took its toll. As the festivities continued, August, as the protagonist, gradually lost some of the spotlight. A group led by Loki, including August, joined the drinking team. How about it, feeling a bit uncomfortable? Hearing this voice, August lifted his head and saw Finn and others, led by Finn, approaching. Captain, there's nothing I can do, my alcohol tolerance is limited. I can see that. However, it's a good thing. Drinking at a table with everyone establishes some initial connections with you and the other members of the familia. Indeed. For men, sharing a drink was enough to get acquainted. Watching August, whose face was clearly flushed, and was showing signs of intoxication, Finn waved his hand, inviting Ace and the others to come over. This time, let me introduce them to you. Get to know them, they will be your companions in the future. All right, Captain. August raised his head and looked at the people coming over. It was the current core members of the familia. Hello, I'm Tiona Hiriut. I'm Tioni Hiriut. Bet Loga. Hello, I'm Ace Wallenstein. Hi. Hello, my name is Lafia Voridis. Each of them introduced themselves to August. Even Bet, who was somewhat dissatisfied with August initially, didn't show any disdain in front of Finn. Hello, everyone. I'm Augustus Divus Praesentum, you can call me August. Nice to meet you all. Although a bit tipsy, August didn't have the habit of going crazy after drinking. He just felt a bit heavy-headed, his consciousness was still clear. August's attitude made everyone nod secretly. Despite being highly valued by Finn and Loki, August didn't develop an arrogant attitude. On the contrary, he seemed easy to get along with. By the way, August, your weapon is ready. There are a total of 20 weapons, but due to the limited time, not all of them are swords, there are also some other types. Captain, this is already a great help. Weapons and everything are fine. Good. Tomorrow, just go to Gareth to pick them up. Thank you, Captain. No big deal. Hearing Finn's words, Bet and the others glanced at each other. More than 20 weapons, of various types, piqued their curiosity even more. How did August fight? Are you going to the dungeon tomorrow? Suddenly, at this moment, Ace asked. Yes, I do plan to go to the dungeon tomorrow. August instinctively replied. After all, he had just arrived in Orario, and there was a monster-killing mission to complete, so naturally, he had to go to the dungeon to accumulate experience points and complete the task. Can I go with you tomorrow? Looking at August, Ace asked slowly. What? Ace, you want to go to the dungeon with him? Is it true? Lady Ace. Ace, what do you want to do? For a moment, Tioni and Tiona, the sisters, Lafia the fangirl, and the dog-like Bet were all shocked. Even Finn looked surprised at Ace. After all, among all the members of the familia, Ace was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. It wasn't that Ace was weak, but her battles were always solo, and she often left the team to fight alone. Everyone present had teamed up with Ace, but the effect wasn't that great. Now, the independent Ace actually wanted to team up with a newcomer. Was she planning to mentor the new guy? But with Ace's character, that was impossible. Under all the inquiries and scrutiny, Ace did not respond. Instead, she focused her gaze on August. From the moment she saw August, a voice in her heart told her that August could help her become stronger, surpassing her current self. Without any reason. And without any basis. But she was willing to give it a try. As long as she could become stronger, she was willing to try everything. Of course, but Miss Ace, I'm just a newcomer, and I can only move around the first 10 floors for now. That's okay. All right then. Since she said so, August naturally couldn't continue to refuse. Moreover, going to the dungeon with such a lovely girl was something he couldn't refuse as someone who aspired to explore the vast sea of stars. Ace's fangirl, Lafia, stared with big watery eyes, almost on the verge of tears. She had always admired Ace and dreamed of going to the dungeon with her. Now, a man who came out of nowhere had taken away everything. She felt like her life had instantly become dim, and her Miss Ace was gradually moving away from her. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to find you. After saying this, Ace turned around and left. She wasn't very interested in such banquets. In the past banquets, even if she attended, she would sit alone on the side and eat. She wouldn't participate much. You're so lucky, August. You've just arrived, and you've already caught the eye of the familia's princess. Tiona said to August with a hint of flirtation. It wasn't unreasonable for her to think like that, especially considering Ace had never spoken to other men like this before. Bet, who liked Ace, had a heart full of killing intent at this moment. That's the girl he liked. Chapter 13, Ace blocking the door in the morning. A night without words, though a few things happened due to Ace's invitation. But after that, August was once again caught by Loki, forced to drink who knows how much alcohol, and continued drinking until he lost consciousness. He didn't even know how he got back. SSS, it hurt so much. Since graduating from college, how long has it been since I had a hangover? Holding his head, August was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The day after a hangover, his head felt like it was going to explode, aching terribly. He swayed his head a bit, woke up, and raised his hand to open the system panel. Name, Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 1. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, blink. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, 134/750. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Items, none. Gacha draws, none. Note, a lucky scum with good luck. The skill he drew yesterday was Blink, a spatial teleportation skill. A skill from the Night Elf in Warcraft 3. One artifact and one skill, both related to space. If Loki updates his fauna again, August's aptitude in space-related matters will likely become a stable fact. Knock knock knock. Coincidentally, at this moment, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. August subconsciously went to open the door. When he opened it, a graceful figure stood at the door. A golden-haired swordswoman in light armor stood there. And when she saw August, her cute face a little confused, then she turned around, refusing to look at August. August was also slightly stunned. He looked down and realized that he was completely naked, wearing only a pair of large shorts. Sorry. I just woke up, my head is a bit fuzzy. Bang. After speaking, he directly closed the door, quickly grabbed his clothes, and hastily put them on. This also made August very confused. Last night, he definitely wouldn't have come back by himself. So, who undressed him? Achoo. On the other side of the familia, Raoul sneezed. Squeak. Soon, after putting on his clothes, August opened the door again. Ace was still standing at the door, and besides her slightly confusing face, there was nothing else. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. I drank too much last night, just woke up with a terrible headache. It happened that you knocked on the door at this moment, so I... It's okay. Your head hurts now, so are you still going to the dungeon? Ace always cared about the dungeon and becoming stronger, it was her way of life. Even when there was nothing to do and the familia had no arrangements, she would dive into the dungeon without going to rest or play. Of course, but before going, I need to find Gareth. I'll accompany you. All right. August was a bit puzzled. Although he claims to have crossed over and possesses a system, he doesn't consider himself a main character like other protagonists, who becomes invincible and attracts various girls as soon as he appears. But now Ace's behavior is really too abnormal. Moreover, her attitude towards him now is somewhat similar to how the original treated the protagonist. However, although there are many doubts in his heart, this kind of thing can only be buried in his heart. So, soon, Ace led August to the logistics department. The entire familia's logistics were managed by Gareth. Such an arrangement allowed Loki's familia to be well organized. Gareth, I'm here. August spoke to Gareth. Oh, you're here, August. Everything is ready. Come with me to get it. Saying that, he stood up and personally led August to pick up the weapons. Gareth's attitude once again surprised Ace. Generally, when someone came to pick up weapons, Gareth would just nod. As for picking up the weapons, others were responsible for that. In the storage room, 20 weapons such as swords and spears lay quietly. August could see that although these 20 weapons couldn't be considered top-notch, their quality far surpassed the 5 long swords he received yesterday. Take a look. Are you satisfied? These are all the stocks in the familia. Most people choose to buy weapons themselves. The usage rate of weapons in the familia's inventory is not high. This is already very good. With these weapons, my strength can definitely increase by another level. You're satisfied, but your way of attacking is really too extravagant. In a few days, let Finn take you to the Hephaestus familia. Find a blacksmith there, and you can have weapons made according to your requirements. Let's talk about that later. After all, I'm still a newcomer. Finding a blacksmith and such is still a bit far away. Ha ha ha. It's just a matter of time, kid. While speaking, Gareth patted August on the shoulder. For a newcomer with great potential, he naturally had high expectations, especially since August was a newcomer who could save him a lot of work in future expeditions. As for Ace, she was temporarily ignored in this situation. Although Ace didn't mind, in this situation, she became more curious about August. At the same time, she became more certain that August could definitely help her become stronger. After a brief chat, after putting all the weapons into the treasure trove of the Gate of Babylon, August bid farewell to Gareth. Ace had been following him without saying a word, almost making August forget about her. Are you going to the dungeon? Suddenly, Ace said these words. Miss Ace, have you had breakfast? I've had it. But I haven't eaten. Silence. The ink of wordlessness suddenly made August feel a sense of guilt. As if he had done something terribly wrong. Okay, let's go to the dungeon. Aren't we going to eat first? No need. We can eat on the way. August took out a piece of fried chicken leg. There were still quite a few things left in the fried chicken family bucket. There were chicken legs, chicken wings, and more. Although it was a bit greasy to eat fried chicken early in the morning, there was no other way. He couldn't go to the dungeon on an empty stomach. It was a life-threatening battle, not a child's play. Seeing August take out a piece of fried chicken, Ace was suddenly slightly surprised. What? Do you want to eat too? Seeing Ace looking at him all the time, August subconsciously took out a chicken wing and handed it over. After hesitating for a moment, Ace took the chicken wing. Taking a bite, Ace's eyes lit up. The taste was really good. Chapter 14, Adventuring with the Sword Princess. Hey, isn't that the Sword Princess? That's right, beauty comparable to a goddess, with a cold expression. She's definitely Loki familia princess, Ace. It's him, the rising star of Loki familia. How do you know him? He was at the guild with the 9 Hell yesterday, said to be a new adventurer. 9 Hell and Sword Princess. So envious. If yesterday August attracted attention because of Reveria, today he was already famous. After all, in Orario now, the popularity of Sword Princess Ace is definitely above Reveria, especially since they are a male and a female duo. Ace ignored everything. In her eyes, anything other than becoming stronger was not worth paying attention to. On the other hand, August, having experienced yesterday, felt much better this time. Especially seeing many men looking at him with admiration, jealousy, and hatred, August felt a sense of satisfaction. When did he ever envy handsome and rich guys? Now it's finally his turn. Arriving at Babel, crossing the spiraling corridor leading to the dungeon, August finally entered the dungeon again. Compared to yesterday, after receiving an update in favor, all his abilities increased by over 200, and his magical power increased by 490, almost reaching 500. Moreover, he added 20 new weapons to his inventory. Compared to yesterday, he had definitely climbed up a new ladder. Click. The dungeon walls began to crack open, and goblins crawled out. Today's adventure begins. Golden ripples opened behind August, revealing the gate of Babylon. Weapons shot out like arrows through the golden door. The first time Ace saw this, she was astonished. Looking at this splendid attack method, she was amazed. Is this your skill? Ace looked at August and asked slowly. Yes, Gate of Babylon. It's my skill. I possess a treasury capable of holding all the treasures in the world. As its owner, I can freely take out or store items. At the same time, I can use it for attacks like this. As he spoke, weapons within the golden ripples shot out like arrows. Splatter splatter. In the blink of an eye, all the goblins in front were instantly killed. Being an adventurer and fighting in the dungeon for so many years, Ace had never seen such an attack style before. The power of spatial abilities was unexpectedly strong. Different from yesterday, today August didn't plan to stay on the first few levels for too long. With Ace, a level 5 powerhouse, escorting him, if he didn't act boldly, he would be letting down the sword princess and himself in the dungeon. Collecting the magic stones dropped by goblins, August continued to the next floor. After all, the monsters on lower levels are more powerful, and the value of the dropped magic stones is higher. August is currently in need of money, considering he possesses a treasure like the Gate of Babylon. If he doesn't fill it with some high-level weapons, August feels it would be an insult to this treasure. It's said that the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, collected treasures from around the world to form such a noble treasure. In this way, at the relentless pace set by August, the progress of conquering the underground dungeon continued bit by bit. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Seventh floor. In the dark cave, a large lizard stood staring at the approaching humans. Lizardmen, considered mid-tier among level 1 monsters, were fast and strong, and their scales provided decent defense. Why aren't you attacking, monsters? August stood there, watching the lizardmen without attacking, slightly puzzled. However, when he saw these lizardmen looking towards him not far away, their bodies trembling slightly, and taking a small step back, August understood. It wasn't that they weren't attacking, but they were wary of Ace. A level 5 Ace, even without entering battle mode, still made these level 1 monsters wary. Roar. Suddenly, a lizardman roared and swiftly attacked August. Come on. Buzz. The Gate of Babylon unfolded, and then weapons shot out instantly. Splatter splatter. In the blink of an eye, this lizardman was pierced like a sieve. This incident stimulated the others. All the lizardmen, like mad dogs, rushed towards August. As for Ace, even if she just stood there, these lizardmen didn't dare to approach. August took advantage of this. With 25 weapons, he had no pressure facing the small group of monsters. Under the barrage of various weapons, all the lizardmen fell within a few dozen breaths. Okay. Clear the battlefield. Then he walked forward, collecting the magic stones one by one. Suddenly, on the ground, a grayish-brown scale appeared in front of him. Ace, what is this? August looked at Ace. In the dungeon, he was still a newbie. Lizardman's scale. The drop rate is very low, worth about 2 or 3,000 valis. Wow, that's not bad at all, equivalent to 20 or 30 goblins. August collected it. 2 or 3,000 valis could already buy an ordinary sword or weapon. But when he thought about the weapons of Ace and others in the anime, especially Ace's desperate sword, the cost of maintenance alone was tens of millions of valis. In an instant, the disparity was clear. He was still struggling for a few hundred or 1,000 valis. Thinking about this, a fiery flame rose in August's heart. Get stronger. He must get stronger. Ace observed everything quietly on the side. Especially seeing August's constantly changing expressions, she was puzzled. Without wasting much time, August continued to move forward. And Ace, like a guardian, quietly followed behind August. She was observing August, wanting to know how he became stronger. Although she didn't know if this would help her become stronger, besides this, she didn't know what else to do. Meanwhile, in Twilight Manor. I heard Ace went to the dungeon with August today. Riveria looked at Finn with a slightly surprised expression. Yes. Went early in the morning, and Gareth said that the kid had a terrible hangover from last night. Yet, because Ace came to his door early, he went to the dungeon with a severe headache. He still went to the dungeon. Who told Ace to come early? So August agreed. With our princess personally inviting him, how many men do you think can refuse? That's true. And that kid. Riveria subconsciously wanted to say that August liked beautiful women, but she felt it wasn't right, so she didn't continue. If Ace and August can really get together, it's not a bad thing. What do you mean, Finn? Are you trying to match them? Of course not. I won't interfere in other people's feelings, but if they really get together, the bond of love is what will firmly tie August to our familia. Riveria wasn't at ease because August was different from others. Many people, including Ace, grew up in Loki's familia. This place was like their home. This bond was natural and required no further thought. But August was different. He joined the familia too recently. The familia felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, especially Riveria, who recognized his potential. However, others didn't share this sentiment. The reason Finn and Gareth treated August so well, even opening the doors of convenience wide, was because of this. Chapter 15, Adorable Ace. Roar. A kobold roared, biting towards August's neck. If this bite landed, it would be a certain death. Swoosh. Just at this critical moment, with his life on the line and about to be killed the next second, August disappeared from his original position. This scene stunned the kobold and also surprised Ace, who was rushing over with her sword. Seeing August in danger, without any hesitation, she drew her sword. With the enhancement of wind magic, her speed was enough to take down the kobold before August was killed. However, August vanished in an instant, leaving her astonished. Although August disappeared, Ace's sword didn't stop. The sharp desperate sword directly struck down the kobold. That was really dangerous. At this moment, August's voice echoed from the side. Ace turned around and saw August standing there unharmed. While August watched the kobold being killed by Ace's sword, he felt a bit hit in his heart. Even with all his firepower, in such a situation, a kobold still managed to get close to him. If he didn't have blink, he might have really been in trouble. But what was now a threat to him was so weak in Ace's hands. Space magic. It allows me to instantly move to another location through space. Not bad, right? A very powerful magic. Ace said seriously. This statement was not a compliment but a statement of fact. Having such magic was undoubtedly a life-saving skill in battles. When danger approached, being able to escape meant changing the course of the battle in just an instant. Moreover, possessing such magic made August even more challenging to deal with. At this moment, August also opened the system. Name, Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 1. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, blink. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, 348/750. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Items, none. Gacha draws, none. Ongoing mission, Test the Waters 143/1000. After such a long battle, only 43 monsters were killed. It would take a lot of time to complete this mission. It was clear that within these few days, completing this mission was not something to think about. Yesterday, continuously hunting the lowest level monsters on the first 3 floors barely reached 100. Today, he had already gone deep into the 9th floor, and the strength of the monsters was starting to put some pressure on him. August was not planning to go deeper. Instead, he chose to grind monsters for experience. Kobolds were already a threat. If he wanted to go deeper, he needed to wait for another update in his abilities, further enhancing his strength. Crack. Just at that moment, kobolds crawled out from the ground. Different from goblins emerging from the walls, kobolds were born from underground. Monsters, face your judgment. As he spoke, the Gate of Babylon activated, and weapons flew out rapidly. A group of kobolds was troublesome, but dealing with just 3 or 4 in a designated spot was a one-way road to death. Ace sheathed her sword, her gaze always locked onto August. August don't know how long passed, under the tearing of the sword, another kobold fell. And at this moment, the mission panel finally reached 200 out of 1000. August also let out a sigh of relief. The task target for today was completed. Miss Ace, I think we've done enough for today. Let's go back. Yes. Nodding faintly, Ace's face was like that of an expressionless porcelain doll, and it was hard to discern any changes in her expression. August didn't mind, he knew Ace was like this. Although Aurario was chaotic deep within, under Loki's protection and her familia companions, she seemed so pure. The two walked side by side towards the upper floors. Do you want to learn sword techniques? Suddenly, Ace's melodious voice sounded from the side. August looked at Ace in confusion. I noticed that you use skills in your battles. Even though you also fight with a sword, you don't know any sword techniques yourself. Well, I'm still a newcomer, you know. I've never been exposed to sword techniques. I can teach you. Why teach me? August was puzzled. In Orario, although there were no class distinctions, in this place filled with deception, apart from trusted companions, hardly anyone would voluntarily help others, let alone teach something like sword techniques. Even in the Loki familia, first-tier adventurers like Ace and Tiona wouldn't easily teach their companions. You can only help me get stronger by becoming stronger yourself. All right. Ace's explanation was very Ace, and August found it understandable. At the same time, August had a guess. The reason Ace went to the dungeon with him today was probably to observe him. Just like why Belle, the original series protagonist, could become strong so quickly and then be taught to fight. Gurgle. At this moment, a sound echoed. Suddenly, the previously expressionless Ace's cheeks were tinged with a layer of pink. This made August stunned, especially her expression due to embarrassment, making Ace look so adorable. You didn't hear anything. Ace stared at August and slowly uttered these words. At this moment, August was instantly charmed. She was just too cute. He absolutely had to make her his, absolutely. In that instant, August's mind was filled with only this thought. However, soon, under Ace's gaze, August quickly came to his senses. I didn't hear anything. Hearing August say this, Ace let him off. However, through this incident, the relationship between the two involuntarily became closer. Do you want to eat? August took out a bucket of fried chicken, drumsticks, wings, and chunks. Although not much in quantity, there were plenty of varieties. Looking at the fried chicken in front of her, recalling the memories of the morning, Ace's mouth began to water slightly. Seeing Ace obviously tempted but not reaching out, August directly handed the bucket of fried chicken to Ace. Whether she wanted it or not was not important, what mattered was that he took the initiative to give it to her. Holding the bucket of fried chicken, Ace did not refuse. Seeing you like this, you definitely didn't have breakfast this morning, yet you lied to me, saying you did. Just as Ace was about to eat the fried chicken, she heard August's words and blushed slightly. Being pointed out, she indeed didn't have breakfast this morning. She had come to find August as soon as she woke up and hadn't eaten breakfast. Chapter 16, Greedy Ace. Back in Orario, all the magic stones and drops were exchanged for Valis. This trip directly yielded August over 40 to nearly 50,000 Valis, with the majority coming from monster drops. Although they were the lowest tier drops, they were still valuable. Combined with yesterday's 10,000 Valis, August was now a wealthy man with over 50,000 Valis. However, this was only relative. For a newcomer, August was definitely considered rich now. But compared to most adventurers, August couldn't even be called middle class. Leaving aside other factors, just a visit to the prosperous hostess of fertility would likely cost August more than his entire 50,000 Valis. Without lingering outside, August and Ace went straight back to the familia. After a morning of fighting plus the efforts at noon, August completed today's small goal. At the same time, he became more familiar with Ace. When returning to the surface, Ace had already finished all the fried chicken and cleaned up all the traces. Fried potato balls, super delicious fried potato balls, don't miss them when you pass by. Suddenly, a yelling voice came over. At this moment, Ace's gaze shifted. Who would have thought that the extremely aloof sword princess would actually love food like fried potato balls? After a slight hesitation, Ace turned and walked towards the fried potato ball stall. In front of her favorite food, everything else took a back seat. Give me 2 fried potato balls, the red bean cream flavor. Sure, please wait a moment. The seller was a man who seemed kind. Naturally, August recognized this person, the god of war, Takamikazuchi. Unlike Loki, Takamikazuchi's familia wasn't strong, so as a god, he often worked just like an ordinary person to make ends meet. In the original plot, he and Hestia worked as employees at the fried potato ball branch. Thank you for your patronage. 2 red bean cream flavored fried potato balls, a total of 600 Valis. Ace took the 2 fried potato balls and subconsciously tried to pay, but then she suddenly became dumbfounded. She didn't bring money. She almost never went out with money, and even when she came back from the dungeon, she exchanged Valis from the guild. However, this time, although she went to the dungeon, she didn't hunt monsters at all because she was with August, so naturally, she didn't have any Valis. Don't have it. It's okay, you can pay next time. Takamikazuchi smiled and said, he naturally knew Ace. After all, in Orario, there were few who didn't know the name of Ace, the sword princess, especially since Ace was a regular customer at his stall. When Ace was a little at a loss, a hand stretched out from the side. I'll do it. Ace has accompanied me for so long today, how can I let you pay? August walked over, took out 600 Valis, and helped Ace pay. Young man, I haven't seen you before. Whose child are you? Curious, Takamikazuchi looked at August. He was very curious about this unfamiliar person who was walking with Ace. Hello, God Takamikazuchi, I'm August, a newcomer from the Loki familia. Oh, from the Loki familia. You're really outstanding. If my child could be as excellent as you. You're too kind. Ha ha ha, it's our first meeting, and I don't have anything decent to offer, so I'll give you guys these fried potato balls. He handed over a few fried potato balls packaged neatly to August. August was about to refuse, but when he saw Ace's slightly shining eyes, he immediately gave up on the idea. Thank you very much. Fried potato balls weren't worth much, but this was a gift from a god, representing a different kind of significance. Even if all his divine power was sealed, and he became like an ordinary person, a god was still a god. No adventurer dared to say they weren't respectful towards gods. If you meet my child in the future, please take care of him. Of course, God Takamikazuchi. Ha ha ha, then I'll take advantage of this. Takamikazuchi understood very well that August was giving him respect. After all, fried potato balls weren't worth much, one cost 300 valis. Even a few of them amounted to just 1,000 valis. At this price, in Orario, you could only eat one fried potato ball or a piece of black bread. After taking these fried potato balls, August handed them to Ace. Looking at the fried potato balls handed over by August, Ace hesitated for a while, took out one of her red bean cream flavored fried potato balls, and reluctantly gave it to August. Seeing Ace offering a fried potato ball, August couldn't help but be happy. A 3-0 girl gave him food, this was the rhythm of increasing affection. August naturally wouldn't refuse, took the fried potato ball, and took a bite. To be honest, the taste was mediocre. For someone from the modern world, the taste of this fried potato ball was at most in the middle range among the delicacies of the modern world. For August, the taste of the fried potato ball wasn't particularly good, but Ace enjoyed it. That appearance was like an extremely cute, greedy little hamster. It looked incredibly adorable, making August unable to resist wanting to pat her head. Coincidentally, just as Ace was enjoying the delicious fried potato ball, and August was watching her with a smile, 3 people walked out from around the corner. 2 dark-skinned Amazons and an elf with orange long hair. Hey, Lafia, isn't that Ace over there? Tiona looked at the 2 people coming towards them and asked subconsciously. What? Lady Ace. When she heard the words Ace, Lafia's eyes were immediately filled with little hearts. Rumble. However, the next second, when she saw the scene in front of her, it was like a bolt from the blue. This man and woman, one holding food with a happy face, the other smiling and looking at each other, it was simply a scene as beautiful as a painting. However, for Lafia, it was equivalent to the end of the world. Lady Ace she admired was taken away by a man. Yo, Ace, August. Tiona shouted loudly, after all, they saw acquaintances, so it was natural to say hello. Her voice naturally attracted the attention of August and Ace. Upon seeing the 3 people not far away, Ace went up to meet them. Ace, did you really go to the dungeon with August? As soon as they met, Tiona couldn't help but inquire. Yeah. Ace nodded. She wouldn't lie, nor would she hide anything from her companions. Wow, did you witness the spatial skill the captain talked about? Yeah. Is it amazing? Yes. Ace, can you stop saying yes all the time? Yes. Tiona was suddenly speechless. Although this was very Ace, it made her uncomfortable. Chapter 17, Rise and Fall of Lafia. Lady Ace. Lafia stared at Ace with lifeless eyes, as if she had lost the meaning of life. Tiona sighed, watching the child being so strongly stimulated. Hey, August, can you show us your spatial skill? Tiona turned to August and asked. I can, but it's not suitable here. August looked around, there were quite a few people on the street now. Tiona, on the other side, also realized that this wasn't a good place. Then let's go back first. Okay. Hurry. While speaking, she grabbed August's hand and rushed towards the familia's residence. She didn't have any other thoughts. After all, Amazons were a combat race, very open in terms of relationships between men and women, unlike elves. Tiona also grabbed the dejected Lafia. As for Ace, watching August being pulled away by Tiona, for some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Looking at the fried potato balls that should have been delicious in her hand, suddenly she felt no appetite. In this way, the group quickly returned to the familia. They arrived at the familia's training ground, a place specifically for familia members to practice and spar. But now it was afternoon, and most people were not in the familia, so it seemed quite empty here. Hurry up, I haven't seen the spatial skill yet. Tiona couldn't wait. Not only her, but Tiona was also curious about why Finn valued August so much. As for Lafia, she was staring at August, and if looks could kill, August would have been torn to pieces. Buzz. Without further ado, August directly activated the gate of Babylon. The golden door opened, and weapons extended through the golden ripples. Wow. So cool. Looking at such a splendid scene, Tiona was amazed. But it didn't end there. Next, 2 weapons suddenly shot out. Bang. Two weapons were inserted into two distant wooden stakes. And these two weapons pierced through the stakes, showing the strength of the shot. Wow. Tiona was almost jumping up, this attack style was just too cool. In terms of elegance, it was even cooler than using magic. Gate of Babylon, with the skills I possess, I have a treasury that can collect all the treasures in the world. The items stored in it become my weapons. As he spoke, the two weapons turned into golden dots and disappeared, returning to the treasury. Seeing this ability to automatically retrieve items, Tiona's eyes almost sparkled. Unlike Tiona, Tioni thought of many things. In Finn's words, August would be the future core of the entire familia, and also the strategic core. Yesterday, she couldn't understand it. Even the ace of the past, no one dared to say she would definitely become the core of the familia, as a person's growth had to go through too many things. But now, after seeing August's ability, she understood. A strategic core, August with the spatial skill, after growing up, could bring a lot of benefits and convenience to the familia. I'll come find you again in the afternoon. Ace said this at this moment and then left. And with her words, August became the target of everyone. Especially Lafia, who was already close to despair, was now completely devastated. Hey, August, what's going on between you and Ace? Why is she coming to find you in the afternoon? Tiona, at this moment, was full of gossip. I'm not good at fighting, and I don't know how to use a sword. Ace said she would teach me swordsmanship. Suddenly, both Tiona and Tioni widened their eyes. Ace was actually voluntarily teaching someone. Is this the same Ace who used to be so autocratic? At this point, the gazes of the sisters Tiona and Tioni towards August also changed quite a bit. If it was just gossip before, now it had escalated to ambiguous. Throughout the Loki familia, throughout Orario, the only male that Ace treated like this was August. This is unique. On the other hand, after Ace left, Lafia couldn't give up and followed her. Lady Ace. Ace stopped her steps and looked at Lafia with confusion. Staring at Ace like this, Lafia felt a little embarrassed. This was her first time being alone with Ace. Is there something, Lafia? Lady Ace, I want to ask, what is the relationship between you and that newcomer? Are you a couple? Lafia looked at Ace full of expectations, hoping to get the answer she wanted. Relationship. Couple. No, August and I are not a couple. That's good. Hearing this answer, Lafia felt relieved. The despair and disappointment in her heart were all swept away. That newcomer hadn't succeeded yet, and she still had a chance. But this was only her own thoughts. I want to observe him. He will become very strong, and after he becomes strong, he can definitely help me become stronger. The plot suddenly reversed. Lafia couldn't have dreamed that August would hold such an important position in Ace's heart. Lady Ace, that guy is just a newcomer. How can he be compared to you, not to mention helping you become stronger? You're already the strongest. No. Lafia, I'm not strong enough, and August can definitely help me become stronger. Without any hesitation, she immediately refuted Lafia and sounded extremely determined. In an instant, the world that had just welcomed the light was covered with dark clouds again, and darkness arrived again. It's only been a day, no, not even a day, and that man has already occupied such an important position in Lady Ace's heart. In comparison, she was really too inferior. Lafia's soul was once again shrouded in despair. Lafia. Looking at Lafia, who was silent, Ace called out in confusion. Lady Ace, do you still want to find that newcomer in the afternoon? Is there something you need? He doesn't know how to use a sword, so I want to teach him swordsmanship. Then can I come too? Are you not a mage, Lafia? Can I come? Lafia stared at Ace with wide eyes, looking straight at her. Of course. Lady Ace, I'll definitely come in the afternoon. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Ace confused. I must protect Lady Ace. A mere newcomer, don't even think about getting involved with Lady Ace. At this moment, Lafia, full of despair just now, had transformed into a fervent fighting spirit. Chapter 18, Ace's Training. In the afternoon, Ace once again found August as promised. However, this time was different. Ace had a little follower by her side. Lafia, a fangirl who admired Ace in her heart and chased after her. Although she wasn't a weakling, as the second seed mage trained by the Familia and Riveria's disciple, she was a level 3 adventurer. The only drawback was that she had been well protected by the Familia, so although her strength was lacking, her combat skills were still only mediocre. Especially in battles, she often couldn't chant magic because she was afraid of monsters. Hey, good afternoon, Ace. Good afternoon. A very ordinary greeting, but in someone's eyes, it was equivalent to an ambiguous greeting. Stare. Lafia, who had already started emitting bursts of black air behind her, stared at August with dead fish eyes, as if August had done something outrageous. For this, August was at a loss, but there was nothing he could do. "Ah, Miss Lafia. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that?" "I want to protect Lady Ace." "Huh. I will never give Lady Ace to you," the feisty elf girl said to August with her hair standing on end. However, she didn't know that compared to Ace, who had a flat figure and only the attributes of being cute, in August's eyes, she wasn't even as charming as herself. August was certainly a fan of beautiful women, but besides that, he had another preference. He liked beautiful women with a broad-minded. Just like Hestia, the heaven sent beautiful women with a baby face and an impressive breast. For this underdog in the original work competing with the protagonist Belle for Ace, August didn't feel any aversion. He was even interested in this girl who was easily immersed in her own fantasy world. This also proved one thing: it's not just men who daydream, women do it too. Suit yourself. August shrugged, indicating that he currently had no intention of pursuing Ace. Admittedly, Ace's charm and beauty ranked high in Horario, but they didn't make August blush and heart race. In August's heart, he was more inclined to find a beautiful woman with a broad-minded personality, someone who could make him bury his face. As for August's words, Lafia naturally paid no attention. Her only thought now was that she would absolutely not let Ace be taken away by August. As for the source of all this, Ace, she stared with a pair of cute eyes, watching August and Lafia, completely unable to understand their words. "All right, Ace, let's begin." With a wave, 2 wooden swords passed through golden ripples and slowly fell. These were specially requested by August from Finn. After all, it was just training and learning, and the target was Ace. If he really didn't hold back, he might end up with a few bruises. "Okay." Ace took one of the wooden swords and nodded, then assumed a combat stance. Seeing this, August twitched his mouth. "Oh my lady, weren't you supposed to teach me? Why does it feel like you're about to start a real fight right away?" "Ah, Miss Ace, what are you? Actual combat is the best way to learn." August was suddenly speechless. This teaching method was really Ace. Swish. However, Ace didn't give August any chance or opening. Before August could react, Ace had already moved. Without any warning, August was directly knocked out by Ace. Lady Ace is amazing. On the side, Lafia, seeing her adversary being knocked out, immediately jumped for joy. "Cough, is this starting now?" Several meters away, August climbed up, coughing a few times. Although Ace had restrained most of her strength in that last hit, it was still a painful blow for August. There are no rules in battle, only life, death, victory, and defeat. Ace slowly said, delivering her first lesson to August. Although August was an otaku, it didn't mean he lacked awareness. "Understood, let's continue." Picking up the wooden sword in his hand, August adjusted his posture. Although he had a gacha system that could obtain countless mysterious things that most people could never touch in their lives, it didn't mean that August would definitely reach the top. Bang. Smack. Thud. Time and time again, there was no suspense, just a straightforward beating. August's combat experience was limited to a few battles in the dungeon. Compared to Ace, who had been fighting in the dungeon since childhood, he was like a child, completely powerless. Watching the battle, Lafia, who initially felt delighted, slowly began to feel sorry for August. Although she had some preconceptions about August, deep down she didn't have any malicious intentions. Moreover, he was also a companion from the familia. Watching August at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Smack. Ace's wooden sword struck again, directly sending August flying. At this point, August's whole body was in bad shape, covered in bruises and swelling. Even his face was black and blue. Although Ace had restrained most of her strength, the impact on August was still painful. Is this starting now? At the third-floor balcony not far away, 3 people were observing everything. "I say, is this okay?" Ace is not holding back at all. Look at August's appearance, don't let him develop any psychological shadows. Riveria, Familia's mom, couldn't help but speak as she watched the miserable August below. Don't worry. Although Ace is not holding back, she still has a sense of measure. August only has minor injuries on his body. Applying some medicine will fix him up quickly. He's only been an adventurer for a few days. Isn't this a bit too much? Don't worry, Riveria. That kid is not simple. Finn smiled and said, underneath his seemingly weak physique lay terrifying potential. As the goddess Loki, who was overlooking August from a high vantage point, slowly opened her eyes, which had been squinted all along. As a goddess, she could naturally see through most of her children. But August was the small part she couldn't see through. Although she didn't have eyes like Freya, she could still see that August had his own secrets. And this secret might be related to August's future and strength. She wouldn't touch anything that belonged to her familia's children, but she would always pay attention to August, the boy who surprised her again and again. Chapter 19, August's Shattered Performance. Bang. The tip of the wooden sword stabbed directly into August's stomach. A mouthful of water instantly spewed out. At this point, describing August as covered in scars was an understatement. Cough, Miss Ace, it seems that I'm still too weak. No, you're already good enough. If it were another level 1 person, they would have been knocked down by me long ago and wouldn't be able to get up. This sentence made August's mouth twitch. Do you even know how ruthless you are? Are you teaching yourself swordsmanship? This is just bullying and abusing the weak. I feel truly honored that I haven't fallen even in this state. At this moment, August was truly at a loss. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to Ace. It would have been better to find Finn. Finn, as an experienced level 6, would definitely be more considerate in his approach than Ace. Hiss. Just as he stood up, the pain on his body made cold sweat break out on August's forehead. Indeed, every part of his body was in pain. But the problem was that all of them were just minor injuries. At most, it was muscle strain. Forget about serious injuries, at most, it was a bit of pain. Taking out a can of Coke, August opened it directly and drank it all in one go. Gulp. On the side, Ace, seeing the Coke, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This unknown beverage was the best she had ever tasted, though not as top-notch as some of the best juices and drinks. It had a unique flavor that she really liked. August was also attracted by this sudden sound. Looking up, he saw Ace staring straight at the Coke in his hand. August couldn't help but smile. Although she was powerful, fundamentally, she was still just a girl. This is for you. August then took out another can and tossed it to Ace. Ace skillfully pulled the tab of the Coke and took small sips. Compared to August, who finished it in one go, Ace seemed very ladylike. This guy actually uses things to bribe Lady Ace. Seeing Ace skillfully accepting what August handed over, Freya couldn't help but envy. How she wished Ace could accept things from her like this. It really made her envious and jealous. After August finished the Coke, he took out some healing potions and applied them bit by bit on his body. Originally, there were just some ordinary bruises and strains. With the healing effect of the potion, they quickly healed. This was one of the benefits of being in a magical world. If this were in the modern world, these injuries would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. But with this healing potion, it was just a matter of applying it a little, and most of it recovered. The only downside was that it was expensive. Even the most basic healing potions cost 1,000 valis, and that was for the lowest effect, lowest potency potions. August's potions were 3,000 valis each. Above that, there were potions that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. For example, elixir, a potion that could quickly heal most injuries, even large burns and torn wounds. Just one bottle could instantly restore everything to its original state. But the price was also good. In Babel, it was priced at a whopping 500,000 valis. Need more. Looking at August's considerably healed injuries, Ace continued. No, I'm still too weak now. Let me become stronger first. Otherwise, I'll always be treated as a sandbag, and my improvement won't be much. All right. Ace nodded without much thought. August sighed as he watched. This girl was just too easy to believe in others. Whatever others said, she believed. He wouldn't have agreed if he had known earlier. It would have been better to find Finn. Hey, what did you give Lady Ace to drink just now? Don't you know that Lady Ace won't drink some low-end beverage? At this time, Freya also approached and directly launched an attack on August. But, I saw Ace quite satisfied with it. Turning around, August saw Ace drinking the Coke, not just happily but with a smile on her face. At this moment, Freya was stuck. This is yours. August then took out another can and handed it to Freya. I don't want it, your things. Although she said so, could you stop staring at it with a sidelong glance? August really wanted to laugh. Pointing out some Tsundere attributes, Freya was now displaying them vividly. No, it's okay. Saying this, August directly opened it and took a sip. Seeing August, Freya's veins were about to pop. What kind of man are you? If a girl doesn't want it, you don't give it to her. Ah. Refreshing. After drinking a sip of Coke, August expressed his feelings without concealing them. The more he did this, the angrier Freya became. This was clearly intentional, he intentionally drank it to show her. Why, you scoundrel. Freya, who had suffered such treatment, suddenly became extremely angry, and there was even a hint of grievance. As a rising star of the familia, she was well taken care of in the familia. When had she ever encountered such a thing? Then I'll give you another can. Do you want it? August then took out another can of Coke. This scene made Freya even more irritated. Having a space skill was really amazing. Yes, I don't want it for nothing. It's a waste to let you drink it all by yourself. Saying this, Lafia directly grabbed the coke that August handed over. Trying to open it imitating August, she found that she couldn't open it. For a while, the scene was a bit quiet and a bit awkward. That pull tab on the top is broken. Just pull it open, and you're good. Annoying, I know. The elf's face turned red, and she shouted angrily. Bang. The next second, with the broken pull tab pulled open, coke gushed out like a fountain. Lafia was instantly drenched. August, I'm going to kill you. Seeing August laughing on the side, how could she not know that he was teasing her? Immediately, she pounced on August. Hey, don't come over. I'm still an injured person, and I have wounds on my body. Go to hell, evil. Ah. August, who was one step away from death, suffered a heavy blow from the infuriated elf. Chapter 20, 5 Regular Draws. Sword Art Inheritance. Bang. Accompanied by a flash of sword light, a monster was directly killed, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Test the Waters 3, Hunt 1000 Level 1 Monsters, 1000/1000, completion reward, regular draw 5 times. August exhaled a breath. Finally, after 3 days of intense grinding, he had completed this task. In the past 2 days, August had killed 100 monsters each day, a total of 200 monsters. He still needed 800 more to complete the task. During these days, August went out early every day, not delving as deep as before, only staying within the first 5 levels. Spending a full 3 days, he finally completed the task of killing 1000 monsters. It was a blood, sweat, and tears history, a daily routine of opening the gate of Babylon and continuously harvesting monsters. Simultaneously, under Ace's guidance during these days, August had also managed to grasp the basics of melee combat with cold weapons. He could now be considered a qualified adventurer. 3 days, 3 days. Finally done. Ghost knows how I got through these 3 days. August sat directly on the ground, relieved by the burden lifted. 5 regular draws. Already got French fries, fried chicken, and Coke in previous draws. This time, his luck shouldn't be too bad. As a qualified gacha drawing enthusiast, even though he was now in the underground dungeon, August didn't hesitate to open the system. The familiar gacha drawing roulette appeared. August's face was filled with excitement. Ah. Oh goddess of fortune. Oh gacha's personification. Oh all the world's good. Grant me good luck. Open. As the word open fell, the card drawing roulette started spinning. One square after another passed by, and finally, as the speed slowed down, the results came out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Coke *500. For the first draw, August suddenly spat blood. Coke again. Even though it was multiplied by 5, it was still Coke. But fortunately, this was just a trial for the first draw, and August was prepared for this. But the gacha drawing continued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining weapon, Elucidator. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Ninjutsu card, Great Fire Annihilation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Sword Art Inheritance card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Original Flavor Potato Chips *100. Elucidator, drops from monsters, equipment at the level of a magic sword. Ninjutsu card, Great Fire Annihilation, crush to release, Great Fire Annihilation, once, single-use item. Sword Art Inheritance card, randomly obtain 1 Sword Art Inheritance. Looking at his gains this time, 5 draws, aside from Coke and potato chips, the others were not bad. Elucidator, the black sword from the protagonist Kirito in Sword Art Online. Although August didn't know how it compared to the equipment in this world, it was undoubtedly much stronger than his current equipment. As for the Ninjutsu card, Great Fire Annihilation, August initially thought he could learn Great Fire Annihilation. Still, unexpectedly, it was a disposable item. Nevertheless, it was not bad. The most surprising was the third one, the Sword Art Inheritance card. Randomly inheriting a sword art was quite interesting. Looking at his haul this time, 5 draws gave him a black sword, 2 cards, and a pile of Coke and potato chips. Picking up Elucidator, August felt that it was a bit difficult, not to mention other things. Just this weight alone was something the current August couldn't handle. Although equipment in this world had no level restrictions, this Elucidator, weaklings couldn't wield it. 2 cards, one depicted a ninjutsu with Sea of Flame from a certain anime, and the other depicted a random sword art inheritance. Choose the day rather than hitting the day. Right now, my luck is pretty good. Crack. After saying that, he directly crushed the sword art inheritance card. The next second, August's vision turned black. August's consciousness seemed to ascend, reaching an unknown August. Suddenly, the figure of a woman appeared in front of August. This woman seemed unable to see August, and he couldn't do anything. He couldn't speak or act. Then, this woman held a sword and began her journey. Battle. Slaughter. Massacre. One enemy after another was cut down by her. Swordsman. Knife user. Assassin. Hitman. Anyone who faced her with a weapon, without exception, all fell under her sword. She enjoyed the pleasure of combat while also pursuing more powerful prey. In the end, she reached the pinnacle, becoming the unprecedented great villain in the history of the Soul Society. She proclaimed to master all styles and sword techniques in the world, using the name 8,000 Styles. Dong. In a trance, August's consciousness recovered. Everything seemed like a dream, yet so real. As his consciousness returned, what was once unfamiliar, the so-called sword and blade, was now strangely familiar to August. It felt like his own hands. Name, Augustus Divus. Presentum. Level 1. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, none. Skill, blink, 8,000 styles, level 1. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, 750/750, Elucidator. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Items, Ninjutsu Card, Great Fire Annihilation. Gacha Draws, none. 8,000 Styles Sword Art, this was the sword art August obtained from the inheritance. 8,000 Styles, the first Genpachi sword art in Bleach, the current captain of the 4th Division, Retsu Unohana. In the past, she was the great villain in the Soul Society. An incredibly terrifying woman. Now, August had obtained her inheritance, but he was only at the first tier of the sword art. Of course, the inheritance card itself only inherited the essence, not the original owner's strength. Crack. At this moment, monsters started spawning. August smiled. He took out one of the few long swords from the Gate of Babylon. Let's try it out. The pleasure of slaughter. August, like an unrestrained wild horse, rushed over, wielding the long sword in his hand towards the spawning monster. Yes, he slashed, not hacked. These two words were like night and day. If the previous August merely swung his strength to strike, now August was using a sword skillfully in his hands. As an archer, if he couldn't qualify for close combat, he would probably suffer the same fate as a certain goldenman. _____. Chapter 21, Heart-Stirring Advancement. Boom. With the fall and demise of the last monster, the long sword in August's hand also completed its mission. After 3 days of intense use, the sword was on the brink of collapse. The blade had curled, and the sword's body was covered in cracks. With the conclusion of the sword trial, the sword fulfilled its mission. It wasn't just this sword, now, in August's inventory, almost all weapons were nearing the point of being scrapped. This was why, regardless of whether it was Finn or Gareth, after seeing August's attack style, they sighed. It was an extremely costly attack method. Typical adventurers usually had at most 2 or 3 weapons. After all, weapons would wear out. Every time they entered the dungeon, with each use, there would be varying degrees of wear and tear. If the wear was excessive, the weapon would be close to scrap. This was also why many adventurers, despite having high incomes, didn't have much money. High income, but equally high expenses. Take Tiona, for example. Her weapon, Urga, was forged with a large amount of precious metal, worth tens of millions. Every time she went into the dungeon, the maintenance cost would be in the millions or even tens of millions of valis. Not to mention other expenses, if you included potions and other consumables, after a trip, not making a few million would mean a loss. This was also why Finn was so excited when he learned that August had a spatial skill. Not only was it convenient to carry supplies and items, but it could also store loot. The familia's expeditions, to ensure speed, many dropped items along the way because there was no way to carry them. If August was there, then this wouldn't be a problem. All the loot could be stored. All right, let's go back. August stretched lazily. The task was completed, the gacha drawing was done, the swordsmanship was practiced, it was time to go back. In less than half an hour, August returned to Orario. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, it felt like he had crossed into another world. Below was the terrifying monster world, while above was the prosperous human world. Without much delay, August headed straight to the familia's residence, the Twilight Manor. Because August also felt that he should be reaching a limit. Since the last update of the boon, he hadn't updated it again. You came back so early today, August. Having just dealt with familia matters and planning to go out, Finn coincidentally met August, who had just returned. These days, August had been coming and going early and late. Not to mention Finn, even the entire familia, except for Ace, his nominal teacher, hadn't seen him. But today, it wasn't even noon yet, and August had returned. This slightly surprised him. I was curious about my growth these past few days, so I came back early. Oh, by the way, Captain, do you know where Loki is? Loki. This morning, she found some divine wine in the inventory and should be drinking right now. Then, I'll go find her. I'll accompany you. Thanks. Finn was very curious about August's growth these days. It took a whole year for the former ace to go from level 1 to level 2. So how long would August take? That made him extremely curious. And so, the two walked side by side into the familia. After searching a few places, they finally found Loki in the familia's guest hall, sleeping while hugging a wine jar. Seeing Loki like this, Finn couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Loki was fine everywhere else, but when it came to alcohol, it was really beyond their control. Because she had persuaded members of the familia to buy her alcohol more than once. And the alcohol she bought wasn't ordinary, it was the divine wine brewed by the god of wine, Soma. Each jar was a luxury item with a high price tag. Loki, August is back. Wake up. Who is it? Loki, in a daze, sat up, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and looked around. It's August. He came to find you to update status. Update status. The update is scheduled for tomorrow night. What's there to update today? After saying this, Loki wanted to lie down and continue sleeping. In the Loki familia, except for Ace and others who had the qualifications to have Loki update the boon at any time, most of the familia members updated the boon at a fixed time every week. And there were limited spots. To update, you had to sign up in advance. Otherwise, Loki couldn't afford to let the blood flow all night. Hurry up, Loki. August is here to find you. Help him update it. Forget it. This guy took our Ace-chan away these past few days. I won't care about him. The whimsical familia chief, also the goddess of sensuality, made Finn not know what to say. Now in the familia, there were two people with strong opinions about August. One, not to mention, was Lafia, who admired Ace and now considered August a major enemy. The second was Loki, the goddess who treated Ace as a treasure. However, Loki herself was just playing a little temper. After waking up a bit with the wine, she didn't continue making a fuss. August took off his shirt, sat in front of Loki. Loki took out a needle, pricked her finger, smeared divine blood on August's back, absorbed the divine blood of the god, and activated the status. How is this possible? After seeing the change in August's status values, Loki widened her eyes. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV 1. Strength, G 230, SSS 1500. Endurance, G 280, SSS 1500. Dexterity, G 200, SSS 1500. Agility, G 260, SSS 1500. Magic, E 490, SSS 1500. Skills, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Magic, Blink, can instantly move to another location. The farther the distance, the more magic consumed. Development abilities, none. The status's ability values bestowed by the gods Falna ranged from 0 to 999, evolving over thousands of years into the most perfect status. However, August had now not only broken this limit but had broken all attributes. And it wasn't just surpassing S, it was an unheard of SSS level. It was simply astonishing. Moreover, after the shock, there was a slight disappointment. August had achieved the limit in all attribute values, but lacked a feat significant enough for him to level up. In these past few days, August had only been hunting low-level monsters on the first 5 floors. Naturally, he hadn't ventured deeper, so there was no significant feat. If there was one, it would be August's achievement of killing 1,000 monsters. Chapter 22, anyone but Ace will do. Not only Loki but even Finn was left speechless at the unbelievable scene. Although Finn couldn't comprehend divine script, he could still understand the numerical values of the ability points. The dazzling SSS and 1500 at the end were simply too incredible data. August, tell me honestly, are you really a human? Loki, with a shocked expression, asked slowly. Even her alcohol buzz vanished instantly. Of course, I'm human. I was just an ordinary person without any strength before. You personally verified it. August couldn't forget what Loki had done to him back then. How can your ability values be like cheating? If it weren't for the status having no issues, I'd suspect your status is fake. I have no idea about that. If I have to explain, there's only one explanation. What is it? Talent. As soon as this was said, Loki and Finn's expressions became quite peculiar. Especially Loki, if possible, she really wanted to give August a beating right now. It was too infuriating. This was blatant showing off, too much. August, after receiving the imprint of Loki's Falna, was also excited in his heart. The only regret was that he hadn't accomplished a significant feat, so he couldn't level up. Otherwise, he could complete a mission and get another advanced draw. The last advanced draw had given August the Gate of Babylon, a valuable item. Hurry up and get lost, or we can't resist turning you into a pig's head. Well, I'll take my leave then. Goodbye, Goddess Loki, Captain. August quickly put on his shirt and then ran out. After 3 days of intense dungeon exploration, it was time for a good rest. After August left, Loki and Finn remained silent in the reception room for a long time. Finn, what do you think? Unbelievable talent. This kid is a hidden gem, and he might shining very soon. You're right. Including today, he's only been in Orario for 6 days. He got the Falna just 5 days ago. In just 5 days, he has grown to this extent. Honestly, throughout the history of the lower realms, I can't find anyone comparable. The reason why Ace, ascending from level 1 to level 2 in 1 year had shocked the entire Orario was that increasing ability points for adventurers was extremely difficult. Sometimes, after several days of fighting for their lives in the dungeon, they might only increase 2 or 3 points in their ability values, or even none at all. Almost all adventurers accumulated bit by bit to level up. But August had broken all these rules in just 5 days. He shattered the rules established over 1,000 years, and all his attributes reached a terrifying 1,500 points. Just a few days ago, August was an incredibly weak ordinary person. He was even physically inferior to an average person. But in just a few days, he leaped to this level, surpassing nearly half of Orario's adventurers. Despite the vast number of adventurers, more than half were at level 1. August's growth was too fast. Finn, things are getting a bit complicated. Loki's expression became very serious, and Finn felt the same. Loki, what do you mean? After all, August has just joined the familia. Honestly, there aren't many bonds or even contacts between him and the familia. And, his growth is too horrifying. So, we must find a way to quickly bind him completely to our familia. Otherwise. In Loki's mind, a figure slowly appeared. One of 2 Orario's top familia, the goddess of beauty Freya's familia, and also the only familia with a level 7 adventurer in the whole of Orario. For many years, countless talented children from various grandes familias had been taken away by Freya. The goddess's divine position gave Freya a charm that even gods couldn't escape, let alone humans. Any child chosen by Freya would easily be captivated body and soul. It was precisely because of this that Freya F familia could develop to its current state and become one of top Orario's top familia, even subtly overshadowing Loki familia. I heard from Riveria before that August seems to have a liking for beautiful women. What do you mean? Loki raised an eyebrow slightly, vaguely guessing what Finn wanted to say. Quickly establish bonds. This is one of the few methods. It's impossible. I can't lower myself to the point of letting my children do such things just to keep a genius. Without even thinking, Loki directly vetoed Finn's idea. She considered all members of the familia as her children. How could she agree to such a thing? Loki, if we let August join Freya familia, what will happen? You should understand, right? Silence. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. In a city, there were 2 grandes familias at the top. Although they were called Orario's 2 top familia, whether it was Freya familia or Loki familia, they constantly wanted to pull each other down, just like when they expelled the familia of Zeus and Hera. Freya familia's overall strength and resources were above Loki familia. If they were to get August, the balance would be broken. The fate of Loki familia was also self-evident. It would definitely follow in the footsteps of the familia of Zeus and Hera. This wasn't fear-mongering but a fact. August had such potential, not to mention now that they had witnessed his frightening growth speed, which increased August's importance even more. Finn, what do you want to do? Tightening her fist, and then slowly loosening it, Loki finally fixed her gaze on Finn. That kid has been getting close to Ace recently. Ace has even taken the initiative to teach him. What are you saying, Ace? Absolutely not. Ace was her beloved, her most cherished child. She had just raised this little flower. It had only been a few days, and she was about to be taken away by someone else. Moreover, she was the one sending her away, which was absolutely impossible. Besides Ace, who do you think is suitable? Finn also sighed. There was really no other way. There were only so many female adventurers in the familia. Isn't there still Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, Aki? If it doesn't work, there's also Riveria. Wow, Finn couldn't help but marvel. To save Ace, Loki was even willing to send Riveria, which was so realistic. Chapter 23, Finn the Matchmaker. Watching Loki, who looked like a guardian, Finn wiped off some cold sweat. Loki, calm down a bit. I heard from Riveria that the kid has set his sights on a half-elf consultant from the guild. Half-elf consultant? And from the guild. Yes, and it seems the half-elf's mother is Riveria's friend. Ah. Loki really wanted to say that this was great, and she didn't have to sacrifice Ace. However, the words couldn't come out. As a goddess, though not a male god but a goddess, she understood the significance of a man's first woman. For any man, his first woman held an irreplaceable position in his heart. Even if he moved on to other relationships later, the memory of the first woman would be unforgettable for a lifetime. No, it's still not possible. How about this, Finn, you let Aki try it. Whether it succeeds or not, it doesn't matter. Go and find out more about August. You go, if Aki is unwilling, then find Tiona. No, go to Tioni. Originally, Loki wanted to mention Tiona, but thinking of Tiona's body being similar to her own, she changed her mind. However, Tioni's name made Finn frown slightly. It was common knowledge that Tioni liked him. Even though Finn didn't like her, making her approach another man for the sake of the familia was uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll go talk to Aki. Good. Go. Ugh, what kind of situation is this? Sighing, Finn finally left the reception room. 2 flowers blooming, each representing 1 branch. On the other side, August returned to his room and took out the elucidator. The heavy elucidator was something August could barely use before. However, now, with a significant boost in all attributes, August could use the black sword to a certain extent. Name, Elucidator. Level, Magic Sword. Binder, Augustus Divus Presentum. Skill 1, Armor Break, ignores 30% of the target's defense. Skill 2, Heavy Strike, increases 30% of attack. Skill 3, Durability, reduces 50% of self-wear. The Magic Sword Elucidator, with 3 skills, was simple but incredibly powerful. The armor break that ignored defense, combined with the attack boost of Heavy Strike, created a formidable synergy. Adding the durability skill, which reduced wear and tear by 50%, made it a divine skill. After 3 days of intense monster hunting, many of August's weapons were damaged, highlighting the power of this skill. After testing the feel of the Elucidator, August stored it away with a sense of unfulfilled expectation. After inheriting the 8,000 sword styles, August had developed a special feeling for swords. Lying on the bed, August began to contemplate. His next goals were to achieve a significant feat, successfully reach level 2, complete the mission, and get an advanced draw. Then, he aimed to reach the safe floor on the 18th level of the dungeon, complete another mission, and get another advanced draw. Finally, he planned to defeat the floor boss on the 17th floor, Goliath, to complete the last mission and get a high-level draw. All 3 missions had high-level draw rewards. August was looking forward to the rewards from the advanced draw, believing they would be better than the normal draw. With these thoughts in mind, August slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on the familia's side, Finn had found Ainakity Autumn. Aki, do you have a moment? At this moment, the elegant cat, Aki, was chatting with other girls. Upon hearing Finn's words, she looked over. Captain, is there something you need? Aki was also a small leader in the familia, managing most LV1 to LV3 adventurers. Although it mainly involved small matters, in Loki familia, apart from the core members of the first team, the second team and below were mostly led by Aki. There's something I want to discuss with you. Seeing the usually resolute Captain Finn showing such an expression, Aki was quite puzzled. However, she didn't think too much about it. Several steps brought her to Finn's side. As for the other sisters who were chatting with her, seeing Finn looking for Aki, they wisely dispersed. After all, many matters in the familia were not something they could participate in. What's the matter, Captain? There's something that's a bit difficult to say, Aki. Captain, you can just say it. I'm also a member of the familia. Aki vaguely guessed that this matter was definitely not small, and it was bound to be troublesome. How do you view the new member, August? In an instant, a big question mark appeared above Aki's head. Let me be straightforward. What do you think of him? Does he meet your criteria for a partner? Finn was also a young man, and over the years, although he liked her, and there were many girls who confessed to him, in matters of romance, he was also a rookie. Aki understood. Finn was acting as a matchmaker. However, she had no interest in August, and in her heart, there was already someone else. Both LV4 adventurers from Loki familia, she and Raoul joined Loki familia at the same time. Over the years, the two of them were not only companions but also good friends. The long-term contact naturally led to some emotions. Seeing Aki's reaction, Finn understood. There was no favor in this matter. Well, Captain, I've only met him once, and that was when we delivered clothes together. If you ask me now, I can't give you an answer. This was already a tactful refusal. After all, she was the captain of the familia, and respect had to be given. All right, let's do this. If you can, try to get in touch with him. If it doesn't work, forget it. But if it works, it's also a good thing. This. Hearing Finn's words, Aki suddenly understood. Finn wanted to use a honey trap on August, and she was the target. Chapter 24, Elegant Cat. Tuck tuck tuck. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. At this moment, Aki's heart was filled with curiosity and wonder. She had been entrusted with a heavy task, to approach August, to interact with him, become friends, partners, companions, and, if she wished, even a lover. The last part was not mandatory, but from Finn's attitude, she could sense something. She was the beautiful girl among the beautiful girls, and the target of this honey trap was the newcomer August, who had just joined the familia. What shocked her even more was that the one assigning her this task was her most respected Captain Finn. Moreover, from Finn's implications, this was also the will of the goddess Loki. This made her curious about August. Both Loki and Finn valued him so much, to the extent of having a level 4 adventurer like herself approach him. What kind of person was he? While contemplating, Aki arrived at the door of August's room. Since she had come with Finn before, she knew August's room and was one of the first people in the familia to interact with August. Knock knock knock. Taking a deep breath, Aki knocked on the door. In no time, the door opened, and a sleepy-eyed August appeared before her. Admittedly, August might not be described as extraordinarily handsome, but he was still in the good-looking category, especially after becoming an adventurer, with improvements in various aspects. In modern terms, he could be considered campus heartthrob material. Who is it? In his drowsiness, August looked at this girl at the door, feeling quite puzzled. He didn't recall knowing such a pretty cat lady. What could she want with him? Hello, I'm Ainakity Autumn, your companion. This is Captain's idea. Companion. You can also understand it as a guide or consultant. I already have an adventurer consultant, signed up at the guild. That doesn't conflict. We are companions in the same familia. In terms of safety and secrecy, we're better than the guild. Oh, an experienced guide for a newcomer. You can say that. Aki smiled, and although her words were calm, her gaze continued to assess August. As a demi-human of the cat race, she could keenly sense many signs of fatigue on August. Obviously, even though he slept during the day in the familia, he had not experienced a day of virtual rest. Please come in, sorry, the room is a bit messy. Entering the room, Aki also noticed that it was too simple inside. Apart from the basic furniture that was originally in the room, there were only a few more beddings. Other than that, there was nothing else. But this was normal since August had only joined a few days ago. I only have some hometown drinks here. I apologize. August took out a glass of Coke. After all, someone came to visit, and he couldn't offer plain water. Thank you. Aki took the Coke, looking at the brown-black liquid still bubbling in the glass, feeling a bit hesitant. She had never seen such a drink, and it had an unpleasant first impression due to its color. However, she then smelled a scent similar to lemon from the drink, and this fragrance came from the unknown beverage in her hands. With a hint of curiosity, Aki took a sip. Then, she tasted a feeling she had never experienced before. Different from any drink or even alcohol she had ever had, it was a completely different sensation. What is this? Coke. Coke? Drinking it does make really great. Saying so, Aki finished the glass of Coke. After all, it was just a beverage, and it was sweet. I like it. If it makes you happy. August also noticed that people from Arario had not drunk this kind of carbonated soda before, so the first time they drank it, it felt novel. Because of the good mood, Aki's tail swayed slightly behind her, giving August the feeling of wanting to pet it like a cat. Cat-eared girls, among beast races, were one of the cutest. As a self-proclaimed cat lover and cat slave, seeing this oversized cat, August felt a bit itchy. Subconsciously, August placed his hand on Aki's head and started rubbing it. While Aki made an instinctive sound, somewhat coquettish and charming, August felt a sudden impulse. Not only that, but perhaps influenced by the habits of the cat race, while having his head rubbed, Aki also rubbed against August's palm, as if she were a real cat. However, in an instant, Aki realized. She wasn't at home, and her mother wasn't rubbing her head. Raising her head, when she saw August reaching out to rub her head, she instinctively felt displeasure. How could a girl's head be touched so casually? But, when she saw August's expression of being healed and pleased, her mood stabilized. Good to pet. Yes, very comfortable. Do you want to continue? I want to keep going. Hearing August say this, Aki suddenly blushed. This was almost the same as a confession. However, at this moment, August also snapped back to reality, looking at Aki in front of him and his own hand, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. What did he do? He rubbed someone's head as soon as they met. I'm really sorry, Aki. You are just too cute, I couldn't help it. Do you treat other girls the same way? How is that possible? Then I would be a pervert. Just what? I just couldn't resist. Saying that, August's gaze was a bit evasive. Touching someone's head without holding back was almost the same as being a pervert. Do you know that a girl's head is a sacred place and should not be touched? I'm really sorry. August looked embarrassed. His hands were indeed too unruly. Why did he act on impulse like that? However, at this moment, August still had some thoughts. He also noticed that Aki's attitude toward him had not changed. Even though he did such a thing, she wasn't angry. This made him a bit excited. An intimate contact with a cat lady. Thinking like this, August found himself daydreaming again. Having done such an excessive thing, what do you plan to do? Aki smiled slightly and said so. She never forgot her mission, which was to become August's partner, friend, and, if possible, a lover. Whether they could become a couple would depend on fate. After this brief contact, her first impression of August was positive. Most importantly, compared to that log-like Raoul, August seemed much more outstanding. Being in the same period, she knew a lot about Raoul. Especially, this guy often lingered on coke, and it wasn't as simple as once or twice. If it weren't for that, she would have given Raoul some hints long ago. However, for Raoul, she only had some vague favorable feelings. If it came to liking someone, it hadn't reached that level. Chapter 25, Greedy Kitty. After a while, Aki noticed that August hadn't responded to her. Looking closely, she couldn't help but chuckle. August was staring at his own legs in a daze, with a smile on his face, lost in thought about something. Honestly, when Aki saw this scene, her first reaction wasn't anger, but rather pride. No matter how favored he was by Captain Finn and the goddess Loki, he was still captivated by her charm. Aki suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, slightly bending over, getting closer to August. Do you like what you see? Ah. It's nice. Would you like to touch? I want. Mid-sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. Lifting her head, Aki found her face very close to his. In an instant, August felt incredibly awkward. It was genuinely, awkwardly embarrassing. First, he touched her head, and now he was daydreaming about her legs. He felt he had really crossed a line. Ah, well. I'm really sorry. You've already said that once before, August. Haha. Not knowing how to respond, it was just too awkward. Twice, and within just a few minutes, it was beyond expression. However, I don't dislike it, August. With a heavily suggestive tone, enough to make most men lose their self-control, Aki made August feel floating. However, in August's eyes, a flash of clarity passed. As the saying goes, when things go abnormally, there must be a demon. His behavior could be described as a pervert, but the fact that the other party showed no signs of minding was abnormal. August didn't consider himself a chosen protagonist or anything. Usually, when a protagonist's luck appeared, enemies would be in awe, and beautiful women would come forward willingly. Most importantly, he and this cat lady had just met for the first time. Even if it were love at first sight, it wouldn't happen so quickly. There was definitely something fishy going on. I just woke up, so I'm still a bit confused. I apologize. Apologize. As he spoke, he slightly distanced himself from Aki. This action surprised Aki, thinking that this newcomer was quite interesting. However, Aki didn't say anything. She just wanted to test August. If he really turned out to be a pervert, she would not hesitate to ignore Finn's orders. She was not a prostitute from Entertainment District, not a woman who sold her body. By the way, August, do you have anything to do today? As your consultant, Captain personally talked to me and told me to fulfill all your requests. August understood, this was Finn's arrangement. First, weapons were given, then face, and now a girl was sent. They were trying to firmly tie him to the ship of the Loki familia. However, August didn't mind. When benefits came to the door, he wouldn't reject them. In that case, I have something to do this afternoon. Could I trouble you, Aki, to run an errand with me? I'm not familiar with Arario. No problem. Aki had already confirmed that August was definitely not a simple person. This man had genuinely shown his behavior and expression towards her just now. But now, all of that had disappeared, as if it had never happened. It's worth mentioning that Aki was quite confident in her charm. In the familia, in Arario, although she didn't have as many pursuers as Ace, she certainly had quite a few. Looking at this cat lady who came to visit, August was a little surprised in his heart. He had just decided this morning to go and replenish and replace the weapons stored in the treasure vault in the afternoon. If Aki hadn't come, he would have to go find Finn or Gareth again. After all, August didn't know any blacksmiths or weapon merchants in Arario. He didn't know where to buy equipment. By the way, I don't have anything to entertain guests, but I have some snacks from my hometown. See if you like them. Saying this, he took out a plate of potato chips, 3 full bags of potato chips. At the sight of the potato chips, Aki suddenly became curious. Another thing she had never seen, just like the Coke earlier. With the first-time experience of Coke, Aki picked up a piece of potato chip with great anticipation. Crunch. Putting it in her mouth, she felt the crispy texture and the taste of the potato chip, making her really like it. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Not long after, Aki had eaten the entire plate of potato chips. Although it looked like a lot, there wasn't actually much. At this point, Auguste timely handed her a glass of Coke. The taste of the potato chips, Coke, and even the spiciness, made Aki feel a sensation she had never experienced before. Is it gone? When she wanted to take more, she found there was nothing left. Aki realized that the plate was empty. This left Aki somewhat unsatisfied, but she didn't ask for more. After all, she and Auguste had just met. It's great that you like it. What's this called? Potato chips. Potato chips, huh? Sounds good. Auguste was speechless. How could it sound good? The expression on your face clearly shows that it tastes good. By the way, Aki, have you had lunch? I ate. I didn't eat. Aki was about to say she had eaten, but thinking about the things Auguste brought out, she suddenly felt excited. Auguste didn't reveal it, he directly took out a bucket of fried chicken, the whole family bucket. In an instant, Aki's eyes lit up. Seeing something she had never seen before and looking very delicious, she couldn't help but start eating. Auguste smiled and nodded. It could be confirmed, Aki, this lady, was a little cat who loved to eat. In this case, it wouldn't be difficult to accept this little cat. As for her so-called official companion, Auguste thought that since he had arrived, he wouldn't miss the chance to get a beautiful girl, especially a cat lady. Glancing at it, Coke still had a lot left due to drawing 500 earlier, so there was no need to worry in the short term. As for the fried chicken, potato chips, and French fries, they had already been consumed a bit. Especially the fried chicken, during the time in the dungeon, Auguste could eat 2 or 3 buckets in one go. Now, he had already consumed 20 or 30 servings. It might not take long before all this fried chicken was gone. This made Auguste ponder whether he would draw more from the gacha. Chapter 26, Wholesale Weapons. After eating and drinking their fill, Auguste and Aki left the familia together. After all, for the upcoming battle tomorrow, he needed to replenish his weapons and equipment. Otherwise, the Gate of Babylon would just be a warehouse skill. Although this noble phantasm burned a lot of money, its monster-clearing speed was impressive. As the saying goes, there's no gain without loss. When he later draws some powerful weapons, equipment, or even divine artifacts from the gacha to fill it up, he won't have these troubles anymore. But that takes time. After all, Auguste has just started. Under Aki's guidance, the two arrived at the middle and lower levels of Babel, where there was a weapons and equipment trading market. Unlike the familia shops in the upper middle levels, the prices here for weapons and equipment were very reasonable, even considered low. Because most of the weapons and equipment here were sold by novice blacksmiths or those with secondary professions. If you were lucky, you might find some high-quality equipment at a low price. But at the same time, you might encounter low-quality items since most of the goods here were produced by new and inexperienced craftsmen, lacking in various aspects. Hey, young man, come take a look. My weapons are of impeccable quality. While Auguste casually selected weapons, a big man walked over, handing him a broadsword from the stall. Auguste didn't refuse and accepted it. After trying it out, it was slightly heavier than ordinary weapons. The blade was very sharp, making it a decent weapon. How much does this cost? Auguste nodded in approval, as he focused on quantity rather than quality. Before establishing an economic foundation, Auguste naturally relaxed his requirements. As for Aki, although she came along with Auguste and was introduced as a consultant and guide, she didn't speak up at this moment. She silently watched Auguste. I see you're a straightforward guy. I won't beat around the bush. 6,000 valis. 6,000 valis, this price was slightly high, but it was worth it. It was reasonable. How many of these weapons do you have? Huh? What do you mean? Literally, how many of these weapons do you have? 4 broadswords, I have 7. If you want them all, I'll cut you a deal, 5,500 valis each. How about that? The big man grinned at Auguste. At this moment, Auguste was a big customer in his eyes. 7. That's fine. Can I take a look? Of course. After saying that, he returned to his stall, bringing out all his inventory. Auguste inspected each one. Although there were some differences, the one in his hand was obviously the best. Hence, it was displayed prominently. Auguste nodded, and his gaze then fell on the other weapons. Daggers. spears, swords, axes. August accepted all kinds of weapons without discrimination, examining each one. This left the big man at the stall puzzled. What was going on? After 3 days of intense monster hunting, combined with the monster stones and various dropped items, plus the income from the past 2 days, August now had around 200,000 valis. With 5,500 valis for each weapon, August could buy 36 weapons. If I want 30 or 40 weapons, what price can you give me? Huh. The big man at the stall was instantly dumbfounded. 30 or 40 weapons? Are you kidding me? Most of those who came here were ordinary adventurers at level 1 to level 2. Besides, they all came here individually. Large-scale weapon purchases, like transactions between families, were usually done among familia. I'm not kidding. Hearing August's serious tone, the big man began to consider. You, young man, if you really want that many, then 5,000 valis per weapon. How about that? Okay, give me 40 weapons. Preferably swords, and spears as a second choice. You're serious about this? Of course, and here's the guild-issued note. Saying that, August handed over a note with a bright shiny number printed on it, 200,000. With this note, he could withdraw 200,000 valis from the guild. After securing the deal, the big man was somewhat dumbfounded. Hey, when did business become so good? A total of 40 weapons, a deal worth 200,000 valis. Normally, he wouldn't be able to sell 40 weapons in a month. There were plenty of equipment merchants here. Quickly, the big man carefully selected 40 weapons from his inventory. Due to the importance he attached to this deal, these 40 weapons were undoubtedly the best in his inventory. All of this took place under Aki's watchful eyes. For her, 200,000 valis was nothing. Even if it were 2 million, she could afford it. But August had just joined the familia, received blessings just a few days ago. How could he have so much money? Especially the monster stones from the upper levels of the dungeon. One stone was only worth 100 valis, so how many monsters did he have to kill for 200,000 valis? She had no idea about August's efficiency in monster hunting and how high the drop rate of monster loot was. After packing up the 40 weapons, August left the stall and went to a corner. He collected all of them into his treasury. This scene once again shocked Aki, spatial ability. Although she didn't know if it was magic or a skill, it was undoubtedly a spatial ability rarely seen in Orario for many years. This made her somewhat understand why Finn valued August so much. The value of this ability for a familia was too significant. I say, August, why did you buy so many weapons? Of course, to use them. So many, a total of 40 weapons, and they're all different types. Can you even use them all? 40 is not a lot. If it weren't for my lack of funds, I would want to buy 400, 4,000. August smiled faintly. After all, in Gilgamesh's hands, Gate of Babylon had become very frightening. So at least, he wanted to achieve that. Now, 40 weapons weren't much. They were just enough for now. In the future, August definitely wanted to hoard a large number of ancient weapons. By then, he could fire them like Gatling guns during battle, directly suppressing with firepower. Encountering monsters, he could just roll over them. How exciting! However, that was a matter for the future. For now, the most important thing for August was to quickly increase his strength. Chapter 27, Conversations at the Dinner Table. Today was a day that August found incredibly fulfilling. He spent the entire morning hunting monsters, finally completing the mission by noon and earning 5 gacha draws. He drew a swordsmanship inheritance, a magic sword-grade weapon, and a ninjutsu card in the subsequent draws. In the afternoon, back at the familia with Finn's company, August updated his Falna, further deepening the bond. He even successfully persuaded a cat girl to join his team. Later in the afternoon, he wholesaled 40 new weapons and equipment at Babel, further enhancing his combat strength. As August lay on his bed, he mentally replayed all the events of the day. After the night fell, instead of having dinner, August fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the familia's dining hall, the members were having their meals. Ace, I heard that August and Aki went out together this afternoon. Tiona, sitting next to Ace, spoke with a plate in hand. Yeah. Ace nodded, but didn't react further. Ace, why aren't you reacting? August went out with Aki, isn't that a big deal? What's wrong? August and Aki went out, is there a problem? What's wrong? This is a crisis. Aki is a wealthy cat, and she might steal August's heart carelessly. Steal? Ace tilted her head, unable to understand Tiona's point. Not that it surprised her, she naturally didn't care about such things. From childhood to adulthood, besides becoming stronger and fighting, she paid no attention to anything else. Not to mention romantic relationships. In all seriousness, even if she did develop feelings for someone, she probably wouldn't realize it herself. Why are you so indifferent? You. Thud. Mid-sentence, a fist struck down, knocking her down directly. Stop instilling these things in Ace. Tioni, her sister, walked over, utterly speechless about her little sister. It hurts. Who asked you to blabber nonsense here? If you corrupt Ace, many people won't spare you. Who corrupted Ace? Love and relationships are normal. Normal, but you are deliberately guiding and even misleading Ace. You yourself are infatuated with the captain. Thud. Without continuing the argument, Tioni, as an older sister, directly delivered a loving punch to her sister. Tiona was quite despondent about this. Her sister always bullied her, and she couldn't do anything about it. It was really frustrating. Although Ace, who was watching all this in a daze, didn't understand what was happening in their minds. You, tell me, what's going on between August and Aki now? Tiona, not remembering the previous fight, started gossiping again after getting up. Don't you have anything positive to do all day? August and Ace went out a few times, and you started gossiping about them. Now they went out with Aki once, and you're starting again. Don't you want to know? What's going on between Aki and August? I don't want to. That's their private matter. Stop prying into others' business and spreading rumors. Tisk, so boring. Tiona pouted. However, Ace began to feel curious. How were August and Aki really? She didn't have Tiona's random thoughts. In her eyes, Aki was likely similar to her, wanting to become stronger through August. But coincidentally, at this moment, Aki walked in. Aki, over here. Tiona, with sharp eyes, saw Aki entering the room and immediately called out. Aki naturally walked over, coincidentally sitting opposite Ace. Tiona, Tioni, Ace, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah. Although they belonged to the same familia, they were different tiers of members. Ace and the others were the core of the familia, members of the first team, while Aki was a member of the second team. Although they knew each other, they were not very familiar. Aki, what did you and August do today? As soon as Aki sat down, Tiona couldn't help but ask her question. Tioni, who wanted to stop her, couldn't catch up. It was extremely impolite to inquire about someone's schedule and purpose. Oh, about that, August wanted to buy weapons, so I took him to Babel. Buy weapons. Didn't the captain approve 20 weapons for him? I don't know about that, but this afternoon, he spent 200,000 valis to buy 40 weapons. 200,000 valis? This guy has quite a lot of money. Hearing the number 200,000, Tiona and Tioni were shocked. For them, it might not be a big deal, but for August, it was an astronomical figure. Especially in just a few days, he earned 200,000 valis. 20 plus 40, this guy now has 60 weapons. What does he need so many weapons for? Tioni was also puzzled. Why would a newcomer need so many weapons? Maybe because his fighting style causes significant wear on his weapons. At this point, Ace, who hadn't spoken all along, finally spoke. Ace, do you know something? Yeah, August's fighting style is quite extreme, and it causes significant wear on his weapons. Over these past few days, most of his weapons are already damaged. Ace explained, causing the others to widen their eyes in disbelief. What? The weapons are almost worn out. This guy has only been here for a few days. Is he eating the weapons? Tiona was about to explode. She used to think she was a weapon destroyer, but now it seemed that August was even more formidable. This made Aki curious. How did August fight to consume weapons like this? She began to look forward to tomorrow. As August's team member, she would naturally act with him, and he would be the leader. So, when they went to the dungeon tomorrow, she could witness August's mystery. And right in front of Aki, Ace, at this moment, looked up at Aki. By the way, Aki, how do you know August? Tioni spoke to Aki, and this was where her curiosity lay. These two people shouldn't have any intersection. This is arranged by the captain. Now I am August's team member. Captain's arrangement. In an instant, both Tiona and Tioni stopped eating, staring wide-eyed at Aki, then turning to Ace. Did it have to develop like this? First, Ace took the initiative, and now it was Finn arranging for Aki. Even if August had a spatial skill, his preference was too obvious. Chapter 28, Power Upgrade. Clash. Two wooden swords collided. However, after just a few breaths of stalemate, August was forced back. Although he was just one step away from leveling up now, and had acquired the 8,000 sword styles, the absolute gap in strength couldn't be filled. Even if Ace restrained her strength, she still suppressed August effortlessly. Watching August in front of her, a storm surged in Ace's heart. Just a few days ago, August was an ordinary person who hadn't even touched a sword, and just the day before, he had only become slightly familiar with combat, still far from mastering sword techniques. However, today's August had already crossed this threshold and developed his own system. Keep in mind, even she wouldn't dare claim to have her own system. Yet, August had achieved it. Although wielding a wooden sword, each move he made exuded an unmistakable intent to kill. His sword existed solely for slaughter, with no other purpose. Everything he did was for the sake of defeating his opponents. Very straightforward, yet very frightening. Who taught you these sword skills? Ace slowly asked, unable to believe that August had comprehended them himself. A somewhat sinister swordsman. August said with a faint smile. Captain Unohana from Bleach, synonymous with sinister. Can I? Sorry, I can't help with that. August directly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. His swordsmanship inheritance originated from a gacha draw, even though it traced back to Unohana, the first generation this styles August had never met. Fine. This answer disappointed Ace. In her eyes, learning from the master of such powerful sword techniques would undoubtedly make her stronger. Different from most people, her world was simple. She said whatever came to her mind, and deception or probing wasn't her style. After slightly moving her shoulders, the battle with Ace left him physically and mentally exhausted every time. For Ace, restraining most of her strength during their training and treating him as a novice was already impressive. The degree of control over her attacks wasn't in her focus. Now the sun had already risen, and the morning sparring session was over. Just like before, August took out a bucket of fried chicken and a Coke for Ace. Although Ace didn't mind this, it felt wrong not to give anything in return. After returning to his room, taking a shower, and changing clothes, the morning training session was considered complete. Compared to the previous days when Ace beat him like a dog every morning, he barely managed not to be knocked down today, an enormous improvement. This made August sigh. Normal people, geniuses, and monsters were different. Geniuses and monsters were different, and monsters and game exploiters were even more different. Normal people's efforts couldn't surpass the efforts of equally diligent geniuses. Similarly, the efforts of geniuses couldn't surpass those of ordinary monsters. Monsters' existence couldn't surpass that of game exploiters. Just like August now, one gacha draw could cause a tremendous transformation in his strength. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Creak. Opening the door, he saw Aki standing there in adventurer attire. Why are you here? August, still wiping his hair that hadn't completely dried, looked at Aki with confusion. Why am I here? We're in the same team now. Going to the dungeon together, I naturally have to find you. August couldn't help but think, going to the dungeon so early in the morning. He had been grinding in the dungeon every day for the past few days, so today he wanted to take a break. By the way, what's going on with you? You took a shower early in the morning. Just finished Ace's training. I sweated a lot, so I came back to take a shower. Ace. Yes, the Ace you're thinking of. I really couldn't tell. Even our familia's princess gets so close to you. Not bad. Same as you, 8 out of 10, captain's arrangement. Possibly. Aki nodded. She was an example herself, having another Ace around was normal. But looking at August, she secretly nodded. He had potential, looked quite handsome, and worked very hard. If they really developed something, that wouldn't be bad. Although she initially thought of Finn's task as just going through the motions, after contact, Aki felt that August was not a bad person. If they really got together, it would be good. As for Raoul, who has a bit of affection for her, she is currently putting him aside. The mission given by her captain is more important for now. As for liking August, that was impossible. At most, she felt a little curious. While talking, Aki, being familiar, walked in, leaving August speechless for a moment. Girl, you're not treating yourself as outsiders, are you? Do you have any plans for today? Aki sat down and asked slowly. Teaming up with August disrupted her original plans and arrangements. Leaving aside teaming up and wandering on the upper levels, it would be at most one of the middle levels. As a level 4 adventurer like her, in such levels, the significance wasn't great. Moreover, the magic stones and loot dropped by monsters on these levels were far less valuable compared to the lower levels. Hence, many veterans were unwilling to bring newbies along. A big part of the reason was that it would waste their time and money without getting much in return. I'll probably go back to the dungeon later. Today, I'll try to go a bit deeper. With a prestigious lady like you accompanying me, I'll feel more at ease. To this, Aki rolled her eyes cutely. Actually, she didn't know that August planned to try the safe floors on the 18th level. After all, this would complete a task. An advanced draw. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, his strength would undoubtedly improve further, perhaps skyrocket. August looked at Aki in front of him, suddenly regretting letting her in. The room wasn't big, and there was only one toilet. Just finished showering, needing to change clothes, letting her in, he couldn't change outside, right? That would be torture, and he'd have to change in the bathroom. This troublesome situation made August sigh. Casually picking up the clothes next to him, he headed for the bathroom. What are you doing? Changing clothes. Want to visit? It's free. Go to hell. Aki cursed and didn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 29, Faster profits on the lower floors. Walking on the streets of Orario, adventurers coming and going had become a scenic sight in Orario. Passing by a vendor selling armor, the merchant recognized August. Well, isn't this the newcomer from the Loki familia? A few days ago, you with 9 hell, then switched to Sword Princess, and today you with Alcut. How fortunate. Who are you talking about? It's the newcomer who recently joined the Loki familia. 9 hell. Sword Princess. Alcut. Really enviable names. Alright, bro, just take a look. This was the 3rd time he had caused such a scene himself. And Aki, who was with August, looked at him with some surprise upon hearing the discussions around. This is even more impressive than she imagined. Lady Riveria, Miss Ace, and now her. He's really attracting attention and favor. Hey, say something, share your thoughts. It's only been a few days, and you're already going to the dungeon with 3 beautiful women. Thoughts? It feels great. With beautiful women around, the mood is pleasant. Then, who do you think is the most beautiful among the 3 of us? As soon as this question came out, August was at a loss for words. This was a trap. Any answer would offend the other 2. They're all beautiful, each with their own unique qualities. So, I won't judge. What a cunning answer. Why don't you say that your question was a trap? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? The cat lady looked up at the sky, appearing completely clueless. August couldn't be bothered to argue with her because, in the end, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Getting entangled with women like this would only lead to his own misfortune. Soon, they crossed the street and arrived at the center of Orario, Babel. Entering Babel, going through the revolving staircase, August once again entered the dungeon. Click. Still, the familiar formula. The familiar taste. A goblin crawled out of the wall, and it roared at August. Don't block the way, trash. Saying that, a golden ripple opened behind August, and a broadsword slowly extended. Swoosh. The broadsword shot out, directly beheading the goblin. Losing its head, the goblin's corpse fell to the ground, ultimately turning into a black smoke, leaving only a small magic stone. This was the 3rd time August had caused such a scene. Aki saw the liberation attack of the Gate of Babylon for the first time and was suddenly full of surprise. This was the first time she had seen such an attack method. Looking at August's appearance, and considering that he had bought 40 weapons yesterday, it seemed that this method of attack was not as simple as having just 1 or 2. With curiosity about August, the 2 quickly passed through this level. In the past few days, grinding monster tasks for the upper 5 floors, August had already mastered them. He could walk back and forth even with his eyes closed. And today, his task was not monster hunting but exploration. So, the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor. The 4th floor. All the way to the 10th floor. The 2 easily passed through. When they reached the 11th floor, dozens of small-sized rabbits with red eyes and a single horn appeared, numbering at least 30 to 40. These rabbits. For many adventurers, these little guys can be troublesome. Do you need help? Aki, smiling, said, although she was different from Ace and would fight monsters when teaming up with August, she still kept some distance from him. No need, just use them to hone my sword. A golden light flickered in front of August. Then, a black sword appeared in front of August. Seeing this sword, Aki could be sure that it was completely different from the weapons she and August had purchased yesterday. This sword was undoubtedly an extremely powerful weapon, at least much stronger than the weapon in her hand. Holding Elucidator in his hand, the inherited 8,000 sword styles revealed itself in full glory. Squeak. One rabbit leaped up, fast and targeting none other than August. Come on, the slaughter begins. Splurt. In an instant, this not-so-large rabbit was beheaded. Squeak squeak squeak. Suddenly, all the rabbits started to riot, rushing towards August in a swarm. Good, this trip is only for slaughter, and this sword is the weapon of slaughter. As the creator of this terrifying style, Anohana Yachiru, now commonly known as Anohana Retsu, is undeniably a very scary creature. Her obsession with killing and slaughter was absolute. 8,000 sword styles. It was an absolute swordsmanship of slaughter. To practice this swordsmanship, August naturally had to embark on the path of slaughter. A path without end. No future. A limitless road. Swoosh. Splurt. Thud. One by one, the rabbits were killed in a pool of blood, and even some that were seriously injured, missing limbs, but still alive, were given a finishing blow. At this moment, if someone carefully observed August, they would find a faint red light flickering in his eyes, and there was also an extremely thin blood mist swirling around his body. This was the sign of entering the entry level of 8,000 sword styles. When the 8,000 sword styles reached its peak, even if August didn't unsheath his sword, the blood and killing intent lingering around him would be enough to suppress some weak opponents. As the battle came to a temporary end, it was time to clean up the battlefield. A total harvest of more than 30 magic stones and, in addition, a tooth. Aki, what is this? August held up the tooth to show Aki. It's a rabbit tooth, worth around 6,000 valis in the market. Not bad. August kept the rabbit tooth. He had already tasted the sweetness. The further down the dungeon, the stronger the monsters, and correspondingly, the more valuable the dropped magic stones and materials. This was what he was looking forward to. Chapter 30, Monster Party. Hiss. Roar. Monsters emitting black smoke surrounded the area. Although there was some distance between them, it was enough for their kind to rush to support at the fastest speed. Hey, is this a joke? Is our luck so bad that we encounter a monster party? Aki was shocked. In her many years in Arario, the monster parties she experienced were rare. Today was just accompanying a new member of the familia, and they encountered this. On the other hand, August's face showed excitement and thrill. What are you going to do? These are hellhounds, and it's a large-scale group during the monster party. One wrong move, and they'll tear you into pieces. Watching August preparing to act, Aki immediately shouted at him. Now the two were companions. In this dungeon, without companions, one's power was ultimately limited, especially in such special circumstances. SAA, the stage is mine now. Hum hum hum. The next moment, behind August, golden ripples oscillated in the void. Then, one after another, sword weapons slowly extended. The entire cave was rendered with a faint golden hue due to this scene, and August, as the center of everything, looked like a deity, overlooking everything. Aki, stay safe. Ha. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Aki hadn't even said anything, and the unforgettable scene happened. Weapons tainted with golden radiance, like unsheathed swords, moved forward in the front, and it wasn't a one-time occurrence, but a continuous chaotic onslaught. Boom. 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 Under such a formation, even though the hellhounds were fast and numerous, they were still being eliminated at a visible speed. This kind of scene was something Aki had never seen in her entire life. Different from the magnificent and shocking magic, this scene, as if the Lord of all Swords, was overwhelming and had a tremendous impact on a person. Swoosh. Then, suddenly, at this moment, August threw his elucidator towards Aki. Aki was taken aback. Although she was level 4, she was still a human. If hit, she would be injured or even killed. Splurt. However, just as Aki was slowly getting puzzled, the elucidator had already passed by her side. The pitch-black sword directly pierced through a hellhound that was attempting to attack from behind. Ah, thanks. Miss Aki, we're in the dungeon now, and it's a monster party. Don't be careless. Understood. Hearing August's words, Aki nodded and raised her own short sword. August didn't pay too much attention to this. After all, this lady was a solid level 4. Even if she was stronger because of him, it wasn't by a small amount. There was no need to worry too much. The interweaving of blades and blood painted a unique scene. After more than half an hour, everything settled, and the ground around was pockmarked. Blood and shattered magic stones were scattered everywhere. The monster's magic stones were not very sturdy. They would break when attacked inside the monster. Although the barrage attack by the Gate of Babylon was cool, it easily destroyed the magic stones dropped on the ground. Ha ha ha, finally dealt with. Aki, panting, said slowly. The strength of the hellhound was not great individually, but the large number posed a challenge. Looking at August in front of her, Aki didn't know what to say anymore. It had only been a few days since he joined the familia, and he was already this strong. Although it was due to skills and weapon equipment, this power was still his own. With such strength, it's no wonder their captain valued him so much, even using the beauty strategy to attract him. As the intelligent adventurer of the second team in the familia, she naturally saw through many things. August had joined the familia for such a short time, and his strength had improved so quickly. Moreover, his inherent abilities were also very significant. It was understandable that Finn went out of his way to recruit him, even using a beauty to entice him. Really, killed so many hellhound, and not a single drop. Is our luck this bad today? August was speechless. After cleaning up the battlefield, he found that apart from the magic stones, there was no other loot. Moreover, among these magic stones, many were shattered during the previous attacks, directly discounting their value. The drop from monsters is just a matter of probability. But when it comes to me, today's probability is 0. Didn't you drop a rabbit's tooth in the upper floors? Can that be the same? August glanced at Aki. Can drops from monsters on the upper and lower floors be the same? I say, August, are you really short of money? Didn't you take out 200,000 valis to buy weapons yesterday? That was all my assets. Huh. Now I only have a few thousand valis left in my hands, not even 10,000. Then why did you, yesterday? No way, who let my skill burn money? Recalling the scene just now when the Gate of Babylon was activated, Aki couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this skill was strong, but it really burned money. After all, the second team of the familia was often responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and strategic preparation during expeditions. So, Aki was quite knowledgeable about weapons. Using weapons like this, even if you don't use it many times, it would still be scrapped. This made her look at August, and the skill was really linked to money. Last night, she also heard from Tiona that the 200,000 valis from August was accumulated over several days of exploring the dungeon. Now he threw it in. Finn gave me 20 weapons before. They're almost scrapped in just 3 days. 3 days. Aki was shocked. 20 weapons scrapped in 3 days. You can't eat weapons this quickly even if you're eating them. Most of the time was spent in the dungeon during these 3 days, and the usage frequency was a bit too high. Then you really worked hard. Yeah, and weapons like these. Even if I try to get someone to maintain them, almost no blacksmith would take the job. It's not only laborious but also has little repair income. August didn't recruit someone for maintenance, but the final result made him give up. Due to the issue of material, these ordinary weapons themselves had low durability. Even if they were maintained, it didn't make much sense. Most importantly, mature blacksmiths wouldn't accept such orders for this kind of ordinary weapon. It's not only labor-intensive but also had little maintenance income. Low profit meant there was no market. Chapter 31, Encounter with Monster. Tap tap tap. Walking through the passage leading to the next floor, August and Aki were one behind the other. August, where are you from? Me. I'm from faraway land. Faraway land. That's right. So you're not from around here? Yeah, my home is very far from Arario. August muttered, not even from this world, and whether he could return in this lifetime was an unknown. Transmigration, indeed, was something countless people dreamed of, especially with the system as a cheat code. However, after transmigration, it meant truly leaving one's home. In this world, the current August would be an outsider because he was not born here, nor did he grow up in this land, but he had no idea about the future. Aki also noticed August's change and instantly understood that she had made the atmosphere heavy. However, he also wondered what kind of place and hard life could produce a talent like August, did make her curious. If only she knew. Roar. Before they could exit the passage, the roars of monsters echoed. August and Aki immediately entered a state of alert. This was the dungeon, you never knew when danger might strike. Tap tap tap. Next, a man and 2 women appeared at the entrance of the passage. Leading them was a tall young man, and the 2 women behind him were his companions. Uka, what should we do? Chigusa looked at the monsters chasing them, full of worry and fear. It's okay, I'll protect you, Chigusa. And I'll also protect you, Lady Chigusa. On the side, Yamato Mikoto also said the same. Kashima Uka, Hitachi Chigusa, Yamato Mikoto. The 3 of them were members of the Takamikazuchi familia, and Uka, at level 2, was the familia's captain. Uka, look, there are people ahead. Chigusa saw August and Aki ahead. At Chigusa's words, Uka and Mikoto also looked over. Charge straight at them. Uka suddenly spoke. Uka, are you trying to? Yes. This behavior is not samurai. Other things don't matter compared to our companions. But Mikoto. Uka directly rebuked Mikoto. This time, they overestimated their strength and rashly entered the lower floors. They almost couldn't come back. Now, their stamina was running out. To survive, Uka spared no effort. Mikoto wanted to refuse, but seeing Chigusa beside her, she was really conflicted. If she were alone, she would unhesitatingly refuse. But the problem was, she wasn't alone. With Chigusa following, Mikoto's gaze slowly became determined. Uka, I'll hold off those monsters. You take Chigusa and leave quickly. While speaking, Uka stopped his steps, pulled out the katana from his waist, and seemed prepared to face death. Mikoto, go quickly. Saying that, Uka pulled up Mikoto, then pulled up Chigusa, and used the last of his strength to run towards the exit. Indeed, by doing this, he no longer had the qualifications to call himself a samurai. But compared to these things, he cared more about his companions. So, let all the curses and shame be borne by himself alone. Something's not right. Those minotaur from the lower floors. Why did they run up to the middle floors? What other reason could there be? They were definitely led up by someone. You mean Dash? Aki looked at Uka's group, who were quickly running towards them. Before she could ask, Uka directly rushed past her. The speed was so fast that Aki didn't react. Glancing at Uka and the others who were quickly moving away, then looking at the monsters rushing towards them from below, Aki's expression suddenly became strange. Did they just leave this monsters to us? Yeah. August nodded seriously. He recognized these guys just now. In the original work, they also transferred monsters to the protagonist Belle and others. Without the protagonist luck, Belle and the others would have been doomed. August remembered this very well. He held grudges very well. Hey, I really suspect that I'm having bad luck. First, we encountered a monster party, and now this. Why are we experiencing all these things today? Aki was truly questioning life. What was going on? And just as they were talking, the minotaurs had already arrived. 4 minotaurs in total, each wielding a large cleaver-like weapon. Be careful, these are all level 2 monsters. Perfect for me. August grinned. Level 1 monsters couldn't make him feel any pressure or threat anymore. Now, level 2 monsters were just right. Then August took the elucidator from his treasury trove and rushed straight at them. Clang. The elucidator collided with the minotaur's cleaver, and the powerful force pushed August back several steps. Roar. With a roar, the 4 minotaurs simultaneously attacked August. Perfect. Without activating the gate of Babylon, August directly faced the attack with his sword. Ping. Bang. Smack. Continuous combat. Continuous fighting. Continuous fighting for their lives. August was enjoying the melody woven by the intertwining of life and battle at this moment. Boom. After blocking an attack from one minotaur, another one launched an attack. Under the terrifying force, August was directly sent flying. Cough cough. August coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. The blow just now made August's internal organs ache. He indeed grew quickly, but the absolute gap in strength was there. Level 2 monsters, for the current August, were like a towering mountain. Chapter 32, Det. Clang. A powerful force directly sent August flying. He crashed into the rock wall, and the intense impact made August cough up a mouthful of blood. For level 2 minotaurs, for August, who was at level 1, were nothing short of a natural disaster. If there were only 1, August might have some chance of winning, but with 4, he had absolutely no chance. The absolute gap in strength was impossible to overcome. Are you okay, August? Watching the battered August, Aki's face was full of concern. He was the darling of the familia now. If something really happened to him under her watch, she would absolutely blame herself. Roar. At this moment, the 4 minotaurs were slowly approaching. Seeing this, Aki drew her short sword. Despite being a woman, she was a solid level 4. These 4 minotaurs were no problem for her. Don't interfere. Just as she was about to attack these sheep-headed monsters, August's voice rang out. Even though he was covered in injuries, with bones broken in many places, August still hadn't fallen. August, who inherited the 8,000 sword styles, would absolutely not allow himself to stop in the midst of a battle. The end of the fight wasn't about declaring a winner, it was about producing a loser. And now, August absolutely refused to admit that he was the loser. Standing up, even though he was covered in wounds, August's fighting spirit remained high. Gate of Babylon, which had not been activated until now, was finally unveiled. At the same moment, at the instant the swords and blades initiated their attacks, it moved as well. August's goal was clear. Since 1 against 4 was not a match, he would go 1 against 1. Blocked by a large number of swords, the 4 minotaurs were gradually separated. After all, monsters were monsters. Compared to humans, they were more brutal and barbaric, with only the emotion of slaughter in their minds. Roar. Amidst the roars of the minotaurs, August charged towards them. Bang. The large blade clashed with the elucidator, and the powerful force made August unable to withstand it. As always, the absolute gap in strength was insurmountable. However, August took a step back after that blow, gathered his strength, and leaped directly into the air. The elucidator came down in an instant. Splurt. A massive wound was torn open on the minotaur, and blood splattered on the ground. Bang. In pain, the minotaur retaliated against August. The large blade came down towards August's head. Blink. August's figure disappeared instantly and reappeared behind the minotaur. Splurt. The sword light flashed, and a minotaur's head flew directly into the air. This one-on-one battle ended with August as the ultimate victor. After being killed, the Minotaur turned into a black smoke and a magic stone. However, the battle was far from over. Even though, under the suppression of the Gate of Babylon, the other Minotaurs were forced to scatter, killing them still required some effort. Dragging his injured body, August, like a wild beast, once again plunged into the fight. There were no rules, all that remained was a ruthless slaughter. Either you died or I perished. Aki watched everything, directly stunned in place. When had she ever seen such a fighting style? All along, she went to the dungeon with her companions, helping each other and complementing each other. And now, August's wild slaughter, like a beast, directly overturned her understanding. Splurt. Finally, the black sword pierced the last remaining Minotaur, bringing the slaughter to an end. With the death of the last Minotaur, a piece of horn was left on the ground. This is a Minotaur's horn, also considered a rare drop. Aki looked at the Minotaur's horn, unsure how to express her feelings. To congratulate him. August was already covered in injuries. To say he was fine. Looking at August's bloody and slightly mad face, she didn't dare to get close. Cough. The end of the battle made August's tense nerves relax suddenly. The injuries he had suppressed suddenly erupted, and August couldn't hold back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hey, are you okay? Seeing this, Aki quickly ran over and supported August. It's nothing, but today might be the end of the line. Nonsense, do you think you can continue in your current state? If it weren't for me today, you would have died in dungeon. Well, I really appreciate Miss Aki's life-saving grace. Don't give me that. After going through dungeon with you once, I've learned what it's like to have a stroke of bad luck. Monster feasts. Monster migration. Lower-level monsters coming to the middle level. They all gathered together in one day. Well, in a sense, it's also a stroke of luck. Hee hee. Aki rolled her eyes and quickly took out a healing potion from her small bag for August to drink. Unlike August, Aki is quite wealthy. Having been in Orario for many years, she is a mid-level cadre within her familia, with not much expenditure and a decent amount of assets. Top-notch healing potions cost 100,000 valis per bottle. Compared to August's ordinary potion worth 3,000 valis, the difference is obvious. However, although healing potions can quickly recover injuries, August has several fractures and wounds all over his body that need treatment. If all these issues could be solved with one bottle of potion, Orario's potion industry would have monopolized the market long ago. With Aki's help, it took quite some time for August to return to Orario and Familia Manor. August certainly attracted a lot of attention on the way back, being supported by a beautiful Catwoman, a truly enviable situation. And August took advantage of this to enjoy a meal of Catwoman breast. Bang. In August's room, Aki threw him onto the bed. I am an injured person, are you trying to murder me? Being hit like this, August felt even more pain. It's better if you die. I kindly brought you back and treated your injuries, and this is how you repay me. As Aki said this, her face turned a shade of red. On the way back, August intentionally or unintentionally rubbed against her, even attacking her breast. If it weren't for the inappropriate location, she would have exploded earlier. August suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Being caught red-handed while enjoying some perks was a bit embarrassing. Let me tell you, the healing potion I gave you in dungeon is worth 200,000 valis at market price, and it's in high demand. I'm not trying to trick you, you must pay me the full 200,000 valis. What? 200,000 valis? August suddenly felt like he had been struck by lightning. 200,000 valis would take him several days to earn. As a newcomer to Orario, August naturally didn't know that while the potion he received was top-notch, its market price was only 100,000 valis, and Aki was tricking him with the inflated price. Chapter 33, Warmth of Home. Not long after, August in the dungeon encountered a monster migration, and news of him getting severely injured quickly spread throughout the familia. August's relatively small room suddenly became crowded with quite a few people, making it somewhat cramped. I say, August, your luck, we don't want to talk about it. Monster feast. Monster migration. Lower-level monsters entering the mid-level. You encountered it all at once. Loki sat cross-legged on a chair, watching August, who was being healed by Riveria, and teased him. The others around had weird expressions too. Each of the situations down there, taken individually, could be considered unfortunate. But encountering all of them at once. That was truly reaching an extreme level of misfortune. August was speechless, not wanting to say anything anymore. However, giving the monster migration to one of ours, that person sure has guts. August, don't worry, we won't let this person off. Loki's slightly narrowed eyes revealed a faint glint of coldness. Not only Loki, but Finn, Gareth, Tiona, Tioni, and even Bet were angry at the moment. People from the same familia were companions, family. When one's family was maliciously involved in the monster migration and suffered such severe injuries, they had to avenge it. Aki, who are those scoundrels from that familia? Bet asked Aki beside him, his tone carrying a murderous intent. I don't know, but being chased by minotaurs, their strength should not be strong. They're probably not a top-notch familia. Then it must be someone from a small familia. Unable to match others in skills, they resorted to scheming against someone else. They deserve to die. As he spoke, Bet exuded a faint killing intent. As a level 5 adventurer, he had killed quite a few people. Bet, calm down. I will handle this matter. Finn spoke up at this moment. Although his tone wasn't as sharp as Bet's, it still carried anger. This was the future of the familia he had chosen. If someone in the dungeon had insufficient strength, that was one thing. But being maliciously involved in the monster migration by someone else was a different matter. Moreover, coming from the era of a rampant dark faction, he wasn't exactly a kind-hearted person. August, who was undergoing healing from Riveria, observed all this and felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Although he had only known them for a few days and had limited interactions, the family-like concern touched August. Loki, do you want to recruit a talent? Ah. What do you mean? Literal meaning, do you want to recruit a talent? Oh. It seems you know who transferred the monster to you. That's right. Intriguing. Loki suddenly smiled, but beneath the smile, there was a hint of doubt and confusion. August had been in Orario for only a few days. How many people could he know? When I went to buy fried potato balls with Ace earlier, I met Takamikazuchi. He gave me some fried potato balls and asked me to look after his familia. So I went to check it out. The kid from Takamikazuchi. Loki's first reaction was disbelief because, as a god from the heavenly realm, she knew Takamikazuchi well. As the god of war, Takamikazuchi was the type who wouldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. If there were such people among his familia, he would handle it himself. However, August's words made her have to believe because August had no reason to lie to her. No, wait. What did you just say? You and Ace went to buy fried potato balls together. Suddenly at this moment, Loki focused on the key point. In an instant, everyone in the room turned their attention to this critical part. There's a problem. August, as the main character, was at a loss. Goodness, he was caught red-handed, and it was a bit embarrassing. Tell me, is anyone paying attention or not? Facing August's shout, everyone, including Riveria, turned their gaze away, refusing to look at August. This made August's heart suddenly feel cold, and he also understood one thing. In Loki's familia, Ace was truly a genuine princess. Will everything be all right? Finn, at the end, still had some worries and said to Riveria. It's okay. The treatment is over, and the injuries have healed. Aki also gave August a healing potion earlier. He has already recovered quite a bit. Then I can rest assured. Hearing what Riveria said, Finn was finally completely relieved. However, this was normal. Loki, after all, was the upper god of the familia, and all the familia members were like her children. How could she casually harm her children? After a bit of chaos, August was suppressed by Loki. And he made a vow never to lay hands on Ace under Loki's coercion. But in August's heart, a firm idea had already taken root: he must win Ace over and make Loki cry bitterly. Yes, bear a grudge even against one's own god. Loki, August has probably leveled up after killing 4 minotaurs. Shouldn't he be able to level up now? This sentence turned the slightly chaotic room into silence. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on August. August, you've only received Falna for a few days, not even half a month, and you can level up already. True, a few days ago, his stats had already reached the limit. Now, after the battle with minotaurs, his great achievements should be satisfied. If so, August, take off your clothes for us. Loki immediately challenged him, directly tearing and pulling off August's upper garment. Even though Aki, Tioni, and Riveria subconsciously turned away, their curious glances sold them out. One question. Just as everyone was curious and ready to see August's situation, Loki suddenly said with a serious face. What's wrong? Finn walked over, thinking that something had happened. We forgot to bring needles. Boom. This sudden remark left everyone speechless. Loki, you're making jokes regardless of the situation. As a logistical person, Aki quickly went to fetch the needle. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Loki pricked his finger, and drops of divine blood fell on August's back, leaving behind a blood stain. With the integration of divine blood, the Falna system was activated. On August's back, the Falna with a clown pattern appeared, along with the attribute skills written in divine text above. Chapter 34, Level Up. Mysterious Development. Looking at the status on August's back, although Loki had guessed it early on, she was still astonished. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 was the simplest achievement, but it wasn't something easily accomplished. Otherwise, many level 1 adventurers wouldn't be stuck for years without making progress. On the first day of receiving Falna, August's stats increased by 1200 points. Then, in just 3 days, all attribute stats unexpectedly broke the limit, reaching a high of 1500 points. Now, after just a few more days, August had achieved the feat of leveling up. This growth rate was truly astonishing. With the infusion of Loki's divine blood, the upgrade began. Kid, you have 4 options for development abilities. Which one will you choose? What are the 4 options? Hunter, Magic, Abnormal Resistance, and Mystery. Upon hearing Mystery, August was slightly surprised. In Aurario, those with that Mystery development ability were few. Among them, the most powerful was the black-robed sage around Arenas, who possessed the Mystery attribute and had even developed a skill capable of resurrection, though its success rate was quite low. Besides, Asphaial Andromeda from the Hermes familia was also one of those with the Mystery attribute, having the ability to create various magical items. Loki, help me choose Mystery. We guessed that you'd choose this. But now, we also have a child with the Mystery attribute among us. While saying this, Loki helped August complete the selection of the development ability. August's upgrade was successfully concluded. At the moment of completion, August felt as if his body had released a shackle. His body instantly felt lighter, and his strength seemed to have increased significantly. After the upgrade, an adventurer's vessel would undergo sublimation. If August was like a water cup before, now he was like a water bottle. The capacity had increased, and naturally, it could hold more water. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV1, LV2. Strength, SSS 1500, I0. Endurance, SSS 1500, I0. Dexterity, SSS 1500, I0. Agility, SSS 1500, I0. Magic power, SSS 1500, I0. Skill, Gate of Babylon King's Treasure. Magic, Blink. Development ability, Mystery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Standout, promoted to level 2, and receiving the reward, Advanced Draw Once. With the completion of the upgrade of Falna, the system mission was naturally completed. An advanced draw was obtained. Although not reaching the 18th floor of the dungeon, upgrading to level 2 by chance was considered a Falna in disguise. The battle with the 4 Minotaurs was full of danger, but at the same time, it was an opportunity. Fighting above one's level was itself a great achievement. Kid, from now on, you're a level 2 adventurer. Loki handed August's attribute values to him and then sealed Falna on August's back. This was also a significant issue with Falna. All the information was directly presented. If someone saw it, and that person understood the divine language, August's information would be completely leaked. Therefore, in general, a god from a familia would seal the attribute values of their familia members, especially for higher-level members. The others were shocked at the news. Bert, especially, regarded August as a potential rival, and the only advantage he had was in terms of strength. But seeing August's growth speed now, it was probably only a matter of time before he surpassed himself. This made him feel a sense of urgency. By the way, August, what do you plan to do with Takamikazuchi's side? I'm not the kind of person who repays grievances with kindness. Since they dared to attack me, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. They almost got me killed, so I'll take a life in return. Ah. Did you take a liking to Takamikazuchi's kid? Ah. A pretty cute girl. As this sentence came out, the originally somewhat serious atmosphere instantly dissipated. Riveria helplessly covered her forehead. Finn also chuckled helplessly. August's behavior really made it hard for him to keep up. All right, we support you. As long as it's not Ace, no matter whose child it is, we'll help you snatch them back. Loki patted August on the shoulder, very satisfied. Loki, that's not what I meant. Okay, no need to explain. We all understand. August really wanted to curse. Did you understand anything? That was the official partner of the protagonist, Belle. Her aptitude was self-evident. If she wasn't brought over early, it would be a pity. And Riveria, Aki, and others quietly stepped back from August. Especially Aki, on the way back, August had taken advantage of her quite a bit. So, for August, she was extremely cautious now. Loki, do you know the residents of Takamikazuchi familia? Finn spoke up at this moment. Of course, that guy is our friend, although we're not very close. But I know the residences of all the gods in Aurario naturally. Loki nodded. All the gods in Aurario knew each other, even if they weren't very familiar. After all, they had been together for millions of years, so even if they were strangers, they were still acquaintances. In that case, August, what do you plan to do? Will the familia intervene, or will you go in person? Well, I'll personally go there. After all, I've had some interaction with Takamikazuchi. Alright, if that's the case, let Aki and Ace accompany you. I have no problem, but... Looking to the side, August wasn't surprised. Loki was staring at Finn, wanting to devour him alive. Seeing this, Finn also felt helpless. No matter what, Loki was their goddess. He really didn't know what to do. Ace is not allowed to go. We don't allow it. Now August was the first person Loki was guarding against. Not for anything else, but because August was a womanizer. His little flower was as pure as a blank sheet of paper and could be accidentally spoiled. So, she absolutely didn't allow Ace to have too much contact with August. Then Riveria, would you go? Helpless, Finn turned his gaze to Riveria. Sure. Riveria glanced at August, nodded, and agreed. This was about the face of Loki's familia, and someone needed to go. After the decision was made, everyone dispersed. August was fine now, the upgrade was complete, the decision was made, and it was time to disperse. After everyone left, August opened the system with excitement. Looking at the advanced draw displayed in the gacha draw section, August was extremely excited. The next step was the gacha drawing process. Chapter 35, Ace comes again. The familiar interface, familiar scenes, and a familiar start. As the gacha drawing roulette spun, August's mood became incredibly uneasy. This was an advanced gacha draw. If he drew something like Coke again, August would seriously doubt if he had become an unlucky player. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtained skill, Armament Hockey. August instantly rejoiced. Armament Hockey was a powerful and practical ability. Not only could it increase attack and defense power, but it could also be attached to weapons, thus preventing wear and tear on the weapons. In One Piece, a qualified swordsman needed to master Black Blade, which was Armament Hockey. This was necessary to protect their swords properly. Buzz. Raising one hand, a strange force slowly ascended. Then, the arm was enveloped by a force, turning pitch black, resembling steel. Armament Hockey. August had a smile on his face. This ability was incredibly suitable for his current stage. If he had Armament Hockey this morning, the battle with Minotaur wouldn't have been as difficult, and he might not have ended up heavily injured. Unlike magic power, Hockey was a flowing energy within a person's body, a type of aura. Although a bit disappointed, this was something beyond his control. Perhaps, someday in the future, when August's Armament Hockey reached its peak, he might be able to do it. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door sounded, and August was momentarily stunned. Didn't Loki and the others just leave? Why were they back? Coming. Although a bit puzzled, August quickly went to open the door. Upon opening it, he saw Ace standing at the doorway. August was momentarily stunned. Why would Ace come to find him? I heard from Riveria that you've leveled up to level 2. Yeah, pretty impressive, huh? Yes, very impressive. Then, an awkward silence ensued. Since you're here, come in. August tried to be polite. After all, how could you refuse a guest at the door? Ace entered without hesitation. This left August somewhat speechless. Loki treated Ace like a little flower, but Ace was approaching him on her own. In an instant, August had a fleeting desire to do something to Ace, just to see Loki's future expression. Of course, this thought only crossed his mind briefly, and for now, August didn't want to do anything to Ace. So, why did you come here? August looked at Ace, who was staring at him without speaking or moving, feeling uneasy. Why can you get stronger so quickly? Ace asked her question as soon as she spoke. It was the only thing she cared about. How am I supposed to answer that? I don't know, I went to the dungeon twice, and I leveled up. August using the most innocent tone he could. You should know that for an adventurer to reach level 2, it was impossible without several years of accumulation. August had only leveled up in just a few days. If this was told to others, no one would believe it without some trickery. After hearing August's answer, Ace was not satisfied. She continued to stare at August, making him a bit uncomfortable. Just looking at her made August irritated. Ace, I don't know why. If I have to say something, it's probably talent. Although this explanation was quite forced, it was currently the only explanation. Just like her breaking the record for the fastest leveling in Orario back then, it was all about talent and aptitude. However, she had been stuck at level 5 for over 3 years. Especially in recent times, even after going on an expedition and coming back, the increase in ability values was very slow. No matter how hard she tried, killing monsters in the dungeon didn't bring about much improvement in strength. She couldn't accept her near stagnation, so she urgently wanted to become stronger. Well, do you want some? Although August had just explained, Ace's gaze remained unchanged, making August uneasy. Helplessly, August took out some fried chicken and Coke. Ace took a glance and then took it. She started eating the fried chicken bite by bite. However, the gaze still remained unchanged, making August's heart race. Ace, let's discuss this. Can you stop looking at me like that? Why? Looking at me like this makes my heart flutter. Ace, tilting her head like a doll, looked at August with confusion. This left August utterly speechless. Dealing with this situation was really tough for him. Just say directly what you want to do. We can discuss everything. I want to act together with you. Together with me. Even though I just leveled up to level 2 today, why are you following me like this? I want to know why you can become strong so quickly. He really wanted to unleash a strong curse, but facing Ace, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Finn has already arranged for Aku and me to team up. If you join us, not to mention others, Loki definitely won't agree. It's fine. Loki has no problem with it. This. As a princess of the familia, Ace had grown up under the care of everyone in the familia. Many problems were not a concern for Ace. Just a moment ago, Loki had warned him. How long had it been since then? Ace had come to him on her own. If Loki found out, he would definitely go all out against August. Just because he had a meal with Ace once, Loki got furious. Ace, you are a level 5 of the familia. You need to cooperate with many familia matters, such as expeditions and deep explorations. No problem. Ace said casually. However, August absolutely didn't believe this statement. In the familia's expeditions, Ace was the core member of the first team, a true frontline combatant. She wasn't a logistics member, not everyone could participate. Chapter 36, Helplessness. What should we do, Finn? This. Finn looked at August and Ace in front of him, genuinely having a headache at the moment. Although he had once wanted to play matchmaker between these two, his own goddess vehemently opposed it. And now, Ace herself wanted to team up with August, and August threw the problem to him. Honestly, Finn also wanted to pry open August's head and see what he was thinking. If you're so enamored, why do you still want to keep a distance from Ace? After all, Ace in Orario was known for her beauty. Ace, do you have something to say? Helpless, Finn looked at Ace, hoping to break the deadlock with her. Finn, any problem if I team up with August? It's not a matter of having a problem or not. You are the familia's combat core, and August is currently in the growth stage. If you two team up, it will definitely delay each other. No problem. Ace answered without hesitation. Her growth had reached a bottleneck, so she urgently wanted to become stronger. Therefore, anything else could be postponed. Finn had no way to deal with his princess. Logical reasoning didn't work, and talking didn't work either. It was really difficult. Subconsciously, Finn's gaze fell on August. August immediately turned his head, not looking at Finn. He came to resolve issues, not to receive them. Regarding August teaming up with Ace, August wasn't opposed to it, but at this stage, he needed time for himself to grow. Teaming up with Ace would undoubtedly be troublesome. With his gacha system, he would frequently become stronger. While it might not be an issue for others, dealing with Ace, a girl with an absolute obsession for strength, would be challenging. Not to mention, his recent acquisition of armament hockey, if Ace found out, she would surely inquire thoroughly. Once or twice was fine, but if this continued for a long time, anyone would find it unbearable. Especially since the system was August's biggest secret. He wouldn't reveal a single bit of it to anyone now, even to his closest ones. Well, how about this, the next expedition, let August join as well. By then, you can cooperate with him. How does that sound? Sure, no problem. Ace replied without hesitation. Seeing his princess being so stubborn, Finn decided to take a step back. Even though Ace really wanted to know how August became strong, Finn, as the familia's leader, had orders to follow. Thus, the matter was resolved, and August and Ace left Finn's office. Looking at August, Ace was puzzled. Why did their matter reach Finn's attention? Are you going to establish the Takamikazuchi familia? How did you know? I heard it from Tiona. Her again. August was speechless. Ace probably found out about his leveling up from Lafia and Tiona. Now, looking back, he was sure Tiona had been lurking around. Otherwise, with Ace's personality, she wouldn't have come to him directly. Do you want to go together? Okay. I didn't invite you. Looking at Ace, who agreed so readily, August was a bit surprised. However, thinking about it, August considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to come close with Ace. But then he remembered that Ace was the princess of the familia and Loki's little flower, so he decided to give up this tempting idea. Indeed, if he wanted to pursue Ace, it wouldn't be a problem. Most of the familia members wouldn't object. Except for Loki. But if he had Ace, and then wanted to pursue other girls, it wouldn't be very realistic. After all, Ace was the cherished one of the familia, rightfully the princess. If he had her and tried to pursue other women, he would most likely be beaten to death. Ace. August. At this moment, Riveria walked out from a distance and coincidentally met the two. Riveria, you came at the right time. Let's go directly to establish the Takamikazuchi familia. Aren't we waiting for Aki? August glanced at Ace beside him, giving Riveria an answer with his eyes. Riveria couldn't help but laugh. August was entangled with Ace. Moreover, Ace's intentions were very pure, just wanting to become stronger. August also seemed to have no particular feelings for Ace. After all, not everyone could repeatedly reject the Sword Princess's invitations. At the same time, at the Takamikazuchi familia. So, you transferred the 4 minotaurs to a man and a woman and then escaped. Yes, God Takamikazuchi. In a not-so-large room, Uka knelt on the ground and told Takamikazuchi everything. Looking at Uka in front of him, Takamikazuchi really wanted to reprimand him. But Uka's actions were to protect his companions, protect Chigusa and Inochi. This made him unsure of how to speak. Do you know which familia those people belong to? This, I don't know. If those two die because of you, Uka, do you know what kind of behavior this is? I know. Takamikazuchi looked at Uka, really not knowing what to do. This wasn't a small matter. If the other party didn't die and return to the familia, publicizing this matter could escalate into conflicts between the familia. It might even evolve into a war between familias. And while their people knew about their affairs and their children's abilities were still acceptable, any formidable familia could easily destroy them. Chapter 37, Takamikazuchi Familia. Leaving the Twilight Manor, after crossing several streets, August and the others arrived at a house. The base of the Takamikazuchi Familia was located here, comparatively smaller than Loki Familia vast territory. Knock knock knock. As the person directly involved, August naturally stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing a small figure from inside. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Chigusa timidly looked at the three at the door. We're looking for the Takamikazuchi Familia. And who are you? August, a new member of Loki Familia. Riveria from Loki Familia. Ace from Loki Familia. Please, come in. Loki Familia, the two most powerful familia in Orario, directly overwhelmed Chigusa. August smiled slightly and walked inside, followed closely by Riveria and Ace. This time, August was the main figure, and Riveria and Ace were there to support him. With these two, no familia in Orario would dare to disrespect them. Entering the house, they saw Takamikazuchi, Uka kneeling on the ground, and Yamato standing silently on the side. God Takamikazuchi, these three are from Loki Familia and have come to see you. Chigusa said to Takamikazuchi. Oh, it's you, August-kun. Takamikazuchi immediately recognized August. However, when he saw Riveria and Ace next to August, a bad feeling arose in his heart. As for Uka, when he saw August, his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized August, the one he had targeted as a monster. God Takamikazuchi, nice to see you again. Haha, come over, is there something you need? There is indeed something. August smiled, but the atmosphere around them instantly became serious. Takamikazuchi's heart skipped a beat, and things seemed to be developing in the direction he least wanted. Previously, following your response, God Takamikazuchi, I took the initiative to learn about the members of your familia. However, the first impression left by our initial meeting was not good. As these words came out, Takamikazuchi's smile disappeared, replaced by a hesitant expression. The thing he least wanted to believe had happened. Uka had transferred the monster to a rising star from Loki Familia. Things were indeed troublesome now. Members of Loki Familia were extremely protective, especially Loki himself, a god known for her strong protective instincts. Everything is my responsibility, and I am willing to pay any price. At this moment, Uka stood up and said firmly to August, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself generously. August found this behavior extremely disgusting. He detested people who committed wrongdoings and then acted like they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Clearly, he was the source of everything, yet he now presented himself as if he were an evil villain. Willing to pay any price. As a level 1, being surrounded by 4 level 2 minotaurs in the dungeon, almost dying there. In that case, I'll take your life. Quite reasonable, isn't it? This statement made Uka's body stiffen slightly, and fear was evident in his expression. Ultimately, he was just a person afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Though he claimed it was for his comrades, deep down, it was all about fear. August Kuin, about this matter. Takamikazuchi began to speak to ease the situation. After all, this was his child. However, at this moment, Riveria took a step forward. God Takamikazuchi, this matter has been known by Finn and Loki. Especially Loki, she is very angry about this. If it weren't for August's intervention, the ones visiting now wouldn't be us, but the paperwork for a war game. Riveria's words instantly silenced the entire Takamikazuchi familia. War game, the battle of life and death between familias. If Loki familia, one of the largest familias in Arario, initiated a war game against them, the result would undoubtedly be a devastating defeat. Moreover, whether their children could survive or not would be in question. Now, Takamikazuchi was at a loss for what to do. A war game would inevitably lead to the disappearance of one familia from Arario. He might even be permanently expelled from Arario. Hold on. Let's go back to the original issue. Kashima Uka, you harmed me once, so I'll take your life. Fair, right? Fair. Although terrified, Uka spoke slowly. However, if one didn't notice the slight trembling of his body, they would almost believe him. August nodded, paying no attention to the others around him. He took out a sword, not the elucidator, because using it would be a waste if he truly wanted to kill Uka. Steps. August walked step by step towards Uka. With August raising the sword, a chilling aura emanated from him, along with a faint hint of bloodlust and killing intent. This scene made both Riveria and Ace look at each other in surprise. Especially Ace, August's growth and speed of improvement were terrifying. That was why she had always wanted to know the secret of how August became strong. As August approached Uka step by step, fear appeared on Uka's face, and his body began to tremble. Facing death, anyone would feel fear, especially a person like Uka. Despite saying it was for his comrades, deep down, it was all about fear. In these few meters and steps, time seemed to stretch endlessly. When August reached Uka, the entire atmosphere froze to the extreme. Especially Riveria, after all, August came here to recruit, not to kill. If August really killed someone, it would mean endless trouble with the Takamikazuchi familia. August slowly raised the sword, and a layer of crimson aura faintly attached to it. Everyone present had no doubt, August really intended to kill Uka. In the midst of the tension, a voice sounded. Wait a moment. Yamato Mikoto, who was silent on the side, spoke up. Do you have any questions? August's mouth curled slightly, achieving his goal. Given Yamato's personality, she would never watch Uka be killed by August. Therefore, she would definitely speak up to prevent it. Seeing this, Riveria instantly understood August's intentions. He was forcing this girl, whom August had taken a liking to speak up. For the sake of comrades sacrificing themselves, such people were indeed worthy of joining Loki familia. Chapter 38, Successful Abduction. August looked at the spirited samurai girl in front of him, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Yamato took a deep breath, glanced at Takamikazuchi, Uka, and Chigusa, and she had made her decision. Uka-san did this to protect us. Since that's the case, let me handle it. Compared to the so-called tough guy Uka, Yamato seemed more like a samurai warrior. In this world, Yamato came from the far eastern island country, essentially representing the Japanese people in anime. Interesting. Are you saying you want to die in his place? Yes. Yamato affirmed without hesitation, showing no signs of wavering despite the fear in her heart. This stemmed from her beliefs and principles, the so-called samurai spirit. Unfortunately, among the myriad warriors who believed in the so-called samurai spirit, only very few possessed such awareness and quality. Yamato, right. Yes. Yamato's gaze met August's, showing no signs of retreat even in the face of August's killing intent. Not bad, Yamato. Your actions have moved me. I can spare this guy's life, and I might even let this matter go. What? But, you have to join Loki familia. With the dropping of these words, the entire courtyard fell into silence. And Riveria nodded secretly. This was August's purpose, to bring this girl back. What? I won't betray Takamikazuchi-sama. Yamato refused without hesitation. In that case, I'll take his life. As August spoke, the sword, entwined with a bloody aura, fell directly in front of Uka's neck. If it moved a little forward, it would pierce his throat. Wait a moment. August's actions forced Yamato to speak up. In the background, Takamikazuchi had already figured it out. August came to recruit, and it was obvious that August had taken a liking to Yamato. This stirred a hint of anger in him. As the god of war, although he had a gentle personality, it didn't mean he had no temper. However, when he saw Riveria and Ace not far away, that anger dissipated. Riveria, one of the three top executive of Loki familia, and Ace, the sword princess. The weight of these two individuals was self-evident. If today's matter couldn't be resolved properly, it might really evolve into a war game. Your actions are not befitting a warrior. Miss Yamato, I'm not a warrior. If I had to put it, you can call me Archer. It was known that archers often hung a B, and Archer was the best rank. Archer. A knight of the bow. Riveria looked at August with curiosity. Not mentioning whether August could use a bow and arrow, just the title of a knight was quite. Yamato was full of conflict, looking at the unresponsive August and the sword pointing at Uka by August, everything forced her. Kill me. Don't trouble Yamato. This is all my responsibility, and I'll take care of it alone. Uka suddenly spoke at this critical moment. This made August frown. Saying such things at this juncture was not a display of bravery. In August's eyes, he was provoking Yamato. If he truly wanted to die, he could take a step forward, and he would immediately be dead, resolving everything. Instead, he chose to speak like this. However, his actions also helped August achieve his goal, so August didn't say anything. At this moment, Yamato was already in the midst of a dilemma. Looking up at Uka on the brink of life and death, she recalled the scene in the dungeon where Uka was injured while trying to save her. She made a decision. I am willing to join Loki familia. Yamato nodded. Despite the despicable means, her goal was achieved. Upon hearing this, August smiled and sheathed his sword without even looking at Uka. Yamato. Takamikazuchi looked deflated, his face filled with anguish. Unlike in the original story where she voluntarily joined Hestia familia, the current Yamato was coerced into joining. These two scenarios were completely different. Yamato, you can't go. Let me die instead. Uka's face was filled with regret and indignation at this moment. Bang. This overly dramatic scene made August lose patience, and he kicked Uka away. Scum, who do you think is to blame for all this? Don't make it seem like I'm some great villain. It was you who first tried to frame me. You. Also, if you really want to take responsibility for all this, I can give you a chance. If you die right here and now, I'll consider this never happened. Clang. As he spoke, August plunged his sword directly in front of Uka. Looking at the sword in front of him, Uka wanted desperately to draw the sword and end his life. However, he couldn't do it because he was afraid of death. August, with a sneer on his face, and Takamikazuchi, Yamato, and Shigusa, all looked at Uka with subtly changing gazes. As August said, the root cause of all this was ultimately Uka. Moreover, if he truly wanted to take responsibility, now was his chance. However, he made no move. As he looked at his child, Takamikazuchi, for some reason, felt a bit unfamiliar. Was this the same Kashima Uka who used to be friendly, caring for his comrades? Riveria observed everything with surprise. August's actions were equivalent to killing two birds with one stone. He not only took the person away but also disintegrated the unity within the Takamikazuchi familia. After this incident, everyone, including Takamikazuchi, would hold a grudge against Uka. Even if they didn't show it, any slight incident might turn into a hidden bomb. As August had mentioned, the main culprit behind all this was ultimately Uka. And if he truly wanted to take responsibility, now was the chance. However, he made no move. Yamato's gaze at this moment also seemed a bit dim. Since she had already made a decision, she wouldn't back down. However, Uka's current actions were indeed disappointing. Takamikazuchi-sama, thank you for your previous care. Yamato, sigh. Takamikazuchi didn't know what to say. Under August's gaze, Takamikazuchi completed the change of Yamato's fauna. Her current fauna had been sealed, and all she needed to do was find a new god to help her unlock it, completing the change of fauna. Chapter 39, Abducting Back to the Familia. God Takamikazuchi, I've taken Yamato away. I indeed underestimated you, August. If looks could kill, August would have already been slain by Takamikazuchi. No, you're too kind. I still have a long way to go. Even though Yamato is no longer my familia member, she is still my child. If I find out she's being mistreated, I won't let you off. A powerful aura emanated from Takamikazuchi. Even though all divine power was sealed, and his physical abilities were no different from an ordinary person, relying on his martial skills that had stepped into the divine realm, he was still capable of fighting and winning against high-level adventurers. Similar to Freya's charm ability, these were abilities bestowed by the divine. Rest assured, God Takamikazuchi. Loki familia is like a family, such a thing won't happen. Saying this, August glanced at Uka, his disdain evident. This made Takamikazuchi furious, and he wanted to send August flying. Unfortunately, he couldn't. From this day forth, August and Takamikazuchi were officially at odds. Not only did he take away his familia member, Yamato, but he also humiliated Uka and repeatedly put Takamikazuchi in a difficult position. However, August was unfazed. After all, in Orario, while the gods were revered, they could only observe and couldn't directly intervene. Once divine powers were unsealed, they would be sent back to the heavens and couldn't return to the mortal realm. In this situation, gods were essentially mascots that were worshipped. Coupled with the strength of the Takamikazuchi familia, even Uka, the strongest among them, was only a level 2 adventurer. Presently, August had the ability to defeat them all. "Let's go, Yamato." August spoke to Yamato behind him, then headed towards the exit. "Thank you for your hospitality, Takamikazuchi-sama." Yamato bowed deeply to Takamikazuchi and left. Having made a choice, everything was now set. After Yamato left, Takamikazuchi sat down, closed his eyes, and sighed. As for Uka, in the corner, he remained silent. August's actions had completely shattered his dignity. "Uka, I entrust the familia to you. Take Yamato's share and work hard." After a deep gaze at Uka, Takamikazuchi spoke these words. "Yes, Takamikazuchi-sama." Takamikazuchi nodded and walked towards the house. As for Chigusa, although she didn't know what had happened, she understood that Yamato had left because of Uka, and she wouldn't return. The entire Takamikazuchi familia fell into a temporary low. On the way back, Riveria looked at Yamato following behind and felt a bit curious. Why did August choose her? "Yamato, you might harbor resentment towards me now, even hatred. But one day, you'll be grateful that this happened to you." Yamato didn't reply to August, but his way of abducting her made her somewhat hostile towards him. When your friends are deep in hell, you'll be grateful to have powerful companions rather than a group that forces you to watch your friends suffer in hell. What do you mean? Yamato furrowed her brow slightly, feeling like August was cursing her. You'll understand later. After all, in your hometown, aren't you also friends with others? Huh. Looking at the mysterious August, Yamato was puzzled. What she didn't know was that August said this because he knew the plot of this world, the future. In the future, when the fox girl Haruheim was abducted to Ishtar Familia, she would understand. In the original story, if she hadn't already joined Hestia Familia at that time, Haruheim wouldn't have had such a fate. Without Belle's protagonist luck, plus the assistance of Hermes, and the full support of Freya Familia, would Haruheim have been saved? It was a joke. Did she really think Ishtar Familia's high-level adventurers were pushovers? The gears of fate have begun to turn, but your thread has already changed. August's sudden statement left not only Yamato but also Riveria and Ace confused. Thus, August and the others returned to the Twilight Manor. Upon arriving at the Twilight Manor, Yamato was shocked. Compared to the Takamikazuchi familia's residence, the Twilight Manor was incredibly vast. Not only that, there were guards at the entrance and personnel on the city walls. Each of them was much stronger than herself and even much stronger than Uka. At least level 2 to level 3 adventurers were stationed at the entrance. Loki Familia was indeed extravagant. This was Yamato's first impression. Entering the Twilight Manor, the first thing they encountered was the familia's estate. In front of the estate was a flower garden and a pond, simply beautiful. This made Yamato feel like an old woman who had entered a grand garden, a dazzling sight. You're back already. At this moment, Finn and Loki walked over together, seemingly waiting here the whole time. Upon seeing Finn, Yamato became extremely nervous. This was a top-level adventurer and he was also the captain of Loki Familia. Ah, back already. Is this the talented girl you've set your eyes on? Yes, not bad. Finn also smiled. Although he didn't have any impression of Yamato, she was a person August had brought over. Just like giving respect to Riveria back then, he was giving respect to August now. Is this the girl you've set your eyes on? Alright, let me check her out. Pat. Suddenly, Loki launched a surprise attack on Yamato, his sinister hands attacking a certain area of Yamato's body. Ah. Yamato immediately screamed and tried to resist. But unfortunately, facing Loki, who had experienced countless battles, she was too inexperienced. August could only helplessly watch Loki. He had just arrived, hadn't joined yet, and couldn't wait to check her out. Couldn't he be a bit more restrained? If it were someone with thin skin, this one act would have scared them away. After all, having such a god, even if it were a woman, would be hard for many to accept. Chapter 40, 18th floor. Yamato joined Loki Familia, but it was just a small episode. For Loki Familia, it was just a minor fluctuation. However, during the process of Yamato's conversion, Loki discovered that she possessed a magic skill, specifically gravity magic. This made her understand why August brought her back. Having magic at level 1, especially gravity magic, made Yamato an astonishing potential. Under Finn's arrangement, Yamato became Tiona's junior after joining. She was indeed a seed of potential with value. As for August, he resumed his daily routine of exploring the dungeon. The only difference was that Aki, who used to team up with August, was replaced by Ace. Yes, the cat girl, Aki, lost her chance even before August could make a move, all thanks to Ace's persistence. Why? It was because of Ace's determination. As the princess of the familia and an absolute favorite, despite Loki's strong opposition, in the end, she successfully achieved her goal. On this day, on the 16th floor of the dungeon, August wielded Elucidator, battling and slaying minotaurs one after another. Splash! The dark sword gleamed continuously as August, like a nighttime assassin, reaped the lives of minotaurs. In the distance, Ace was also hunting minotaurs. Bam! With the last minotaur defeated, August exhaled a breath. This battle had temporarily come to an end. Ace, however, was still in the midst of battle. Yet, August didn't go to support her. After all, she was level 5. What could he, a level 2, do to help? Soon, Ace's battle also concluded. With one final slash, she beheaded the last minotaur, then looked towards August. August was busy cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the scattered magic stones. Although he could store them in the treasury, it required him to put them in one by one. You've gotten stronger again. Ace sheathed the desperate, gazing at August as she spoke slowly. A bit. August didn't directly respond. He noticed that Ace had set her sights on him. Until she achieved her goal, she wouldn't let him go. Therefore, anything he did wouldn't make a difference. Ace's intense obsession with strength was deeply ingrained. Among level 2 monsters, minotaurs were considered powerful. Ordinary level 2 adventurers might not be their match. Strength, speed, defense, and reflexes, Ace excelled in every aspect. Not to mention, breaking through the minotaur's tough hide with an ordinary weapon was difficult. Having cleaned up all the magic stones, August proceeded to the next floor. Now, there were 2 tasks left, defeating the floor boss, Goliath, on the 17th floor, and reaching the safety floor on the 18th floor. These 2 tasks meant 2 advanced draws. August thought that, with a bit of luck, he might be able to complete them all today. However, despite the good intentions, after arriving on the 17th floor, there were crystal walls on both sides. Goliath hadn't appeared yet, indicating that it hadn't respawned. What are you looking for? Ace asked August, who was glancing around. I'm checking the surroundings. This is the boss's room. In case the boss respawns, it could be troublesome. No need to worry. Last time I explored the dungeon, I killed Goliath. The quickest respawn takes at least half a month. So, relax. Thank you so much. August's mentality instantly collapsed. Well, it would take at least half a month, meaning he would have to wait for half a month. Moreover, even if it respawned after half a month, he might not be able to catch up with it. For a moment, August felt that this world was filled with malice towards him. However, walking on the 17th floor, looking at the sparkling crystal walls on both sides, August couldn't help but sigh. The dungeon was indeed a marvel, creating such a place. Natural crystals were everywhere, and if one were to bring back even a small piece, it would be worth tens of thousands in the modern world. But in Orario, this crystal was practically worthless, except for a few collectors who liked decorations. Ace strolled casually down the passage. She had been back and forth here countless times. On the other hand, August, with a curious expression, looked around. After all, these crystal walls were found in every tier of this area. It was his first time, and he found it fascinating. This tier was Goliath's room, where ordinary monsters wouldn't generate. Not only that, ordinary monsters wouldn't dare to approach. In the original story, the protagonist, Belle, suffered severe injuries from the monster, forcing him to enter this tier. The reason was that no monsters were here, and none would be born. Easily crossing this tier, traversing through another passage, they arrived at an incredibly beautiful place. Ding! Congratulations, host. Novice Explorer, arrive at the safety tier of Dungeon 18th floor, complete initial exploration, and obtain advanced draw once. The moment they entered, the system's prompt sounded. Task completed. August finished the initial exploration of the dungeon, gaining an advanced draw. Looking at the scene before him, unlike the dim atmosphere of the lower dungeon floors, the top of this floor had a giant crystal. It emitted a glow, illuminating the entire 18th floor. Not only that, there were mountains, waters, and forests. It could be described as a hidden paradise. First time here. Yeah, it's truly amazing. To think there could be a place like this in the dungeon. You'll get used to it. Well, I suppose so. Following Ace, August moved forward. On the 18th floor, there was a small adventurer town. In this place, even the cheapest black rye bread in Orario could be sold at exorbitant prices. All kinds of supplies and goods were worth a fortune, each item was valuable. After all, this was the dungeon, not Orario. In this town, there was a group of people engaged in this kind of arbitrage business. They made more money going back and forth than most adventurers did. However, opportunities and crises coexisted. Although this was a safety tier, it wasn't absolute. At times, it would still be attacked by monsters. This adventurer town had been destroyed time and time again over the years. Yet, because this was one of the few safety tiers, even though it wasn't entirely safe, most of the time it was secure. Therefore, the town was rebuilt time and time again. Chapter 41, Ace. Help. Because he had achieved his goal, August's mood became very good. Looking at the advanced draw he obtained, the temptation for August, a gambling enthusiast, was simply at the max level. In the end, August couldn't resist and, while walking, opened the system draw panel. With an excited heart, August started this draw. First draw, Gate of Babylon King's Treasure. Second draw, Armament Hockey. Compared to regular draws, the chances of getting good items in advanced draws were much higher. Watching the large roulette wheel spinning continuously, August's emotions were extremely excited. This was a common trait among gambling enthusiasts. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item, Monster Spawn Pack. August was momentarily stunned. He drew a pack. Subconsciously, August chose to open the pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare item, Water Candle. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare item, Peace Candle. Water Candle greatly increases the spawning speed of surrounding monsters. Peace Candle greatly reduces the spawning speed of surrounding monsters. Looking at these two so-called rare items, August suddenly had a strange feeling. As a fan of sandbox games, Terraria, a legendary game, was a game that August had once been addicted to. Water Candle wasn't that the candle item inside dungeons. And Peace Candle wasn't it something that could be crafted with a pink torch and gold bar or platinum bar at a workbench. What does this mean? It meant that he had crossed into an anime world, and the items from the game could manifest here. What's this? Ace saw the two candles in August's hands and looked at him with confusion. Two candles, one blue and one pink, looked quite interesting. Nothing, just wanted to get a drink, grabbed the wrong thing. August, with a poker face, threw the two candles into the treasury, then took out 2 cans of Coke. He handed 1 can of Coke to Ace, forcefully changing the subject. Ace didn't think too much and took the Coke, starting to drink. At this moment, August began to contemplate. These 2 candles, with completely opposite effects, might not be useful in other worlds, but in this world, they were definitely powerful tools. The water candle could increase monster spawn speed significantly, allowing for continuous monster farming and the best money-making option. As for the peace candle, it didn't need to be said. In the dungeon, it was never truly safe as long as there were powerful monsters. The dungeon was alive and would show its fangs when adventurers were at their weakest. Having a peace candle was equivalent to having a life-saving card. In a critical moment, it might save your life. Ace, I have an idea. Where's the passage to the next floor? It's over there. Hurry up. August grabbed Ace's hand and ran quickly towards that direction. For the first time, Ace was caught by a man, and subconsciously, she felt something subtle. Her face turned slightly red, but she didn't retract her hand. She didn't mind August grabbing her hand. Quickly crossing the 18th floor, August arrived at the 19th floor. This tier was already considered the lower tier. Monsters below the 18th floor were at least level 2. This was why the safety tier on the 18th floor was so important. This tier acted as a watershed. Reaching here wasn't considered a great achievement, but crossing it to go deeper was the real deal. Let's settle here. Choosing a spot, August looked around. It was quite spacious. He then took out the water candle and ignited it. Creak, creak, creak. Immediately, the surrounding ground and walls started to move, and monsters crawled out one after another. Monster feast. Ace was instantly shocked, but her tone carried a hint of doubt. After all, most monster feasts were a large number of a single type of monster. However, there were at least 3 different types of monsters here. Could it be a special monster feast? Hey, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Sweat dripped from August's forehead. These were all level 2 monsters. With so many of them, it would be quite challenging for him. However, as he glanced at Ace on the side, the masculine hormones in August's body began to surge. Any man, when there's a beautiful woman present, would want to show his strong and heroic side. August was no exception. Buzz. The gate of Babylon unfolded completely. Doors opened, and sword and weapon extensions protruded. Attack, welcome the firepower suppression. With a word, all the weapons shot out like arrows, heading towards the monsters. Boom. Splatter. Smack. Originally prepared to take action, Ace, seeing this scene, slowly released her grip on the sword handle. Roar. A swift and agile saber-toothed tiger broke through the bombing zone of the gate of Babylon and rushed towards August. Seeing this, August smiled slightly, waved his hand, and the elucidator was brought out from the golden light ripples. Come on. Clang. The sword clashed with the saber-toothed tiger's fangs. However, it was different from the previous battle against the Minotaur. Upgraded to level 2, August had completed a transformation, advancing his strength to a higher level. Just like the saber-toothed tiger in front of him, as the king of beasts, its strength was now evenly matched with August, or even slightly surpassed. After all, although August was a newly promoted level 2, he was not an ordinary level 2. Breaking all limits, all attributes had reached an unprecedented 1500. The foundation was completely different. Although he was a newly promoted level 2, August could definitely compete and even surpass most veteran level 2. He had an absolute advantage. Swoosh. However, the saber-toothed tiger's weapon wasn't just its fangs. After a moment of confrontation with no result, the saber-toothed tiger raised its claws and swept towards August. Armament Haki. A dark purple aura rose from August's body, and his skin turned pitch black. Clang. The tiger's claws collided with August's skin, making a sound as if swords were clashing. What is this? Watching all this, Ace, shocked, saw an ability she had never seen before. Ding. With a powerful right kick, under the enhancement of Armament Haki, August kicked the saber-toothed tiger flying. Following that, a sword descended from the sky, directly piercing the saber-toothed tiger's head. Most of the surrounding monsters were cleared in a short time. However, just as August was about to catch his breath, monsters quickly crawled out of the ground and walls. This made August's eyes widen. He had unleashed all his firepower, and you're refreshing again. But the terrifying thing had just begun. After a batch of monsters crawled out, it didn't end. The second batch of monsters started crawling out immediately. August was shocked. The effect of this water candle was too powerful. However, before he could be shocked, August was already surrounded by densely packed monsters. For a moment, August felt like crying without tears. Showing off his true self, he didn't expect such a backfire. So many monsters, even if it was the true gate of Babylon, it would take some time. Deciding on his course of action, August took out his last trump card. Taking a deep breath, then. Ace. Help. Chapter 42, The Power of the Water Candle. Tempest, awaken. Ace's cold voice resounded. The next moment, a strong wind surrounded August. With the boost of the wind, August's speed instantly increased, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Amidst the sword light and shadows, in the center of the monster encirclement, August watched as the monsters around him were swiftly taken down at a speed that even the naked eye found hard to capture. They turned into magic stones, dropping to the ground. Is this level 5? August, who was initially extremely confident in his own strength, suffered a heavy blow at this moment. Although he had gained some strength, compared to real powerhouses, he was still far behind. August took the opportunity to quickly extinguish the water candle. The amplification efficiency was just too high. In this way, not long after, all the monsters in the vicinity were cleared. This was the sword princess named Ace Wallenstein, and her strength was recognized even in Orario. Are you okay? After everything was settled, Ace looked towards August. I'm fine, thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have been seriously injured again. The floors below the 18th are already considered lower tiers. They are completely different from the middle and upper tiers. However, today is a special case. With your strength, you should be able to handle at least until the 24th floor. 24th floor, huh? August's gaze slightly froze. Achieving such results in a single sweep was already remarkable, but August was still not satisfied. Because, unlike others, August could cheat. Being superior to the majority was only natural. Otherwise, what was the point of cheating? Since he was cheating, he naturally had to stand at the top. Otherwise, what was the meaning? Thinking of this, everything returned to the source. Strength. For August, drawing gachas was the fastest way to enhance his strength. Drawing gachas required completing system tasks. But there was still one last task left to subjugate Goliath. Goliath needed at least half a month to resurrect if he wanted to. It seemed like a cycle. Was there any way to make Goliath revive earlier? While August was contemplating, he noticed the magic stones scattered around. He immediately looked at the water candle in his hand. Since the water candle could significantly increase the monster spawning speed, could it make Goliath revive early? It was worth a try. Thinking of this, August suddenly smiled. Swiftly collecting all the magic stones around, which were from level 2 monsters and much larger than those from level 1 monsters, he could sell them for a higher price. August, you seem to be short of money. Of course, I just arrived in Orario not long ago, and I'm broke. Expenses are high, so naturally, I'm short of money. But rest assured, you killed these monsters, so the loot belongs to you. I didn't mean that. I mean, if you need money, I can. Stop, Ace. Even if I'm short of money, I won't take a woman's money. I appreciate your intentions. Huh. Ace looked at August in confusion. Wasn't he short of money? Why wouldn't he accept her money? August sighed slightly. He knew Ace didn't have any ulterior motives, she just wanted to get close to him and learn how to become stronger from him. However, his way of getting stronger was tailored to himself, much like the difference between a pay-to-win player and a free-to-play player. Let's go, Ace. Let me take you for another experiment. Then, once again, August grabbed Ace and quickly ran towards the passage on the 18th floor. After swiftly passing through the 18th floor, the two arrived at the 17th floor. Why are we here? Ace looked at this place with puzzlement. For an experiment. August smiled mysteriously and took out the water candle, igniting it. Thus, August quietly waited. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. The entire 17th floor showed no signs of change. August began to feel disappointed. Perhaps he had thought too much. The revival time of the floor boss, Goliath, was measured in months. Although less than half had passed, there was still some time left. It wouldn't be successful in just over 2 hours. Well, forget it. August sighed and was about to put away the water candle, preparing to leave. Dong. Just at that moment, a heartbeat-like sound echoed, spreading throughout the area. August immediately stopped extinguishing the water candle, his face showing excitement. Boom. Suddenly, the wall on the side shattered, and an immensely large arm stretched out. Roar. Following that, a deafening roar echoed. The entire 17th floor trembled because the owner of the wall, the lonely king of the labyrinth, the giant floor boss, Goliath, had returned to this dungeon. Goliath. Ace was instantly shocked, and her gaze locked onto the blue candle in August's hand. The recent monster feast and Goliath's return, these two unusual situations were undoubtedly related to the blue candle. On the other hand, August was smiling. His guess was correct. The water candle's effect was incredible, it could even amplify the revival time of a floor boss. This was amazing, with this, he could repeatedly hunt floor bosses. To subjugate a floor boss was a significant achievement in the dungeon. Ace, don't make a move. Let me try. Okay. Ace deeply looked at August and nodded. Then, a golden ripple quickly appeared, and doors opened, releasing weapons like machine guns. However, this was a floor boss, comparable to a level 4 enhanced monster. The ordinary weapons, when falling on Goliath, didn't even scratch its surface and suffered significant damage themselves. Seeing this, August closed the gate of Babylon. He was still too weak, his collection was also inadequate. The level of this treasure vault wasn't fixed, it was determined by the treasures collected during the period. In Gilgamesh's hands, this treasury was an A++ level noble phantasm, just a step below the EX level. However, in August's hands, it was just E level. If there were no lower limits, it might even be lower. Chapter 43, Failed Monster Stealing. August took out the interpreter, took a deep breath, and stared at the giant Goliath in front of him. Roar. Goliath roared and moved towards August. With each step of its huge body, the ground trembled. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful attack came. The giant's arm rose, shattering massive rocks, sending them flying. Some of the debris posed the most troublesome threat. Under the immense power, each piece of debris was like a small knife, capable of causing a cut with the slightest carelessness. Let me see how powerful my skill is now. August's eyes turned a crimson red, and a thin blood mist enveloped his body. 8,000 sword styles, a path that walked alone in the abyss of death and slaughter. If one got lost in it during this period, the outcome was evident. Armament hockey. A pitch-black armament hockey wrapped around him. Swoosh. August was like a bullet fired at an extremely fast speed towards Goliath. However, August was not yet adept at using armament hockey, and using it rapidly consumed his stamina. August never thought he would win against Goliath in this battle. If he couldn't handle a group of level 2 monsters, how could he defeat a level 4 floor boss? This battle was August's test of his own strength from the beginning, not to defeat Goliath, but for a true all-out battle. He exerted force in his legs, jumped, and landed in midair, directly across from Goliath. The interpreter was held high above his head, power gathering at a point as he swung it down towards Goliath. Splurt. The sword clashed with Goliath's tough skin, causing blood to spurt out, leaving a long wound. Boom. Goliath retaliated with a direct slap towards August. In midair, August had no place to leverage, and he was sent flying. Boom. The crystal wall shattered with a sigh, burying August in the debris. Splash. However, August quickly crawled out of the wreckage. Surprisingly, August himself didn't suffer much damage. It wasn't that Goliath's power was insufficient or August was lucky, it was because, at that critical moment, August covered himself with full power armament hockey and managed to endure. Haha, the difference is so huge. August looked at the distant wound that seemed significant but was merely a scratch compared to Goliath, feeling a bit bitter. Roar. However, Goliath didn't stop its steps because of August's contemplation. The power and mission obtained from the dungeon were clear: to kill all humans. Within a few hundred meters, Goliath quickly closed the distance. Then, it stomped towards August. If it hit solidly, August would not only be dead but also severely injured. August roared, concentrating all his strength at one point. Physical and magical strength were depleted in that instant. Slash. A faint light emanated from the interpreter's blade. Following August's swing, a sword chi rushed through the air. Splurt. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Starting from Goliath's heel, the sword energy tore through the upper half of Goliath. Blood splattered on the ground like it was nothing. Angry roars echoed through the dungeon, audible on all 3 floors. Ace was shocked witnessing this scene. Sword energy, a technique she couldn't even master. Even she, relying on the magical power of the wind element, could only achieve an external release of sword energy. But to directly slash out sword energy like this seemed unattainable. Not only her, but throughout Orario, there were very few who could accomplish this. Swoosh. However, Ace noticed that August's slash was his final desperate strike. So, in an instant, she moved. Sword of Desperate at her waist unsheathed itself, and she turned into a streak of light, rushing forward. Splurt. The sound of flesh being directly torn apart. Goliath's leg was severed. Seeing this, August chuckled. It was Ace's slash. Seated on the ground, August panted heavily, starting to recover his stamina and magical power. Boom. Losing one leg, Goliath's colossal body naturally lost support and crashed to the ground. However, as the floor boss Goliath, its greatest strength was not in attack or defense but in recovery. In the next moment, the junction between the severed leg and the body began to fuse, visibly restoring at a rapid pace. Not only the severed leg, but even the damage caused by August's slash was rapidly healing. As a seasoned Goliath hunter, Ace naturally knew Goliath well. She had personally taken it down the last time it respawned. Tempest, awaken. Wind's awakening caused Ace's speed to skyrocket. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Next, Ace swiftly attacked Goliath. Ace's agility was peerless even within the same tier, and with the wind's boost, her speed became even more agile. On the other hand, Goliath, though tricky to deal with due to its recovery ability, had a significant weakness in speed. Its colossal body made its reaction and speed naturally lower than those of the same tier. A problem arose at this point. Goliath couldn't catch Ace at all. Ace continuously attacked Goliath, who could do nothing but angrily roar. It's over. In an instant, Ace suddenly accelerated, wind gathering on the tip of her sword, and she charged towards Goliath. Splurt. Goliath's upper and lower halves were instantly torn apart. A large magic stone was exposed. Although Goliath's severed part was rapidly recovering, the magic stone was the absolute core of all monsters, like the human heart. Swoosh. The elucidator, radiating sharp sword light, shot out from the gate of Babylon, targeting Goliath's magic stone. This was August's original goal. Killing Goliath was an impossible task for August at this stage. However, with the right timing, August still had a slight chance to steal the kill, like now, just as Ace was about to make the final strike, he preemptively took it. Click. The pitch-black sword pierced Goliath's massive magic stone. However, this strike was not fatal. Goliath's recovery continued. At this moment, Ace was also preparing for the final blow. Chapter 44, Original Sin. Looking at the enormous giant magic stone, August made a decision in his heart. In midair, the gate of Babylon opened, and weapons quickly shot through the air. Ace, who had been preparing to deliver the final blow to Goliath, subconsciously halted her steps upon seeing this formation. The elucidator, originally embedded in the magic stone, turned into golden dots and slowly disappeared. August retrieved the elucidator from the treasury and immediately launched a second attack. Goliath, continuously consuming magic stone energy to rapidly recover, had its recovery interrupted by this sudden attack. Following that, the second fatal strike came. Clang. This strike targeted the same spot as the previous one. However, this time, the elucidator directly pierced through the magic stone. Since the last attack had already pierced it, this one was more than enough to shatter it. Rumble. In an instant, the colossal magic stone instantly collapsed, and the entire 17th floor received a baptism. Ding. Congratulations, host, for revealing your edge, killing the 17th floor monster floor boss, Goliath. Reward, advanced draw once. The mission was completed, and the opportunity for an advanced draw was in hand. Although August stole the monster from Ace, she wasn't angry. In fact, she didn't seem to mind at all. "Are you okay?" Ace quickly ran over, looking at August, who was in the midst of ruins but had a smile on his face, and asked. "I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." Taking a deep breath, August also recovered some strength and laboriously got up. The strike that had depleted all his stamina and magical power was a decision August made in the heat of battle. Looking back now, he realized he was too reckless. Undeniably, the power of that strike was formidable, but after that, he would have completely fallen into a state of exhaustion. If it weren't for Ace, he would undoubtedly be dead by now. Ding! The first stage tasks are all completed. Reward, super draw once. August was stunned. All the first stage tasks were completed. And there was a reward of a super draw. This was a super draw, which was above the advanced draw. This time, it was truly a double stroke of luck, and August was overjoyed. Ding! The second stage tasks are now open. Hunting Moment I, kill 10 level 2 monsters, 0 out of 10. Completion reward, normal draw twice. Hunting Moment 2, kill 100 level 2 monsters, 0 out of 100. Completion reward, normal draw 6 times. Hunting Moment 3, kill 1000 level 2 monsters, 0 out of 1000. Completion reward, normal draw 10 times. Rising Reputation, reach the 38th floor of the dungeon, complete midterm exploration. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. Fame Spread, kill the 37th floor boss, Udius. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. Emerging Star, promote to level 3. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. Familiar Recipes, familiar taste, only the difficulty level has increased by 1 level, and the rewards have doubled. Especially for the Hunting Moment tasks, there were 3 in total, just like before, killing 10, 100, and 1000 level 2 monsters. The rewards have all doubled compared to when he was at level 1. Not only that, having completed all the tasks this time and obtaining a chance for a super draw, August wonders if the characters in the second stage will also double, turning into 2 chances for a super draw. But that's something for later. For now, August is already feeling ecstatic. 1 super draw. 1 advanced draw. This makes August look forward to it, especially the super draw, wondering what he might get. System, give me a draw. Unable to wait until later, August immediately opens the system and enters the draw interface. And so, the familiar roulette wheel turns once again. The first attempt is naturally with the advanced draw, saving the best for last. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining equipment, Zanpakuto, Wabisuke. August is momentarily stunned. Zanpakuto. Wabisuke. This Zanpakuto is recognized by August. It belongs to the vice-captain of the Godiath 13, Izuru Kira. The ability is quite simple, it continuously doubles the weight of whatever it cuts, and the effects can stack. This ability is powerful. If used well, it can be unexpectedly advantageous and turn the tide of a battle. Today's luck is indeed good. Considering August's current situation, the thing he lacks most is weapons. With a Zanpakuto in hand, he now has a place in the treasury of the Golden Capital. Starting off with a bang, August seizes the opportunity and immediately initiates the next round of the super draw. As the massive roulette wheel turns, August's mood rises. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the original sin, lust. Boom. August is dumbfounded. Lust. Original sin. Original sin, lust, heir of the one of the 7 deadly sins, the original sin of lust. Fully control the sin of lust to inherit the title of Demon King and become the Lust Demon King. August is stupefied. This is truly mind-boggling. Lust, the original sin. In the future, he can become the Lust Demon King. Although the name lust might sound a bit suggestive, it is one of the 7 primal sins of humanity. Moreover, in Western legends, the Lust Demon King is Asmodeus, one of the 7 rulers of hell and one of the 72 demons of the Ars Goetia. Although August doesn't know if his lust original sin can be compared to this Lust Demon King, just having the term Demon King means it's not something simple. Suddenly, a green glowing emblem appears in front of August. It represents the star and moon, lust. In an instant, this emblem integrates into August's forehead. Then, the phantom of an emblem appears on August's forehead, but it disappears immediately. From this moment on, August is the successor of the original sin of lust and a candidate for the Lust Demon King. Just when August is extremely excited, Ace, who is beside him, suddenly collapses. August instinctively catches Ace. What happened, Ace? It's nothing, just feeling a bit. When Ace looks up at August, her gaze begins to change. How should we put it? It's eager. At this moment, Ace, who is like a blank slate, is extremely eager to get close to August. Seeing Ace like this, August understands that this must be something caused by the lust original sin. Looking at Ace in this state, August starts to suppress the power of the original sin. He likes beautiful women. And he's not particularly restrained. But August doesn't like to get a woman in this way. For a man, this approach is a sign of inadequacy. Chapter 45, Ace's Transformation. Watching Ace in his arms with a flushed face, August had no doubt that, as long as he wished, this swordswoman would undoubtedly be his. However, August didn't do that, or rather, he disdained such actions. If he needed to resort to such methods even with women, what would be the difference from using drugs? It was just a lowly trick. August appreciated beautiful women, but that didn't mean he had no principles. After making this choice, he felt a moment of enlightenment. The power of original sin was not easy to control. After integrating the original sin of lust, although it wouldn't harm August, it subtly affected him. It was like a trial. If he couldn't resist the contamination of the original sin, he would become a slave to lust, a demon of desire. It wasn't merely about obtaining the original sin, one had to master it to become the demon king. Controlling the original sin would allow August to ascend to the throne of the demon king, while falling into desire would make him lose himself. One of the 7 original sins of humanity was not something easily acquired. Soon, Ace's gaze returned to normal, the power of lust dissipated, and she returned to her original state. "Thank you," Ace said to August. She didn't know what had happened, but August had saved her just now. "We are partners, and you just saved me." August smiled, emphasizing the mutual help that defined true companionship. Ace nodded. After standing up from August's embrace, she suddenly felt something strange. She had an unusual attachment to August's embrace, a feeling similar to the security her parents once provided. However, since an accident years ago, she had never experienced such a feeling. "All right, let's go back." "Sure." After merging with the sin of lust, August had also recovered a considerable amount of magical power and injuries. Moreover, as the master of the sin of lust, he possessed an incredibly powerful and unique ability. Lust, being one of the original sins, provided August with the ability to absorb the emotions of lust to rapidly restore his magical power, physical strength, and even enhance himself. However, August had just started to integrate, so it was still limited. Walking in the caverns of the dungeon, August could clearly feel the countless negative energies that permeated the surroundings. Anger, jealousy, greed, arrogance, and lust, all these negative forces surrounded him. As the successor of lust, August absorbed these emotions to quickly replenish his magical power and even felt a slight improvement in strength. However, it was too little at the moment, and August wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. This gave August an idea, to visit the entertainment district. Orario's red light district was full of the lust between men and women. For August, such a place was a paradise. After a short while, when August returned to Orario, his injuries had already completely healed, and his magical power was mostly restored. At this moment, August thought about what would happen if he possessed all 7 original sins. He could just immerse himself in the dungeon every day, and his strength would skyrocket. Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. It was impossible for the 7 original sins to merge into one entity. Upon returning, August and Ace went straight to the guild to exchange the magic stones. In the guild, passing through the hall, August reached the counter of his guild consultant, Ina. Ina. August, why are you here? I'm here to exchange magic stones. Why are you so early today? Usually, you finish in the evening. I finished a bit early today due to some reasons. Some reasons. Ina glanced at Ace beside him. As a woman, her curiosity ignited instantly. However, looking at the men in front of her, Ina suddenly felt that August seemed a bit different, more handsome and attractive. This was naturally due to the influence of the lust sin. As the master of lust, August had become an embodiment of desire, increasing his allure to the opposite sex. Wait a moment, why am I thinking about something like this? After realizing, Ina shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind, and began counting August's magic stones. As a guild staff member, Ina was very proficient in her work. In just a few minutes, all the magic stones were counted. Here is a total of 210,000 valis. This is the total price for all the magic stones and dropped items this time. Oh, as expected, monsters on lower floors are more valuable. What did you say? Lower floor monsters. Yes, today, with Ace, I went to the 19th floor. Too reckless. Ina slammed the table abruptly and shouted loudly, startling August. I've told you several times, adventurers must not be reckless. Do you know that people die in the dungeon every day? I know, but this time, we had Ace with us. Anyone is not allowed. Although Miss Ace is very strong, what if she didn't make it in time? The dungeon is dangerous, and the deeper the floor, the stronger the monsters. I know, but today I went with Ace. It's not allowed with anyone. All of August's arrogance was instantly suppressed. Facing this half-elf who genuinely cared for him, August felt helpless. Why aren't you saying anything? Well, you were talking. August, I'll emphasize it once again, you must remember that adventurers absolutely should not take unnecessary risks. I'm still very strong, but it was just the 19th floor. I'm already at level 2 now. What do you mean by very strong? You've only become an adventurer for a few days, and level 2, so what? Level 2. Halfway through her sentence, Ina's voice suddenly stopped. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, and her face was full of disbelief. What did you say? What did I say? What level did you just say you are? Level 2. Level 2. How is that possible? You've been in Orario for at most half a month, right? Hee, I'm a genius. Miss Ace. Ina turned to Ace beside her for confirmation. Yes, August just leveled up. Ah. The shocked voice of the half-elf girl echoed through the entire guild hall. Chapter 46, Changes. After some explanation, Ina reluctantly accepted everything. However, her gaze toward August changed, as if she were looking at a monster. Joining the familia, venturing into the dungeon, the total time spent on these activities was less than half a month, yet August had managed to level up from level 1 to level 2. For many adventurers, reaching level 2 could take 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8, and some might still be stuck at level 1. After exchanging Valis, August and Ace left. This is yours, Ace. Although it's not much for you, it's all I have. August handed 110,000 Valis to Ace, leaving 100,000 to repay the debt. While Aki initially claimed the potion cost 200,000, she later admitted it was only worth 100,000 Valis. Though 100,000 was only half, it was still a substantial amount. August wanted to repay Aki not only because it was the right thing to do but also to maintain his masculine pride. Ace did not refuse and took the money bag. Along the way, they encountered a stall selling fried potato balls. Unlike before, this time it was run by an older woman, not Takamikazuchi. Boss, give me 2 red bean cream flavored and 2 pepper salt flavored. Sure. The boss agreed and started packing. Similar to pudding and soy milk having both savory and sweet flavors, fried potato balls also came in sweet and savory varieties. The pepper salt flavor isn't good. Suddenly, Ace said. I think it tastes fine. Humph. As if acting cute, Ace glared at August, then quickly left with the 2 red bean cream flavored ones. August was puzzled, was this still the Ace who knew so little about the world? How did she suddenly become like an angry girlfriend? Young man, why don't you go after her? Just go and coax her, it's not a big deal. Auntie, we're not. Hey, Auntie has also come from your age. You youngsters. This. August paid for the fried potato balls and hurriedly caught up. The old woman smiled at the scene, reminiscent of her own pursuit by her spouse, as the sun set in the west, and lovers expressed their feelings. Ace, don't be mad. I'm not mad. She said so, but it was clear that Ace was definitely dissatisfied. You're obviously angry. I'm not. What do you mean, not? Your mouth is pouting. You're mistaken. After saying that, Ace adjusted her expression, as if nothing had happened. This left August utterly confused. Why did Ace change so much in an instant? Both her attitude toward him and her emotions had undergone such significant shifts. Suddenly, August remembered something. Not long ago, Ace was influenced by the sin of lust, almost lost herself. Although August didn't take any action, Ace still received some influence. Realizing this, August felt that Ace might be within reach now. He hadn't planned to pursue her, but due to an accident, he had already completed a significant part of the pursuit. Although he didn't know if this influence was temporary or permanent, given the current situation, it wouldn't take long to win Ace. While contemplating, August finished eating his 2 fried potato balls. Observing the remaining one in Ace's hand, August noticed her hesitant gaze. Here, take this. As he was thinking he might soon be off the market, Ace's voice reached him. Looking closely, Ace handed one of her fried potato balls to August. This surprised August. When a girl shared her favorite food, it was undoubtedly a milestone on the road to winning her heart. Okay. At this point, if he continued to refuse, it wouldn't be playing hard to get but rather hypocritical. Results in hand, August bit into the fried potato ball directly. Ace, after August ate her fried potato ball, blushed slightly. Walking together on the street, a man and a woman, one tall, one short, the man handsome, the woman beautiful, there was a feeling of a perfect couple. Back at the familia residence, August and Ace went their separate ways. Ace returned home, while August went to find Aki. In the backyard of the familia residence, Aki was handling some matters. Nothing major, just some trivial tasks. Is Aki here? Before entering, August's voice rang out. Aki looked up and saw August walking in. However, the moment she saw him, Aki felt a strange sensation, as if spring had arrived, the season for all things to reproduce. As a cat girl, she might not be a wild beast, but some instincts remained. For example, right now, August's appearance was like a strong medicine, almost causing Aki to enter a special period. Those who understand, understand. Why did you come? Aki nervously asked. I came to repay the money. 100.000 Valis. If I don't repay such a big debt soon, I won't feel at ease. Saying that, August tossed the money bag containing 100,000 Valis to Aki. 100,000 Valis? Is it real or fake? So fast. At first glance, Aki thought August was fooling her. She knew August became broke after buying a batch of weapons. How could he come up with 100,000 Valis so quickly? Going into the dungeon shouldn't yield money that fast. I'm in a good mood today. Encountered a monster feast, so I made some money again. Huh. Encountered another monster feast. You must be a god of misfortune. Aki didn't know what to say. Some people might not encounter one for several months, and here August was, experiencing two within 2 days. His luck was unparalleled. What's wrong with that? Making more money is a good thing. Hee hee. Rolling her eyes at August, Aki didn't want to say anything more. By the way, do you know where the captain is? Captain? He should be in the office now. Why, do you need the captain for something? I got a rare drop and want to find a good way to sell it for a good price. Is that so? Without much thought, Aki knew there couldn't be a rare drop on the lower floors of the dungeon. Chapter 47, Targeted. August didn't stay long at Aki's place, considering she had things to attend to. Knock knock knock. Please come in. Upon hearing Finn's voice, August pushed open the door. The office wasn't large, with a desk, a chair, a bookshelf on the side, and a simple arrangement of a chair and table in front. Seeing August, Finn was slightly surprised. Why are you here? Is there something you need? Putting down the pen in hand, Finn smiled lightly. It's a bit embarrassing, but I've come to find you several times in just a few days. We're from the same familia, we're family. All right, this time, I came to you for this. Saying that, August took out a large piece of leather from the vault, entirely black-gray. This is. Finn looked at August in shock. He naturally recognized this item, a drop from 17th floor boss, Goliath, with an extremely low drop rate. With the boss and low drop rate combined, this item was practically priceless in Orario. While others might be surprised, it was different when it was August presenting it. That fact alone shocked Finn, even more so considering August had just reached level 2. Don't misunderstand. With my current strength, defeating the floor boss is impossible. Then, where did you get this? Today, Ace and I went to the dungeon together. Ah. Hearing August's explanation, Finn immediately understood. If it were Ace, it wouldn't be surprising. Goliath, 17th floor boss, had been defeated by Ace countless times. Wait a moment. If Ace killed the floor boss, how did this item end up with you? Well, I didn't give it to her. Huh. If I gave it to Ace, she would have exchanged it for Valis right away. That would have been a huge loss. If it were Ace, she might actually do that. Ace had no concept of money herself, having spent many years always moving with her familia. This lack of knowledge included selling monster drops. This ignorance had led to many losses for the familia in terms of Valis. So, you. After all, I've just arrived in Orario, and I'm still quite clueless. Alright, I'll accept this. But according to the current market price, this Goliath's hard leather is worth around 8 million Valis. Of course, if there's a buyer in need, we might get a bit more. I'll leave it to you then. Once the captain sells it, give the Valis directly to Ace, after all, this is her loot. Understood. I'll head back now. You seem to be considering Ace, it looks like things are progressing well. More or less. The two exchanged a smile without needing many words. Especially Finn, he became even more satisfied with August. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent and strength, but he also demonstrated good intelligence. In the future, he would undoubtedly become the absolute core of the familia. When he matured, he could take over and bear the burden of the Loki familia future. While Finn was still in his prime, he was already in his 50s. His glory had reached its peak, and the familia's future needed someone like August to support it. Perhaps, for the next expedition, I can invite August. Looking at the Goliath's hard leather in front of him, a slight smile appeared on Finn's lips. Every expedition into the dungeon required a considerable amount of funds, and in the deeper layers, many monster drops had to be left behind. If they could bring all these items back, it would undoubtedly be a substantial income. Especially in the last expedition, due to a monster feast, many people died, and a considerable amount of supplies were lost, especially potions, which were all shattered. With August joining, not only could they avoid these risks, but even the logistics team's pressure could be significantly reduced. However, Finn quickly dismissed this idea. The deep layers of the dungeon were entirely different from the mid layers. Even a level 4 adventurer wouldn't dare claim they could handle the deeper floors. Even if they wanted to take August, they'd have to wait until he reached at least level 3. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Any random monster could put August in a life-threatening situation. The risk was too high. On the other hand, after leaving Finn's place, August prepared to visit Entertainment District. He was eager to absorb Sin to enhance his strength. As for whether August knew the way to Entertainment District, that was not even a question. After integrating the Sin of Lust, August was like a Sin radar. All Sin auras in Aurario were within August's perception range. In Aurario, one just needed to find the place with the most concentrated lust power. Thinking about it, August set out. Walking on the streets, August felt a bit dreamy. It had been some time since he transmigrated, and this was his first real outing. "Excuse me, sir, I think this belongs to you." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Turning around, August saw a pretty girl holding a magic stone, looking at him. At the moment of seeing her, August's gaze was a bit trance-like. Lust, an endless lust that seemed like the embodiment of desire. If it weren't for August being the master of the Sin of Lust, he would suspect she was the lust goddess herself. However, after the initial shock, August recognized the girl. Hostess of fertility employee, Seer Flova. But this was only her appearance. The person standing in front of August was more than just a tavern employee. She was a goddess. Goddess Freya. A goddess who relied on her charm and made even countless gods unable to escape, a goddess who could see into souls. At one point, countless Danmachi fans believed she was Freya's daughter. However, after August transmigrated, the following plot revealed the truth: Seer Flova is Freya. Chapter 48, Entertainment District. "Sir, I believe this belongs to you," Seer said with a smile, emitting a comforting aura. Upon hearing this, August calmed himself down. Indeed, being targeted by the goddess Freya could be troublesome, but for August, it might be a significant opportunity, a tremendous stroke of luck. As the owner of the Sin of Lust, the lustful power emanating from Freya was simply astounding. If he could absorb it, it would undoubtedly be a boost to his strength. "Sir." Looking at the men in front of her lost in thought, Seer didn't get angry. Or rather, in her eyes, this was expected. She was the embodiment of beauty, and any man would find it challenging to resist her allure. Even when she suppressed her charm and disguised herself, the effect remained the same. "Sorry, what did you just say?" "I found this in the place where you passed by. Is it yours?" As she spoke, she took out a magic stone. It wasn't a particularly valuable magic stone, worth a few hundred valis at most. Moreover, she hadn't really found the magic stone, she was just using it as an excuse to strike up a conversation and establish a connection. "This isn't mine. I didn't bring any magic stones with me." "Oh, I see. It's probably dropped by other adventurers." "Lucky you, finding a magic stone someone else dropped." Seer cheerfully put the magic stone away as August stopped in his tracks. The magic stone had already completed its mission the moment he stopped. Whether August accepted it or not was inconsequential. "By the way, esteemed adventurer, our tavern has a special offer today. Do you have any plans for the evening? You're not trying to attract customers with a magic stone, are you?" "Hee hee, caught in the act, huh?" Seer stuck her tongue out at August, looking cute. For a man, seeing such a beautiful girl acting cute like this would be captivating, making it difficult for anyone to resist. "Where is your tavern?" "It's right there, the hostess of fertility." "Oh, here. Do you know, sir?" "Of course, both my familia's goddess and her members really like that place." "Ah. Are they regulars at our tavern?" "I wonder which familia you belong to." "Loki familia." "I see. So you're Loki familia member?" "That's right. If I have the chance tonight, I'll drop by." "Then, Seer will look forward to it." August nodded and continued on his way. As he left, a glint of light flashed in Seer's eyes. He's actually Loki's child. After Sword Princess, Loki has found another unique child. However, can this child truly be controlled? "I've seen it, that child, he's similar to me." Seer, or rather Freya, spoke slowly, standing in place. Just as August could sense the aura of lust on her, Freya naturally could see into August's soul with her eyes that could penetrate human souls. The soul, like the embodiment of lust, surprised her. She was the goddess of love and beauty, and love included both romantic love and sexual desire. Thus, she was the goddess of beauty and, at the same time, the goddess of love and desire. These were bestowed upon her by her divinity. However, August was not a god, he was a human, a complete human being. But even such a human being possessed a similar essence to hers, which astonished her. This was why she took the initiative to approach August. With just a simple encounter, she could confirm her thoughts. If she was the goddess of desire, then this child was the son of desire. Such a human being naturally piqued her interest. Although the saying goes, there can only be one tiger on a mountain, unless they are of the different gender, her interest was aroused. In Orario, there was another goddess, and Freya, and she were like water and fire because both had the same divine duties. But August was different. He was not a god, and he was male. If she could make him hers, her future would undoubtedly be secure. As the goddess of desire, her own desires were destined never to be satisfied, and that was why her partner list was exceedingly extensive. Most of them were, however, people she would ignore once she had them. Not only male gods but also the children of her familia, most had experienced such a relationship with her. Every person, after receiving Freya's favor, would completely immerse themselves under her pomegranate skirt, willing to give everything for the goddess, be it their lives or souls. Although they might not receive Freya's favor a second time in their lives, they had no regrets. Freya, too, continuously indulged in hunting in Orario, embracing those souls that shimmered. Even if they were children of other familia, she did the same, as no one could resist her beauty. But August gave Freya a completely different feeling. The irresistibility of the same origin made her struggle to restrain herself. I must have you. Definitely. Flames flickered in Freya's eyes. However, the next moment, Freya realized that she seemed not to know his name. In an instant, the goddess felt baffled. At this moment, August continued walking towards Entertainment District. However, August's steps were slow because the entire Orario was filled with the aura of lust, more or less, but everywhere. As August walked, stopping here and there, he absorbed all these lustful powers. This made August even more eager for Entertainment District. In this way, after more than 30 minutes, August arrived at the most concentrated area of lustful power in Orario. However, there weren't many people in this place. But the surroundings were filled with an enormous aura of lust, confirming that this was undoubtedly Entertainment District. Yet, unlike the red light districts or brothels in other places, Orario's Entertainment District was different. Behind Entertainment District was the goddess Ishtar, who, like Freya, was a goddess of beauty and possessed the skill allure just like Freya. The members of Ishtar familia, who were the courtesans of Entertainment District, were not ordinary streetwalkers. Each one was a battle courtesan of the Amazon race. They fought in the dungeons during the day and entertained clients at night. This was the situation of Ishtar familia. In the whole of Orario, Ishtar familia's combat strength ranked top-notch, with members including level 3 adventurers. Combined with Entertainment District being the biggest gold mine for men in Orario, the familia itself had an incredibly vast financial power. Not to mention the members of Ishtar familia who also ventured into the dungeon during the day. The entire Entertainment District was a colossal wealth-gathering place. Chapter 49, Lost. Above Entertainment District, the accumulated lust over the years had become prey this morning. August was casually strolling along the Entertainment District streets, and the continuously attracted lust was now his sustenance. Faintly, August could also sense his own gradual improvement. This was completely different from the enhancements brought by leveling up. In reality, Falna were merely an overlay system, its strength did not affect the numerical value of the Falna itself. Excelia converted a person's experience points into ability values, thereby enhancing the adventurer's strength. On the other hand, August, who absorbed lust, was tangibly increasing in strength, distinct from the Falna system. However, this was just speculation. August planned to return and update his Falna with Loki. If his ability value skyrocketed, his speculation would be incorrect, if not, he would be correct. At the same time, this allowed August to play coy. If everyone's basic strength was 1, acquiring the Falna would increase it to 1 plus n for all. However, August could directly add 1 without increasing n, making him formidable. At that time, even if August was only at level 2, his actual strength might have surpassed level 5 or even level 6. Moreover, although his strength could compete with top adventurers, he was still level 2, allowing him to significantly boost his strength through leveling up. By then, with August's inherent strength and the power of the Falna combined, he would undoubtedly dominate the entire Orario. With these thoughts, a brilliant smile appeared on August's face. After more than an hour, August had devoured most of the lust on Entertainment District. However, he refrained from going to the central area where the lust was extremely intense. Unsurprisingly, that was the residence of Ishtar familia, also the old base of the goddess of beauty, Ishtar. Inside, there were numerous battle courtesans. Even if they were all beautiful women, August was not afraid. If he were discovered, he could just enjoy himself. However, the captain of Ishtar Familia was a monster that resembled a toad. Before gaining sufficient strength, August had no intention of going there. If he were touched by that disgusting, August would feel nauseous for half a month. Furthermore, August had no interest in the goddess of beauty, Ishtar. Unlike Freya, although she had many men, Freya was selective. She only ate souls that sparkled. As for Ishtar, she was not picky at all. If he were willing, she would not refuse. Most importantly, these two goddesses, although both goddesses of beauty, were different in August's eyes. Thinking of it this way, August's face revealed a faint smile. After gaining a lot of strength, I should be almost equivalent to leveling up. Now, even though I'm still level 2, I should be able to match level 3. August said slowly, not out of arrogance but because the boost in strength gave him confidence. He felt that if he were to face as many level 2 monsters as before, not only could he stand and skate until the end, but he could also ensure he could kill them all. As the sky gradually darkened, there were more and more Amazon women around, and it was time to leave. Having absorbed so much lust, August's strength had greatly increased, and thoughts about Freya began to emerge in his mind. The lust emanating from Freya, in the form of her alias seer, was simply indescribable. As a goddess who had lived for millions of years, she had tasted all the male gods in Orario, and her own children had also received her favor. The lust emanating from such a goddess was beyond description. If August could absorb this lust, he genuinely anticipated how his strength would instantly soar. It would be similar to a level 1 character instantly reaching level 100 after consuming a level 100 elixir. However, without absolute strength, August preferred to keep his distance from Freya. This woman's possessiveness was too terrifying, and she had an absolutely loyal soldier, Otter, the only level 7 in Orario. Even if he helped Freya find other men, he wouldn't mind. If he truly established a connection with this woman, she would definitely tie him up and keep him captive. August had no doubt about this. This woman would get whatever she wanted, and if she couldn't, she would get it at any cost. In the original story, Ishtar attempted to get involved with Bel and was directly defeated by Freya's familia. She was then sent back to the heavens. Thinking about this while walking forward, after a while, August suddenly realized a serious problem. He seemed to be lost. Yes, lost. August had just arrived in Orario, and he was not familiar with many places in Orario. Moreover, when he came to Entertainment District, he relied on his perception of lust, not knowledge of the route. While on Entertainment District, August also circled around and hurriedly left when he noticed the increasing number of people. However, as soon as he came out, August was lost in thought, and combined with his previous actions, he ended up completely lost. Orario was called the Labyrinth City not just because of the presence of the dungeon but also due to its composition. It was built layer upon layer around Babel. From above, it looked like a proper labyrinth with numerous layers. Looking around, there were houses, and there weren't many people passing by. Each one's face seemed to say, "Don't mess with me." This sight made sparks fly in August's head. This wasn't the modern world where you could use navigation or make a phone call when lost. This was Orario, where events like assassinations, ambushes, poisonings, robberies, and more happened frequently. "Hey, good guy over there, can you help me?" Just when August didn't know what to do, a woman's voice came from the side. August's first reaction was to be on guard. In this place, August didn't know anyone, and he was near Entertainment District. Someone might be plotting against him. "Hey, good guy, didn't you hear? Over here." The voice sounded again, and August followed the direction of the voice, only to see a woman standing there. Chapter 50, Tubaki Kalbrandi. There was a woman standing on the street, with black hair and red eyes, a female with an eye patch over her left eye. Her skin was dark, but there were some differences from the Amazon race. The first impression she gave to August was not dangerous. "Do we know each other?" August asked, puzzled. "We do, but I know you. You don't know me." This was an odd response. Most people might not think much of it, but August had just arrived in Orario. How did she know him? Thinking about it, August felt a sense of caution rising within him. As soon as there was any movement, he could immediately use his blink skill to teleport away. With his current magical power, the blink teleportation distance was over 1,000 meters. Doing it a few times would easily create enough distance. Observing August, who seemed wary, the women suddenly burst into laughter. Just as Finn said, "Even though you're a newcomer, you're unusually sensitive." Huh. This surprised August. Knowing Finn and even knowing about him was going too far. "My name is Tubaki Kalbrandi, Hephaestus Familia member. We're old friends with Loki Familia. Finn visited me not long ago, specifically to talk about you." Oh. August suddenly recognized her. Tubaki Kalbrandi, the captain of Hephaestus Familia. Like Ace, she was also a level 5 adventurer, a blacksmith, and bore the title of Cyclops. The equipment she forged was unquestionably top-tier weaponry in Orario. In original series, the equipment used to challenge the foul spirits was forged by her. Each piece had the indestructible attribute added. Especially during the final battle, wielding Tiona's large dual swords in one hand and holding Gareth's axe in the other, she fought with two heavy weapons, displaying mighty prowess. Miss Tubaki, what brings you here? Haha, it seems you do know me, August. As the captain of Hephaestus Familia, I've heard a few things about you, even though I just arrived in Orario. That's good. According to what Finn told me, you have spatial abilities. Can you help me take these things back? Following Tsubaki's indication, August subconsciously looked over. There was a warehouse-like building filled with a large amount of ore and various materials. What is this? I just got a batch of materials, but that guy actually dumped the goods here. I was just wondering how to get these things back. This made August feel helpless. He had been unwittingly conscripted. However, even with friendly familia, August couldn't help but think it might not be appropriate to let the information about his spatial ability spread so casually. He began to doubt Finn's decision for the first time. Miss Tsubaki, leave this to me. Saying that, August walked into the warehouse and stored all the items in his treasury. Although using his treasury in this way slightly diminished its grandeur, there was no other option. Building a good relationship with a top-tier blacksmith, especially one like Tsubaki Kalbrandi, was crucial. Wow, is this your ability? It's truly amazing, spatial ability. Tsubaki, seeing the warehouse rapidly empty, expressed astonishment on her face. Knowing about something was one thing, witnessing it was another. Looking at the items in the treasury, August subconsciously wanted to hoard them. These were undoubtedly top-quality materials, along with various ores, all of considerable value. If these were his, he would definitely strike it rich. August, you're really amazing. Tsubaki, with a smile, patted August's shoulder familiarly, as if they were old friends. This made August somewhat speechless. This woman was too familiar. However, August also understood that this woman wasn't as simple as she appeared. The relationship with Finn was undoubtedly that of old friends. Even the usually difficult Bet couldn't do anything about her. August, you've done me a great favor today. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Now that you mention it, there is something. Tell me. I'd like Miss Tubaki to help me maintain this sword. Saying that, August took out Elucidator. The battles during this period had caused some wear and tear on the weapon. Although there was a durability skill that reduced 50% of the wear and tear, reducing it didn't mean there was none. Even in Sword Art Online, if a weapon's durability dropped, the weapon would still break. This sword. The moment Tsubaki saw Elucidator, her eyes narrowed. She reached out, took the sword, and carefully examined it from front to back. This is a forging technique I've never seen before, and these unclear patterns on it seem to be some kind of inscription, but also not. Watching Tsubaki suddenly embody the spirit of a craftsman, August didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Tsubaki put down Elucidator, but flames of excitement were ignited in her eyes. Hey, what's the name of this sword? Elucidator. Elucidator? A good name. Where did you get this sword? Found it. Can you sell it to me? I can offer you 100 million Valis. 100 million Valis was an astronomical figure, especially for August, a poor man who had never seen a million. However, August ultimately suppressed his greed. I won't sell this sword. Is it not enough? I can offer you 120 million Valis. It's not about money. This sword is my partner. How could I sell my partner? In an instant, Tsubaki was stunned. In Orario, weapons were just tools, consumables. Every adventurer scrapped a large number of weapons each year. Not everyone would go through the trouble of maintaining them. Most would simply buy new ones. However, for a blacksmith, each weapon was equivalent to their child. The reason August said this wasn't that he really didn't want to sell Elucidator. He was deliberately boosting Tsubaki's favorability. If he built a good relationship with her, wouldn't he have access to top-notch weapons in the future? You really are an odd one, treating a weapon as a partner. Although she said it casually, August could see that Tsubaki's attitude toward him had quietly changed. Because of August's demeanor, she saw a resemblance between him and a younger member of her familia. A person who possessed the skill of forging magical swords but was unwilling to use it. August and the young member of her familia overlapped in her eyes. In the end, the person she had to protect was a little unwilling to use his own abilities. Chapter 51, Extreme Menacing, Strike. In the late afternoon, August and Tubaki walked one after the other on the streets of Orario. Because of August's words, he significantly boosted Tsubaki's favorability towards him. Now, she treated August like a promising junior who suited her taste. By the way, why did you go to that place just now? It's quite far from your Loki familia. What's wrong? Can't talk about it. I got lost. After saying that, August turned his head, not wanting to see Tsubaki's subsequent expressions. As expected, Tsubaki's expression turned extremely strange, just as August anticipated. What did you say? Got lost. Ha ha ha. August, I must remember this for a lifetime. August's face turned dark, while Tsubaki laughed heartily beside him, almost doubling over. However, it was indeed rare for adventurers in Orario to get lost, and August happened to be one of those rare cases. Hey, that's enough. Okay, I get it. I'll stop laughing. Although she said that, the smile on her face clearly didn't subside. After a few more minutes, under August's darkening expression, Tsubaki finally stopped her laughter. Especially when she saw August's darkened face, she felt embarrassed. She had indeed gone a bit too far. Sorry, I couldn't help it. It was just too funny. I understand, but this spatial thing, even though it's formed into a skill, it's quite unstable. When you take out the materials later, you might lose 30 or 40%. You're clearly retaliating. It might be 40 or 50%. I was wrong. Tsubaki admitted her mistake. She had to admit it because she had spent a considerable amount of money and effort to obtain rare metals and materials. If she suffered any loss, it would be heartbreaking. At this moment, August also smiled. He had indeed caught a handle on Tsubaki. All the items from her warehouse were in his hands, giving him a certain advantage. Thus, the two bantered and teased each other, returning to the central street of Orario. Orario was vast, but the most prosperous area was the central district, as it was built around Babel, the dungeon entrance. August knew the way here because the roads were spacious and heavily trafficked. He had also been here before. Hey, where are we going? Aren't we heading to Babel? Seeing that Tsubaki didn't head toward Babel, August instinctively asked. Why go to Babel? Isn't Hephaestus' familia living in Babel? Are you kidding? Only gods can reside in Babel. Our familia merely has some shops and a forging room in the middle layers. And now? Of course, we're going to my forge. Your forge? What's wrong? Can't I have a forge? In terms of forging skills in our familia, I'm only below Lady Hephaestus. Sure, of course. August quickly agreed. In this regard, if you made her unhappy, you were really in big trouble. Heh. She snorted, and Tsubaki walked towards the front. August followed behind. After passing through the bustling central street, they arrived at narrower streets and alleys. August looked at an extremely unfamiliar area, feeling both helpless and aggrieved. After finally finding the way, he was led astray again. Finally, under Tsubaki's guidance, the two arrived in front of a mansion. Though not large, it could be considered a small-scale mansion. Such a mansion had an absolutely steep price. Following Tsubaki inside, they reached the backyard. Wow, August exclaimed mentally as he entered. The backyard had been directly converted into a large forge. A large forging furnace. A cooling pool. An anvil. Various forging tools, as well as fuel and some unused metals, were stacked not far away. As for the walls, they were adorned with various weapons. Each one gleamed with a cold light, and each one was a deadly weapon, worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. All right, just put the things here. Tsubaki pointed to a huge empty space on the side. It was clear that they had directly opened up a neighboring room and expanded this area. August nodded, and in a twinkling of gold, various ores and materials fell into this area. No matter how many times I see it, I'm always amazed. August, next time, go to the dungeon with me. With you around, we can definitely bring back a lot of ore and raw materials. Sure, but how will the payment be calculated? We're so familiar with each other. Why talk about payment? Who's familiar with you? We just met today, and you pulled me in as a laborer as soon as we met. You brat. While speaking, Tsubaki grabbed August. In August's confused state, she picked him up, embraced him in her arms, and her two peaks directly buried his face, rubbing against him actively. I'm so fond of you, and you're talking about money with me, really hurting my feelings. Ugh. August struggled continuously, but unfortunately, in the hands of this one-eyed giant, he was still too weak. This kind of clear touch was something August had never experienced before. Although he had fused with the original sin of lust and had connected with several beautiful women in Orario in just a few days, fundamentally, he was still a pure novice. Now, encountering such a monster, August was utterly defenseless. However, although this feeling was indeed enjoyable in various senses, a person's breath was limited. Before long, August began to struggle fiercely because he was running out of air. Oh dear, you're so cute, August. Tsubaki also didn't know what had come over her. Although she usually liked to tease some boys, such intimate contact was a first for her, and she didn't mind it with this man. The two had just met for the first time, so why was she so concerned about this little guy? She couldn't understand. However, with her easygoing personality, she didn't want to think too much. Why no movement? After a while, Tubaki realized that August unexpectedly stopped moving. Sensing something was wrong, she felt uneasy. When she let go of August, she found that his face had turned bluish, and he had fainted. Seeing this, Tubaki suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed that she had played too much. Chapter 52, Tsubaki's Objective. Ugh. In a daze, August slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a ceiling he had never seen before. Glancing around, he realized he didn't recognize this place. However, from the open wardrobe, he saw some cool women's clothes, confirming that this was a woman's room. Men wouldn't have such clothes. Creak. At this moment, the door opened, and Tubaki walked in with a cup of hot water. Hey, you're awake. Where is this? My room. Then, you, and me. August subconsciously looked at his clothes. Although he didn't reject the woman in front of him, losing his virginity in such a hazy manner would be too tragic. When he saw that his clothes were still the same, August breathed a sigh of relief. Tubaki, holding a cup of water, looked displeased. What's the meaning? Did she think she could do something to him? Even if she did something, she would be at a disadvantage. It was as if she had suffered a huge loss. Here, listen, Finn said you're very lecherous. Just by looking at you now, you're only strong on the outside. Damn it, what you did was clearly an attempt to murder. I fainted from being suffocated. August's face turned bright red. Any man would absolutely not accept such a description. It involved a matter of male dignity. Humph, who knows? You're just a kid with a guilty conscience. Tubaki mocked, and the provocativeness of her words had a significant effect. You're the one with a guilty conscience. Moreover, I directly took advantage of you. August was also angered, saying something he would never say under normal circumstances. In front of this level 5 powerhouse, the leader of the Hephaestus familia, going after her. Be careful not to be overwhelmed by her. Heh. You're so hot-tempered. If you have the ability, come at me. I won't resist. Saying this, Tubaki directly took off her upper garment, exposing her body, which countless women envied. Especially the two massive peaks in front of her were wrapped in cloth. It was challenging to find bras for such a size. You, don't force me. If you push me too hard, I can do anything. Oh. Don't push me too hard. I just pushed you today. What can you do? Tubaki bent down, her ravine-like cleavage making August blush and turn red. Ha ha ha. Still saying you're not a kid with a guilty conscience. I'll fight you right now. Being repeatedly belittled in such a way, August was furious, and his anger turned into courage. He immediately pounced from the bed, grabbed the cloth that Tubaki had wrapped around her breast, and ripped it roughly. With the sound of tearing due to the pulling of his hands, what was hidden behind the cloth wrapped around her breast was revealed. A peak of all peaks appeared in front of August at this time, and Tubaki, who was surprised by August's aggressive behavior, did not have time to react before her large caramel breasts appeared soaring in front of August. August, who saw Tsubaki's flushed face in confusion and surprise, couldn't help himself and squeezed both her breasts in a rough motion that caused Tubaki to moan and try to push August away. What are you doing? After pushing August away with a bit of her strength, Tubaki tried to hug her breasts to hide from August's view. But before she could fully embrace her breasts, August, who saw Tsubaki's action of trying to hide her breasts, smiled and pulled her hands over her head, which again exposed her breasts in front of him. Are you embarrassed? Looks like you're only hard on the outside and soft on the inside. While holding Tsubaki's hands above her head, August whispered seductively next to her ear and moved his other free hand to squeeze her breast. After squeezing and feeling the shape of her breasts, August suddenly pinched her nipples, which had protruded due to the stimulation given by him. Hearing the moan that came out of Tsubaki's mouth, August looked back at her flushed face and looked away from his gaze. Seeing her behavior like that, August couldn't help himself and brought his mouth closer to her caramel neck and kissed her. You seem to enjoy it. Feeling the vibrations of Tsubaki's body as he kissed her, August smiled and continued to suck her neck while continuing to squeeze and tease her nipples. Slowly he kisses from her neck, trying to leave red marks on her delicious caramel skin, and finally reaches his goal, which is the twin peaks, which are currently reddish from his continued squeezing. Ignoring the trembling of Tsubaki's body from his kissing and sucking, August pinched one of her nipples with his finger and suddenly bit that nipple, causing Tubaki to moan and arch her body tremblingly. NGHNN. While biting and playing with Tsubaki's nipple in his mouth, August didn't forget about the side of her breast that was missing. Using his hand, he played with the other breast and took turns sucking and biting her beautiful peak. Although August had only known Tubaki for a short while, he knew that her current reaction was not what he expected, facing his hands and mouth on her breasts that had left bite and kiss marks. Tubaki was currently only blushing and moaning, which did not seem to match her firm and hard character. Was it because of his touch? August could not help but think that way, which added to his confidence. With his confidence that Tubaki would not resist against his movements, he slowly guided his hand down towards her sacred place, which he had not touched until now. "Ah. You're already this wet." Feeling the wetness in the cloth covering Tsubaki's sacred place, August smiled and returned to stroking it while feeling the vibrations in her body. Because of his confidence that Tsubaki would not resist, August did not hold back anymore and wanted to taste the sacred place directly without being blocked by the cloth. He tried to slide the cloth covering her sacred place aside to feel it directly. But before he could directly taste the sacred place that many men might covet. Bang! August was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, looking painful. At this moment, Tsubaki, covering her upper body with a red face, looked at the embarrassed August, who was thrown out, full of embarrassment. But instead of being angry, it seemed more like she didn't expect to be suddenly attacked, feeling shy and unprepared. She just wanted to tease August a bit, but she didn't expect him to directly attack her. This took her by surprise. However, for August, there was no rejection in her heart. In fact, when touched, there was an excitement and stimulation that she had never experienced before. "I'm so sorry." Slapped and sent flying, August also snapped back to reality. It wasn't entirely his fault. Just absorbing a large amount of lust from Entertainment District had some influence, even though it had been transformed into nourishment to enhance his strength. But it still had some impact. Lastly, combined with Tsubaki's teasing over and over, even stripping and tempting, and the sarcastic remarks, how could August endure it? Humph, just an apology. Tsubaki had calmed down now. She didn't know what had come over her today, why she was so casual with a guy she had just met. At the same time, she understood that the blame for what happened earlier wasn't entirely on August. But understanding was one thing, whether or not to forgive was another. "What do you want? How about going to the dungeon with me tomorrow?" "Ah. What are you planning?" "On the 28th floor, there's a significant adamantite ore. You and I will go mining." "The 28th floor? That's the adamantite ore that's a pain to smelt, with low purity and heavy weight, so no one wants to mine it." Adamantite, itself, was an ore more precious than gold. Even so, when used in forging equipment, or adding some adamantite, the resulting equipment would be exceptional. However, the adamantite ore on the 28th floor had an exceptionally low purity. If, for ordinary adamantite ore, the ratio of adamantite to raw ore could be 8:1 after smelting, the adamantite ore on the 28th floor had a ratio of less than 20:1. Coupled with the ore itself being extremely heavy and it being on the 28th floor, the effort expended was not proportional to the reward. So, this adamantite ore had been abandoned by countless people. Of course, some blacksmiths came back here to collect it since the price of adamantite was not low, but they were still in the minority. Tsubaki had thought about mining this adamantite ore a long time ago but gave up due to the significant cost. Now, things were different. With August, no matter how much adamantite ore they mined, they could easily bring it back to Orario. Although the purity was very low, and the smelting rate was poor, the low cost was the key. They only needed August, and everything else would be fine. Of course, she herself wouldn't smelt such raw ore. However, in the whole Orario, top-tier and first-class blacksmiths were few, and as for other blacksmiths, this kind of adamantite ore was a good thing. Especially with this kind of ore, the price was naturally much lower than regular ore. In this situation, even if the quality and quantity were not good, there were still people willing to take it. Just because it was adamantite. "August, for the adamantite ore we bring back, let's split it 50-50. You're responsible for bringing it back, and I'll take care of selling it. We split the earnings in half. What do you think?" "Not good. What you're suggesting is nothing more than an empty hand." August sneered. Sales. Was that a problem? In the vast Loki familia, August only needed to bring back adamantite ore. Was he still worried about not having a market? He wasn't the main character Belle, who had only one goddess, a youthful giant goddess who even begged for weapons. As one of the two kings of Orario, Loki familia, was there any need to worry about such things? Moreover, cooperating with the familia not only earned more profits but also contributed to the familia. His position within the familia could also be enhanced. Chapter 53, August's True Purpose. Seeing August, who didn't give her any respect, Tsubaki became displeased. He took advantage of her so much, even touching her breast no man has ever touched, and he even bit it with his mouth. Is this his attitude? What do you want, then? Tsubaki said through gritted teeth. At this moment, August revealed a smile, giving Tubaki a bad premonition. August must have some sinister intentions. "I want you to help me forge some weapons." "Ah. Help you forge weapons? And some? Do you know the price of the weapons I forge in Orario?" Tubaki couldn't help but laugh. Describing it as a lion opening its mouth was an understatement. She was the top-notch blacksmith in Orario, one of the most powerful blacksmiths aside from the gods. When others commissioned her to forge a weapon, they needed to provide their own materials and pay a significant forging fee. Even then, she wouldn't easily take on a job. Now, August was asking her to forge weapons, and not just one. Weapons don't need to have high quality, and they can even be made from scrap. I only have one requirement: they must have an indestructible attribute. You scoundrel. Are you joking? Indestructible attribute? Do you think ordinary metals can achieve that? That's your problem. Now she really wanted to lift August's skull and take a good look at what he was thinking. Clearly, he just took advantage of her, and he was the one in the wrong, but somehow, it feels like he caught her in some kind of trap. You rascal. Looking at the somewhat frustrated Tubaki and her arms covering the upper part of her body, August suddenly remembered what he had just done. He realized he had done something quite improper. Now, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. It was like negotiating a deal, offering a sky-high price, only to realize that you might have spoken too soon. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Go to the dungeon with me tomorrow. Sure, but we need to discuss the fee. You scoundrel. I've suffered such a big loss, and you still want more. Let bygones be bygones. It was my mistake just now, and I won't evade that. However, this is a different matter. In this day and age, mixing feelings with money hurts both. So, let's not confuse the two. At this moment, Tubaki was on the verge of madness. Is this guy even a normal man? Even a beauty like herself has been treated like this, and he actually says that relationships hurt finances. Well, then, what conditions would you accept? Tubaki compromised. This deal could be big or small. If it were just once or twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it involved long-term, large-scale transactions, it would become a major business chain. It's simple. This transaction is not between us, it's a mutually beneficial cooperation between the Loki familia and the Hephaestus familia. As soon as this statement came out, Tsubaki's expression changed, and she stared at August in front of her. You should know that when it involves familia, the benefits will be significantly divided. By then, the profit you can gain will be greatly reduced. Nevertheless, to accomplish this deal, you must rely on me. Yes, it had to depend on August, he was the core. Without August's spatial storage ability, everything else would be meaningless. This was August's absolute confidence. Even though the profits might be distributed, his share would not be low. Even so, our cooperation will allow you to gain much more. I still have to contribute a bit, otherwise, how can I gain a say in the matter? With this sentence, Tubaki understood August's true purpose. A say, the say of the familia. To become a core member of a familia was simple, one needed strength. But to become a high-ranking member required not only strength but also prestige, reputation, and connections. Although familia was not a business corporation and didn't involve as many complexities, the principles were similar. August could make money with the familia, and that would definitely earn him admiration. After all, digging up precious metal ore wasn't something one or two people could finish in a day or two, it was a massive project. Digging, transporting, processing, selling, a series of tasks could form an entire industry chain. Familia members could participate in this industry chain, even if they couldn't eat meat, they could at least drink the broth. That alone would be enough for August to establish a firm position in the familia. You scoundrel, you're just like Finn, both having terrifying ambitions and not hiding them. So, moved. Although you're quite a bit older than me, I don't mind. Go to hell. Bang. Once again, August was thrown out of the room. Age, the taboo of any woman, even if she usually seemed carefree and indifferent. August covered his head, determined in his heart. In the future, he must tie her up and repeat this process 10,000 times. 10,000 times. I agree to this matter. As for the rest, I'll personally discuss it with Finn tomorrow. As for you, you can leave now. August brushed off the dust on his body, stood up, and walked out. His departure seemed chic, but when he reached the front door and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, August suddenly remembered he didn't know the way here either. Thinking about it, August became angry and quickly went back. Bang. He pushed open the door, intending to question Tubaki. However, the next second, he froze in place. Because Tubaki was holding her two breasts with both hands, trying to wrap them up. However, because the capital was too ample, there was a bit of difficulty. At this moment, August walked in. This was the second time he had seen the coveted sight that all men dream of. You rascal, go to hell. Ah. Chapter 54, Ace's Protection. In the late afternoon, August returned to the manor with a bruised and swollen face, accompanied by Tubaki. As the captain of the Hephaestus familia, Tubaki held a position on par with Finn, especially being a blacksmith. She was highly regarded by numerous familia members. Tsubaki's arrival immediately drew attention from the entire Loki familia, including Loki herself, Finn, Ace, Bet, and Tiona, among others. However, in such a serious atmosphere, August, with his bruised and even swollen face, stood out conspicuously. Tsubaki had already informed Finn of the recent events involving August. I understand. So, Tsubaki, you're representing the Hephaestus familia to establish cooperation with us, the Loki familia, right? That's correct. This surprises me a bit, Tsubaki. Humph. Tsubaki snorted. In Orario, those who could enjoy exclusive benefits were unwilling to share. Moreover, having been taken advantage of twice in a row, she was feeling very displeased, and her mood was quite sour. Her gaze fell on August, making him shrink his head. A severe beating. This was indeed a severe beating. Tsubaki, who had been exposed for the second time, erupted, assaulting August wildly for over half an hour, specifically targeting his face. That explained why August looked the way he did when they returned to the familia. Finn, watching August turned into a pig's head, burst into laughter. He wasn't the only one, everyone joined in. However, it wasn't mockery but rather approval for a comrade. This deal wasn't small change, but rather a billion-unit business. After all, it involved adamantite ore, and its value was substantial, even if it was low-quality adamantite. For this cooperation, our Loki familia will be responsible for excavation, collection, and transportation. The Hephaestus familia will handle sales, and if the ore is internally forged into weapons, our Loki familia will also have a share. Correct. How will the shares be divided? Loki familia takes 30%, Hephaestus familia takes 30%, and August alone takes 40%. Yes, the share distribution was indeed extravagant, with August's share approaching half. In other collaborations, August might not have such a disproportionate share, but this collaboration was entirely built upon August's spatial abilities, so he was entitled to a large portion. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Finn stood up, shook hands with Tsubaki, and at this moment, the Loki familia and Hephaestus familia formally established a cooperative relationship. This had significant implications because, in the dungeon, various precious metal ores were not in short supply. This time it might be low-quality adamantite ore with limited profit, but what about the next time? If it were other high-quality ores, the profit could be astonishing. Oh, Tsubaki, I'm curious. How did you meet August? As this question came out, August, who was already wearing a pig's head, suddenly froze. Everyone around also looked curious, especially Loki. Their child went out and brought back such a big deal, this was a good thing. Well, it's because your Mr. Pighead got lost in Orario. He accidentally stumbled upon me in the southern outskirts while I was receiving goods, so we met. What? Got lost? In an instant, August became the target of everyone's ridicule. August, you actually got lost. Ace said this, and her tone was full of doubt and incomprehension, especially with a slightly ignorant tone, making the mockery intense. August didn't want to speak anymore, not a single word. August, you got lost. I'm surprised. It seems you're not just a monster in terms of strength but also a monster in other aspects. Actually getting lost by himself, in these many years, you're the first one I've seen. Not even recognizing the roads. Truly an idiot. Ha ha ha. August, you really are unexpected. Really, just today you went out by yourself and then got lost. Tiona, Tioni, Bet, Gareth, and even Riveria all spoke up at Tsubaki's words. What is social death? At this moment, August is experiencing social death. Although no one had malicious intentions, the blatant teasing and banter were just too harsh. In the future, I'll go with you, so you won't get lost. While everyone was teasing and bantering, Ace suddenly walked up to August, grabbed his hand, and held it. This suddenly brought the entire reception room into silence. Then, it was a volcanic eruption. Scoundrel, Ace, let go of that guy. Loki roared with immense anger and envy. Ace, did you really choose such a guy? What's good about him? He just levels up a bit faster, has a bit more power, and can make money a bit faster. What do you like about him? Bet was also furious, his wolf eyes were fixed on August, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. And Tubaki, not far away, watching Ace holding August's hand, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, as if her things had been stolen by someone else. This made her inexplicably realize that she might have actually developed feelings for this guy in just a few hours. Recalling the scenes that had happened earlier, the first time unabashedly pulling a man into her arms, the first time being seen completely naked by a man, the first time being taken by a man, she didn't feel any repulsion. Suddenly, she found the problem. As for August, with a face turned into a pig's head, being stared at by Loki and Bet with murderous eyes, he also felt a bit flustered. This, charisma, I really can't help it. Pretentious, extremely pretentious, making everyone want to beat him up. Slap. Riveria took action directly, slapping August on the back of his head. Speak properly. This slap hit everyone's hearts and felt extremely satisfying. August, are you okay? Riveria, you're too heavy-handed. However, this moment of refreshment quickly returned to harsh reality. It's really hard to believe that this gentle girl treating a man would be Ace. Especially for everyone present, including Tubaki, who had watched Ace grow up, it was really hard to believe that this was the same girl who had been jokingly called a doll by the outside world. Especially Riveria, who had taken care of Ace with her own hands. In this instant, there was a feeling of one's own cabbage being snatched by a pig, and the mother's anger flared up. Chapter 55, Shock caused by armament hockey. Watching Ace, who was so tense around August, everyone sensed an unusual atmosphere. Especially Loki, who considered Ace as her own flesh and blood, was now in an extremely irritable mood. The gaze she directed at August was filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Finn holding her back, she might have already rushed over to wipe the smirk off August's face. As for August, he naturally enjoyed the attention. The princess of your house is now officially kidnapped by him, and there's nothing you can do about it. But the amusing part was that August was currently wearing a pig's head. After discussing some details of the cooperation between the two familias, Tubaki stood up and left. After all, it was getting late. Loki, while you're here, help me update my status values. I don't care. You scoundrel who kidnapped Ace. Today, Loki had suffered a severe blow and was visibly injured. Loki, update August's status values. At this point, Ace spoke up. This sentence made Loki even more distressed. It felt like her own daughter was turning away from her, and the mother's anger flared up. After coming here, you scoundrel. All right. August grinned and approached, looking irritatingly pleased. People couldn't help but want to give this pig's head a bit more. Taking out a prepared needle, Loki pricked her own finger, smeared divine blood on August's back, and familiar sensations arose. The Falna converted the recorded experience points into power belonging to August, enhancing his strength. This. Once again, Loki was shocked. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV, 2. Strength, I0, H130. Endurance, I0, H180. Skill, I0, H100. Agility, I0, H160. Magic power, I0, H190. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Armament Hockey, Lust, Unknown. Magic, Blink. Development skill, Mystery. The increase in status values was substantial, but for August, it was considered minimal, given the previous extraordinary boosts that seemed almost like cheating. However, what's the deal with these two additional skills? Armament Hockey is understandable, a skill that can mobilize the latent energy in the human body. While impressive, it's not particularly surprising, as such enhancement skills and magic are not uncommon in Orario. But what about this Lust skill? Its appearance is one thing, but the skill's effects are so mysterious that not even Falna can analyze it. What kind of monster is this? More importantly, how lecherous can you be to develop such a skill? Loki felt a bit embarrassed because the term lust carried troublesome connotations. In Orario, there were two individuals known for their lustful nature, Freya and Ishtar, both known for their promiscuity. In the end, Loki chose to conceal the skill and didn't inform anyone about August having it. When imprinting the status values, she directly erased the existence of this skill. Here, your status values. Loki handed over the paper, and August, upon seeing it, immediately understood. Behind the skills section, there was a faint trace, although very subtle. Loki intentionally erased it, presumably the skill born from the original sin of lust. August didn't pay too much attention. Since Loki didn't want others to know, let it remain hidden. After all, he didn't lose anything. However, when he looked at his status values, August smiled. His speculation was correct, the power gained after absorbing lust was an increase in his own strength, not Falna. This meant that Falna had a deceptive nature. Even if someone saw his status values, it wouldn't matter, his true strength wasn't fully reflected here. This was good news, leaving a trump card in crucial moments would undoubtedly play a crucial role. Kid August, are skills free for you? Only at level 2, and you already have 2 skills and a magic. As this was said, August suddenly became the focus of everyone, including Ace. In Loki's mind, she thought, what 2 skills? This guy has 3 skills, and the third one even Falna can't explain. Armament Hockey, what an impressive name. What abilities does it have? Tiona couldn't help but ask August. August didn't bother explaining, instead, he raised a hand, activated Armament Hockey, and a dominating aura wrapped around his arm, turning it pitch black. This scene immediately captivated everyone's attention. It was an enhancement-type skill. Armament Haki, its effect is simple, it can significantly increase my strength and defense. The defensive power can even rival that of steel. To prove his words, August activated his treasury, took out a sword, and forcefully slashed it against his arm. The collision produced a clang sound, the typical metallic clash. Defensive power comparable to steel, this was simply abnormal. This made everyone's eyes shine, and their perception of August changed. Not only did he possess spatial talent, but he also had such combat prowess. Not only that, but armament Haki can attach to any part of my body, arms, legs, feet, stomach, head, or even the entire body. August demonstrated by activating armament Haki on various parts of his body. Wow, such a practical skill. I really want it too. Tiona's eyes brightened, and Tione couldn't help but be envious. Both of them were close-quarters combatants, especially Tione. Once she entered a frenzy, she became like a beast, and as a result, injuries were common. And. Before August could continue, everyone exclaimed. No wonder, the functionality of armament Haki was too extensive and convenient. It can also attach to weapons, enhancing their power and preventing wear and tear. As he spoke, August wrapped armament Haki around the sword, turning the entire blade into a pitch-black sword. Now, everyone was rendered speechless. Especially Bet, who was already upset about Ace and August's rapidly advancing relationship. Now seeing August possess such an abnormal skill, he didn't know what to say. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass himself. His last advantage in terms of strength would no longer exist. Chapter 56, 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Time hurriedly passed, and for 3 days, both Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia were busy. Firstly, Loki Familia formed a mining team consisting of level 3 adventurers. There were 12 members in total, responsible for the excavation of the adamantite mine on the 28th floor. Alongside them, there was also a level 5 escort to prevent any unexpected incidents. As for the people in Orario, they were also not idle and started bustling about. However, August remained indifferent to all of this, enjoying his time in Orario to the fullest. He didn't return to the dungeon during these days, as he didn't know when Finn would ask him to go to the 28th floor. As for other matters, he had no business interfering. During these few days, August, accompanied by Ace, leisurely explored the entire Orario. They ate and drank everywhere, strolled around, and, in the process, absorbed the lust from various places in Orario, inadvertently enhancing his own strength. Even though he didn't go to the dungeon again, August's strength didn't stagnate. In the western street, August was enjoying some takoyaki while Ace was having grilled meat. Although the whole familia was busy during these days, August and Ace became distinct exceptions, indulging in pleasures every day. August, I finally found you. Aki, looking rushed, approached them. Hey, Aki, want some? August handed her an uneaten takoyaki. HMN. The captain is looking for you. Looking for me? Yes, the first batch of adamantite has been almost entirely excavated. Finn wants you to go to the 28th floor. No problem. August quickly finished the remaining takoyaki and handed another one to Aki. Ace, who was beside him, swiftly dealt with her grilled meat. Since August was going to the dungeon, she naturally had to accompany him. In these short 3 days, the relationship between the two of them had progressed significantly. Especially considering Ace's naive nature, August had gradually become more unrestrained. The intimate relationship between the two was no longer a secret in the familia, making numerous male members of the familia heartbroken. The princess had been taken by someone else. Ace, do you know the way? Yes. Good. Let's go then. Hey, aren't you going back to the familia? Seeing August talking to himself, Aki immediately asked. My only task from start to finish is to go to the dungeon and bring back goods. Nothing else. It's still better to tell the captain when you go back. It's all right. Finn has already arranged all this. Otherwise, why do you think I've been wandering around these few days? But it's okay. Stop worrying. I'll treat you to a meal when I come back, Aki. After saying that, August rubbed Aki's head, giving a completely different feeling than petting a cat. Aki didn't react immediately. What are you doing? After realizing, she opened August's hand and looked embarrassed. I'm leaving. Take care, Aki. After saying that, he left with Ace, leaving Aki with no target to vent her frustration. It had been a few days since he merged with the original sin of lust, and August had undergone some changes during this silent assimilation. As the master of lust, absorbing scattered lust was far less effective than creating it himself. Soon, they arrived at Babel, passed through the revolving staircase, and, after 3 days, once again entered the dungeon. Click. Familiar scenery. Familiar scenes. Familiar plot. Goblins crawled out of the rock walls. However, this time, August wasn't here to grind monsters but to travel quickly to the 28th floor of the dungeon. So, he directly activated his treasury, instantly dispatching the 2 little monsters. He didn't even bother to collect magic stones, he could make big money soon. Such small amounts of money were beneath his notice. As a level 5, Ace had formidable speed, and although August was only level 2, his overall strength had already reached level 3 and even surpassed many within that level. From the upper floors, through the middle floors, all the way to the 18th floor, the 2 of them traversed without stopping, not wasting any time. Are you okay? Do you need to rest for a while? At a safe floor, Ace stopped and looked at August with concern. I'm fine. There hasn't been any combat, and my stamina consumption is minimal. The sin in the dungeon was much more concentrated than the lust in Orario, even though the component of lust was not very high. But even so, by absorbing this bit of lust, although it couldn't enhance his strength, August could use it to restore his magic and stamina. If he wasn't worried that Ace might find it hard to accept, August felt he could use Blink to travel. Seeing August say that, Ace nodded, and the 2 of them continued on their way. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor at the adamantite mine, an angry dire wolf was venting its frustration. Die. Bang. With an angry kick, it directly shattered a monster, leaving only a magic stone. Around it, there were scattered magic stones all over the ground, all the results of its hard work. 3 days ago, the female it had been pursuing ended up getting intimate with other men right in front of him, igniting its rage. However, despite the anger, it didn't let it cloud its judgment. It didn't question or pick fights because it knew everything was meaningless. After the anger and a bit of calmness, it had no idea what to do. Its relationship with Ace was only at the level of comrades, and it had no right to interfere in Ace's private life. Moreover, it was powerless against the guy who took away the one it was pursuing. Because August was also its comrade, and also a monster with immense potential and exceptional talent. In less than a month since coming to Orario, August had grown from a rookie to a level 2 adventurer, even creating substantial benefits for the familia. Not only did it establish cooperation with Hephaestus familia, but it also earned them a favor. Including itself, many members of the familia had gained significant income from this. 30% of the profits allocated to the familia, of which 10% was for the familia fund, and the rest was scattered among all those involved in this cooperation. Even it was part of the combat personnel for this adamantite mine excavation team this time. When they returned, although it was uncertain how much they would earn, it would undoubtedly be much more than what it earned the first time in the dungeon. So, for such a man. Younger than itself. More potential. Smarter than itself. Besides silence, it didn't know what else to do. As for doing something to its comrades, that was something it absolutely couldn't do. Chapter 57, Meet Bet again. Bet Loga, the son of the chief of the werewolf tribe on the northern plains, belonged to a tribe that had not received fauna from gods. Educated by his people, he firmly believed in the survival of the fittest. However, on Bet's 12th birthday, the entire tribe was attacked by monsters. Except for Bet, no one survived, including his parents, sister, and lover. This tragedy fueled Bet's desire for strength because only with power could he protect everything dear to him. In pursuit of strength that would prevent stronger beings from taking everything away, Bet went alone to Orario and later joined Vidar Familia, becoming an adventurer. Gradually making a name for himself in Vidar Familia, he earned the initial title of Grey Wolf. His relationship with a human woman in the Familia became increasingly intimate. At the age of 16, Bet reached level 3 and decided to go back to avenge his tribe. After a bloody battle, Bet returned victorious, only to be greeted by the corpse of her, who had died in the dungeon adventure. This was the second time he had seen the body of his loved one. This experience led to a significant transformation in Bet. He criticized the entire Familia, including his god, and began to despise small fry, who considered themselves weak. From then on, Bet believed that strong people would always rise to the top. He conducted a selection by insulting those he deemed unsuitable for adventuring, as seeing small fry reminded him of his past self, and he didn't want to see them die before him again. Having lost many important people in the past due to their weakness, he admired Ace, who was persistent in becoming stronger and moving forward. He believed that this girl wouldn't let him lose again. In the end, he was just an ordinary person yearning for companionship due to repeated losses. Fearful of having, he adorned himself with a sharp exterior. Who? With the last monster cleared, the newly spawned monsters on the 28th floor were all eliminated. This was why they needed a combat member, especially a level 5 combat member. The 28th floor was not a safe floor, and monsters would spawn, needing to be cleared. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult to mine adamantite. On the lower floors, especially around the 28th floor, approaching the 30th floor, the refresh rate and intensity of monsters were formidable. Even level 4 adventurers would find it challenging to persevere in high-intensity battles. Because monsters spawned randomly and unpredictably in terms of time and location. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps echoed, and Bet turned around to see a figure swiftly approaching. Ace. Bet was momentarily stunned, just about to greet her when he saw the person behind her. In an instant, Bet's expression darkened. The guy who stole Ace appeared. Although he was prepared to meet him again, seeing him in person still irritated him. Bet. Nevertheless, Bet ignored August, who came over directly. August didn't feel any resentment toward this Tsundere werewolf. Having read the original work, August knew that beneath this wolf's fierce appearance lay a fragile heart. Don't talk to me. Take your stuff and get lost. When August approached, Bet's fur bristled. Well, don't be so agitated. I brought you some condolences. Saying that, August opened his treasury and took out the items. Grilled lamb leg. A large cup of rum. Various side dishes. August deliberately ordered dishes from a rich hostess for Bet. As for the reason, stealing someone else's goddess, without finding a reason to approach, how could he show off? Take it. I don't care. This is a premium dish from the hostess of fertility. I specifically ordered it from Boss Mia. Are you sure you don't want to try it? I won't eat it. The werewolf said decisively, but his eyes repeatedly drifted towards the grilled lamb leg. Bet was still a werewolf, although no longer a beast. The attraction of a grilled lamb leg to him was not small. Whether you eat it or not is up to you, I've delivered the goods. August didn't continue to tease this Tsundere wolf. Of course, mainly because August's strength couldn't surpass him right now. What if this guy got angry and beat him up? So, he chose to give up for now. When he became more powerful, he would definitely tease him properly. This Tsundere werewolf was truly the best material. Arriving at the adamantite mine, they had already dug up quite a bit, all piled up outside. August opened the gate connecting to the treasury and directly collected all the adamantite ores. Bet, who had been silently observing August, saw this scene and couldn't help but contract his pupils. He didn't know if this was another use of August's skill or a new skill. But he had to admit that August not only became stronger but also gained more abilities. Looking at the area cleared by Bet, August suddenly smiled mysteriously. This smile made Bet have a bad premonition. Ace. What's wrong? Later, protect the camp with Bet. Don't let any monsters get in. Okay. Ace nodded and drew her sword. Hey, what do you want to do? Bet didn't know what August wanted to do, but since August said that, there must be a reason. August grinned and didn't answer him. Instead, he ran straight into the distance. This made Bet very unhappy. In the dungeon, as they went deeper, the space became more extensive. On the 28th floor, the dungeon's area was already incredibly vast, almost 2/3 the size of Orario. After running for a while, August looked around and thought it was good. They were already a considerable distance from the adamantite mine. Then, he took out an item from the treasury. Water candle, the peculiar item he had to ask Ace for help on the 19th floor last time. Lighting it up, August stood on a massive rock, quietly waiting. Click. Splash. Soon, in just a few minutes, monsters crawled out of the surrounding rock walls and beneath the ground. On the 28th floor, most of the monsters were various animals, including dog-headed, sheep-headed, bull-headed, tigers, lions, and so on. August couldn't be specific about their names, but without exception, these monsters were all level 2. Hey! What the hell is that bastard up to? Bet, looking at the monsters around, couldn't help but curse loudly. He had just cleared the monsters, and even if the monsters refreshed, it shouldn't be this fast. Ace, on the other hand, seemed contemplative. She remembered what happened last time August took out that strange candle. This made her somewhat worried. This was the 28th floor, and the monsters here were much stronger than on the 19th floor. Chapter 58, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. August lay on a massive rock, and below, a large number of monsters continued to spawn. Dozens, hundreds, until the surroundings were densely packed with monsters. August nodded, indicating that it was almost enough. And because of his actions, some monsters on the adamantite mine side had already rushed over. However, August wasn't worried. There were 2 level 5 adventurers, Ace and Bet, there. With them, there wouldn't be any problems. His gaze fell on the monsters around, and August's lips curled up slightly. Then, he took out a card. Ninjutsu card, Great Fire Annihilation, a disposable skill card August had drawn before. Click. August crushed the card, his face filled with anticipation. Then, a phantom appeared beside August, dressed like a certain ninja from another world, with spiked long hair, emitting an intimidating aura. The legendary Uchiha Madara. However, this Uchiha Madara phantom had no will of its own. In August's eyes, it looked more like a machine mechanically executing commands. Under August's gaze, Uchiha Madara began to form hand seals. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A proud voice echoed, and then, a massive fireball descended towards the ground. Boom. The moment it landed, the flames instantly exploded, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Uchiha Madara Phantom disappeared along with the completion of its task. At this moment, August extinguished the water candle and quietly observed the scene below. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This was just a ninjutsu, and Uchiha Madara's most potent ability was his Sharingan. The monsters below, like ants, were swiftly cleared in the blink of an eye. The only thing August was worried about was whether the drop items and magic stones under this sea of fire would also be incinerated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Hunting Moment I, kill 10 level 2 monsters, October 10th. Completion reward, normal draw twice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Hunting Moment 2, kill 100 level 2 monsters, 100 out of 100. Completion reward, normal draw 6 times. In an instant, 2 system missions were completed, and 8 normal draws were obtained. Upon opening the system, the completion rate for the third hunting mission had reached 374/1000, and this number continued to grow. With a single strike, over 300 monsters were instantly annihilated. This was the most satisfying monster grinding experience for August. On the other side, at the adamantite mine, Bet kicked a monster that pounced towards him and then saw a sea of fire in the distance. Even the entire floor was rendered orange-red by this sea of fire, appearing somewhat desolate. What is that guy doing? And this sea of fire, could he also use flame magic? Bet was incredibly shocked. Such terrifying magic, though not as powerful as Reveria, was definitely beyond what a level 2 could achieve. After clearing the surrounding monsters with a single sword, Ace looked at the sea of fire covering the ground, her eyes flickering. She pursued strength, unparalleled strength. Now, as long as August continued to grow stronger, then she had not misjudged. August was the person who could help her become stronger. After about 15 minutes, everything settled, and the flames slowly extinguished. August jumped down, and the ground was covered with countless magic stones. As for the drop items, there was none in sight. These were all magic stones dropped by level 2 monsters, over 300 of them, a considerable income. After spending a little time cleaning up the battlefield, August discovered a few lucky survivors. In the end, he harvested a total of 374 magic stones. As for the drop items, there were none. While August was counting his gains, Bet and Ace had already rushed over. "Are you okay, August?" As soon as she arrived, Ace ran to August's side, her face full of concern. Seeing this, Bet, who originally wanted to ask a question, suddenly turned purple-faced. He regretted it. Why did he come over to eat this dog food? He was a wolf, not a dog. "I'm fine, no need to worry." Looking at Ace, August answered with a smile. Seeing Ace like this, August wondered whether he should completely color her in his own hues. August had been hesitating all along because they had known each other for too long. Ace being so close to him was also influenced by lust. Now it seemed that he was too indecisive. Regardless of the reason, Ace was already his. It was impossible for August to give up on her. Since that was the case, it would be better to make everything clear. "You're not dead yet, jerk." "Thanks to you, not yet." "Humph, what exactly happened just now? Don't tell me you've learned a fire magic." "Not exactly, I just obtained a magic sword, so I wanted to test its power." Bet, upon hearing this, had a twitch in the corner of his mouth. That was a magic sword. Even the cheapest ones cost tens of thousands of valis. Not to mention how powerful it was comparable to first-rate magic. The price was astronomical. Such a precious item, something used for self-preservation, was actually used just to test its power. Wait a minute, where did you get the money to buy a magic sword? "Oh, this. It was a gift from Tubaki. I kept saying I didn't need it, but she insisted on giving it to me. It's troublesome, but the power is really good." Boasting, blatant boasting. At this moment, Bet immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to say another word to this jerk. He was afraid he couldn't control himself and would kick this jerk to death. Bet was incredibly envious at the moment. He also wanted this kind of treatment. His magic could amplify itself by absorbing magic, and usually, when he wanted to use it, he used a magic sword for amplification. That is, he borrowed the magic of his teammates when he was with them. Over the years, the number of magic swords he consumed was not a small figure. And in the entire Orario there weren't many blacksmiths who could forge magic swords, and Tubaki was one of them. Most of his magic swords were purchased from the Hephaestus familia. Over the years, he had often been teased and ridiculed by Tubaki, but he had never encountered such a good thing as receiving a gift of a magic sword. This made him extremely jealous. Was the gap between people really that big? Little did he know that all this was just August casually making things up to tease him. It was just to mock him. And August was also very happy. There was nothing more enjoyable than teasing at Sundara Wolf. For someone with a conflicted heart, making him sour and jealous was immensely satisfying. Chapter 59, 8 Normal Draws. Without lingering on the 28th floor, now that the adamantite ore has been obtained, it's time to go back. However, compared to the hurried rush to get here, August was more casual on the way back. There was no rush, as the items were already in hand and wouldn't run away. Whenever they went back, it was fine, sooner or later. As they traveled, August opened the Gacha Draw interface. What to do? Of course, draw Gacha. For a Gacha enthusiast, having the opportunity to draw Gacha was absolutely indispensable. This time, it was 8 Gacha draws. Even though they were all normal draws, with this many attempts, there was bound to be some good stuff. Opening the Gacha Draw interface, August began drawing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Premium White Wine *100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Roast Suckling Pig *100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone version. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Sausage *500. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Getsuga Tenshu. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Coke *200. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Pizza *100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a weapon, Murasame. Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone version can automatically smelt raw or by adding magic stones. Convenient. Fast. But it will consume a large amount of magic stones. Getsuga Tenshu, sword skill, gathering one's magic power at the tip of the sword and releasing it as a crescent moon-shaped blade. Murasame, Taigu, 1 kill guaranteed, Murasame. One of the 48 Taigu. When cut, it will infect the wound with a curse and cause rapid death. There is no antidote. 1 strike, 1 kill. August was somewhat surprised. With 8 draws, he managed to get 3 good items. And all of them were quite valuable. The automatic smelting furnace was definitely something that could make August wealthy, especially since he was currently dealing in adamantite ore. Then there was Getsuga Tenshu, a signature skill of Ichigo Kurosaki, and Murasame, a weapon specifically designed for killing. Both were excellent for August. As for the other items, they were all good things for August: premium white wine, roast suckling pig, sausage, Coke, and pizza. Especially the premium white wine, which August had only heard of before he crossed over, let alone tasted. Ace, are you hungry? Huh. I'll treat you to some sausages. Saying this, August took out 3 or 4 sausages and handed them over. Although Ace was puzzled, she accepted them. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. August always managed to produce some strange and delicious food. Although she hadn't seen them before, the taste was always good. As for August, watching Ace eat sausages, he unexpectedly had some unpleasant thoughts. This forced August to repeatedly chant the purification spell. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky won't fall. Several hours later, the two finally returned to Orario. After the round trip, the night had already fallen. There was no sense of time passing in the underground dungeon, but upon exiting, the rapid passage of time was evident. Seeing that it was already so late, August and Ace quickly rushed back to their familia. Inside the familia, lights were on everywhere. After all, this afternoon, August had just gone to get the goods, and the next step would be the first cooperation. You finally came back. Gareth, who had been waiting anxiously in the warehouse, said upon seeing August's figure. Spent some time, came back a bit late. Not late at all, not late at all. August smiled and raised his hand. A large number of adamantite ore quickly dropped from the golden door. In such a large warehouse, nearly a third of it was filled, showing that this batch of adamantite ore was indeed quite substantial. Good, good. Gareth looked at so much adamantite ore, his face was almost wrinkled with a smile. The next thing, leave it to you. Leave it all to me. You and Ace go rest. You've been on the road for so long. All right. With the items delivered, August and Ace went back. Only Gareth, the old dwarf, was left behind, looking at so much adamantite ore, his face full of smiles. Raoul, go to the Hephaestus familia and let them come over. The goods are here. Huh. It's already nighttime. Just go, don't talk nonsense. If you say more, I'll kick you. Yes. Seeing that Gareth was about to take action, Raoul hurriedly ran out. Aki, who had just arrived here, looked at Raoul at this moment, then looked at August, who hadn't walked out yet, sighed faintly. The gap was too big. Before, she thought that Raoul was quite outstanding among his peers. After all, he had reached level 4 in just over 10 years. Now, compared to August, Raoul was instantly crushed into powder. Especially after having contact with August, the little bit of goodwill she had towards Raoul disappeared completely, replaced by the figure of another man. Poor Raoul, without knowing anything, was forcibly pried away from competition. It's getting late, and the restaurant has no more food. Come to my place, I'll treat you to a feast. Okay. Ace did not refuse. She didn't know about August's ulterior motives. The two of them went to August's room together. Although the place was not big, it was more than enough for 2 people to eat. After wiping the table, August took out the gourmet food he had just obtained, roast suckling pig, pizza, along with some leftover fried chicken. Add to that some Coke and white wine. Is this too much? Looking at the whole roast suckling pig, Ace was instantly surprised. It's okay. If you can't finish it, you can eat it tomorrow. It won't spoil overnight. August said, opening a can of Coke. For the first round, he couldn't let Ace drink white wine. August wanted to taste it. If it was too strong, he couldn't enjoy it either. So he dismissed the idea. Since there were no wine glasses, August took a teacup and poured himself less than a third of a cup of white wine. Lifting the cup, taking a small sip, he exploded. August himself wasn't much of a drinker, he couldn't handle much beer, let alone wine, especially premium white wine. Whether it tasted good or not, August couldn't tell. The slightly sweet fragrance and mellow taste were lost on him. August directly put it aside. This thing wasn't suitable for him, he didn't have the taste for it. Chapter 60, Ace Wallenstein. Seeing the wine placed aside by August, Ace immediately felt puzzled. August, what is this? Ace looked at the white wine bottle on the table. Oh, this is a good wine from my hometown. I wanted to have a bit today, but I didn't have the chance. Can I try it? Upon hearing that it was a wine from August's hometown, Ace instinctively wanted to taste it. Although she didn't like drinking, as a member of the Loki familia, gatherings happened frequently, and banquets were common. She had tried alcohol before, but she just didn't enjoy it. This one is quite strong. How about some Coke instead? Saying that, August took out a can of Coke. This white wine was over 50 degrees, unlike the wines in Orario which were around 10 degrees. For someone who wasn't a fan of alcohol, this stuff was like poison. I want to try, just a little bit. All right. August got another glass and poured about a quarter, not because he was stingy, but because it was really strong, especially for a girl like Ace. Handing the glass to Ace, she looked at the thin layer of alcohol and felt a bit dissatisfied. In Orario, the alcohol was served in large glasses. Considering she hadn't drunk much before, seeing August giving her so little made her feel underestimated. Feeling a bit angry, she lifted the glass and drank it in one go. August was startled. That was too bold, this was premium white wine. As soon as the alcohol touched her lips, Ace's face turned bitter, and she sprayed it out instantly. It was too choking. The sensation was unbearable, feeling like her throat and mouth were on fire. Hey, quickly eat something and drink some Coke. Ace picked up a can of Coke and gulped it down. August looked at Ace with concern. White wine might be a small amount, but it packed a punch. Even if she spat some out, Ace's face was visibly turning red. Then, Ace started swaying a bit. August was speechless, her alcohol tolerance was really low. Was she getting drunk from just this? August, I feel strange now. The whole world is spinning. It's not the world spinning, it's you. I'm not spinning, you're spinning. Everything is spinning. Watching this scene, August couldn't help but feel helpless. August. What's wrong? Can you tell me how you became strong? Huh. I envy you so much. I want to become strong, incredibly strong. In her dazed state, Ace lay on the table, murmuring. You're already strong. You're a level 5 adventurer. I'm not strong enough, far from it. Hearing Ace's words, August sighed slightly. Having lost her parents at a young age and harboring deep hatred for the Black Dragon, Ace was determined to become strong. Mom. At this moment, Ace's voice murmured. A teardrop fell from Ace's eyes, and August couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Tell me, how am I supposed to deal with you in this state? It was really uncomfortable. Ace was right in front of him, already drunk, presenting a perfect opportunity. But Ace's current condition made it difficult for August to take advantage of the situation. I owe you one. With a sigh, August carefully lifted Ace and placed her on the bed. He covered her with a blanket, and only then did August let out a sigh of relief. There was a beautiful woman lying beside him, but he didn't dare to do anything. The original sin of lust was crying. As August was thinking about how to spend the night, Ace woke up. Seeing Ace awake, August subconsciously explained. You just got drunk. Drunk? Yes. August was afraid she might misunderstand something. Even if he had done something, the problem was that he hadn't done anything. Then why didn't you do what men usually do to women when they're drunk? Now August's first reaction was, is this really Ace? Has she been replaced? Tiona said that men like to do certain things to women when they're drunk. August suddenly understood. Ace might really have been drunk, but definitely not to the point of losing consciousness. But considering her behavior tonight, it seemed like Tiona was behind it. Did Tiona teach you all this? Yeah, Tiona said men like women in this state. By doing this, you'll like it, and I hope you'll be happy. Hearing Ace say this, August rolled his eyes. It felt like he was being underestimated. Do you know what Tiona said is? Tiona said it's something only the most intimate two people can do. And you agreed to it? If it's August, I don't mind. Now August was speechless. It felt like he was being treated like a wimp. In that case, Ace, come here. Let me teach you. Ace sat up, and August hugged her. The next moment, Ace widened her eyes because August actually kissed her. In an instant, Ace felt her brain go blank. She didn't know what to do. Then the two rolled onto the bed, and their clothes gradually disappeared. Ace seemed like a doll, letting August do whatever he wanted. It wasn't that she didn't resist, nor that she didn't want to. It was just that she had never been exposed to such matters between men and women, and she had no idea what to do. From childhood to adulthood, Ace had never encountered such things between men and women and had no interest in them. This resulted in her being a blank slate in matters of emotions. And August knew that hence even though in front of him right now was Ace's naked seductive body, he held himself back and looked at her flushed face. Are you sure you want to do this, Ace? August wanted to make sure that she was currently not under the influence of alcohol. He didn't want to have sex with Ace who was still under the influence of alcohol, which would definitely leave a bad taste in his mouth. Continue. With her face flushed and filled with anticipation for August's next move, Ace gave him a nod. August, who heard that, was already almost unable to control himself, but he refrained from satisfying his lust for Ace's seductive body, and instead seriously looked at Ace's face and focused on her gaze, to confirm that she was currently unaffected by alcohol, and confirm that Ace currently had clear thoughts. After confirming that Ace was currently having clear thoughts, August didn't hold back anymore and went straight back to kissing her lips. Even though it was obviously their first kiss, August tried to explore her mouth and vice versa towards Ace. They slowly gained experience from sucking each other's lips, to clashing each other's teeth, to clashing each other's tongues. They were learning together. After kissing for more than a few minutes, August withdrew his lips from Ace's swollen red lips and left a trail of saliva linked between their lips like a wedding string that might be linked in their future. After distancing himself from that seductive red lips, August looked at Ace's flushed face and seemed to want more kisses between the two of them. Seeing that he kissed once more on her lips, it wasn't a kiss like before but just a chaste peck. Slowly, there are still many places I need to explore. Seeing that Ace understood what he was saying, August again rewarded her with a chaste kiss, and started kissing one by one on every part of her face that had traces of curiosity and lust, from her mouth, her nose, her eyes, her cheeks, and her forehead, all of which he explored and left traces of. Since he didn't know which part he should kiss first, he just kissed all parts of Ace's face starting from the closest of her lips, and slowly he approached her neck and kissed that as well. While his mouth was busy kissing and licking her neck to leave a trail, his hands weren't idle either. He also started stroking her cute body, starting from her smooth thighs and slowly going up to her butt. She paused there and squeezed, which resulted in a moan coming out from her mouth. Chup. Seeing the hickey mark on Ace's neck, August smiled at Ace, who was currently trying to hold back her moans due to the two-sided attack between his mouth sucking on her neck, and his hands exploring her cute body. No need to hold back, I want to hear that beautiful symphony. Upon hearing his words, Ace slowly released her moans that she had been holding back earlier. Seeing that she was obeying his words, August didn't hold back and rewarded her again with a kiss on her lips. After tasting again Ace's red lips that were definitely fit for banana eating, he returned to focusing on exploring her body, with both of his hands currently squeezing her breasts that fit perfectly in his hands, not too big, but perfectly fitting in his opinion. He didn't hold back in squeezing her breasts, and in unison with Ace's beautiful moan symphony, he spent several minutes just licking and biting her breasts to leave his mark there just like on her neck, but he had to say that perhaps heaven wasn't far from his sight. This was true heaven, a trip up the Twin Mountains coupled with a beautiful moan symphony. There was nothing more heavenly than this. But even though he was enjoying teasing and leaving traces all over Ace's body, he currently couldn't hold back anymore, and it seemed Ace was too, with how she kept moaning while rubbing her thighs against each other. He'd be a rock if he didn't notice the signs. Can't hold it in anymore? While moving his finger in the sacred place that no one had ever touched, August gazed at Ace's currently rosy face, and that gaze, that lustful gaze, was unmistakable. August understood that it was time for him to get into the main course. I'll make sure our first experience is an extraordinary one. HMNN. Although there were already signs of wetness in her sanctuary, August decided to prepare more thoroughly so as not to leave an unpleasant experience in her memory. While spreading Ace's legs apart, he slowly bent down to align his face with the exquisite pink sacred place. Seeing that beauty before his eyes, he slowly brought his mouth close and kissed the sacred place, causing her body to tremble and emit a beautiful symphony. And without holding back any longer against this beauty in front of him, August began to explore this never-visited cave with incredible precision and concentration. From coating the outside with a lick of his tongue, to sucking the inside with his mouth, he didn't leave a single place unexplored. Moreover, with Ace's beautiful moan symphony supporting his exploration, his task in preparing the main meal was completed. Getting up from his hunched position, August, who currently had part of his face wet from being splashed with the girl's holy liquid in front of him, smiled at the beautiful scene in front of him at the moment. Staring at Ace, who currently had a flushed face, messy hair, and her body full of the red traces from his exploration trembling as a result of her sacred palsy being invaded by him, August smiled and licked the remaining holy liquid on his mouth, and brought his fully erect rod closer to the sacred place that was about to be breached by him. Did you enjoy it? Even though he already knew the answer, he still asked while looking at Ace's face, which was flushed and panting from his previous attack. Come, make me your woman. While stretching out both of her hands that were still trembling, she smiled beautifully, which caused August's heart to flutter. Not holding back against this beauty in front of him, he slowly guided his rod into that wet sacred place and tasted the unexplored sacred depths. While looking at Ace, who was currently holding him, August smiled and kissed her, giving her the signal that he was about to enter, which was reciprocated with a nod of anticipation by Ace. Seeing that nod, August didn't hold back any longer and began to insert his rod into the wet hole that flanked him hard. Ugh. While holding back the orgasmic feeling he had due to the tightness flanking him, he pushed with all his might at the obstruction he felt, and with a single push pushed into the limit and hit the tip, which resulted in Ace's back arching while moaning. Seeing Ace's face, which for the first time showed pain, August held back and tried to calm Ace down by kissing and massaging her lower abdomen, but he had to say that he was amazed at her pain resistance. Despite feeling pain for the first time, Ace didn't push or resist his entry, and instead hugged him tighter. After a few minutes of letting Ace adapt to his rod currently inside her, August smiled and kissed her while stroking her face. Ready. With that agreement, August began to pull back his rod, which was currently covered in a little blood, and began to push it back inside in a hurry because of the pleasure he felt, especially accompanied by her melodious symphony. And deep. Pa pa pa. With the sound of their bodies clapping and Ace's pleasure moans, he continued to push his rod in and out of the wet hole that was now swollen from the rough thrusts he was giving. He couldn't even think straight right now. The only thing on his mind was satisfying himself and the girl in front of him right now with the pleasure they had never felt. With every thrust he gave, a moan symphony accompanied it. It couldn't be denied that even after a few minutes of satisfying himself and sensing that Ace was also about to enter her climax, he also felt the same. Ace. I'm coming. And see coming. Along with both of their pleasure moans, Ace was the first to come out and squirted her holy liquid onto August's rod, causing him to not be able to hold back the orgasm he had anymore, and with a single stroke, he went into his deepest part and ejected his seed into her womb. For a few seconds he felt the pounding on his rod as he released his seed into inside girl beneath him at the moment, and along with the relief he felt, he also felt a slight dizziness as he wasn't using a safety, but before he thought about that, he suddenly remembered the girl beneath him at the moment and hurriedly put his thoughts aside and confirmed her state. Are you alright, Ace? Ha. Ha. I've never felt such pleasure. With a face that was still panting from her orgasm and the heat she felt in her womb, Ace stroked her belly that currently contained a slight bump due to his rod still inside her. You like that? Hearing the curiosity in her voice, August smiled and kissed her. You have no idea how much I like it. Saying such a thing while feeling the twitching in his currently still hard rod inside beautiful girl beneath him, what an amazing feeling that he would never forget. Ace, who felt the twitching in her insides, tilted her head, again. How about you, want some more? Although August definitely wanted to explore more the girl's perfect body beneath him at the moment, he restrained himself because he knew that a girl's first time must hurt, let alone looking at her currently swollen hole. You're still hard. While stroking the lower part of her belly, Ace slowly brought her cute finger closer to the huge rod that had previously taken her first time. Since you're not satisfied, bring me as much as you want again. Hearing that, August looked at Ace's smiling face, indicating that he could use her body as much as he want. Unable to restrain himself anymore with the blatant teasing that he didn't know whether it was intentionally or unintentionally done by her, he didn't care. Don't blame me later, Ace. Along with his lustful growl, August flipped Ace's body over and made her body face backwards with her face pressed into the pillow. Ignoring the shock she had, August stretched Ace's ass and brought his rod before the hole that was currently still leaking his semen and began to enter roughly. MHHHNMMMM. Along with the sound of Ace's muffled moans as her face was pressed into the pillow by him, August began to satisfy himself without thinking about anything else. The only thing he was thinking about was the immense pleasure he was feeling by looking at Ace's rear body that was trembling with every stroke and Ace's muffled moans. And that situation continued for the next few hours. August didn't care about anything else. He took Ace in every position he knew and made her moan in pleasure that could possibly be heard by others, and every time he orgasmed, he always inserted it into Ace's womb that was already full of his seed. Few hours later, everything settled, and Ace lay in August's embrace. The two of them surpassed the final boundary, truly becoming the most intimate of individuals. August could feel that, after completely possessing everything about Ace, his own strength unexpectedly underwent a leap. As the master of the sin of lust, August's own lust was the best nourishment, not something else. Not only August himself, but faintly, on Ace's arm, a green pattern was gradually fading. Now Ace had completely received August's mark. This mark was the mark of lust, and Ace could now be considered a messenger of lust. As long as she was with August, she could become stronger, and the method was to repeat the same actions over and over again. Hello everyone, I hope you're all always in good health. I just wanted to inform you that lately, I've been interested in working on a new project, and I hope you like it. If you do, I will expedite the progress of this project to catch up with the speed of my previous projects. That's it, thank you. Elenia. The ultimate antagonist. Getting Ice Guide to another world is indeed awesome, especially embarking on an adventure as a hero to defeat the Demon King, who turns out to be a woman, and making her part of your harem. It is truly the dream of millions of people hoping to be Ice Guide to another world. If Reinhard were to get Ice Guide like that, he might smile for the rest of his life. However, fate has other plans for him, as he becomes the unfortunate Ice Guide victim, landing in the rabbit hole known as the Moonlit World. With numerous psychopaths roaming around to fulfill their dreams, he must strive to defend his small life in this chaotic world, especially when the world is set to last only another decade. Fortunately, luck from 9 generations of his family comes to his aid in critical moments. Finally, he gets help to secure his small life. Ding. Has my help finally arrived? Congratulations, host. You have been chosen as the host of the antagonist simulator system. Finally. Wait. What do you mean by antagonist? Shouldn't it just be a simulator without an antagonist? As the name suggests, the antagonist simulator system is specifically designed for individuals with high aspirations to become antagonists, and you have been selected to be the ultimate antagonist. Congratulations, host. Ultimate antagonist. WTF. How does someone as gentle as me fit as the ultimate antagonist? Not so. Host, you undoubtedly possess a strong motivation, clear plans, firm will, undisclosed secrets, outstanding execution, remarkable personality charm, and the determination to subvert the world. Undoubtedly, you are the perfect candidate for the ultimate antagonist. WTF. You were born as the son of the King Vortigern. You pulled out the sword from the stone but inserted it back, and the sword emitted a resounding mournful cry. You promoted agriculture, popularized education, abolished nobility, knights scorned you as the ominous son of the disaster-bringing white dragon. You sacrificed Vortigern, gathered the remaining flames of the remnant age of gods, and launched the final assault towards the inner sea of the planet. Your wife and daughter died at the hands of Ares. You set the Olympus temple ablaze. Oh. Looks like my adventure won't be boring. Chapter 61, Pleasure built upon others' pain. The next morning, as the sunlight streamed through the window, it fell upon a man and a woman. August slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw upon opening them was Ace's delicate face. Unable to resist, August leaned in and left a kiss on her forehead. August. At this moment, Ace also woke up. They had done what they should and shouldn't have done last night. Though naturally innocent, Ace understood that now, after becoming a couple with August, certain things could be done. You're awake. It's not early. We should get up. Ace sat up, not putting on any clothes immediately but instead bringing August's clothes over. It was like a dutiful wife helping her husband get dressed. Watching Ace, who clearly didn't understand much but wanted to do something, August couldn't help but feel immensely fond of her. After a bit of dawdling, the two finally dressed and headed out. Gurgle. Ace's stomach made some noises. They had barely eaten anything last night, and then they had exercised for a few hours. Now, it was almost midday, and if her stomach wasn't growling, that would be strange. August tidied up everything on the table. Eating something greasy early in the morning wouldn't be good. He took out a pizza. That was the best thing he had at the moment. These system rewards, as long as August didn't claim them, would be stored in the system. After claiming them, it was like they had just been created. Have a bit of this as a snack. Ace nodded. She appreciated August's caring and affectionate attitude. August smiled, poured a glass of hot water for Ace, and the two of them enjoyed the pizza together in a cozy manner. Compared to an ordinary person, Ace, having experienced certain things for the first time, didn't seem to be greatly affected. After all, her physical fitness was on a different level. At most, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but nothing serious. However, August was very concerned. He had taken away a girl's innocence for the first time, so naturally, he was extremely attentive to Ace, even describing it as handling her with great care. After getting ready, August and Ace left. They arrived at the dining hall together. Since it wasn't early anymore, there weren't many people there. Ace, August, good morning. As soon as they entered, Tiona greeted them. When August looked at Tiona, he didn't know how to face her. She had instigated Ace's actions last night, but without her, he didn't know when he would have been able to win Ace over. After all, for a person like him, his experience with women was basically non-existent, let alone winning over someone like Ace. Good morning, Tiona. Good morning. Good morning, Ace, August. August and Ace walked over, and when they sat down, August carefully helped Ace to sit. Even though Ace felt it was unnecessary, she didn't refuse August's concern. On the opposite side, Tiona's expression was a bit strange. However, when she saw Ace sitting down with a slight lack of coordination, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Hey, you two haven't become a couple, have you? August didn't deny it. If someone gave themselves to you, and you still denied it, that would be a scumbag move. Ace also nodded, and her face blushed slightly. It seems not only have you become a couple, but you've also taken a step into adulthood. Exactly, Ace is already mine now. You're honest. Now Loki and Bet will cry. Thanks to you. Huh? Thank me? What does it have to do with me? Tiona was puzzled. She didn't remember being involved in the affairs of these two. It's because of your suggestion to Ace to pretend to be drunk. Huh? Ace, did you really do that? Now it was Tiona's turn to be surprised, looking at Ace. Yes, last night. I just casually mentioned it, and you actually did it. But August didn't do anything to me. Tiona subconsciously looked at August, her gaze a bit suspicious. This made August feel like his character had been insulted greatly. My body is fine. Don't look at me like that. But Ace, can you endure it? I just respect Ace and don't want to do anything to her without her knowing. You're a good man. Tiona sincerely meant this. In Orario, men often harmed women through methods like drugging, deception, coercion, and bribery. August's attitude was already commendable. But wait, did you two end up in bed when you fell? Why are you so vulgar? You're a girl, after all. Don't talk to me about that. Clearly, you two have already done everything. Hurry up and spill the beans. Later, when Ace woke up, I had her for breakfast, inside and out. August didn't mention that Ace had asked him about it first, and he couldn't resist himself. As for Ace, she didn't understand these things, so she didn't spoil August's act. Really enviable. Now even Ace has taken a step into adulthood. I really want a man to care for me and love me. Tiona, sooner or later, you'll meet a good man. Humph, it's been so many years, and I haven't met one. Well, I'll make do for now. You're lucky, kid. Sorry, not interested in can't afford it. One sentence, like a sharp sword, directly pierced Tiona's small heart. This was the thing she cared about the most, her size. Although they were sisters, Tiona's chest was like two peaks hanging in front, while her own was like a plane. You're attacking my personal flaws, jerk. I'm just stating the facts. I'm not A. I'm A+. I'm A+. Tiona's face was full of anger, but more so of embarrassment. August didn't respond but looked at her with a gaze that seemed to say, haven't you counted it yourself? In an instant, another critical hit was delivered. August went to get a bowl of millet porridge and some light breakfast. After all, there was some bloodshed last night, and he needed to take care of himself properly. The two of them, openly and proudly, started showing affection in front of Tiona. Now that the damage from the weak point had passed, they were being fed with dog food in front of Tiona, leaving her crying without tears. I can't afford you, so I'll leave. After saying that, Tiona quickly picked up her tray and left. Her appearance seemed like she was about to cry, clearly deeply stimulated. Chapter 62, Saber-Toothed Tiger King. Swish. A vigorous figure continuously shuttled through the cave. Everywhere they went, all the monsters were killed with a single blow. There were at least a dozen saber-toothed tigers around, each of them being level 2 monsters. However, now they were like little cats, all wiped out in the blink of an eye. I've become stronger. Ace felt her speed and strength, feeling incredibly surprised. Since reaching level 5, it had been 3 years, and her growth had become extremely challenging recently. Even after the last expedition, the accumulated experience only led to a slight increase in all her attributes. In fact, her most recent improvement was only a small boost in her abilities. But now, her strength and speed had suddenly increased so much, making her feel unbelievable. Do you feel it, Ace? August. This is our secret, you can't tell anyone. Ace nodded. Now, August was the closest person to her. In Ace's heart, August held in high position. I guessed it right. August, you can help me become stronger. This is just the beginning, Ace. You will become stronger and stronger in the future, I promise. I believe in you. A man and a woman, in this incredibly dangerous dungeon, started showing affection. As for the promise to Ace, August wasn't worried at all. With the gacha system, he could continuously get things that would help Ace become stronger. Click. Perhaps unable to tolerate these two showing affection, monsters crawled out. Ace subconsciously wanted to deal with these monsters, but August stopped her. August smiled faintly, and a golden gateway slowly opened. In Ace's gaze, a katana slowly extended from it. Zanpakuto, Wabisuke. This katana was different from the elucidator, it was a Zanpakuto, a soul-cutter sword. The elucidator wore out during usage, and unfortunately, August had handed it over to Tubaki for maintenance before and hadn't gotten it back yet. However, according to August's speculation about Tubaki, this woman wouldn't be able to switch it back in a short time. She had offered 1 billion valis to buy the elucidator. Now that she had the elucidator in her hands, she would surely study it thoroughly before returning it to August. Therefore, August had no choice but to use other weapons. As for the Murasame, August didn't plan to let too many people know about it because it was too dangerous. August intended to use the sword only when killing someone, it was a weapon for killing without leaving any traces. Holding Wabisuke, August felt that Wabisuke was much more handy than the elucidator. Compared to the elucidator, which was already a heavy sword, Wabisuke, as a Zanpakuto, was more suitable. Roar. At this moment, roars echoed as saber-toothed tiger monsters came charging towards August. Getsuga Tenshu. Injecting magical power into the Zanpakuto in his hand, a layer of magical power began to condense and take shape. With August's swing, a crescent-shaped sword energy erupted. Splurt. Like cutting wheat, all the saber-toothed tigers in its path were instantly slain. August checked, this was the lowest magical power output of Getsuga Tenshu. It roughly consumed 1/5 of August's magical power, but the damage it caused was still considerable. Especially with the tears of the goddess, August's magical power had increased significantly, and the recovery speed had also increased by 25%. August's tears of the goddess had long been stacked to the full, a total of 750 layers. August speculated that this 750 might be equivalent to 750 magical power attribute ability values. This increase was quite substantial. It was almost the magical power of a level 1 adventurer. Is this the release of sword energy? No, this is injecting magical power into the sword and then making a slash. Injecting magical power into weapons. You can try it, Ace. Yours is wind attribute magical power, so it should be easier to make a slash. Alright. Ace nodded and began to try injecting magical power into the Sword of Desperate. However, progress was not good. Ace could only attach wind to the blade and couldn't condense it into a sword edge, let alone release it externally. August didn't know what to do about this either. After all, he didn't know everything. It's okay, take it step by step. Although this attempt failed, Ace was not a fragile person, especially in terms of improving her strength. Her persistence and determination far exceeded countless others. So, in this dungeon, August continued to hunt monsters, while Ace kept trying. One monster after another died at August's hands. August's understanding his sword technique became clearer. It was originally a path of slaughter, and to comprehend it, one had to do so in the act of killing. Now, August's body was emitting a considerable amount of killing intent and evil aura. After 2 uses of the water candle, both caused special circumstances surpassing the monster feast, August decided not to use it again until he was confident. It was too dangerous. An ant might be able to bite an elephant to death, but having a bit of strength didn't mean August could act recklessly. Looking at the progress of the mission, it had already reached 541/1000. Yesterday, it was only over 300, and now it was 541, which was good progress. Rumble. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground experienced violent tremors. What's going on? Soon, cracks appeared on the ground, and finally, an extra-large saber-toothed tiger, nearly 10 times larger than the ordinary ones, emerged. Roar. The moment it appeared, it let out a deafening roar. Moreover, its strength definitely surpassed level 2, it was at least a level 3 monster. This is the saber-toothed tiger king. Although it's not the floor boss, it's an extremely rare enhanced species monster. At this point, Ace also came closer. After all, on the surface, August was only level 2. Saber-toothed Tiger King. Is it similar to the situation with the Black Goblin? That's right. Saber-tooth tigers are level 2 monsters, and although the saber-tooth tiger king is still level 2, it matches level 3 in both strength and speed. Enhanced species. It seems my luck is pretty good. Be careful. Don't worry. From start to finish, Ace never thought of stopping August. Because she knew that although August was usually very casual, deep down, he was proud, even arrogant. Even when facing the floor boss Goliath before, even though he was definitely not an opponent, he still chose to fight, even if it meant failure. Chapter 63, Wabisuke. August approached the saber-toothed tiger king step by step. The two stared at each other. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger king initiated the attack first, roaring angrily before moving. August raised the Zanpakuto in front of him and began chanting the incantation for Shirkai. Raise your head, Wabisuke. As the words fell, August's Zanpakuto began to transform. The blade gradually extended forward, forming a hook shape. This was Wabisuke's Shirkai true form. Seeing the transformation of August's sword, Ace was also slightly surprised. She had never seen such a weapon before. It could actually transform, unlike magic swords that could only release spells. Clang. August directly blocked the saber-toothed tiger king's claws. Roar. The next moment, the saber-toothed tiger king's large mouth full of bloodthirsty fangs attacked August. If it caught him, it would be fatal. Flash. However, in the blink of an eye, August disappeared from the original spot, and the saber-toothed tiger king's attack missed. Splurt. Next, August swiftly swung Wabisuke on the left side of the saber-toothed tiger king, slashing its two hind legs. The force wasn't significant, it was just a touch. Because of being played around by August, the saber-toothed tiger king became furious and turned to attack August. But August wasn't going to stay in one place obediently. His figure disappeared again in an instant, this time appearing behind the saber-toothed tiger king. Just like before, he quickly slashed its two hind legs. Feeling the pain, the saber-toothed tiger king swung its tail in retaliation. It was worth noting that the saber-toothed tiger king's weapons weren't just its claws and fangs, its tail was also a weapon. If this strike landed, it would definitely send August flying, even if not killing him instantly. Unfortunately, having the blink, a bizarre spatial skill, August disappeared again in an instant. In the following moments, August kept appearing at various positions around the saber-toothed tiger king, launching what could be called harassing attacks. Because none of the attacks caused substantial damage, not a single one hurt the saber-toothed tiger king. Rumble. After the saber-toothed tiger king roared in anger and wanted to attack again, it was horrified to find that it couldn't move. With the sound of landing, all its limbs and tail were pressed tightly against the ground. No matter how hard it tried or struggled, it couldn't lift its legs or tail. August smiled and walked step by step to the front of the saber-toothed tiger king. The distance was only 40 centimeters, but the saber-toothed tiger king couldn't touch August at all. What a powerful ability, Wabisuke! August exclaimed with some emotion. Wabisuke's ability was simple, it doubled the weight of whatever it struck. At first glance, it didn't seem impressive, but the terrifying part was that this doubling effect could be continuously stacked. Just like the saber-toothed tiger king in front of him, its strength was undeniable. Even level 3 adventurers, for the most part, would be seriously injured if slapped by it, at the very least. However, despite its formidable strength, under August's repeated attacks, it still couldn't lift its legs. Now, the saber-toothed tiger king's limbs were extremely heavy. Forget about attacking, it couldn't even stand up. This was the power of Wabisuke. Among peers, as long as it was used well, it was a bug-level ability. Sorry, but this is where it ends for you, saber-toothed tiger king. Splurt. With that, August's Wabisuke descended, and with a burst of blood, the tiger king's head flew up. Even in death, the saber-toothed tiger king's furious expression remained unchanged. Bang. As the saber-toothed tiger king died, its body turned into a black smoke, leaving only a magic stone and a tooth on the ground. The saber-toothed tiger king's tooth, a pretty good drop. Ace picked up the tooth and said, with a good blacksmith, using this tooth on a blade or sword is enough to forge a decent weapon. Especially if crafted into a dagger or short sword, there's no need to add anything else. It's definitely a great weapon. The sharpness of the saber-toothed tiger king's tooth was formidable. It could easily tear through the muscles of even Minotauros. That's about it for today. Shall we go back? Sure. Indeed, it was difficult to determine the passage of time in the dungeon, but it was about time today. August also released Shirkai, and Wabisuke returned to its Zanpakuto form, sheathed by August. By the way, where did you get this sword? I picked it up. Not bad, right? A powerful sword. Indeed, you saw the power of Wabisuke just now, it's indeed powerful. August didn't pay too much attention. He already had the Zanpakuto, and he would surely have more in the future. When the time came, it wouldn't be a problem to give Ace one. The only thing August cared about was that the Zanpakuto wasn't a product of this world. He could use it because he had a system. If he gave it to others, he didn't know if they could use it. On the other side, at Orario. Loki Familia Residence, Twilight Manor. This is the share for this time. This part is yours, and this part is for August. Tubaki placed the 2 guild cards on the table. I thought it would take at least a few days, but unexpectedly, everything was sold out in just one day. Of course. In Orario, adamantite a rare and valuable item. Although the ore from the 28th floor is slightly inferior, it's still adamantite. The total sales from all the ores this time amounted to over 67 million, and this is just the beginning. That's true, this is just the beginning. Finn nodded. 6.7 million for each familia, Loki and Hephaestus, while August personally earned 27 million. Suddenly, Finn couldn't help but look forward to the expression on August's face when he found out about this. After all, August's treasury was an incredibly money-consuming skill, a gold-devouring beast. The 27 million would undoubtedly be a considerable income for him. He had heard from Aki that August had spent 200,000 to buy 40 weapons in Babel. Now, after some time had passed, those weapons were probably worn out. This made him extremely eager. When he saw August and received this money, what kind of expression would be on his face? Chapter 64, Tiona, who doesn't know how to speak. As night fell, the Loki Familia's dining hall was filled with members who had worked hard throughout the day and had returned. The entire dining hall was now crowded with people, some in small groups and others alone. However, this atmosphere was indeed what many Familia members had longed for. At one table sat Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, and Aki. They were all core members of the Familia, including Aki, who was a logistical member. Both she and Raoul served as Garrett's assistants. These days, Lady Ace is always with that man. It's really infuriating. Lafia tightly gripped the fork in her hand, her face full of envy and jealousy. How much she wished to be close to Ace like that. Unfortunately, before she could act, she was beaten to the punch. Aki, who was eating on the side, silently agreed. Since Ace suggested teaming up with August last time, she hadn't gone to the dungeon with him. At this table, 2 people were dissatisfied due to another couple. Speaking of Ace, Lafia, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. What's the matter, Miss Tiona? It's just that, Ace and August, their relationship has become quite close. If you really want to pursue Ace, it's best not to harbor too much hostility toward August. Tiona said tactfully, as she couldn't directly say, the person you admire is already sleeping with him. This is impossible. That bastard and I have irreconcilable grievances. I would rather die than be with him. Her attitude was extremely firm, and because of this, Tiona began to sweat profusely. On the other side of the table, Lafia, who was just starting, didn't notice Tiona's odd behavior. However, as Tiona's older sister, Tioni, noticed it keenly. It seemed like Tiona was hiding something. Hey, are you hiding something from us? No, how could I? What's wrong, you seem suspicious. Under the intense gaze of her younger sister, Tiona's cold sweat flowed profusely. And it was this behavior that made Aki and Lafia also look at Tiona. This immediately made Tiona panic. She wasn't a person who could keep secrets well, and being stared at like this, how could she endure it? Tell us what's going on. Really, there's nothing. Ah. Nothing. Tioni sneered, and directly pulled Tiona into her arms. In this place that countless men dream of, Tiona got to enjoy it today. Ugh. Tiona struggled continuously against Tioni's chest but couldn't break free at all. Because of the actions of these 2 sisters, they attracted the attention of many people in the entire dining hall. Especially after seeing such a scene, almost all male members showed expressions of envy, and a small fraction even had their mouths watering. Ha, you scoundrel, what are you trying to do? Oh la la, what did I do? I was just having a friendly exchange with my dear sister. Saying this, she puffed up her chest, and the 2 peaks swayed. In that moment, all the men's gazes were drawn away. Several of them even had nosebleeds, causing widespread casualties. This action made Tiona incredibly jealous. They were born of the same parents, so why was the difference between herself and her sister so vast? One was outrageously large, and the other was pitifully small, and she happened to be the pitiful one. Miss Tioni, tone it down a bit. At this point, the innocent elf couldn't take it anymore. The intense scene had exceeded her tolerance. Tioni heard Lafia's words and subconsciously looked around. When she saw many men around her giving her lustful looks, she became angry. What do you guys want? My body belongs only to the captain. Be careful, I'll crush what's inside your pants. With just one sentence, she directly intimidated everyone. Not only that, in the next few seconds, everyone fled from there as if escaping a disaster. Seeing the dining hall suddenly quiet down, Tioni sat down slowly. They all ran away. Looking at the now mostly quiet dining hall, Tiona was speechless. Her sister was indeed too domineering. In other aspects, it was fine, but once it involved the captain, everything would instantly turn into a mother Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, although she was an Amazon, she preserved all her purity for the captain, Finn, in every sense, offering everything to him. However, shortly after, the other female members around also left in pairs. Before long, only the 4 of them remained in the entire dining hall. All right, now that everyone's gone, you can say it. Watching the scene in front of her, Tioni nodded and sat down, no longer angry. Ah, that was truly a decisive measure. Don't waste words, say it quickly. Well, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that the relationship between August and Ace has become very close. Are you saying they're together? Tioni said, slightly surprised. Getting together so quickly seemed unbelievable. And beside her, when Lafia heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. No. That's great, Lady Ace hasn't been touched by that man. Lafia heaved a sigh of relief, her face full of post-crisis joy. Seeing Lafia's reaction, Tiona really didn't know whether she should tell her the truth. So, what do you want to say, Tiona? They're not just together. This morning, Ace was supported by August when she came to the dining hall. Supported to the dining hall? How? Halfway through, Tioni suddenly froze, then widened her eyes in disbelief. Hey, you're not saying they? It's just as you think. That's too fast. Tioni was extremely shocked, with a hint of envy. She had been lusting after Captain Finn for years, but had never succeeded. Now, there was a new couple, and in just a few days, they had reached this level. Naturally, she couldn't help but feel envious. Miss Tioni, what are you talking about? The pure white elf girl was completely confused. Tioni didn't know how to tell her. If she knew about this, the impact would undoubtedly be significant. On the other hand, Aki, the cat girl, lowered her head, her eyes flashing with disbelief. This progress was indeed too astonishing and surreal. Chapter 65, it's you. Tiona and Tioni, the 2 sisters, exchanged glances, but neither of them was willing to speak. With a look, Tioni signaled to Tiona to explain. However, Tiona chose to turn her head and ignore it directly. Others might not know, but she herself knew about Lafia's fragile little heart. If she were to be told, who knows how she would react. What kind of riddle are you 2 playing? Lafia was also a little annoyed. The 2 of you exchanged glances, excluding her. Well, Lafia, the thing is, between August and Ace, the emotions may well exceed your imagination. That's absolutely impossible. They've only known each other for a few days. These things are really hard to say. Tioni, what do you want to say? Well. Lafia was her backing, and Tiona really didn't want to hurt her. Then Tioni gave Tiona a fierce look. It was all this girl's fault, throwing this matter onto her. All right, let me say it. Last night, Ace and August took a step into adulthood. Huh. Don't you understand? They've done everything they should and shouldn't do. Boom. Like a thunderbolt on a clear day, it directly struck Lafia's head. If she still didn't understand, then she must be a fool. In an instant, an image appeared in her mind, a room, Ace who was not wearing any clothes, and then August, who looked like a hungry wolf, pounced on Ace and tore off the beautiful clothes Ace was wearing and enjoyed the naked body she craved so much, and after that August slowly molested Ace who couldn't fight back and could only cry, and in the end August inserted his monster rod into Ace's cute body, and started molesting her for days, weeks and years until Ace became pregnant with that hungry wolf's child. Lady Ace. She let out a tragic scream, and Lafia immediately fell on the table, crying loudly. Tears flowed like a tap that couldn't be turned off. Tiona, look at what you've done. Tioni hurried over to comfort Lafia. Sooner or later, they would find out. These 2 are really nauseating right now. Tiona shrugged, although she felt a bit sorry, it was better to explode now than when she saw Ace. Ace, why? Why did you sob? At this moment, Lafia's tears were flowing freely. Don't be too sad, Lafia. This thing called love is unpredictable. But. Ace, she's been defiled by that man. Lafia cried while expressing her extreme sorrow. Tiona, who had no emotional foundation herself, didn't know how to comfort her. After all, she had an unrequited love herself. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps approached. At the entrance of the restaurant, a man and a woman walked in. Ah. Why just the 4 of you? Is no one dining with today? August's puzzled voice sounded, immediately drawing the attention of the 4 women. Looking towards the restaurant entrance, they saw August and Ace walking in side by side. The two standing there seemed to emanate an aura of a perfect couple. Ah. It's you, you scoundrel. I'll kill you. In her grief and anger, Lafia instantly spotted her romantic rival and rushed towards August. August was bewildered, promptly restraining Lafia's head with his hand. Leveraging his height and arm length advantages, he directly subdued her. I'll kill you. Kill you. Although she couldn't touch August, Lafia's hands didn't stop scratching and clawing at him. Lafia. Ace, standing nearby, looked at Lafia with confusion. Ah, Lady Ace. In extreme sadness, Lafia rushed into Ace's embrace, crying loudly. Ace instinctively patted Lafia's back gently, comforting her like one would a child. At this moment, Tiona, Tioni, and Aki, wearing somewhat awkward expressions, approached. So, can someone tell me what's going on here? August pointed at Lafia, who refused to leave Ace's embrace. This was his woman, just acquired, and someone was already trying to snatch her. Well, Lafia found out about you and Ace just now, so she couldn't control her emotions for a moment. How did she find out? August looked at Tiona sharply. Among the entire familia, she was the only one who knew about this, no one else did. Tiona and Aki quickly looked to the sides and distanced themselves from Tiona. Seeing this, Tioni's mouth twitched. She was trying to clear her name too quickly. Well, it just slipped out in the heat of the moment. Tiona, fearless of consequences, admitted it straightforwardly. Caught red-handed, she didn't bother to come up with excuses. August was speechless, but he had no choice. What could he do even if he said something? The words were out. Hey, how did you manage to win Ace over? Your progress is too fast, it's only been a few days. Tioni leaned in, constantly looking at August and Ace, as if seeking advice. Well, don't listen to his nonsense. Ace took the initiative. This sentence immediately plunged the surroundings into silence. Even Lafia, who was crying in Ace's arms, stopped crying instantly. Ace. Whether it was Tioni or Aki, all looked at Ace with incredulous eyes. This was Ace, the same Ace who, apart from family members, had very limited interaction with men. It was Tiona who tricked Ace into pretending to be drunk in front of me. August quickly clarified, as Ace's reputation was at stake. I just casually said that, who knew Ace would really do it? At the end of her explanation, Tiona's voice became quieter. Now, through the words of both August and Tiona, Tioni and Aki understood. It was Tiona who had instigated Ace, and Ace had acted on it in front of August. Then, yesterday, August and Ace had taken a step into adulthood. So, the root cause of all this was Tiona meddling in the situation. Tiona, my foolish sister, don't you have something to say? Tioni's face turned somewhat dark, making people shudder. Don't get too agitated. I really didn't mean it, I didn't expect Ace to take direct action. Enough talk. Accept divine retribution. Hey. You. Tiona, who had intended to resist, was immediately suppressed by Tioni. One hand covered her mouth, and then she dragged Tiona out. Chapter 66, what does it mean? Stealing my wife. As time passed, Auguste looked displeased as he observed several women not far away. On the other side, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni were constantly comforting Lafia. The issue of August's relationship with Ace was a heavy blow to the elf who admired Ace. In August's view, it was just a love-struck elf trying to steal his wife. Really, Ace is a woman, and you are also a woman. Beautiful women are already scarce resources, why would you still like Ace? Isn't that a waste of resources? Even if you like her, it's your own business, and it has nothing to do with August. But if you cry and sob because Ace is good with someone else, and Ace has to comfort you, how can you have such audacity? Unhappy, extremely unhappy. After all, today is the first day August and Ace are truly together, and they encounter such a situation. Anyone would feel unhappy. I really didn't expect that, so quietly, he took down the princess of our familia. At this moment, Aki walked over with a slightly bitter tone. In Orario, excellent men are rare, especially potential stocks like August. Moreover, after merging with the original sin of lust, August's male charm has increased significantly, naturally attracting thoughts from someone like Aki. I didn't expect it either. Ace pretended to be drunk yesterday, and I really didn't do anything. But Ace is a bit naive. Because I didn't do anything, she opened her eyes and directly asked me why I wasn't doing anything to her. Who can resist that? This caught Aki off guard. She didn't expect the plot to develop this way. She thought Ace pretended to be drunk, and then August couldn't resist, and the two ended up together. She didn't expect it to be this situation. That's because of your charm. Even the princess can't help but throw herself at you. Charm. Do you really think Ace likes me as a person? August glanced at Ace, who was comforting Lafia, and said somewhat self-deprecatingly. Huh? What do you mean by that? Aki was also a bit confused. Now that Ace has actively thrown herself at him, and he accepted it, why is he saying such things? However, from August's attitude, he doesn't seem to be lying. Now, in Ace's heart, I can feel that she loves me very much. But you. But before that, at most, Ace only had a slight liking for me. As for throwing herself at me, that was far from the case. So you. This explanation from August was like a bomb exploding in Aki's ear. You are an old member of the familia. You should understand what kind of person Ace is, right? Silent. Elegant. Powerful. Aki subconsciously said, after all, Ace is a star-level figure in the entire Orario. Another point is that Ace has an almost obsessive desire to become stronger. Stronger. Memories flooded back. In a chance encounter, Gareth had mentioned Ace's past. When Ace was a child, she once carried everyone's luggage forcibly, leading to her fainting for 3 days, and she was warned not to be overly strong. Not only that, from the time she met Ace until now, Ace has always been active in the dungeon. Normally, she didn't pay much attention, but now looking at it, Ace is truly dedicated to becoming stronger, always going to the dungeon whenever there is time. She doesn't care about money, power, or fame. The only thing she cares about is strength. Could it be? Yes, she wants to become stronger because she has reached a bottleneck now. And I, in just a few days, have grown to this level. So, that's why she's doing this. How is that possible? That elegant Ace, how could she? Stagnant strength is a torment for her. From this moment on, Aki's gaze towards Ace quietly changed. She never expected that a beautiful girl like Ace, with both strength and beauty, would do such a thing. But it doesn't matter now. She is my woman, and I will be with her for the rest of my life. But now, she is my woman. Regardless of the reason, she chose me, and I naturally have to take on this responsibility. No more words were spoken, Aki fell silent. At this moment, Aki couldn't help but feel envious. A man who cares so much about his woman has a huge attraction to any woman, especially considering August's status as a super potential stock. Indeed, Ace's actions last night were influenced by Tiona's instigation, but more importantly, it was Ace's desire for strength and the influence of lust on her. When merging with the sin of lust, Ace absorbed the power of lust. And as the Lord of Lust, August already had a certain attraction to Ace. It was because of these reasons that the situation evolved into what it was. Well, why am I telling you this? Let's have some grilled sausages. August smiled slightly, took out 2 sausages, and handed one to Aki. You always bring out some strange and wonderful food. Angel didn't refuse and took a bite directly. The taste was something she had never experienced before. And August smiled slightly. Besides delivering items, ordinary gacha usually only yielded some enjoyable food and drinks. Especially this time, with the 100 roasted suckling pigs, it was definitely a batch of great feasts. When going to the dungeon, having a roasted suckling pig was like enjoying a taste of heaven. Not to mention the pizza, a fast food delicacy, the taste was equally good. The only thing that August couldn't use was the premium white wine obtained this time. No matter how good the wine was, he couldn't drink it. Hey, can we discuss something? At this moment, Tioni walked over and said to August. What's wrong? Now Lafia's situation, you've seen it. Can I borrow your Ace for a while? August immediately became unhappy. They just had their wedding night yesterday, and today you want them to sleep separately. Are you kidding? The honeymoon period lasts for a month. Especially for a man who has just tasted the forbidden fruit, if you make him sleep separately from his wife, you're practically asking for his life. Now Lafia's situation is not very stable, and only Ace can comfort her. That infatuated Yuri elf, I have enough reason to suspect that she did it on purpose. You people are all from the same familia, and Ace can't run away. Why can't she run away? She was abducted. I'll take that as you agreeing. Tioni patted August's shoulder and said, making August want to hit someone. Chapter 67, Wealth Creation Plan. In the end, Ace and the others left with Lafia. After all, Lafia was prone to nervousness and self-blame. It was not easy for her to have someone like Ace to look up to and a goal to strive for. August's sudden attack dealt a heavy blow to the Lafia ship. The goddess she admired had become someone else's, and for Lafia, this was a massive blow. To encourage Lafia, Ace decided to spend the night with her. This made August feel a bit uncomfortable. Even though Lafia is a woman, she's still a romantic rival. Ace and Lafia had been companions for many years, and Ace couldn't bear to see Lafia so sad, so she agreed to the proposal. Before leaving, Ace gave August a kiss, a wet one, as an apology. Seeing Ace agreed, August didn't say anything more and just nodded. That way, with the support of Ace, Tiona, and Tioni, Lafia left the dining hall, leaving August and Angel alone. It seems our Mr. August, who just became the groom last night, will be spending the night alone tonight. Aki teased August with a smirk and then left. This left August feeling a great sense of loss. What kind of situation is this? Why does it seem like he's the only one who suffered a big loss in the end? Back in the room, August took out the model of the automatic smelting furnace. It was a big device, shaped like a cube with dimensions of 1m x 1m x 1.5m, similar to the smelters in Minecraft. This smelter was quite magical. Although it looked small, it had two virtual spaces, similar to ender chests, one for placing ores and the other for placing fuel. The operation was simple, just put ores and fuel, which were magic stones, into their respective spaces, and it would automatically smelt them. No manual intervention was needed, and it could produce finished products. This disappointed August. If he had obtained this earlier, he wouldn't have needed to collaborate with the Loki and Hephaestus familia for the original ores. He could have just purchased raw ores in bulk and smelted them himself. The difference between raw ores and smelted products is enormous. Take gold, for example. Smelted gold often contains fewer impurities, and the less impurities, the more expensive it is. And the adamantite smelted with this automatic smelting furnace is absolutely pure, without any impurities. Such a thing exists only in theory because no matter how advanced the technology and top-notch the smelter, completely removing impurities is impossible. So, the adamantite smelted by August using this smelter could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. However, the collaboration has already been established, and August is the core of this collaboration. The groundwork has been laid, and now it's up to August to fill in the details. Everything is set in stone. Nevertheless, this time, August secretly kept some original ores to test the effectiveness of this automatic smelting furnace. Taking out the adamantite original ore, he placed it into the smelter and then tossed all his magic stones into it. After all, August didn't know how many magic stones the smelting process required. Since there were two independent spaces, it couldn't hurt to add a bit more. Boom. The next moment, the smelter ignited. August could feel a heat dissipating, but it wasn't excessive. With a yawn, August lay down on his bed. As for the results, he would see them tomorrow morning. And so, a night passed without much incident. Early the next morning, August opened his eyes in a daze. The first thing he did was look at the smelter beside him. The smelter had already stopped running, and August understood that the smelting process was complete. Walking over and checking, in the space where the adamantite original ore was placed, there lay a quietly gleaming crimson metal ingot. August took it out. Although it was only a fist-sized adamantite ingot, the weight astonished him. Why was adamantite so highly sought after by blacksmiths? It was because this metal had extremely high quality, making a significant difference compared to iron tools of the same type. When forging, adding a bit of adamantite was enough to greatly improve the quality of the weapon. As for weapons forged with adamantite, they were undoubtedly top-tier weapons. Looking at the consumption of magic stones, it used around 100 magic stones dropped by level 2 monsters. This consumption shocked August, not because it was too much, but because it was too little. You see, smelting original ore wasn't just a technical activity, it was also a physical activity and a money-burning activity. During smelting, the blacksmith needed to continually melt it, then repeatedly hammer it to remove impurities. In this process, people couldn't stop, and neither could the furnace, as it required repeated smelting. Because this process was too laborious, level 28 original ores with such low quality as adamantite were ignored. Not only was it not easy to obtain, but it also required effort to smelt, and the final yield was minimal. Naturally, this dispelled the thoughts of most people. But now, only about 100 level 2 monster drop magic stones were needed to smelt so much adamantite original ore into adamantite ingots with an outrageous purity. It felt like cheating. A phrase popped up in August's mind, symbolic charges. This gave August an idea. If he could purchase various ores in bulk, smelt them himself, and then sell them later, the income from this venture was beyond imagination. The price difference between ores and metal ingots is astronomical. This has potential. August revealed a smile. All along, the gate of Babylon had been lying in the dust in his hands. August didn't say he could restore its true glory, but upgrading its grade has always been August's idea. However, in Orario, any powerful weapon was exorbitantly priced, let alone wanting to fill a treasury with top-tier weapons. Now, with this fully automated smelter, August saw a glimmer of hope. August could use this to amass wealth, then produce a large number of top-tier weapons to fill his treasury. Even if he couldn't surpass Gilgamesh, he couldn't tarnish the name of the Gate of Babylon. Thinking of this, August made a decision. Turning over, there were many things to do today. Since the decision was made, the first thing was to establish a stable procurement channel and a sales channel. And for now, there was an extremely suitable candidate for this. Chapter 68, I'm gonna screw you. Since August had made up his mind, he left the familia after securing the mitral ingot. After spending some time, he arrived at a mansion. This was none other than Tsubaki's residence. If adamantite had the most allure for anyone, it was undoubtedly for blacksmiths. And the only blacksmith August knew in Orario was Tubaki. Standing at the gate, he rang the doorbell. Then August quietly waited for Tubaki to come out. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Every now and then, August would knock again, but there was no response. August's patience wore thin, and he finally decided to barge in. With the magic of blink, passing through walls and courtyards was a piece of cake. After all, he had been here once before, and he knew where Tsubaki's room was. Just as he entered, passed through the living room, and walked into the corridor, August suddenly stopped. Because Tsubaki, wearing an extremely casual outfit, walked from the other end of the corridor, especially the upper body, which was barely covered with a piece of cloth. Tsubaki was obviously still not awake and seemed a bit drowsy. Huh? Are you August? Yo, good morning. Good morning. Yawn. Tsubaki nodded, greeted casually, and then prepared to go back to her room. August turned around and was about to slip away because if he didn't, he was dead. He had taken advantage of her before, and he had been beaten up quite badly, and it had hurt for several days. Ah. Sure enough, the next second after August turned around, a deafening scream rang out. Without any hesitation, August ran for his life. If he didn't, he was dead. Boom. However, suddenly, a door flew open. It smashed into August and sent him flying. Following that, Tsubaki, emanating a chilling murderous intent, walked out. Excellent. August, you dare to break into my house, peek at me, you really underestimated me. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I knocked on the door, you didn't open it, I have something important to discuss, so I broke in. I didn't expect you to. Before he could finish, August was slapped away with a thud. Then Tsubaki directly took down a machete hanging in the living room. It was one of her prized works, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Calm down, Tsubaki. I am calm now. Where are you calm? You are going to kill someone. Exactly, I am going to kill you, you scoundrel. In the background, August seemed to see a malevolent ghost manifesting above Tsubaki's head. Wait, I can explain. No need, bastard. I have something for you. I want your life. Watching Tsubaki approaching step by step, August was in tears. He swore never to break into Tsubaki's mansion again, it was suicidal. And at this critical moment, August suddenly thought of the purpose of his visit. He quickly took out the adamantite ingot to show Tsubaki. What's this? Seeing the adamantite ingot, Tsubaki's murderous aura dissipated by more than half. She directly grabbed it. Observing this adamantite ingot, Tsubaki's face showed increasing shock and disbelief. Where did you get this? I smelted it myself. Don't talk nonsense, just you. Do you know what forging is? This pure adamantite, nearly impurity-free, is something even I can't achieve. Except for Lady Hephaestus, no one can smelt it. But it really was me who smelted it. Fine, tell me, how did you smelt it? Sorry, it's a trade secret. You fuck. Tsubaki then raised the machete in her hand, seemingly ready to kill August if he didn't talk. This is what I smelted. Even you said it yourself, in the whole of Orario, except for your goddess, no one else can smelt it. I am a newcomer, can I still collude with your goddess to deceive you? That's true. Tsubaki reluctantly accepted this explanation, put down the machete, but her gaze didn't move away from the adamantite ingot. This made August understand further, the allure and temptation of such rare metals for blacksmiths. Well, I came to find you to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Spare me, our familias have just established cooperation. I was the one who found you, and in the end, you pushed everything to the familia. I just wanted some accomplishments worth mentioning. August felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just decisively rejected her, and now he was back at her door. It was indeed a bit awkward. Tsubaki rolled her eyes, not bothering to talk further. Glancing at August, Tsubaki walked toward the forge behind her. In no time, she returned with a black longsword in her hand. Here, I give it back to you. I've already maintained it for you. I thought you'd need some time to study it. Seeing Elucidator return so quickly, August was a bit surprised. This, consider it compensation for taking advantage of me twice. Saying that, Tsubaki took the adamantite ingot and directly placed it between the two peaks. Although the scene was beautiful and imaginative, it was such a large adamantite ingot. Was his advantage really worth that much? Too much, you know how much this adamantite ingot is worth. I know. Then you. I said it, this is compensation for taking advantage of me. You're a bandit. What's wrong? Don't you agree? Saying that, Tubaki raised the machete in her hand again, with an attitude of seizing it forcefully. This made August's face turn pale. Such a large adamantite ingot, August didn't know the market price, but it was definitely valuable. Was he just going to give it away? Are you made of diamonds? So valuable, and just by looking at you, do you think you're worth that much? Even if it's for hiring such a large adamantite, it's not something you can spend in 1 or 2 times. Bastard, you actually compared me to those prostitutes. Tubaki was furious. She was the leader of a big familia, the top blacksmith in Arario, and he compared her to a group of sex workers. With your current behavior, you've already put yourself in that position. You. After you for half a day, Tubaki still couldn't articulate a proper response. While watching Tubaki about to explode, August suddenly felt that he had gone too far. Fine, since you said that, consider this adamantite as the fee for hiring. But it's me hiring you, and you have to pay. Saying that, she directly pulled August towards the bedroom. Calm down. Calm down. August was also in a panic. He had just broken curse the day before yesterday, guarded the mansion alone yesterday, and today he was about to be forced. I'm very calm. Tubaki completely ignored August's struggles, already in an overwhelming mood. Chapter 69, I'm waiting for you to conquer me. Little man. Bang. August was thrown directly onto the bed, and at this moment, Tubaki was completely undressed. Gurgle. Watching such a scene, as a man and one who was experiencing the forbidden fruit for the first time, coupled with guarding the empty mansion alone last night, his heart naturally raced. Kid, it seems you're just pretending to be serious. Tubaki glanced at August, mocking him slowly. This is just instinct. I'm also a man, how can I be indifferent? That's just right. Since you've paid, I can't let you lose out. Saying that, Tubaki took control of August, displaying the demeanor of a female rogue. August had the blink teleportation magic, leaving was just a thought away. However, faced with such a situation, any man would find it hard not to be moved, especially August. Tubaki, this kind of thing is about mutual consent. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? You've already paid, haven't you? Her words clung to the phrase, you've paid, tightly. August had just compared her to a prostitute, which angered her. Being a half-dwarf, Tubaki, due to having half-human blood, wasn't as short as most dwarves. But because of her skin color, she had often been mistaken for an Amazon. In her weaker days, she faced trouble many times. Additionally, her figure was impressive, making her a target for many who wanted to take advantage of her. Over the years, she considered finding a partner, but none seemed suitable. August, in multiple years, was the only man who made her feel different, the only one she didn't dislike. Even with Finn, her remarks were only playful jokes with a hint of color, and that was the extent of it. Having stripped August completely, Tubaki was slightly surprised. Although he seemed slim, his physique was not lacking at all. Kid, you seem pretty good. Hey, Tubaki, do you want to reconsider? There's still room to turn back. Room to turn back. At this point, you want to escape. Are you still a man? I'm afraid you'll regret it. My woman can only belong to me. I'm waiting for you to become stronger to conquer me. Saying that, Tubaki pounced on August, and he, no longer resisting, rolled together with her. 2 hours later, everything settled in dust. Tubaki looked at August with slight surprise. He was level 5, a half-dwarf with superior physical qualities compared to humans. But August had satisfied her, which was unexpected. However, after the surprise, Tubaki was satisfied. This small man wasn't bad. On the other hand, August, who had dressed, felt incredibly heavy-hearted. Why? Because the day before yesterday, even though he had consumed Ace, it was ultimately her initiative. Today was different, he was forcefully taken by a woman. This made August start to doubt if he was truly just a pretty boy. He, the man destined to establish a golden capital in this other world, had been dominated by women twice in a row. It irritated him. What's wrong, little man, deep in thought over there? I'm not little. True, but before you conquer me, you're just a little man. August wanted to retort, but he was speechless. What Tubaki said was realistic. He was still too weak, even though original sin of lust could make him stronger, compared to level 5, he was far behind. Looking at August, Tsubaki's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Giving herself completely to this little man was impulsive, but she had no regrets. More importantly, she wasn't young anymore. Even though she was a half-dwarf with a longer lifespan than humans, she wasn't getting any younger. How did this happen? Tubaki, after dressing, suddenly realized that her strength had increased significantly. This drew her gaze to August because this improvement occurred after their intimate encounter. Realized it. August finally spoke. What's going on? This is my talent. Becoming my woman makes you stronger. This. Tubaki had never heard of such a way to become stronger, despite the various powerful skills and magic blessings in Orario. Becoming stronger through intimate relations was unheard of. Looking at Tubaki, August felt a bit helpless. This woman was now his woman. He had only eaten 2 portions of meat, taking the first time of 2 women, and both times were initiated by the women. In a sense, August was quite powerful. Here, take this. Dang. He took out the automatic smelting furnace. Looking at this seemingly rudimentary smelter, Tubaki was puzzled. This is an automatic smelting furnace. Just add ore and fuel, and without any need for your operation, it will automatically smelt metal ingots, absolutely free of impurities. That's impossible. If this is true, it would be an artifact. If you think so, then so be it. Naturally, Tubaki wouldn't believe it. Such a thing couldn't exist, otherwise, what would the blacksmiths like her do? You can try it yourself. Although it doesn't look like much, it has 2 internal spaces, one for storing ore and one for storing fuel. By the way, it uses magic stones as fuel. Let's give it a try. Tubaki lifted the smelter effortlessly, a device with dimensions of 1m times 1m times 1.5m seeming so light in her hands. August, now dressed, accompanied her to her forging workshop. There were many ores here that she had bought before. Tubaki directly put them into the smelter. However, when she saw that the seemingly small smelter actually had 2 internal spaces, she was astonished. This smelter was, in fact, a spatial smelter. Because it already contained the magic stones left by August, when she added the ore, the smelting process began. Tubaki looked at the burning smelter, shocked by the fact that it automatically ignited and burned. Although magic stone-powered smelters were common in Orario, she had never seen one that could automatically ignite and burn like this. Wait, smelting takes a bit of time. I've got plenty of time. After breaking through the final step, Tubaki completely dropped her guard against August. As the Lord of Lust, all women who had relations with August would bear the mark of lust, belonging to him in body and soul. That's why August brought out the automatic smelting furnace for Tubaki. For him, it was just a tool for accumulating wealth, but in Tsubaki's hands, it became a divine artifact. Moreover, through Tubaki, August could undoubtedly obtain a continuous supply of top-notch weapons. Chapter 70, consider it loaned to you. Alright. A little over an hour later, the flames of the furnace extinguished, and the smelting process came to an end. Tubaki eagerly approached the furnace and, with an incredulous expression, took out 3 iron ingots. The 3 iron ingots were identical in size and weight, as if they were uniformly crafted, something impossible for human hands to achieve. At this point, Tubaki had no choice but to believe that this furnace could indeed automatically smelt ore. Not only that, but the smelting time was not long, and there were no impurities. This was truly an artifact, an immeasurable treasure for all blacksmiths. It really smelted. Tubaki glanced at August beside her and then at the furnace in front of her. Do you believe it now? Where did you get this furnace? You don't need to worry about that. I'll leave the item to you. You better take it back. Now it was August's turn to be puzzled. This thing was extremely tempting to Tubaki, yet she unexpectedly refused it. The value of this item is too extraordinary. If something goes wrong in my hands, I can't afford the consequences. She was rational. Although she had slept with August, their relationship hadn't reached a level where she would accept such a valuable gift. Consider it loaned to you then, and you need to pay the fee. Is that okay? This furnace is enough to make you the richest person in Orario. Why would you lend it to me? Because you're my woman. I'm not your woman, little man. You haven't conquered me. At most, we're just a man and a woman. Soon enough, my woman. This lifetime can only belong to me. You're quite overbearing, but I don't mind. Tubaki laughed suddenly. She began to look forward to how long it would take for August to conquer her. She never doubted that she was close to her limit now, at most waiting a few more years to upgrade to level 6. But August was different. His potential was incredibly monstrous, and he would undoubtedly surpass her in the future. Currently, the most powerful adventurer in Orario was Otter from Freya familia, a level 7 known as the ultimate weapon. However, in the era when the Zeus and Hera familias dominated years ago, the limits for adventurers were not level 7. Level 8 and 9 adventurers were nearly equivalent to the status of level 5 and 6 now. August had the potential to reach those levels, and it was just a matter of time. Alright, leave the item with you. However, I don't care how you use it. But I need you to help me forge weapons. There's no limit to the types, the more, the better. The only condition is that they must have the indestructible attribute. I see. You want to utilize my skills to mass-produce weapons. That's right. My fee is quite high. I've already given you artifacts. Isn't that enough? August said with a smile, leaving Tubaki momentarily speechless. She really wanted to refuse because forging a weapon, especially one with the indestructible attribute, was an immensely colossal project. And August didn't want just one or two, he wanted a batch, and not in a single round. As long as she still possessed this automatic smelting furnace, she would have to forge weapons for him. It was akin to exploiting a laborer, but she couldn't refuse. As agreed, I accept. You too. We're in this kind of relationship, and you're still trying to make it seem distant. Who has a relationship with you? Hurry up and get out of here. I slept with you, took your money, and that's it. Now get lost. Hey, you're forgetting your pants as soon as you mention it. Dang. The next moment, a spear directly fell on August's head, embedding itself firmly into the wall. I'm leaving now. August immediately left in a hurry. This woman was truly terrifying, flipping out at the drop of a hat, and she was skilled with weapons too. After August left, a smile appeared on Tsubaki's face. Looking at this automatic smelting furnace, she naturally knew that August deliberately gave her a way out, otherwise, with so many blacksmiths in Orario, it's not like she was the only one capable of forging. Not to mention others, even her superior, Goddess Hephaestus, would definitely agree if August presented this. The value of this fully automatic furnace is truly astonishing. Even if one is not a blacksmith, with this furnace, they can quickly become the wealthiest person in Orario. Why are weapons made of rare metals so expensive? Simply because it's too challenging, and in this process, the most crucial part is removing impurities. Now, with this furnace, that problem is eliminated, which is simply terrifying. On the other side, after leaving Tsubaki's place, August headed straight to the dungeon. Having consumed Tsubaki again today, August's strength further improved, so he needed to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. This made August envy numerous predecessors who transmigrated. The system directly maxed out their levels and experience, making it so enjoyable. Unlike himself, even though he increased his strength, he still had to familiarize and master it on his own. Arriving at the dungeon, August swiftly traversed the middle and lower levels, directly reaching the lower level. On the 20th floor, August held the Zanpakuto in his left hand and the Elucidator in his right. He seemed invincible, ruthlessly slaughtering the monsters around him. On the side, a deep blue wax candle was lit. Monsters around behaved like they were on a conveyor belt, continuously spawning from various places. And August, as the instigator, was battling amidst the monster horde. Though he was only at level 2, having absorbed so much lust from Orario and eaten both Ace and Tubaki, who were at level 5, August's current strength, despite still being level 2, was definitely not inferior to level 4. As for reaching level 5, August still had a long way to go, as he still couldn't win against Tubaki. Magic stones fell like raindrops, and drops were scattered everywhere. Monsters died, respawned, Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission Hunting Moment 3, kill 1000 level 2 monsters, 1000/1000. Completion reward, normal draw 10 times. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded, waking August from the immersion of the slaughter. The mission was completed, and 10 draws were now in hand. August immediately lost the desire to continue the slaughter, raised the 2 swords in his hands, and then wrapped magical power around them. Getsuga Tenshu. 2 crescents soared through the air. Wherever they went, all monsters were torn to shreds. August walked up to the platform on the rock wall, extinguished the water candle, and then lit the peace candle. After killing the remaining monsters on the ground, August began to clean up the battlefield. The scattered magic stones and drops made August's eyes gleam. He was indeed going to strike it rich. Chapter 71, 10 draws. No. It's O. It took August quite some time to collect all the items. Then, August shifted his gaze to the gacha draw for this round. In the previous 8 draws, he obtained an automatic smelting furnace, Getsuga Tenshu, and Murasame. This time, with 10 draws, he wondered about his luck. He opened the draw interface and began the draw. The huge roulette wheel slowly turned, and rewards from various worlds passed before his eyes one by one. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Tomahawk Steak *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Large Soup *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained extraordinary item, Water of Life *1. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Lamb Skewers *500. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Draft Beer *300. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Braised Chicken *200. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, Milk Tea *300. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, milk candy *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained item, mini umbrella *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained extraordinary item, broken inner world seed. August's excited face suddenly froze. This was a 10 draw, and these were the rewards he got. Tomahawk steak. Large soup. Lamb skewers. Draft beer. Braised chicken. Milk tea. Milk candy. And to top it off, 100 mini umbrellas. August was not the type to use such things, real men didn't use small umbrellas. Looking at the loot from this 10 draw, August was utterly speechless. Water of life, holy water born from the tree of life, a drop can turn flesh into bone. Broken inner world seed, an extremely damaged inner world seed, capable of birthing an inner world. However, due to severe damage, it requires repair. Next, a drop of rich vitality and a grayish seed appeared in August's hands. August was speechless. A drop of water of life was just one drop. As for this seed, a broken inner world seed, was his luck good or bad? He knew that anything bearing the name world was absolutely not simple, not to mention a seed capable of birthing an inner world. However, the broken condition disappointed August because it needed repair. He had no idea where to find the things to repair it, and he didn't even know what to use for the repairs. While August was feeling helpless, the drop of water of life in the broken inner world seed world unexpectedly began to merge in his hands. A white light flickered, causing August to instinctively close his eyes. Soon, the white light dispersed, and August opened his eyes to see a seed emitting a faint white glow floating in midair. Inner world seed, absorbed water of life to repair itself, a seed capable of birthing an inner world. August was shocked. So, from this draw, he only obtained this single seed. Swish. It didn't end there. The seed directly merged into August's body. August suddenly panicked. A seed had entered his body, and who knew what would happen? The next moment, August's magical power began to rapidly decrease. His first reaction was that the inner world seed was absorbing his magical power. He then took out magical power potions and downed them one after another. His magical power, which was quickly depleting, finally began to rise after drinking the potions. But soon, it started decreasing again. Bottle after bottle, August drank all the magical power potions he had with him. Transparent potion bottles covered the ground around him. In the end, August had no choice but to watch as the inner world seed devoured all his magical power, leaving none behind. Rumble. Faintly, August heard a rumbling sound in his ears. He looked around but saw no movement in his surroundings. If it wasn't external, then the source of the sound must be from within his own body. In an instant, August felt his mind trance, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an incredibly spacious place. Here, everything was desolate, with black soil beneath his feet that he couldn't identify. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, with no light source overhead. However, it wasn't pitch black, he could at least see the immediate surroundings. August started wandering aimlessly in all directions, but no matter which way he walked, everything looked the same. Black soil, mist pervading the surroundings, and the seemingly spherical world. Where is this? Let me out. As soon as he said this, August once again felt a flash before his eyes, and he returned to the 20th floor of the dungeon. Staring at the familiar surroundings, August was stunned. What happened? Did he gain the ability to traverse? Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 2. Bloodline, ordinary human. Talent, original sin, lust. Skill, blink, 8000 styles, armament hockey, Getsuga Tenshu. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, Elucidator, Wabisuke, Muramaze. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Rare item, Inner World. Items, Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone Edition. Gacha draws, none. August opened his attribute panel and saw an additional category labeled Rare Item, with the words Inner World written below it. In the next moment, a piece of information appeared in August's mind. The Inner World seed had unexpectedly recognized him as the master and birthed an inner world within him. The magical power he had just absorbed was used to birth the world by absorbing magical power. However, due to August's limited magical power, even after drinking so many magical power potions, the total amount was still limited. In the end, with the help of this little magical power, he opened up an inner world of 100 square meters. In this world, there was air and soil, but no sign of life. It was shrouded in mist, which was also part of this inner world. August had fused with this world, so he could freely travel between the two worlds. Not only that, since this world had just been born, everything was non-existent, and August could help it grow to gain rewards. At the same time, when August encountered a crisis, he could also use the power of the inner world. For example, when magical power was insufficient, he could directly extract magical power from the world for use. If injured, he could also use the world's power to recover. Chapter 72, The World That Devours. August was very happy, and the frustration of getting only 2 draws in a 10-draw had disappeared. This was a world, even if it was just an inner world of only 100 square meters. But this world was not stagnant, it could grow. You should know that this was the lowest level common gacha draw. To be able to draw a damaged inner world seed was simply bursting with luck. Not to mention that he also drew a drop of water of life. Moreover, this drop of water of life precisely restored the world seed. All these coincidences colliding together meant that his luck was extraordinary, exploding directly. Although it was a desolate inner world shrouded in mist, August believed that one day, this world could definitely become a complete and flourishing one. And he would be the lord of the world. With everything settled, August stood up and left. The objective had been achieved. All 3 hunting tasks for level 2 were completed, marking a temporary conclusion. However, when August arrived at the 18th floor, looking at the distant pond and the surrounding forest, he suddenly had some ideas. He ran directly into the woods, took out a long sword, and started digging the ground as if it were a shovel. After spending some time, he managed to dig out a tree. However, the roots were severely damaged. Nevertheless, the fact that he managed to dig it out was not easy. August carried the tree, turned around, and entered the inner world. Looking at the black soil under his feet, he quickly dug a hole and then planted the tree in it. After doing all this, he poured a bucket of water on it. This grayish world had nothing, but it had soil and air. Planting a tree should work, right? As August was envisioning a future where this world would become a paradise with birds chirping and flowers blooming, the mist surrounding the tree suddenly enveloped it. Soon after, the once lush green leaves began to rapidly turn yellow, ultimately becoming withered leaves. Not only that, the entire tree decayed at a visible speed, ending up as a decaying piece of wood that seemed to crumble with a touch. August, who snapped back to reality, widened his eyes at the scene. What's going on? Staring at the dead tree before him, it was truly hard to believe that this was the vibrant tree just a moment ago. Looking at the black soil under his feet and the mist around him, August suddenly felt that this world was not as simple as it seemed. August developed some speculations in his mind. He then turned around and returned to the 18th floor. This time, he dug up a small sapling. Planting it again in the inner world, he closely watched the sapling. Then, just like the previous time, the sapling quickly shed its leaves and rotted. Is it losing life force? August pinched the trunk slightly, and it directly turned into powder. At this moment, August began to seriously observe this world. This world was formed by the inner world seed absorbing his magical power, but from the current situation, this world might not have completed its gestation yet. Like a fetus in a mother's womb needing nutrients to grow, this world probably needed something to promote its evolution. As for what it needed, August didn't know for sure. With doubts in his mind, August returned to the dungeon and then headed straight to the upper levels. Passing through the 17th floor and reaching the 16th floor, a minotaur was just born. Without saying a word, August directly grabbed one minotaur and entered the inner world. Roar. At the moment of entering the inner world, Minotaur suddenly let out an angry roar and fell into a state of madness. However, strangely, this Minotaur did not attack August, instead, it ran around frantically. This appearance made it seem like it was in great danger, fleeing for its life. That was the feeling Minotaur gave August. Swish. And at that moment, the mist around Minotaur suddenly surged. Then, it could be clearly seen that the mist around Minotaur became several times denser. Minotaur's roars became more urgent, even turning into tragic cries, shocking August. Bang. With a sound of shattering, Minotaur disappeared. However, what puzzled August was that this Minotaur did not drop any magic stones. This scene made August have a terrifying guess: this world was feeding, as it needed nutrients for its evolution. And the black soil under his feet and the surrounding mist were the means by which this world fed. As for why he was unaffected, he and this world were already one, so naturally, he could not be harmed. However, with this revelation, August's idea of creating an idyllic paradise outside the world fell apart. Returning to the dungeon, August threw the 3 minotaurs he encountered into the inner world. Soon, these 3 minotaurs followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Devouring the life force of plants, devouring monsters, what about humans? August had this conjecture, and this thought made August somewhat uncontrollable. Curiosity could sometimes be deadly, especially in this dungeon where life was as trivial as dust. In the end, August temporarily suppressed this idea. August continued to move towards the upper levels, but along the way, all the monsters he encountered were thrown into the inner world, making them the nourishment for the inner world. However, even after devouring so many monsters, August did not feel any changes in this world. With doubts, August returned to Arario and his familia. As soon as he returned to the room, he saw Ace lying on his bed, asleep. Ace. Why are you here? MMM. August's voice awakened Ace. August, you're back. I'm back. No, Ace, why are you here in my room? I originally came to find you to go to the dungeon together, but you weren't here, and I accidentally fell asleep. With these words, August felt a bit guilty. This morning, he had rolled in the sheets with another woman, while Ace came looking for him. Where did you go? I just came back from dungeon. Oh. Ace also saw the bloodstains all over August's body. Obviously, August had experienced a lot of battles. Then go wash up quickly, Loki said she wants you to come over tonight. Let me go over. What happened? You left behind the wine from the last time, and Loki found it and drank it. Just let her drink it. August didn't mind, after all, he couldn't drink it himself. Loki said she had never drunk your wine before, so she wanted to ask where you bought it. This made August speechless. Where did he buy it? He drew it from Gacha. Chapter 73, Surrender to My Embrace. After a quick wash and a change into clean clothes, August and Ace left together. However, as soon as they stepped out, at the end of the corridor, an undisguised malice emanated, and August didn't need to guess who it was. A certain elf, at this moment, was full of jealousy and killing intent, staring straight at August. Seeing this, August immediately acted on instinct and hugged Ace's slender waist. You should know that although Ace wasn't outstanding in the breast department, her figure was perfectly balanced, especially that slender waist, far surpassing the A4 standard. That jerk dared to hug Lady Ace. It really makes me furious. Freya was very angry, and she wanted to rush over, punch August, and then replace him. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. Although Ace felt a bit uncomfortable with August's intimate contact, she didn't refuse. After all, the two of them had done everything the night before. Every part of her body had been touched by August, so just hugging her waist was nothing. Freya. With her equally sensitive senses, Ace naturally noticed Freya at the corner of the corridor. Lady Ace. As Ace looked over, the original jealousy and killing intent on Freya's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of longing. August couldn't help but marvel at this acting skill. This performance easily surpassed many modern idols. Why are you here, Freya? Lady Ace, I've been looking for you for a long time. Are you free tonight? Freya's small face was full of expectation. Although Ace had entered a relationship with August, she believed that with enough effort, she could save Ace from August's clutches. Sorry, Freya, I'll be with August tonight. Lady Ace, that guy August can be anything. Don't mind him. Freya, August is my partner. You can't say that about him. Ace frowned, her expression becoming unpleasant. For Ace, besides her parents who were now missing, August was her last relative. She chose August, entrusted everything to him, and had already decided on him. Lady Ace, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Freya didn't expect August to have such a position in Ace's heart. While apologizing, she was also puzzled. Why did the relationship between August and Ace develop so quickly in such a short time? All right, Freya, August and I are going to see Loki. We're leaving. August watched his wife defend him and felt a sense of joy in his heart. It was refreshing to have both a wife and a little rival. Looking at Freya, whose face drooped, August suddenly had an evil idea and wanted to tease this lily spirit a bit. Wait for me. What do you want to do, August? For August, Freya had no good feelings at all. She hated him for snatching her crush away, even if she was a female. A bit envious, huh? I can freely have intimate contact with Ace and even have close contact at night. You. The phrase close contact immediately turned Freya completely red, even her ears. For her, the admiration for Ace was not a desire between men and women, but a desire to be recognized by the person she admired, praised by her, and then stand with her, fighting side by side. Although this feeling had changed a bit due to August's intrusion, the essence remained the same. Do you want to be as close to Ace as sisters? What do you mean? Do you want to eat together with Ace, go to dungeon together, come back together, and then at night, sleep together? Like a devil's whisper, these words threw Freya into a world of fantasies. Getting up in the morning with Ace, eating together, going to dungeon together to fight side by side, coming back together, sleeping together at night, and repeating. Slowly, Freya's saliva was about to flow out. Wasn't this the life she had been dreaming of? August felt a bit speechless. This elf girl was a bit silly. Wait a minute. Why are you helping me? But soon, Freya came back to her senses, looking at August suspiciously. Although she was innocent, she wasn't stupid. My purpose is simple. Surrender to my embrace, accept my love, and you will be sisters with Ace. From now on, for the rest of your life, you'll be sisters. The fox's tail was exposed. Such a silly elf girl could be considered a treasure. You're dreaming. I didn't expect that you would be this kind of person. I'll go tell Lady Ace and reveal your true colors. At this moment, Lafia seemed to have caught a handle on August. Oh. Expose me. You can try. See if Ace believes you or believes her boyfriend. You. The answer to this question was very clear. From Ace's attitude just now, it was easy to see. August smiled slightly. It was almost done. The seed had been planted. My proposal is always valid, Lafia. I look forward to you surrendering to my embrace and accepting my love. After saying that, he turned around and returned to Ace's side, and the two figures gradually disappeared in the corridor, leaving behind Lafia with a face full of hesitation. The elf race was well known in the world for their loyalty and love. For an elf, there would only be one partner in their lifetime. If Lafia chose August, she would forever be August's wife. Even if she left August in the future, she would not develop feelings for other men. This was the loyalty of elves, even if this love was wrong, had no result, and made her regret. But if she chose the other party, it would never change, even if it ended in a tragic way. On the other hand, Ace was the object of Lafia's admiration. This choice made her struggle, not knowing what to do. After all, she was just a teenager. On this side, August's face showed a hint of a smile. The words he just said to Lafia were never expected to make Lafia surrender to him. It was just sowing a seed in Lafia's heart. Someday, for some reason, this seed would sprout and grow. That was what August wanted. Besides, for an elf like Lafia, who was just a teenager, it was too early to talk about having a partner. Chapter 74, this marriage has been approved. Arriving at Loki's room, it was much larger and more luxurious than August's room. After all, Loki was a goddess, and his residence was naturally not simple. Loki, I brought August with me. Upon arriving, Ace directly pushed open the door, causing August's eyebrows to twitch. So powerful. Not even a knock. Ah, Ace-chan, you finally came to see me. Let me give you a hug. Saying that, she rushed over, attempting to tackle Ace. Ace, however, skillfully grabbed Loki's arm and threw her out. Watching Loki fall to the ground with a bang, August couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Judging by the situation, this wasn't the first or second time this had happened. At this moment, Loki also noticed August, who had just entered. You jerk, help me up quickly. Oh. August hurried over to help Loki up. After all, she was a goddess from his familia. Loki sighed slightly as she looked at August. Since the last time August updated his ability values and gained the lust skill, she knew that trouble was inevitable for her familia in the future. Now, in just a few days, her beloved Ace had fallen into his clutches. Thinking about what Riveria had said at the beginning, Loki didn't know if this was good or bad. Lust was indeed a huge weakness. If someone with ill intentions targeted him, it could easily lead to trouble. The word lust was like a double-edged sword. This was no joke. However, in the blink of an eye, Loki's worries and concerns disappeared, replaced by a reckless and unrestrained attitude. You little rascal, you really laid your hands on our Ace. Do you know she's our precious? We've said it many times, you absolutely cannot lay a finger on her. Loki grabbed August's collar, and it seemed like she was about to explode in a scene where the father-in-law was about to beat up his son-in-law. That, feelings and atmosphere were right, and I'm a big man, how can I endure it? Nonsense. You just can't control yourself down there. I'm going to make you suffer. With that, Loki's knee aimed towards August, launching an assault. Seeing this, August's scalp went numb, and he quickly retreated, avoiding the attack. If he took this knee strike, it would definitely be a serious blow. You actually dodged. You rascal. Hey, Loki, it's a mutual thing. I don't care. Come over here and let me kick you. Forget it. This matter concerns Ace's future happiness. If I take this kick, I won't be able to endure it, and Ace won't be able to either. Hearing August's explicit words, Loki became even angrier. But looking at Ace, whose face was slightly red, with a shy expression, Loki felt a pang of pain in her heart. Her beloved daughter had been taken away by this scoundrel. After causing a commotion for a while, Loki's anger also subsided. It was almost enough. She wasn't the kind of god who ignored reason. You little rascal, remember this. Ace is our treasure. Now, we've entrusted her to you. If you dare to make her suffer even a bit, I will make you wish you were dead, and Ace won't be able to endure it either. Loki said this with a stern expression, and her narrowed eyes stared at August. In that instant, August had a feeling that Loki could see through him from head to toe. Ace is my treasure, and I will naturally spend my whole life protecting her. Remember what I said. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing old feelings in the future. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Loki snorted, but she also agreed to this marriage. Moreover, now that August and Ace were together, August was completely tied to Loki familia. In addition to the previous cooperation between August and Hephaestus familia, August was now considered the successor to Finn. In the next few years, when Finn stepped down and August grew up, the position of familia leader would naturally fall into August's hands. By the way, this is what Finn brought over yesterday. Take it. What is it? It's your share of the bonus from this collaboration. How much is it? 27 million Valis. When this number came out, August was momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. He was considered a rich man now. 27 million could buy so many things. Of course, in terms of weapons, August no longer planned to buy them himself. If needed, he could just go to Tubaki directly. Ordinary weapons couldn't withstand the consumption of his treasury. The weapons he bought for 200,000 before were almost exhausted, otherwise, August wouldn't have been using a sword for the past period. Ace, let's go out for a nice meal later. My treat. Okay. Ace nodded and felt happy for August. Although 27 million wasn't a small sum for her, it wasn't too much either. On the side, Loki looked at this scene and revealed an anti-smile. Unlike Lafia, she treated Ace with the indulgence of a mother, similar to how most fathers treated their daughters like little cotton jackets. Come over. Since you're here, let me update your status. Don't bother me later. Sure. August quickly took off his upper garment. Now, August was no longer the weak appearance from before. Although he couldn't be considered very strong, he had developed abdominal muscles, and his body looked comfortable. Loki took out a needle, pricked her finger, and dripped divine power onto August's back. Then, a white light flashed, and August's favorability ability values began to rise. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV, 2. Strength, H130, D560. Endurance, H180, D580. Technique, H100, D510. Agility, H160, D570. Magic power, H190, D520. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Armament Hockey, Lust. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu. Development skills, Mystery. All ability values had increased significantly, with an increase of over 400. This was truly terrifying. Moreover, August had gained another magic this time. This made Loki very speechless. Weren't your skills and magic free? Why did they increase every time? Here, your ability values have increased quite a bit, and you've gained another magic. I really doubt if you're even human, you little rascal. Loki handed over the recorded ability values to August, her face full of complaints. August took a look, and indeed, although the ability values had increased quite a bit, the increase from absorbing lust wasn't taken into account. Getsuga Tenshu was also classified as a magic in his status. But this was understandable. Injecting magic power into the sword to transform it into a crescent moon slash was indeed a kind of magic. Chapter 75, meets Seer. With Loki settled, the matter between August and Ace was also considered settled. Looking at the status in his hands, all attributes were at the D level, with over 500 ability values. In just these few days, he had grown so much, it was quite impressive. At present, August had a certain level of strength in Horario. By the way, do you still have that wine of yours? Give me a few hundred bottles. Suddenly, Loki remembered the exquisite wine she had been thinking about. She couldn't forget it after tasting it once. Although it wasn't as good as the divine wine brewed by Soma, it was still considered top-notch in the mortal realm. Loki, since you've tasted it, you should know it's quite rare. How much do you have? Bring it all out. Not much, but giving it all to you is impossible. I'm your goddess, and you don't even give me good things. Hee hee. Looking at the unyielding August, Loki was quite annoyed. These 2 bottles are my gift to you. This kind of wine is quite rare. As the saying goes, rarity makes things precious. 2 bottles. Not enough, at least 20 bottles. Seeing the appearance of 2 bottles of premium white wine, Loki's eyes immediately lit up, and she collected them. However, watching August, Loki seemed to be lost in thought. Since he could take out 2 bottles, it meant that August definitely had more. In that case, he should bring out more. 2 bottles, no more. Let's compromise, 10 bottles. 2 bottles. 8 bottles. 2 bottles. 5 bottles. 2 bottles. You're going too far. At least 3 bottles. Fine. After saying that, August put down a bottle of premium white wine and then grabbed Ace's hand and left. Meanwhile, Loki was dumbfounded. It seemed like she had been tricked. Looking at the premium white wine in front of her, Loki picked it up. This little rascal actually fooled me, but it's okay. I heard Ace say that you can't handle this kind of wine. No matter how much you have, sooner or later, it will be mine. As she said that, Loki opened the wine bottle and took a sip. Aha! This tastes refreshing. On the other side, August and Ace left the familia and headed towards the hostess of fertility. In Orario, this shop was considered the most famous. Now that night had fallen, Orario was shrouded in darkness, but the streets were lively with colorful lights. In Orario, nightlife was just beginning. Soon, the two arrived at the hostess of fertility. Miss Ace and this unfamiliar gentleman, what can I get for you two? A catgirl waitress walked over. She naturally recognized Ace, an old customer, but August, a newcomer, was seen for the first time. What does Ace want? August had never been here before, so he subconsciously looked at Ace. 2 servings of today's special. Ace said skillfully. All right, 2 servings of today's special. Then August and Ace found a seat and sat down. However, with the arrival of the two, the whole restaurant became much quieter. Sword Princess from Loki familia had quite an imposing reputation. Hey, Mr. August, we meet again. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded, and August subconsciously turned to look. Wearing a hostess outfit, with short silver hair and an air that felt very familiar, it was a waitress who emitted a sense of charm. Miss Seer, long time no see. Yes, Seer Flova. This was the alternate self by goddess Freya in this shop. Really, your color has become deeper, Mr. August. Hearing this sentence from Seer, it puzzled him. But August understood. As the Lord of Lust, August had already graduated from Curse. Naturally, his soul would undergo some changes. Just a little bit, Miss Seer. Mr. August, you said you would definitely come at night when you had time. I waited until late at night and still didn't see you. Well, because I didn't have time. It seems that Mr. August is really working hard. I have to earn money to support my family. Hee hee. The two of them seemed so familiar and even intimate. This made the men at several tables bite their teeth in resentment. After all, Seer was a well-known beauty. Countless men were lusting after her. It was just that they restrained themselves because of the formidable boss, Mia. Miss Seer, you're really popular. I just arrived here, and I'm almost killed by the gazes of these people. August looked around. Most of the people here were men, and about 70% of their gazes were continuously directed here. It really was a calamity to be near a beauty. Ancient sayings were not deceiving. This also made August have to say that the protagonist's halo was really powerful. Why didn't Belle enjoy such treatment? Is that so? Then I'm sorry, Mr. August. Although she said so, the smiling expression on Seer's face proved that she enjoyed the current situation. As the goddess of beauty, she naturally had to enjoy the gazes of countless men. The man loved by her was naturally a public enemy. However, I'm a bit curious. Will these guys create a melodramatic plot because they can't have intimate contact with a beautiful woman like Miss Seer, causing trouble for me out of jealousy? What is a melodramatic plot? It's when they cause trouble for me because they can't have intimate contact with a beautiful woman like Seer, out of jealousy. So that's a melodramatic plot. Well, then I'm looking forward to it, Mr. August. August smiled faintly, not caring about Seer's words. In his heart, he was actually looking forward to such people appearing. In that case, he could conduct the final experiment. The miniature world devoured the vitality of trees, devoured monsters, but would humans also be devoured? However, looking at the current situation, most of the people here were level 1 and level 2, and there wasn't even a level 3. Such a group of scoundrels probably wouldn't cause trouble for him. After all, he still had a swordswoman with him. With Ace accompanying him, these guys wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Today's special dishes are here. A catgirl waitress came over with 2 trays. Inside were richly flavored meat, a bowl of soup, and rice with meat soup. Seer, you're slacking off again. Be careful, Mom Mia will scold you. I know, Mr. August, I'll go back to work now. Cutely sticking out her tongue, Seer said goodbye to August and left. August didn't even raise his head in response. Chapter 76, Getting Ready to Strike. It didn't take long before the two of them finished their meal. However, there were quite a few strange looks directed at August from the surroundings. August had an idea in his mind. After all, he was a newcomer in Orario, and even though there had been some disturbances due to Riveria, Ace, and Aki in the past, it was all within a small scope. Ace, wait for a moment and go back on your own. I have something to deal with. Okay. Without asking what it was, Ace's trust in August was truly remarkable. And so, Ace got up and left. With Ace's departure, the malicious glances towards August suddenly increased. Especially for August, who could perceive human sins, the malicious intent was incredibly clear to him. Dong. At that moment, Seer walked over and placed a plate of grilled meat on the table. I didn't order this. This is my staff meal. Are you off work already? August glanced around, and the other two catgirls were still welcoming customers and taking orders. I told them I wasn't feeling well. All right. August nodded. He almost forgot about the true identity of this seemingly approachable girl and the real situation of the hostess of fertility. You see, the owner of this shop, Boss Mia, was Freya Familia former captain. And Seer was Freya's alternate self. Although she worked here, practically anything she wanted to do here was fine. Where's Miss Ace? She went back first. Why didn't Mr. August leave with her? Could it be that you're waiting for me? That's not impossible, but I plan to deal with some small matters later. Small matters. Seer glanced around and noticed that at a corner table, 3 people were constantly casting sinister glances in their direction, clearly with malicious intentions. In Orario, it's not just dungeons where dangers lurk for adventurers, even in this vast maze-like city, death awaits every day. The more bustling a place appears, the more it conceals dirt and filth. This seemingly central city of the world, the maze metropolis, undoubtedly harbors a terrifying darkness behind it. It seems Mr. August has made a decision. Well, the rats in the sewers may be trash, but if left unchecked, they can easily cause unnecessary trouble. And the thing I hate the most is trouble. Seer chuckled at his words but remained silent. However, her curiosity about August grew even stronger. She had obtained all the information about August. She arrived in Orario less than a month ago and was noticed by Nine Hell, who brought him back to the familia. He became Loki familia member. In this short period, the guild received reports of August leveling up. In just a short time, from level 1, he leaped to level 2. August, this newcomer, seemed to ascend directly to the mid-tier of Orario. Moreover, according to the intelligence gathered, August had an impressive record in the dungeons. The monsters killed by him numbered at least 2,000 or 3,000. For a newcomer, it was unbelievable. For years, Seer had been fond of children with shining souls, as they were eligible for her fauna and contributed to her familia. However, August's arrival disrupted everything. The abyss-like darkness and lust that resonated with her felt intriguing. Especially this time, seeing August again, his soul seemed even more profound and darker than before, making it harder for her to restrain herself. All right, let's end it here for today. The food was delicious. This is the meal payment for Ace and me. August placed a bag of Valis on the table, then walked outside. After August left, the 3 people in the corner nodded at each other. Check, please. The leader shouted, and the other 2 followers caught up. All right, a total of 74,000 Valis. Here. Dropping the Valis, the leader quickly left. Inside the shop, a half-elf observed everything. Seer, your friend might be in trouble. Out of concern for a friend, Rio Lion walked over to Seer and said. I know, Rio, but Mr. August will handle it. Is he very strong? Ah, yes, he is quite powerful. Seer revealed a mysterious smile. As for Rio, she no longer cared after hearing about his strength. She only spoke because he was Seer's friend and now knew that he possessed some strength. On the other hand, after leaving Hostess of Fertility, August deliberately turned into a narrow alley. He turned a few corners and arrived at a relatively secluded place. You've been following me all the way, come out. In a dark alley, August slowly spoke. Haha, kid, you're quite clever. Then, 3 people emerged from the darkness. Their faces were filled with ferocity, but their strengths were mediocre. The leader was at level 2, and the other 2 were at level 1. You harbored malice toward me in the store. I'm curious, I shouldn't know you, right? August asked, expressing his doubts. It was their first meeting, and even if they were driven by greed, with Ace by his side, most people would dismiss such thoughts. Kid, we've been observing you for some time. You've been to the dungeon with Nine Hell, Sword Princess, and Alcat every time, and each time, you've gained a lot. Knowing all that, you still dare to target me. It seems you've planned this for a while. I know you're from the Loki familia, but in Orario, people die every day. As a newcomer, even if you die, it's quite normal. In Orario, strength is everything. Even if we kill you here, what does it matter? As long as we throw you into dungeon, you'll be deemed killed by the monsters in the dungeon. August nodded, already forming some speculations in his mind. These guys were likely just ignorant and fearless. However, there was one thing he agreed with: in Orario, strength was everything. Thank you for answering my questions. As a reward, I'll send you to a mysterious place. August's lips curled slightly, and a terrifying aura of killing intent emanated from him. This scene startled the 3 individuals. They were just common fish in Orario and had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 77, Freya personally arrives. Bang. A figure crashed directly into the wall. And around, 2 more people lay on the ground, their fate uncertain. You're not level 1. The guy stared at August with a face full of shock. According to his investigation, August had arrived in Orario less than a month ago. How could he be this strong? It seems your information is not that accurate. I reported my level 2 upgrade to the guild several days ago. As soon as this statement came out, the guy's face turned purple, as if he had lost his parents. Damn it, it's only been a few days, and he's already at level 2. Even if he were cheating, it wouldn't be that fast. Looking at the guy in front of him, August felt a sense of disdain. Even if he were still level 1, he could easily defeat him. You should know that the gap between level 1 and level 2 is quite significant. With Falna, as long as the ability value breaks through to D, you can level up. You only need to achieve the corresponding achievements, and the level 1 achievements are the simplest. This situation led to one thing: some level 1 upgrades were due to the limit of level 1, while others barely reached the threshold for an upgrade. Not to mention, August, as a cheater, upgraded only after all attributes reached SSS at 1500. As for the guy in front of him, he directly upgraded once he met the qualification for level 2. In this situation, even though he was level 2, his strength was at most a bit stronger than level 1. There were even quite a few level 1 individuals who could easily defeat him. August couldn't be bothered with this guy and directly grabbed him and the other 2 accomplices. The 4 figures disappeared from the steep alley in an instant. In a mist-filled inner world, August and the 3 guys suddenly appeared. August threw them out as soon as he arrived. What is this place? He was full of horror. The ability to teleport in an instant had exceeded his imagination. However, August paid no attention to this. He calmly observed everything around him. Soon, as if finding prey, the thick fog around began to move, slowly gathering around the other 2 men, wrapping them directly. Then, under August's gaze, at a visible speed, the fog dried up, ultimately turning into dried corpses. Monsters. There are monsters here. This scared the remaining guy. Suddenly, they died just like that. It was too unbelievable. Next, the 2 dried corpses shattered into pieces, making people's scalps tingle. At this moment, the mist began to spread towards him. Don't come over. Help, help. After a painful wail and a miserable scream, he followed the fate of the other 2, turning into a dried corpse. August understood. In this world, the diet was not picky, whether it was plants, monsters, or humans. Once they entered here, they became food. August nodded. He had a preliminary understanding of some basic aspects of this world. The only disappointment was that this world couldn't become an exclusive utopia because it was a hellish place where people were consumed. He piled up the clothes and some worthless items of the 3 guys together and burned them. In a flash, August returned to the alleys of Orlali. Tuck tuck tuck. Sure enough, you're special. From the darkness, a graceful figure slowly walked out. With long white hair and purple eyes, an enchanting figure emitted an irresistible charm. Goddess Freya. August narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just left the hostess of fertility, and she had already come to him. This surprised him because Freya was a genuine Yandere. Whatever she wanted, she had to get it, no matter the cost. Ah, judging by your expression, it seems my appearance didn't surprise you. No, I'm very surprised. You're really an insincere child. No, you're wrong, I am sincere. Looking at August, a trace of infatuation flashed in Freya's eyes. August, however, didn't care about Freya's appearance. All children she favored would see this expression on her. But after being obtained and consumed, they would lose her interest. It truly reflected the saying that what you can't get always stirs up desire. Goddess Freya, you ventured into such a place late at night. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Danger? What danger could there be? As she spoke, Freya had already approached August and leaned in, a look of "tell me" on her face. However, at this moment, August could clearly feel that at the 4 corners of this alley, 4 pure malices approached. You should know that the entire Freya familia served under Freya's pomegranate skirt, and she was usually protected by Otter. Now that Otter was not around, it didn't mean there was no one by her side. Goddess Freya, your people seem a bit impatient. My current situation is quite dangerous. Hearing August say this, Freya was suddenly shocked. She didn't expect August to discover her childs around him, they were all level 5. However, the more outstanding August was, the better her eyesight. Immediately, she looked around. In the next second, all malice disappeared without a trace. August had to admire that this was Goddess Freya. Among the familia, she was the only belief, and her words were everything. No one would defy her. Are you satisfied now? It's okay. You're such an interesting child. I almost can't help but devour you. Saying this, she approached August's side and lightly licked August's earlobe with her tongue. This also made August excited for a moment, but he forcibly suppressed it. This goddess was not an ordinary woman. If he wasn't careful, he might really be devoured completely. Sorry about that. Right now, I have no intentions of developing any relationship with goddess. What's wrong? Am I not beautiful? Just standing there without deliberate performance, an extreme beauty emanated from her. If August hadn't obtained the sin of lust, he would definitely have been captivated by Freya's charm. Like everyone in the Freya familia, he would be captivated by her. But unfortunately, August was the lord of the sin of lust, the embodiment of lust itself. Now, with all divine powers sealed, Freya, who couldn't use any power, was unable to charm August. Very beautiful, Goddess Freya, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. But, as I said before, I currently don't intend to have any development with Goddess. He rejected again, making Freya slightly stunned. It was the first time someone resisted her beauty. Chapter 78, Ace, adorable and irresistible. You're the first child to reject me. I feel honored then, for being the first to have Goddess's attention. You're truly a fortunate child. I don't mind, though. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. It's getting late. After saying this, August didn't pay attention to Freya's attitude and walked away directly from her side. Freya kept watching August's figure but didn't speak to stop him. When August's figure completely disappeared, 4 figures suddenly appeared next to Freya. Lady Freya, are you just letting him go like that? What do you want me to do? As long as you order, I'll bring him back to you immediately. No need. It's still too early now. Fine wine needs time to ferment to become more mellow. It's the same with him. Yes, Lady Freya. Although they said so, the 4 of them had no good feelings towards August. His appearance had gained all of Freya's attention, making these people who had dedicated everything to Freya feel unbalanced. They would follow Freya's will and do anything for her, even bringing August back to offer to Freya. However, this didn't change their lack of affection for August, they even felt strong resentment. After glancing at the 4 of them, August continued walking towards the direction of the Babel. The 4 hurriedly followed. Guarding the goddess was their purpose in existence, surpassing everything else. On the other side, August felt the overwhelming lust surging within him. This encounter with Freya, and even being licked on the earlobe, allowed August to absorb a large amount of lust from Freya. This was almost catching up with the lust he obtained when he strolled through Entertainment District before. August speculated that his current strength was definitely among level 4, and the gap to level 5 had been significantly reduced. This made August feel an impulse to go back and have a real fight with Freya now. The speed of this enhancement was like riding a rocket. Just a close contact like this, and he had absorbed so much. If he really devoured her, how much lust would he gain? Anyway, it's not like he's marrying her, everyone is just playing around. August won't be captivated by her. Since that's the case, since he can enjoy the taste of a goddess once and also enhance his strength, August doesn't reject it. However, it's not the right time now. August's own affairs haven't been clarified yet, so he doesn't plan to involve himself in too many romantic entanglements for the time being. Especially with a Yandere goddess like Freya, it could be troublesome if things don't go well. Soon, August returned to the Twilight Manor. Upon returning, he saw Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni sitting on the chairs in the square ahead, chatting about something. August couldn't help feeling dissatisfied, especially with Tiona and Tioni. Earlier, because of these 2 sisters, they forcibly took Ace away just after August had consummated his marriage. They even took her directly to Lafia. This action made August quite displeased. Matters of the heart were the business of those involved. What were these 2 unrelated people meddling in? August, you're back. Is everything resolved? As soon as Ace saw August, she stood up and greeted him. And this action also made August feel very heartwarming. Perhaps Ace was with him to enhance her strength, but now Ace's heart already belonged to him. It's all resolved. Sorry for making you worry. Saying this, August held Ace's small hand, and the tender skin made August unwilling to let go. At this moment, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni also approached. I'm telling you too, don't be too intimate in public. Tiona said casually, though she felt sorry for Lafia, she was willing to bless August and Ace. Alright, let's not spoil the atmosphere here. Let's go, Ace, we're going back. Okay. The 2 held hands and walked back. Lafia looked on with envy. As for Tioni, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but swallowed her words. She also noticed a subtle change in August's attitude towards her and Tiona. A faint sense of distance had appeared, and she understood that her actions had displeased August. However, at that time, she didn't think much about it and just wanted Ace to comfort Lafia. Ace, in the future, keep some distance from Tiona and Tioni. Why? Because I don't like them. Oh. Without further questioning, she just nodded. Although she was naive, she had a certain level of understanding. Compared to Tiona and Tioni, who grew up with her, August was closer to her now. He was the man she chose, the person she would live with for the rest of her life. Now that August didn't like Tiona and Tioni, Ace naturally stood on August's side. Watching Ace like this, August liked her even more. Such a woman was the dream wife for every man. Having strength, beauty, being obedient, no man could resist such a woman. The two returned to their room and naturally spent a busy night. It was truly an intense and passionate night. Early the next morning, August got up early. Yesterday, he gained a large amount of lust from Freya and spent a night busily with Ace, combining to greatly enhance August's strength. Today, August didn't have any other arrangements. Unless there were unexpected events, he planned to go to the dungeon with Ace. After all, the second time for carrying goods was approaching. August also made a considerable profit from the first cooperation, earning 27 million valis. Considering he just ran some errands, the speed of making money was incredibly fast. As for the matter with Tubaki, August planned to visit her again in the evening. After all, she was already his person, and after eating Ace yesterday, August was somewhat nostalgic for Tsubaki's breast that violated the rules. That kind of attraction for a man was truly immense. This was the plan, and August didn't have many thoughts at this stage. There were still 3 remaining system tasks: reaching the 38th floor of the dungeon, defeating the floor master Udius on the 37th floor, and upgrading to level 3. None of these 3 tasks were easy and couldn't be accomplished in a short time. Although August had level 4 strength, he didn't plan to delve deeper too quickly. August wanted to explore downward little by little with Ace. As for the floor master and such, that could be dealt with later. They were monsters equivalent to level 6. Currently, August was only challenging a Goliath, so as for Udius, that could be left for later. Chapter 79, 1. Month later. And so, August's life entered a period of stability. Every day, he went to dungeon to kill monsters, and approximately every 4 to 5 days, he made a trip to the 28th floor to carry goods. Apart from this, August had nothing else to do. This kind of life continued for more than 20 days, almost a month. On this day, inside the familia residence, he looked at the ability values Loki handed over, nodding inwardly. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV, 2. Strength, SSS, 1500. Endurance, SSS, 1500. Technique, SSS, 1500. Agility, SSS, 1500. Magic power, SSS, 1500. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Armament Hockey, Lust. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu. Development skills, Mystery. After almost a month, all of August's attributes finally reached the maximum value of SSS 1500. Before S999, it was relatively quick, but after breaking the limit of S level, raising the ability values slowed down. However, in order to lay a solid foundation, August decisively decided to raise all attributes to the maximum value. It took until today to finally achieve this. Kid, are you satisfied now? Yes. Well then, go find your great cause. But I'll warn you in advance, achieving the great cause of upgrading to level 3 will be much more difficult for you than a regular level 2. You know the reasons. Understood. I plan to settle an old score in a few days. It should be about time. Settle an old score. Do you plan to challenge Goliath? Yes, I suffered a miserable defeat last time. If it weren't for Ace, I might not have made it. In that case, go ahead. Although Goliath, as the floor boss, is a monster comparable to level 4, with your current strength, you should be able to defeat it. Of course. August dressed and a fighting spirit shimmered on his face. For almost a month, August spent practically every day in dungeon. In these many days of battles and fights, both combat experience and strength grew rapidly. Compared to before, August's strength had made a leap. By the way, tonight is Donatus, which means it's time to decide your title. How about it? What kind of title do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, we can secure it for you. Donatus. Yes, the one hosting this Donatus is that woman Freya. But we have some acquaintance with her, so she'll give us some respect. I don't really care about the title, as long as it's not too extravagant. Disappointing. Well, I'll just play around then. As long as you're happy. After saying all this, August left. A few weeks ago, Ace no longer accompanied August to dungeon. After all, the power gap between August and Ace was too vast. Being with August every day would only hinder Ace's growth. So, after August suggested it, Ace returned to the front line of adventurers. Presently, Ace was usually active on the 40th to 50th floors. She would only return to Orario every 2 or 3 days since the distance to the deeper layers was too far, making it impossible to come back daily. August alternated between spending time with Ace and Tubaki. When Ace was away, he would visit Tubaki, and when Ace returned, he would be with her. The bond between August and the two women continued to grow. Especially with Tubaki, although she still didn't express it verbally, she tacitly allowed August to freely enter her home. So, after the familia left, August headed straight to Tsubaki's workshop. Entering, he went straight to the forge. Tubaki, clad in rags, was drenched in sweat as she pounded on a piece of equipment. Not far away, the fully automated smelting furnace was still operating. Since handing over the furnace to Tubaki, August hadn't heard it stop. It melted various things every day. Why are you here? Didn't you go to dungeon today? Tubaki put the blank longsword into the cooling water, wiped off her sweat, and asked August. I updated Fela with Loki today. All my attributes have reached their limits. So, you're going to accomplish a new feat? Yes. Do you have a target? The floor boss on the 17th floor. The floor boss is not bad. Since you've decided, take all these things with you. Saying this, Tubaki left the forge and went to the adjacent room. This room was specifically for storing the weapons and equipment forged by Tubaki. Opening a chest, 10 identical swords lay quietly inside. Each one shimmered with a cold light, all top-tier weapons. These 10 are all weapons forged with the addition of adamantite, and according to your request, all possess the indestructible attribute. The only drawback is that they all have a uniform style. No, this is more than enough. 10 first-grade weapons made with mitral, all possessing the indestructible attribute, were already extraordinary. By the way, there's something I need to remind you. While weapons with the indestructible attribute theoretically won't be damaged, they're not absolute. If the destructive force surpasses the limit, they can still be destroyed. I know that, but for me now, these are more than enough. That's true. Oh, one more thing. Although weapons with the indestructible attribute won't be damaged, prolonged wear and tear can reduce sharpness. So, you still need regular maintenance. That's not a problem. The #1 blacksmith in Orario is right here. Don't give me that. When you need me, I'm a precious treasure. When you don't, you toss me aside. Don't defame me. I'm not that kind of person. Tubaki didn't argue but gave August a look, letting him interpret it himself. This made August feel a bit embarrassed because every time he came to see Tubaki, there was always some business involved. Thinking about it, August directly hugged Tubaki, wanting to compensate her properly. Let go of me. Don't give me that. Apart from these 10 swords, there's also this. Although it's not a first-grade weapon, it's second-grade. There are some flaws, but they're still usable. August looked over and, sure enough, on the other side were a plethora of weapons. There were all kinds of knives, spears, and swords. Added up, they had at least 50 or 60 attributes. If he took these out to sell, each one could easily fetch over $1 million. Although second-grade weapons weren't as good as first-grade ones, they were still highly valued and expensive. You should know that most adventurers in Orario currently used weapons that cost only a few thousand or tens of thousands. Those exceeding 100,000 were considered wealthy. Chapter 80, Belle's Transformation. No need to ask, this whole set of second-grade armaments was undoubtedly crafted by Tubaki for August. You see, mass-producing first-grade armaments is impractical because each piece requires a considerable amount of time and effort to forge. In contrast, while second-grade armaments are equally time-consuming and labor-intensive, they can be forged in large quantities with some effort. Whether it's these 10 indestructible swords or the 50 or 60 second-grade armaments, they were undoubtedly crafted by Tubaki specifically for him. This made August feel like he was freeloading. However, August didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In fact, he felt a hint of pride. To freeload, you need to have some capital, just like himself, and this freeload, oh, how delightful. There was no need for August and Tubaki to be polite or waste time on such matters. Just like when August handed over the automated smelting furnace to Tubaki, she, too, went to great lengths to craft these weapons and equipment for August. After storing the 10 indestructible swords along with another 60 weapons in the treasury, August said, "You've worked hard." Saying this, he hugged Tubaki again and gave her a big wet kiss. For a moment, it almost sparked a war, but fortunately, Tubaki stopped it. During broad daylight, behave yourself. This couldn't be helped. Wife, you should know how attractive you are to men. Don't give me that. Also, I'm not your wife. Until you completely conquer me, you can't call yourself my man. Tubaki said firmly, but her words lacked credibility. It's just a matter of time, and we're already an old married couple. A little affection is nothing. Get out of here. I still have work to do. All right. By the way, take these. So you won't have to go out for food. Saying this, August took out a roasted suckling pig, a few bottles of Coke, and some steak and pizzas. This was something August did every time he came here. Once Tubaki entered work mode, she tended to forget about eating and drinking. Roasted suckling pig. I've been craving that. Saying this, Tsubaki tore off a piece of meat, and her mouth was soon covered in oil. August couldn't help but feel helpless. Being a blacksmith was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Without strong physical strength, it was impossible to do the job. Tsubaki, who had been busy all day, was naturally hungry when she finally took a break. So, August accompanied Tsubaki in finishing some delicious food, taking advantage of her here and there. After settling everything, Tsubaki kicked August out. Because with August around, she couldn't concentrate on her work, and August had plans to challenge the floor master today. Using this as a reason, she sent August away. August wasn't angry about it. Humming a little tune, he headed towards the dungeon. Bang. Just before reaching Babel, August was bumped into. Turning around, he saw a small figure sitting on the ground, clearly having bumped into him instead. Are you in a hurry, kid? August looked at her and said slowly. Sorry. Then came a voice full of embarrassment and awkwardness. August took a closer look, and it was a person emitting a newcomer vibe. This was a girl with white hair and red eyes, giving off the impression of a startled rabbit. Looking at her, August was stunned. He then rubbed his eyes and realized it was real. The weak-looking girl in front of him, could it be the protagonist, Belle? But why is she a girl now? Hey, what's your name? Belle Crenel, sir. The name hasn't changed, but the gender has. August's pupils contracted, confirming that she was indeed the protagonist, just gender-swapped. What did you say? Belle heard August's words but didn't catch them clearly. Nothing. Oh. The attributes of a weak Seme exploded, making August want to bully this girl. Looking at the weak girl in front of him, August's heart suddenly became serious. Her appearance indicated one thing: the plot had started. Not only the plot of the first season, but also the side story plot also had begun. Because not long ago, his familia set out on a new expedition. However, due to August's level being only level 2, he wasn't allowed to join. Now that this girl had appeared, it meant that they would be back today. Bunny, my name is August. From today onwards, I am your brother. Ah. Belle subconsciously felt panic and confusion. What? Don't you want to? No, sir, do you know me? Also, why do you want to be my brother? Well, now we know each other, and as for why I want to be your brother, it's because you seem easy to bully. With such an aura, it would be a waste not to bully you. Why like this? Hearing August say this, Belle's mood became extremely low. She wanted to resist August's tyranny, but he seemed difficult to deal with. So, she chose to give up in the end and endure it. Bunny, are you a rookie? Yes, I just joined the familia yesterday. Today is my first time going to the dungeon. Didn't your familia arrange a senior to accompany you? Sending a newcomer to the dungeon alone, are they trying to get rid of you? Our familia, only has me. Oh, a newly established familia. Yes. What's it called? Hestia Familia. August nodded. It was confirmed, she was the protagonist who had been gender-swapped. However, the chosen one had become like this. This was interesting. Bunny, today, you're coming with me. It's a good chance to see a real dungeon. But, sir, it's our first meeting, and my grandpa said that girls should be careful with boys outside and shouldn't be easily deceived by boys. Who said that? My deceased grandpa said so. This made August feel awkward. Well, Zeus, you really treat them differently. Encouraging boys to seek encounters and find pretty girls, while warning girls not to be easily deceived by boys. Chapter 81, Leading a new protagonist. Faced with Belle's face full of refusal, August naturally had a solution. Crack. August tightened his fist, and a fierce beast's aura accompanied it. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. I'll go. Leaving behind tears of pain, Belle had to bow her head under the eaves. August nodded in satisfaction. One couldn't help but feel the impulse to bully her when Belle emitted a certain charm. This could be considered a kind of talent. In this way, following behind August, Belle held a short knife and cautiously looked around. It was as if monsters would jump out the next second. Observing her short knife, August didn't need to guess, it was definitely the novice weapon distributed by the guild. Priced at around 1,000 phalons, it was considered the most common weapon, a guild support for all new adventurers. However, practically, it was only useful up to the 5th floor, and beyond that, it wasn't of much use. Bunny, what are you afraid of? I'm here. What are you afraid of? But Lady Hestia said the dungeon is very dangerous, and we must stay vigilant. Thud. Then you should go into the dungeon first. You haven't even reached the first floor, who are you guarding against? Oh, haven't I arrived yet? Looking at the spiral staircase beneath her feet, she thought that after stepping on it, she would be in the dungeon. I say, do you lack common sense? This. Belle's gaze drifted outward with a guilty look, confirming August's suspicion that she was quite naive, a true greenhorn who knew nothing. Bunny, when you register as an adventurer in the guild, don't they provide newbies with instructions? Don't you have one? Since August was led by Riveria herself, he naturally didn't receive such things. With a big shot guiding a newcomer, who needed those? Well, there seems to be one, but because I was so happy to become an adventurer, I forgot about it. You're really something. Sorry. Belle lowered her head, looking like a guilty little creature, making it hard to get angry. I didn't expect that I'd have to guide a newcomer within 2 months of coming to Orario. 2 months. August, you just came to Orario recently too. Bang. Another chestnut struck Belle's forehead hard. Call me Big Bro. Yes, Big Bro. With her head in her hands, Belle's eyes were already filled with tears. I came to Orario 2 months ago, and now I've just started. Although I'm not very powerful, it's enough to guide you. Oh. For a moment, excitement sparkled in Belle's eyes, transforming from her earlier teary appearance. Honestly, it felt pretty good for August to enjoy the admiration of a little fan. All right, come with me. Today, Big Bro will show you around the dungeon. You can broaden your horizons. Yay. Watching the energetic Belle, who had just seemed like she was about to cry a moment ago, August led his little tail toward the dungeon. After returning to the first floor, the dim walls made the atmosphere oppressive. Upon seeing the true appearance of the dungeon, Belle was somewhat surprised, but more than that, she was curious. Click. At this moment, a goblin crawled out. Ah, a monster. Don't make a fuss. This is just the weakest goblin. Pick up your weapon and kill it. Me. Can I? If you're going to the dungeon to kill monsters, why did you come here? Hurry up. Okay. Belle shrank her head, afraid August might hit her again. She drew out her short knife and cautiously approached. However, facing a monster for the first time, Belle was undoubtedly terrified and cautious. Ah. Suddenly, the goblin let out a scream and charged towards Belle. This scene startled Belle, who subconsciously took a step back, struggling to maintain her grip on the short knife. What are you doing, waiting to die? Kill it quickly. Yes. August's shout made Belle shudder. She instinctively dodged the goblin's attack, and her short knife swept across its neck, instantly killing the goblin. Seeing this, August nodded silently. Truly, as a protagonist, her reaction and instinctive counterattack were excellent. Although she was just starting out, her future was limitless. After all, she was protagonist in this world. In just 1.5 months, she ascended to level 2, in a month to level 3, and in 2 months to level 4. In Volume 15, Hestia even mentioned that Belle could upgrade to level 5 at any time. This upgrade speed was like cheating, the epitome of protagonist treatment. You should know that it took Ace 2 years to go from level 1 to level 2. Yet, here was Belle, who not only surpassed that but had enough time to reach level 5. With the plot continuing to develop, she might even reach level 6. Click click click. At this moment, Belle, who had just dealt with a goblin, hadn't had time to rejoice before 3 more goblins appeared around her. Ah. Belle was suddenly startled, subconsciously retreating to August's side, as if being with him provided some sense of security. Hey, what are you afraid of? These are just appetizers in the dungeon. You haven't seen the real danger yet. As August spoke to Belle, several goblins all rushed towards him. I'm educating my lil bunny. Who do you think you are, rushing me? Golden ripples appeared, and 3 swords slowly revealed themselves. Then, 3 swords shimmering with a golden glow shot out, instantly taking the lives of the 3 goblins. Belle watched all this with great excitement. The attack style of Gate of Babylon was truly magnificent. And being a fan of hero legends and somewhat Shinibu, Belle was extremely excited when she witnessed this scene. Big Bro, is this magic? This is my skill, a kind of magic. So amazing, Big Brother, what's it called? Gate of Babylon. Gate of Babylon. I possess a treasury trove large enough to store all the treasures in the world. The swords just now were taken from the vault and used for the attack. Oh my goddess. Belle's red eyes sparkled like a rabbit's. Chapter 82, commencing the subjugation of Goliath. After taking Belle through the first 3 floors, August prepared to head to the 17th floor. Bunny, starting from now, I will take you to the lower floors. During this time, no matter what monsters we encounter, you can only watch. With your current strength, you are too weak, not even an opponent. Yes, Big Bro. Well, I'm taking you to the lower floors to make you understand the gap in strength. Remember it well. Yes. In this regard, Belle was obedient. Or perhaps, after witnessing the attack style of Gate of Babylon, Belle was completely captivated. Deep down, what she desired the most was a magical ability that was incredibly magnificent and powerful, because that would be very cool. In this way, although August had Belle with him, his speed of advancement was by no means slow. Wherever he went, all the monsters were slaughtered by his treasury attacks. Crossing through the upper and middle floors, after a while, August and Belle arrived at the 17th floor. On this journey, Belle witnessed various monsters. Most of them made her feel tiny. If it were her, she would undoubtedly be instantly killed. However, these seemingly powerful monsters, in front of August, were as weak as ants. From ancient times, heroes loved beauties, and conversely, beauties also cherished heroes. A naive girl who grew up in a rural area, after experiencing such situations, a small seed was quietly planted in her heart, waiting to germinate and take root in the future. Bunny, hide to the side. No matter what happens, don't come out. Oh. Seeing the seriousness on August's face, Belle quickly ran to the edge and peeked out from behind a large rock, curious about everything happening. August nodded, took out a water candle from the treasure trove, and lit it. Apparently, it had been over a month. At this time, even if Goliath hadn't been reborn, it was almost time. So, just by stimulating it with a water candle, it should be enough. Rumble. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, the entire crystal wall of the 17th floor vibrated, followed by a roar. All the sighing crystal walls around shattered, and an immensely gigantic monster crawled out from the crystal wall. This scene instantly stunned Belle. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying monster. Moreover, compared to this monster, the monsters she had encountered on the way seemed like livestock. Yet, to August, standing there and watching the appearance of the giant Goliath, a slight smile appeared on his face. From the 2 golden ripples, 2 swords slowly descended. One was the Zanpakuto that could sever souls, and the other was a sword completely black. Come, let's fight, Goliath. Roar. Both men and monster moved simultaneously. Holding a sword and a blade, August, facing Goliath's roar, felt the burning of battle spirit within him. Clang. August's sword and blade collided with Goliath's skin, producing a metallic sound that was unpleasant to the ears. Boom. At this moment, Goliath's enormous palm came crashing down. August flipped and leaped out of Goliath's attack range. Watching Goliath, August understood that breaking its defense required a little more. He needed to buff himself. Hockey. Black energy wrapped around both the Zanpakuto and the Elucidator, instantly rendering both swords pitch black. Swoosh. Blink. The next moment, August's figure disappeared instantly, then reappeared on Goliath's shoulder. Splurt. He directly inserted both the sword and the blade into Goliath's body. Then, following Goliath's body, he ran downward, causing blood to splash down like it was free. Under the intense pain, Goliath was extremely angry, but August was too small for it, and his speed was too fast. Several attacks couldn't even touch the hem of August's clothes. On the other hand, Goliath was directly cut into a bloody mess by August, with large wounds all over its body. Getsuga Tenshu. August leaped high, and then the sword and the blade in his hands each slashed out a black crescent. This was a technique August had learned in the past month, combining the Getsuga Tenshu with armament hockey, greatly increasing speed and power. Tear. Like a triumphant mark in the shape of an X, it sat on Goliath's chest. However, as the floor boss, Goliath naturally couldn't be so easily defeated. Its terrifying regenerative ability caused all the wounds August left behind to visibly heal at an eye-catching speed. August naturally found this surprising. He had witnessed it before. This regeneration was comparable to the super-speed regeneration of hollows in Bleach. As long as its magic stone wasn't destroyed, it could keep regenerating like this. This was the terrifying aspect of Goliath, not its strength but its regeneration. You could suppress it, but you couldn't kill it. That was the most disgusting part. It's recovered again. In that case, I'll start now. August took a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He stepped on the ground and then leaped. Hum. 2 indestructible swords extended from his treasury. Swoosh swoosh. Roar. Then, these 2 indestructible swords directly pierced through Goliath's eyes. In pain, Goliath wailed while covering its face. Raise your fed, Wabisuke. At this moment, August also used Shurkai. Then August began to continuously attack Goliath. Although Wabisuke's ability was to double the weight, its sharpness was not to be underestimated. Bloodstains appeared on Goliath's body. Although they instantly healed, the imprints of Wabisuke were left on Goliath's body. Is someone subjugating Goliath? At the entrance of the passage between the 18th and 17th floors, a group of people walked out. The leader was none other than Finn, the captain of the Loki familia, followed by the core members of the familia. Riveria, Ace, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, and the others walked out of the passage and happened to see Goliath being subjugated in front of them. That person looks so familiar. Tioni suddenly squinted her eyes and looked at the figure constantly battling with Goliath. The others also looked over, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, he looked very familiar. It's August. At this moment, Ace suddenly spoke up. As his bedmate, no one was more familiar with August than she was. Hearing Ace's words, everyone was slightly surprised, then looked towards the direction of Goliath. After some recognition, they also identified him. It was indeed August. Chapter 83, Defeating Goliath. August's figure moved like a ghost, constantly flickering around Goliath. Every appearance left a scar on Goliath's body, disappearing before Goliath could counterattack. In the eyes of Finn and others, this scene was so unbelievable. Not to mention in Orario, even in the entire Loki familia, no one dared to claim they could emerge unscathed under such an onslaught. The power of space was truly bugged. Just like the scene before them, this powerful Goliath appeared so clumsy under August's attacks, like a bunch of fools. Especially for Bet, watching August's elusive figure, he felt immense pressure. He was only at level 2, and he already possessed such strength. Even if he said he was level 5, under such weird spatial teleportation attacks, he felt intense fear. He was not as tough as Goliath, despite his strength, he still had a mortal body. A fatal wound could be enough to take his life. While everyone was shocked by August's strength, Ace keenly noticed that the sword in August's hand was the same special sword from before. A Zanpakuto that could continuously double the weight of the target. Soon, August's magic, flickering intensively, had consumed almost half. His figure flashed, creating some distance from Goliath. August's actions puzzled Finn and others. Why didn't he continue the attack? Only Ace understood because the timing was right. Roar. Goliath let out a roar, intending to crush the annoying pest that had been harassing it. But the next second, Goliath felt a terrifying weight, and the source of this weight was none other than its own limbs and body. Rumble. The massive body collapsed suddenly, and the powerful Goliath fell to the ground just like that. What's going on? Did August defeat Goliath? No, it's August's magic. Ace didn't mention the ability of the Zanpakuto but cleverly linked it to magic. Magic. Finn looked over, and when the dust settled after the dust clouds filled the air, he finally saw Goliath's condition. Goliath's enormous body was embedded in the ground, continuously roaring, but it was only helpless rage. It couldn't even move. What is this, gravity magic? No, it doesn't seem like it. As Orario's strongest mage, even Riveria couldn't identify what kind of magic this was. This also made Finn look at August with suspicion. It seemed he had underestimated August. However, when he saw Ace beside him, Finn smiled. August and Ace had now formed a team, which meant August was completely tied to the familia. Roar. Step by step, August approached Goliath. Facing August, who was just within reach, Goliath struggled to kill this pesky creature, but unfortunately, it couldn't. No, August underestimated it. Goliath is. Finn, seeing August getting closer to Goliath, panicked. Not only Finn, but everyone else also wore worried expressions. Although Goliath was a giant, it didn't mean it lacked ranged attacks. Roar. Goliath opened its mouth wide, and a surge of magic began to gather, roaring out in an instant. A shockwave and air impact cannon erupted directly. Hey, I've been prepared for this. August smiled faintly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Having watched anime, August naturally remembered all the abilities Goliath had used. How could he not pay attention when he was about to subdue Goliath? Goodbye, Getsuga Tenshu. A jet-black crescent soared into the sky, rushing towards the immobilized Goliath. Rumble rumble. The power of this strike was comparable to all-powerful area of effect spells. Splash. On the crystal wall, Goliath's remains still existed. The huge magic stone inside its body was exposed. At the spot where Goliath's remains were, a black magic power kept boiling and multiplying at a visible speed. The previous attack hadn't completely killed Goliath. Goodbye. Swoosh. The black elucidator shot out through his treasury and instantly embedded itself in the magic stone. Goliath, which was still multiplying, seemed to stop abruptly. Rumble. Soon, cracks began to appear on the magic stone, eventually shattering into pieces. Goliath's remains also instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. Thus, the 17th floor dungeon boss, Goliath, was subjugated. On Finn's side, everyone watched August successfully defeat Goliath with mixed feelings. But on the other side, Belle, hiding behind the rocks, watched the monster being taken down, feeling incredibly excited. So cool. I definitely want to become an adventurer like Big Bro in the future. The seed of longing officially took root and sprouted in Belle's young heart. At this moment, August stood there holding a jet-black katana, like a hero who had defeated a monster, making people awe-stricken. Big Bro, you're amazing. Belle ran over to August's side, her small face flushed with excitement. What do you think? Awesome. I'm not asking that, I'm asking if you have anything to say. Big Bro, you're really strong. Thump. August directly gave Belle a wallop. Did he ask her to watch from the side to hear her praise? I'm asking you, do you understand anything? Looking at Belle's dumbfounded expression, August was speechless. Just because you're acting cute doesn't mean you can get away with it. I told you earlier, the giant just now is called Goliath, the 17th floor boss. Similarly, it's the weakest floor boss in the dungeon. Is it still the weakest? Belle couldn't believe it and, at the same time, deeply felt her own insignificance. Do you have anything to say? Big Bro, Thump. I'm letting you speak. But I don't know what to say. If you want to ask something, just ask directly. Don't keep hitting my head. Covering her own head, Belle's mist began to gather again, and she was on the verge of crying. August was also speechless. He asked her to express her thoughts after witnessing such a battle, and she had nothing to say. Also, after hitting her head twice, she looked like she was about to cry. Chapter 84, Encounter. Just as August was scolding Belle, Finn and the others also approached. When they saw Belle, they were all slightly stunned. August's flirtatious nature wasn't a secret in Familia. In just a few days, he managed to take away the Familia's princess. Moreover, August himself openly admitted his fondness for beautiful women. Now, seeing a girl being with August, it made them unable to help but think more. August. Ace approached August, her face full of joy. Ace, you're back. It looks like the expedition is over. Yeah, there were some unexpected incidents, so I came back. These days without you, I've been quite lonely. You have to compensate me well tonight. Yeah. August's straightforward words made Ace's face blush. As for Belle, watching August and Ace, her eyes widened, especially after hearing August's words, her small face turned red. Though she might be silly and cute, it didn't mean she was ignorant of things between men and women. Having Zeus as her grandfather, she had been exposed to many things since childhood. Although naive, she knew a lot. Seeing August and Ace standing there gave her a feeling of a perfect match, making her heart slightly bitter. She was just a wild girl from the countryside, and compared to the noble princess in front of her, she felt inferior. By the way, this girl is my newly recruited little bro, Bunny. August introduced Belle to Ace but didn't mention her name. Not Bunny, I have a name. I'm Belle Crannel. Okay, Bunny, I got it, Bunny. Mao. Watching Belle puffing up her cheeks, Ace's eyes brightened. Females have a low resistance to cute things, including Ace. Hello, I'm Ace Wallenstein. Hello. Faced with Ace, Belle seemed very reserved. It was like a country girl meeting a rich girl, and in front of her, she felt so ordinary. Thump. Hey, what are you doing there? Don't you call her sister-in-law? At this point, August knocked on Belle's head again. If you're my lil bro, then my woman is your sister-in-law. No problem. Sister-in-law. Belle received another knock, covering her head and calling out a little aggrieved. Why are you bullying her? She's still young. Unable to stand it, Ace pulled Belle over, acting like a protective mother hen. Belle was suddenly stunned, looking at Ace hugging her. She felt a warmth that she hadn't experienced in a long time. Since childhood, she hadn't seen her parents, and her grandfather had raised her. Since her grandfather's death, she hadn't felt cared for by anyone. I didn't bully her, I was just teaching her. I'll teach her from now on. But she's my lil bro. She's a girl. She. August really wanted to say something, but watching Ace's maternal explosion, he had no idea what to say. In the end, everything had to return to calm. She was his wife, a cherished one. While August was at a loss, Finn arrived with the others. August, it seems like your strength has improved rapidly. Defeating Goliath, your leveling achievement should be enough now. Yeah, today I just had Loki help me update my status. I finally maxed out all my attributes. Finn suddenly didn't know how to respond. Freak. The inner thoughts of everyone at this moment could be summed up in these two words. Before setting off on the expedition, August's attribute values were already capped at S999. Finn had also discussed with August, and having all attributes at 999 was already rare. After all, if August leveled up to level 3, he could join the expedition. With August joining, the impact on the expedition would be significant. However, August declined. Since he broke one limit, he could break a second one. After so long, when he returned from the expedition, August had achieved his initial goal and once again surpassed the limit, maxing out all attributes. In Orario, no one had ever managed to raise all their attribute values to S, let alone max them out. Everyone, every race, had their strengths and weaknesses. For example, elves had a great affinity for magic and excellent speed, but they were slightly lacking in defense and strength. As the most powerful mage in all of Orario, Riveria's magical power was an astonishing S989. Agility and dexterity were C651 and C609, respectively. This was Riveria's racial advantage as a top mage. However, her strength and endurance were only G243 and G277, respectively. Similarly, dwarves like Gareth had much higher strength and endurance than Riveria, with S996 and S997, respectively, but his magical power was pitifully low, only H117. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and that's why there were teams, defense, output, recovery, assassins, each with its own role. However, someone like August with high values in all attributes was extremely rare, not to mention maxing them all out. August was like a cheater in game, a monster without weaknesses. At this moment, Finn also looked at Belle behind Ace. With so many people coming at once, Belle was also frightened. Is this little one a familia new member? Finn instinctively asked. Usually, bringing in new members was done within the same familia. No, she's from Hestia familia. Hestia. Yes, the famous disaster of North Street. Huh. Finn really had no impression. Unlike ordinary adventurers, he had to take care of all affairs within the familia and had no time for gossip. In short, Loki's archenemy, one is a wealthy flat-chested girl, and the other is a poor milk cow. Every time they meet, they're at odds, but every time our goddess manages to escape. Ah. As August spoke, Finn suddenly remembered. Goddess Hestia, a small goddess with an incredibly impressive figure, was a thorn in Loki's side. In the previous Donatus, because Ace had something to attend to, he and Loki had gone. They witnessed a battle between small and big, with Loki ultimately suffering a miserable defeat. Although Goddess Hestia's face was swollen, her own goddess suffered a fatal blow to her heart and soul. Chapter 85, My Big Bro. Thinking about this, Finn looked at August with some strange eyes. Their goddess were archenemies, and yet, he was so friendly with the goddess Hestia's familia. He wasn't afraid of making Loki angry. August also noticed Finn's expression but couldn't be bothered to explain. As for Loki's side, August had long prepared an excuse. While Loki and Hestia were not on good terms, they were friends in a peculiar way. There wasn't real deep-seated hatred between them. If August told Loki that he intended to conquer Hestia, it would put him in a higher position than Hestia. Knowing Loki as she did, August was confident that Loki would agree if he said so. Well, since we've all met, let's go back together. It's a good time for me to find Loki and see if I can level up. As soon as this statement came out, it stirred up some resentment. Just how long have you been here? Barely 2 months, right? 2 levels in 2 months. That's truly abnormal. So, with everyone and a cautious bunny in tow, they headed towards the upper levels. Just as they descended from the 17th floor to the 16th floor, numerous minotaurs emerged from the rock walls, and their numbers were vast. What's this? Monster feast. Tiona exclaimed in surprise. A monster feast was a rare and abnormal status. However, August and Ace showed no change in expression. For them, this situation was already commonplace. If Aki were here, she would probably be in this lineup too. Though August had been in Orario for a short time, monster feast were quite common for him, especially after obtaining the water candle. He frequently activated an enhanced version of monster feast to engage in battles and practice his swordsmanship. I still need to get back, don't block the way. August said slowly, and behind him, a golden ripple appeared as the golden door slowly opened. Weapons extended from it. Bet was amazed when he saw these weapons. They were all second-tier armaments, some even mixed with first-tier armaments. The price of first-tier armaments in Orario was extremely high, ranging from several million to billions, and second-tier armaments cost several 100,000. Now, there were so many second-tier armaments, and it was unbelievable. August, where did you get so many weapons? Although the profits from the adamantite mine business this month are high, so many weapons, and second-tier armaments at that, your money is definitely not enough. Riveria asked in shock. My relationship with Tubaki is very good. She forged all of these. How is it? Not bad. August replied, and the gaze of the others changed instantly. To request Tubaki to forge a weapon usually cost a large sum of money. Why was it wholesale for August, and why so many? Ignoring the shocked onlookers, August directly started his attack. Weapons shot out one after another, each attack taking away the life of a minotaur. August looked down on everything like a king, overseeing all. Behind Ace, Belle, who was watching August displaying his might, had a sparkle in her eyes. She found him extremely handsome. Indeed, adolescence was a time of romantic fantasies. The powerful and handsome August had truly captured the heart of a young fan. In contrast, Lafia, who was watching Belle holding hands with Ace, was full of envy. August was acceptable, even though she disliked him, his relationship with Ace was already settled. But where did this girl come from, and why was she so close to Ace? She was here first. Right now, Lafia's mind was filled with these thoughts. In just a few seconds, everything ended. All the minotaurs were defeated, and the weapons on the ground turned into golden dots of light, disappearing. Bunny. Huh. Go clean up the battlefield. Huh. Go and collect all the magic stones. I'll go right away. Seeing August raise his hand again, Belle quickly ran out. Apparently, being constantly targeted had given her a small shadow over August. I say, isn't this a bit too much? Finn couldn't bear to watch August bully Belle continuously. She's my lil bro, it's normal for her to run errands for her big bro. But she's a girl. It's the same. Watching August talk to himself, Finn was speechless. This was too cruel, blatantly bullying this girl. In a short while, Belle brought back all the magic stones, her small face covered in sweat. Big bro, here. Take it, consider it a welcome gift from your big bro. Huh. Take it, and what? Look down on me. I'll take it right away. Belle quickly placed the magic stones in her small bag. The others looked at August with speechless expressions. Giving gifts with such a unique personality, there was truly no one like him. Belle, as a new adventurer, didn't know the income of adventurers or the value of these magic stones. Belle, remember this, I am your big bro. In Arario, as long as I'm here, no matter what happens, if you can't handle it, your big bro will be there for you. Understand? I understand, big bro. That's right, the younger generation can be taught. Saying that, a big hand pressed on Belle's head, continuously messing up her hair. This time, Belle didn't feel dissatisfied but instead showed a silly smile. For Belle, August's care was moving. At this moment, Belle truly acknowledged this big bro, even though she was initially forced into the role. Don't bully Belle, she's still young. Ace pulled Belle over, displeased with August constantly rubbing her head. I'm fine, sister-in-law. Being called sister-in-law by Belle, Ace blushed instantly. Finn and Riveria exchanged glances. Okay, their princess had completely fallen, and she even sold herself and returned money to others. While watching from a distance, Lafia's teeth almost crushed. She also wanted to be protected like Lady Ace. The dream she had been longing for had now been taken away by an unknown girl. Chapter 86, Title, Collector. Back in Arario, August and his group separated from Belle. After all, they weren't companions from the same familia. Upon returning, August naturally had to go back to his familia, while Belle had to go to the guild to exchange magic stones. Belle was quite looking forward to the welcoming gift from her newly acknowledged big bro, August. Currently, she and Hestia were still living in a dilapidated small church, and even having a proper meal was a problem. Today was Belle's first day out, and being able to bring back some money would be a good thing, relieving the pressure on Hestia. On the other hand, August's group returned to their familia headquarters in high spirits. Being observed by countless people along the way, especially August, he had become thoroughly famous. All members of August's group were top-level adventurers of the Loki familia. August walking with them proved that he had the qualifications to match. Many people secretly remembered August's appearance, saving themselves from future troubles with someone so formidable. Finally, upon returning to the familia's residence, the Twilight Manor, Finn and the others, who had just returned from an expedition, all smiled. Life in the dungeon was comfortable, so returning meant taking a good rest. We're back. Tiona shouted loudly at the entrance. The expedition leaders have returned. The people on duty today hurriedly greeted those below, and the tightly closed gate slowly opened. Oh. At the moment the gate opened, accompanied by cheers, a figure rushed out quickly. Welcome back. Loki jumped towards Ace's location, with a clear purpose, to tackle Ace. However, Ace adeptly dodged to the side. Next was Tiona, all evading Loki's attack. Only in the rearmost position, the consistently low-spirited Lafia became Loki's target. Yeah, Lafia, let me see how you've developed these days. Bang. The elf girl let out a scream, and then she flung Loki away. After all, she was a level 3 adventurer. Although her strength wasn't high, flinging a person away was more than enough. August, why are you back so soon? Didn't you go challenge Goliath? Loki suddenly noticed August among the crowd, feeling a bit puzzled. That's right. When we returned, we happened to run into August on the expedition to defeat Goliath. So, how did it go? Did he succeed? He did. August single-handedly defeated Goliath, accomplishing a great feat. That's excellent. I also have good news to tell you. Loki jumped with joy, smiling at August. Now August was curious. What good news did Loki have? What's the good news? Today is the day of Donatus. Since you just leveled up to level 2 as an adventurer today, your title is decided. This sentence immediately piqued the interest of everyone present. You see, the titles given by the gods during Donatus were just a way for the gods to pass the time. Every year, quite a few people would be given some incredibly cringeworthy and embarrassing titles. Titles like Raging Warrior, Cruel Tyrant, Dreadful Ghost, and so on. Most of the unlucky adventurers with such titles were usually lower-ranking familia members. After all, among the gods, there was a mutual understanding to save each other some face between powerful familia. What's the title? August was naturally curious. After all, Loki was goddess from top familia, his title couldn't be that bad. Collector. Huh. That's right, collector. Your ability to store items is already known to many. Although I don't know who leaked the information, it's indeed known. August didn't mind it. After all, he had never thought of hiding this ability. Besides, he found the title acceptable in the end. But compared to Ace's Sword Princess, Finn's Braver, Lafia's Nine Hell Princess, and Bet's Fenris, his title was indeed less imposing. Collector, at first listen, sounded more like a logistical personnel. Now it didn't matter what was said, Donatus had already ended, and everything was finalized. Alright, today marks the end of the expedition. To celebrate, the hostess of fertility tonight won't let anyone leave without getting drunk. Loki suddenly announced at this moment, deciding the evening banquet. Everyone laughed. Loki was clearly indicating her intention to host a party, and it had nothing to do with whether they had just returned from an expedition or not. However, this wasn't the first time, and everyone had gotten used to it. Oh, Loki, help me update my status. I think I should be able to level up. Alright, indeed, you're now level 2. Being able to defeat Goliath on your own is a significant achievement. But you're quite terrifying, kid, reaching level 3 in less than 2 months. Loki's words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Especially Lafia, who had spent several years learning and had the guidance of Reveria. It took her several years to reach level 3, and here was this kid achieving it in less than 2 months. The group entered the familia, and then they dispersed. August and Ace followed Loki to update his status. In Loki's room, August took off his upper garment, Ace stood to the side, and Loki took out a needle, piercing his own finger. The divine blood dripped down, beginning the process of elevating the experience and achievements August had accumulated. The limit-named bottleneck was quietly broken with the help of divine blood, and the numerical value on August's favor level underwent a subtle change. Kid, what ability do you want to develop this time? Loki asked August. Are there any choices? Hunter, abnormal resistance, magic, healing. Wait a minute, why do you have the healing development ability? Can you restore magic? August was shocked. This was undoubtedly because of the inner world inside him. Chapter 87, Demon Clan. In a random encounter in the dungeon, August discovered that the inner world would devour all life entering it, extracting their life force and magic to promote its own evolution. As the owner, August remained unaffected and could freely come and go in this world. However, in another unexpected incident, August got injured during a battle with monsters in the dungeon. Before August could use a healing potion, the wounds on his body began to heal automatically. August speculated that this was the inner world protecting him. As August and the inner world were now interconnected, if he suffered injuries, the inner world would assist in his recovery, a form of self-preservation. Help me choose a magic development ability. Sure. Actually, I was hoping you might have luck, but it seems not. As Loki spoke, she helped August make the choice for the development ability. Luck was a very elusive attribute, but similar to mystery, it was a rare development ability. Unlike mystery, luck was completely unpredictable. However, it was precisely this uncertainty that made luck have countless possibilities. In the dungeon, anything could happen. Sometimes, just a bit of luck could turn a situation from bad to good. Luck was intangible and elusive, but it undeniably existed. Alright, it's done. Loki handed over the imprinted status values to August. Augustus Divus Praesentum. LV 2, LV 3. Strength, SSS 1500, I 0. Endurance, SSS 1500, I 0. Skill, SSS 1500, I 0. Agility, SSS 1500, I0. Magic power, SSS 1500, I0. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Armament Hockey, Lust. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu. Development skills, Mystery, Magic. Ding. Congratulations, host. Emerging star, promote to level 3. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. August also smiled. With increased strength and completed missions, he now had 2 advanced draws. However, this time you didn't gain any new magic or skills. That's a bit surprising. It seems you're running out of tricks. Loki chuckled, but in August's eyes, it looked more like gloating. August laughed without saying anything. With 2 advanced draws in hand, he would go draw later. As long as he obtained a skill, he could choke Loki in the next draw. Alright, go rest with Ace and wait for the banquet later. Sure. August put on his clothes and left with Ace. After August left, Loki's initially smiling expression disappeared, replaced by a serious look. 2 months. August had truly become a level 3 adventurer in just 2 months, which was terrifying. Even in the era of Zeus and Hera, there hadn't been such a monstrous individual. August, are you the chosen one? A thought slowly emerged in Loki's mind and lingered for a long time. In this world, there had been 3 major tasks for countless years. During the heyday of the Zeus and Hera familias, they successfully defeated the Behemoth and Leviathan. However, when it came to defeating the one-eyed black dragon, all the forces of the Zeus and Hera familias were sacrificed, leading to the failure of that expedition. However, throughout Orario and even the entire world, the gods were indifferent to this failure. The meaning of monsters' existence was to be defeated from the moment they were born. The failure of the 2 major familias only indicated that the hero had not yet appeared. But now, August made Loki think. In August, she saw the possibility of a hero. She didn't know if her thought was right or wrong, but she had a feeling that August might be the last hero in this world, the hero who would defeat the one-eyed black dragon. At the same time, as August and Ace walked, August opened the system's draw panel. 2 advanced draws were a huge temptation. Choosing to start the draw, the large roulette wheel began to spin, and August's mood became tense. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, Profound Iron Dagger *100. Profound Iron Dagger, a dagger forged from refined profound iron, possessing hair-splitting sharpness. The result of the first draw made August's expression instantly collapse. Profound Iron Dagger. Indeed, it was a powerful weapon. Paired with his treasury, it would be a good addition to his inventory of weapons. But for the current August, weapons were no longer a problem. Having a top-notch blacksmith from Orario as a wife, did he still lack weapons? This draw was an advanced draw, and it turned out to be a loss. One more draw, give it to me. The gambler's anticipation, August continued to draw. The familiar large roulette wheel spun slowly, and in the end, it stopped. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a bloodline, Demon Clan Bloodline. Demon Clan Bloodline, a race created by the Demon King, naturally possessing evil and powerful dark magic, with multiple hearts. It won't die unless all hearts are destroyed. The favored child of darkness. August was suddenly stunned, Demon Clan Bloodline. For August, who had naturally read The 7 Deadly Sins, it was familiar. He knew the entire story. The Demon Clan was essentially created by the Demon King to control the demon realm. And the Demon King was the dark ruler born from chaos. In the original work, apart from the Demon King and the 10 Commandments, the Demon Clan consisted of various demons that were nothing more than variations of grey demons. Regardless, it couldn't be denied that the Demon Clan, as one of the 2 strongest races in The 7 Deadly Sins, was indeed formidable. Especially with the naturally controlled powerful dark magic. However, looking at the entire plot, this was a large-scale family drama. The prince of the Demon Clan eloped with the princess of the Goddess Clan, leading to a holy war that eventually engulfed all races in the world. Forced to do so, Demon Gauther used forbidden arts to end the holy war. But Meliodas and Elizabeth were cursed by the supreme deity and Demon King, beginning a tragic love that lasted for 3,000 years. In the end, Meliodas killed the Demon King. As for the final twist, the Chaos Arthur in August's view was just a forced addition to raise Arthur's presence and forcefully connect the names of the children of the 7 Deadly Sins with King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. Chapter 88, Fusion. Back in the room, August still hesitated. The Demon Clan bloodline was undoubtedly a powerful one, naturally possessing the power of darkness. However, August feared that once he fused with this bloodline, he might turn into a monstrous demon himself. After all, the red demon, grey demon, green demon, yellow demon, blue demon, orange demon, bronze demon, silver demon, all of them were monsters without exception. Among the humanoid demon clan, there were only two perfect human-like figures, Meliodas and Zeldris, the two princes of the demon clan. This was drawn from a gacha, so there shouldn't be any issues. In the end, August decided to merge with the demon clan bloodline and become a demon. Although he was a human, August didn't have any attachment to his race. As long as he could become stronger, the concept of race was unimportant. Moreover, the plot had already started, and he had leveled up to level 3. Without a doubt, he would participate in the next Familia expedition. In doing so, he would have to confront deep-level monsters, especially the powerful monsters on the 59th floor. There were also the strange individuals and Evelus members within the dungeon. This world was filled with dangers, and August needed to become stronger because weakness was the original sin. Taking a deep breath, August entered the inner world. After all, fusing with a bloodline could lead to unknown consequences. Entering the inner world would help avoid potential trouble. Inside the inner world, it was still a desolate landscape surrounded by mist. August took out a card depicting a colossal giant, the ruler of the demon clan in The Seven Deadly Sins, the Demon King. Crushing the card, a surge of pitch-black magic burst forth. August was instantly engulfed by this darkness. Eventually, the dark magic condensed into a 3-meter-high black giant egg. In the midst of the darkness, August could clearly feel the dark magic merging with himself. His body was undergoing a transformation under this force. Humans and demons were fundamentally different life forms. The process of merging bloodlines was essentially a form of life evolution. As an ordinary human, in the process of merging with the demon clan bloodline, August was gradually eliminating his human bloodline, transforming it into a demon. The black giant egg formed by the condensation of dark magic was itself a kind of rejuvenation nursery. Within it, August would transform from a human into a demon. And so, time passed slowly during this process. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. It wasn't until 3 hours later that this silent and desolate world finally experienced a slight change. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black giant egg. Then, in just a few breaths, cracks spread all over the giant egg. So, this is what it feels like to become a demon. Not bad. Amidst the shattered fragments of darkness, August walked out. At this moment, there was a pitch-black mark on August's forehead, emitting an immense magical power. The result didn't disappoint August. Despite becoming a demon clan member, his appearance remained unchanged, he still retained his humanoid form and didn't transform into a monster. Swoosh. Beneath August's feet, the darkness suddenly distorted, transforming into a sharp blade. Shadow, the new magic August had just gained. August could turn darkness into shadows and manipulate the power of shadows. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 3. Bloodline, Demon. Talent, Original Sin, Lust, Power of Darkness. Magic, Shadow. Skill, Blink, 8000 Sword Styles, Armament Haki, Getsuga Tenchu, Demonization. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, Elucidator, Wabisuke, Muramaze. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Rare Item, Inner World. Items, Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone Edition. Gacha Draws, None. Demon Clan Bloodline. Power of Darkness. Shadow Magic. Demonization. After merging with the Demon Clan bloodline, August's strength skyrocketed once again. Confidently, August believed that with his current strength, he could easily rival someone at level 5. After demonization, he wasn't sure if he could contend with level 6, but he could undoubtedly dominate among level 5. Now, do I have 7 hearts too? August had some doubts because he didn't really feel anything. With a thought, the shadow blade beside him directly soared through the air, tearing a trench in the ground. This ability was quite similar to the deceased dragon's portrait possessed by vampire Letitia Draculia in Problem Children Are Coming from Another World, Aren't They? It allowed them to freely manipulate shadows for attacks. However, the Letitia's shadows were those of a dragon, while August's were shadows of darkness. Although similar, they were worlds apart. After familiarizing himself with his abilities in the inner world, August had a preliminary grasp of his own power. August speculated that the strength he gained this time might still have nothing to do with Falna. The power of Falna and his current strength were fundamentally two different systems. Falna converted the experience and great feats of adventurers to leveling up status, using divine blood as an intermediary. On the other hand, the bloodline inside August was his own enhancement. However, this was good. Just like the original sin, lust, keep a trump card, and it would never be wrong. Dismissing the demonization, August returned to his original state. However, due to possessing the power of darkness and the original sin, lust, the current August, just standing there, exuded a somewhat enchanting aura. August couldn't easily control this change in mentality caused by transformation. Having tidied up everything, August returned to the family's room. Knock knock knock. Coincidentally, at this moment, a knocking sound echoed. August walked over and opened the door, seeing a crowd outside led by Finn. "Let's go, we're waiting on you." "Okay." August understood at a glance that his entire familia was waiting for him. "Sorry, lost track of time." Quickly apologizing, after all, it was quite a spectacle for so many people to wait for just one person. "No worries, everyone just arrived." Finn smiled and said, but whether that was really the case, August wasn't sure. Closing the door behind him, the group set out, heading towards the hostess of fertility. Chapter 89, Wine Offering. Led by Loki, the group marched forward in a grand procession. Although it was already nighttime, the streets were still bustling with people, and everyone automatically made way for them wherever they went. The intimidating power of Loki familia was established through absolute strength. Soon, the group arrived at the bountiful hostess's residence. "Mia, we're here. Serve the dishes." Before entering, Loki's booming voice echoed, drawing the attention of many diners. "August, you've finally arrived. All the dishes are ready, just waiting for you to cook them. Then, let's get to it. Please wait a moment." As a prominent customer of the restaurant, August deserved special treatment. The others were also familiar customers and quickly took their seats. August, being the center of attention, immediately chose a spot. August and Ace naturally sat together since they were a couple. "Hey, August, bring out the wine. It's a great day today, we need some good drinks to liven things up." Loki's words shifted everyone's gaze to August. August sighed, accustomed to Loki's requests. Since the last time when he tricked her, he had given her 3 bottles. Unexpectedly, today, Loki was here to expose August's secrets. "I guess you want to drink, huh? Why so much nonsense? Hurry up and bring it out." Facing Loki's change of topic, August was used to it. With a wave of his hand, a neat row of 10 bottles of premium white wine appeared on the table. "Great wine." Saying so, Loki embraced all the bottles into her arms. Judging by her actions, it seemed she intended to enjoy them all by herself. August wouldn't indulge her. He had brought them out in the name of everyone, she couldn't just claim them for herself. Where in the world could such a good thing happen? "Loki, this is wine for everyone. What are you doing?" Under the watchful eyes of August and the others, Loki felt a bit embarrassed. "Cough, I'll share it with you." Saying that, she stood up, reluctantly looking at the bottles in her arms. There are 10 bottles in total. Finn, 1 bottle, Gareth, 1 bottle, Bet, 1 bottle. Well, the rest are mine. 10 bottles of wine, split into 3, with Loki greedily claiming the remainder. "Ah, why don't I have any?" Tiona was naturally dissatisfied. Although she was a girl, she also enjoyed drinking. "What kind of wine do you drink? There's alcohol in the store." "But." "No buts. All of these are mine." Watching Loki guard the bottle so possessively, August felt speechless. This display was really unsightly. Waving his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in front of Tiona. As for Loki, 1 bottle mysteriously disappeared from her stash. These wines all had the imprint of his treasury. August could manipulate them freely. After giving away 1 bottle, it didn't end there. Following Tioni, Raoul, and several other male members of the family also received 1 bottle each. The remaining people didn't drink alcohol, so August didn't give them any. In Loki's arms, only 3 bottles of wine remained. "August, what are you doing?" "My wine." "Stop making a fuss. These are mine. My wine. If you say 1 more bottle is not yours." Upon hearing this, Loki immediately hugged the 3 remaining bottles tightly and fell silent. This made Reveria laugh. Besides Ace, there was now another person who could restrain Loki. "The dishes are here." At this moment, dishes were brought to the table. Large portions of fish and meat, truly a feast. August was also hungry. Having just fused with demon bloodline and become a demon clan member, his body had consumed a considerable amount of energy. Now, he was quite hungry. He picked up a piece of steak and started eating. Unlike the tomahawk steak he obtained from Gacha, the taste was equally delicious. As the dishes arrived, everyone opened the premium white wine brought out by August. The fact that Loki, who was known for her love of alcohol, cared so much about it indicated that the wine was extraordinary. Pouring the wine with a large wooden barrel, goodness, after finishing a bottle, not even half a cup was left, showcasing how large the cup was. This wine. As soon as the premium white wine came out, a strong fragrance filled the air. People who enjoyed drinking all focused their attention. This was the aroma of good wine. However, for those who didn't drink, the smell was a bit pungent. Finn took a small sip and felt an explosion in his mouth. The wine was too strong. Haha. Good wine. Such good wine. Gareth was quite excited. Looking at the cup, he had just taken a bottle of white wine and downed it in one go. Used to drinking Arario's wine, he didn't expect this wine to be so strong. However, despite its strength, the taste was unquestionably exquisite. Others began tasting the white wine. August had no interest, he couldn't get used to it. August, what's the name of this wine? Gareth, whose face was turning red, asked. It's premium white wine. Don't be deceived by this small bottle, it's quite valuable where I come from. Few people can taste it. Premium white wine, simple name but a good wine. Gareth was already intoxicated, quite satisfied with this strong wine he hadn't tried before. As a dwarf, he loved drinking. If you like it, I have a few more bottles. I can give them to you. Saying that, August took out 3 more bottles and placed them in front of Gareth. Gareth was initially pleased, but then he looked at August, his gaze flickering. What's up? Nothing, by the way, how much is this wine? As long as it's not too expensive, I'm willing to buy it. I have a clear account of this wine. 1 bottle less for every bottle drunk. However, I don't plan to sell it. I brought it out as a gift. Well, that's a pity then. Gareth accepted the 3 bottles of wine, but he sighed quietly. By the way, Captain, do you want a few bottles too? I'll pass. This wine is good, but it's too strong for me. Tasting a bit is fine, but having more might not be good. Okay, if you don't want to drink it, find me early. With Loki around, these wines won't last long. No problem. Afterwards, Finn and Gareth exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. August was repaying favors. 2 months ago, when he first arrived in Arario and joined the familia, he received a lot of kindness and help from these two. Now that August had grown, he started repaying the favors. Clearly, this kid, who had just been protected under their wings 2 months ago, had grown wings and was flying high. In this instant, the two, who were already over 50, suddenly felt old. The younger generation, like August, had grown up. Chapter 90, Conflict Among Goddesses. Soon, the remaining dishes were served one after another, and everyone enjoyed the feast. People gathered in groups, some started drinking to liven up the atmosphere, especially Gareth, who, along with Raoul and a few others, began a drinking contest. Tioni, on the other hand, joined Finn by pouring him drinks with a shy expression on her face. As for August, he sat with the 2 ladies, Ace and Aki. The 3 chatted, ate, and drank the coke August brought out in this lively banquet, creating a unique atmosphere. Big bro, it's really you. At that moment, a female voice came over. August turned around to see 2 people sitting at a nearby table. One was Belle, the lil bro he had forcibly acknowledged today, and the other was her goddess, Hestia. Oh, it's you, Bunny. I'm not Bunny. I'm Belle. All right, Bunny, I got it, Bunny. Watching August like this, Belle pouted in annoyance. Aki didn't know Belle, but looking at her cute face, she considered her a little beauty and imagined many things. Ace, on the other hand, waved at Belle, and she ran over. Compared to the big bro who always bullied her, Belle preferred this gentle sister-in-law. Are you here for a meal too? Yes, Miss Ace, Lady Hestia and I came to eat. Today, big bro gave me magic stones worth over 50,000 valis. So, Lady Hestia and I decided to dine out. Belle was full of excitement, 50,000 valis were a considerable sum for her. Meanwhile, not far away, Hestia looked at Belle, who was happily talking with Ace, feeling quite displeased. Thinking about it, Hestia directly walked over. Belle, are these your acquaintances? Upon approaching, Hestia looked at August, Ace, and Aki with a wary gaze. This was a familia she had worked so hard to recruit. If they were taken away, she would be left alone again. Lady Hestia, this is my big bro, August, and this is my sister-in-law, Miss Ace. They are powerful adventurers, especially big bro, he knows a lot of magic. Big bro. Sister-in-law. Hestia was suddenly puzzled. Didn't Belle just arrive in Arario? Why was there a big bro here? Hello, Goddess Hestia. Your care for my lil bro is much appreciated. Nothing much, wait a minute. Belle is my child. Why are you treating her as if she's not related to me? And she's his girl. Goddess Hestia, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. Don't get excited. Humph. With a cold snort, Hestia didn't pursue it further. However, the commotion on this side caught the attention of Loki, who was drinking on the other side. Carefully looking, she recognized her archenemy. Loki's interest was immediately piqued. Oh my, isn't this the dwarf? How come Hephaestus kicked you out and left you wandering the streets? Do you even have money to eat here? What? As eternal enemies, Hestia was naturally familiar with Loki's voice. Instantly, the two goddesses locked eyes, and sparks flew in the air. In the middle of the commotion, August sighed. These two would definitely end up fighting if they got too close. You, washboard, how dare you show up in front of me again? Isn't shame last time enough? What did you say? You little dwarf. Washboard. I'll kill you, damn dwarf. Saying that, they wanted to pounce and tear Hestia apart, but Ace stopped them. Ace, don't stop me. I want to tear her mouth apart. Oh, I'm afraid of you, flat Loki. With that barren appearance of yours, you dare to appear in front of me. Ah. I'll kill you. Come at me. On one side, Loki was restrained by Ace, while on the other, Hestia was held back by Bel. However, even with a table between them, the two goddesses continued their war of words. Lady, calm down a bit. Bel held onto Hestia, but her determined spirit made it hard to control her. On the other side, Ace easily suppressed Loki. I say, both goddesses, can you calm down a bit? August couldn't help but speak up. Loki and Hestia both looked at August, hesitated for a moment, and coldly snorted, no longer looking at each other, which was considered giving August some respect. Loki restrained herself because August had spoken up, and they were still in public. Hestia did so because August was Bel's big bro, giving Bel some respect. Bel, take your lady away first. Yes, big bro. Bel took Hestia away. At this moment, Seer happened to be passing by Hestia. Seer, you came just in time. The expenses for their table are on our account. Okay. Wait a minute, why should it be on our account? That little dwarf. Hearing that they were going to pay for Hestia, Loki jumped up, looking dissatisfied. Loki, just consider it a favor. That girl is my lil bro, you probably know better than me about the situation of Hestia's familia. It's just a meal cost. Humph, consider it charity for her. With a proud face, Loki, as a friend in heaven, knew about Hestia's difficult situation. Just a meal cost was not a big deal, she didn't really care. The conflict between Hestia and Loki was a war of big and small. But if you really counted it, there was no deep-seated hatred. It was just a matter of annoyance. Meanwhile, Hestia's gaze fell on Bel. Is that person really your big bro? Yes, when I went to the dungeon today, I accidentally bumped into big bro. This might sound strange because I'm a girl, but he recognized me as his lil bro. Then he took me to the dungeon, and he gave me all the magic stones today. Wait, you mean this big bro is someone you just acknowledged today? Yeah, what's wrong? Looking at the innocent Bel, Hestia's mouth twitched. Did she have to be so cute? She accepted being recognized without any resistance, calling him big bro and sister-in-law so intimately. Hestia thought they had a good relationship. This made Hestia speechless, her child was too naive. She must educate her, otherwise, she might be taken away and end up helping others count money in the future. Chapter 91, Aspiring Wholeheartedly. And so, not long after, Bel and Hestia left. After all, Loki and Hestia couldn't get along, and though they didn't continue their normal quarrel, the battle of gazes between them never stopped. On the other hand, for August, the battle continued into the late night. The members of the familia drank heavily, and the people of the hostess of fertility were already accustomed to it. With Loki, the alcohol-loving goddess, many members of the familia were also heavy drinkers. Even if they weren't, they were forced to drink every day, so they became accustomed over time. After everything was over, they returned to the manor in pairs. And so, a night passed without any major events. I've gotten stronger again. Ace slowly opened her eyes, immediately noticing the changes within herself. This was the happiest thing for her every morning since being with August. No need for battles or exercises, just intimate contact with August made her stronger. Even though she had experienced it many times, it still surprised her. You're awake, Ace. Good morning, August. Good morning. August let out a yawn. Now that he was awake, he didn't intend to linger in bed. Just returned from the expedition, is there anything you want to do? Repair my weapons. What happened to your sword? This time in the deep layers, I encountered a new type of monster that can spray corrosive liquid on weapons. Although it has an indestructible attribute, it caused significant wear and tear. Upon hearing this, August's gaze became serious. It seemed that the plot had already begun. These new monsters were creatures created by the corrupt spirit deep in the dungeon to collect magic power. They hunted and devoured monsters, ingesting their magic stones, and then returned to the deep layers to let the corrupt spirit consume them, thus collecting magic power. In the original story, the corrupt spirit killed on the 59th floor was just a clone. The real body was still in the depths of the dungeon, but its exact location was unknown. While August was contemplating, Ace handed her sword, desperate, to him. Instinctively taking it, August drew the sword to inspect it. While the blade was still resilient, it had been significantly worn down, and the entire sword had suffered extensive corrosion. It seems to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Yes, that's why I need to get it repaired. By the way, who crafted this sword? Was it Tubaki? No, it was the main deity of the Goldenman familia. The Goldenman familia? The Goldenman familia is also a forging-type familia, just not as large as the Hephaestus familia. August nodded. It should be the old man who appeared in the anime. Honestly, he didn't remember much about these almost cameo characters. However, regarding this Goldenman, August found it somewhat amusing. Helping Ace maintain Desperate, giving her a temporary replacement sword, and it breaking in Ace's hands shortly after, resulting in a debt of 15 million valis. Because of this subplot, Tiona's weapons frequently being scrapped, netizens jokingly referred to the Loki familia as experts in weapon destruction, saying that even advanced weapons were disposable. Especially for Tiona, who spent a considerable amount of rare metals, the weapons created by several blacksmiths with great effort were easily melted down by her. Moreover, in the anime, the attitude of these blacksmiths made it clear that it wasn't the first or second time. Even Tiona herself jokingly mentioned in the story that every time she came here, it was a disaster for these blacksmiths. August, do you have anything planned for today? I don't have anything particular. Originally, I was planning to try entering the deeper levels of the dungeon, but since you have something to do, I'll accompany you first. Well, in the afternoon, I'll accompany you to the dungeon. You just finished an expedition, shouldn't you rest a bit? It's okay. August suddenly remembered, she was Ace, not an ordinary girl. For Ace, it was enough to prove her difference when, on the day of her awakening, she followed August into the dungeon. The two, taking their time, got dressed. After washing up and tidying everything, they finally left. After having a simple breakfast, considering how hearty their dinner was the night before, they weren't very hungry this morning, and since August always carried a lot of delicious food with him, they weren't worried about getting hungry. Tidying up a bit, August and Ace left the house. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated little church in a corner of Orario. Early in the morning, Hestia remembered that she hadn't updated Bel's status last night. She immediately woke him up and proceeded to update his status. At a glance, it startled Hestia. Bel Cranel. Level 1. Strength, I0, I8. Endurance, I0, I5. Dexterity, I0, I3. Agility, I0, I9. Magic, I0, I0. Skill, aspiring wholeheartedly. Magic, none. Development abilities, none. All the attribute values that increased were single digits, which Hestia considered normal. However, a suddenly appearing skill caught her attention. Aspiring wholeheartedly, premature admiration, maintains the effect simultaneously with admiration. The stronger the admiration, the greater the effect. Without exaggeration, this skill was an extremely rare one that had never been recorded. However, based on what happened last night, Hestia naturally understood who Bel admired. Besides her big bro, there was no other possibility. Recalling yesterday, when mentioning her big bro, August, Bel's eyes were shining with golden light. Young girls admiring handsome and powerful guys were understandable to Hestia. After all, it was human nature, and everyone had been young once. However, there was a significant problem. August had a girlfriend. Yesterday, Bel directly referred to that person Ace as his sister-in-law. If you already call her sister-in-law and still develop feelings for your big bro, this is. Although emotions couldn't be controlled, Hestia really didn't want her child to be a homewrecker. Taking a deep breath, Hestia decided to keep the skill information hidden from Bel for now. She wiped away the imprint of the skill with her hand, leaving behind a blurry mark. Lady Hestia, how did it go? How much did I improve? Bel asked curiously at this moment. You've only improved a little bit in terms of strength. It's all in single digits, and you're still very early in your development. Saying this, Hestia handed Bel her updated status stats. Chapter 92, I have a collaboration, are you interested? In the workshop of the Goldenman familia, August and Ace walked side by side. After passing through various forging workshops, they arrived at an independent workshop inside, Goldenman's forging workshop, Goldenman familia god. Ace was a regular visitor, making occasional trips to this place. The reason for choosing this place was simple, Goldenman also participated in forging weapons. In contrast, Hephaestus rarely took on weapon forging tasks since they didn't lack money and had no need for it. While the Goldenman familia might not be as large as the Hephaestus familia, they excelled in the art of forging. Goldenman's forging skills were not something that could be caught up with in just a few years. Pushing open the door, they saw an old man shirtless, busy grinding something. His appearance was dignified and carried a serious air. With white hair and a slightly lean figure that didn't give an impression of weakness, he exuded a vigorous temperament. Goibniu, the god in charge of construction, building, and forging. It's you. Seeing Ace walk in, Goibniu raised his head slightly and then shifted his gaze downward. Apparently, he wasn't surprised by Ace's arrival, rather, he seemed accustomed to it. Hello. Ace bowed slightly. Facing a god and a fellow blacksmith, especially one she often troubled, she felt like a child in front of Goibniu. What brings you here this time? Goibniu's tone was flat as he put down his work and looked at Ace. The same as usual. Ace handed over her sword, desperate. Taking a look, August could clearly see a hint of, as expected, on Goibniu's face. What have you been cutting this time? Some monsters that can spray corrosive liquid, many of them. Those swords with the indestructible property won't be destroyed, they do wear out. I've said it many times, yet you're still the same. I'm very sorry. Ace apologized hastily, appearing quite practiced in this scenario. All right, same as usual. Leave the sword here, and for the next few days, use this one. Although it doesn't have the indestructible property, it's still a level 1 weapon. It might take a few days to get used to. As Goibniu spoke, he took down a new slender sword from the wall and threw it to Ace. August couldn't help but find it amusing. It's supposed to be a loan for Ace to use, but once it's lent out, it won't come back. What about you? Anything you need? With Ace's matters settled, Goibniu's gaze turned to August. I came with Ace. A new face. If I'm not mistaken, you're the rising star collector from Loki familia, right? Ah, that's me. Although August felt a bit helpless about this title, there was nothing he could do. You're quite good. The collaboration between your Loki familia and Hephaestus familia benefited us too. Thanks to you, we obtained some mithril at a lower price. Although the quality is slightly inferior, it's still quite good. Just a small matter. Since you're willing to collaborate with Hephaestus familia, how about considering a collaboration with our familia as well? What does God Goibniu mean? August was a bit puzzled. To be honest, the cooperation on adamantite mining was almost coming to an end. Adamantite wasn't an infinite resource, and the total amount of adamantite ore wasn't that high. In almost a month, it had been almost depleted. August wasn't concerned about this at all. His goals had been achieved, and all he did was make a few trips. The profit he gained was a staggering 3 billion. At the same time, the contribution he made to the familia was also completed. August didn't plan to continue this troublesome endeavor. If he wanted to make money, he could directly go to Tubaki. There was no need to go to the dungeon. Just buy raw or on a large scale, use the fully automated smelting furnace for smelting, and then sell it or forge it into weapons before selling. This would allow August to earn more than hauling goods from the dungeon. The profession of a blacksmith was quite lucrative, especially for top-tier blacksmiths like Tubaki. As a blacksmith familia, although we are not as large as Hephaestus familia, we have our own sources of information. God Goibniu, how would you like to collaborate? It's simple. Similar to the collaboration with Hephaestus familia, you will handle the mining, and we will handle the selling. As for profits, we can take a slightly smaller share. Goibniu was well aware of his own weight. Compared to Hephaestus familia, Goibniu familia was somewhat lacking. It was important to note that Hephaestus familia was a big and well-established familia, with numerous shops even within Babel. In Orario, the weapons and equipment of Hephaestus familia were equivalent to high-end products. Interesting. It seems that God Goibniu has an undiscovered vein. Yes, but because it's in the deep layers of the dungeon, even if I have ideas, I'm powerless. What vein is it? Mithril vein. August's pupils contracted. Mithril, compared to adamantite, had its own advantages. The strength of adamantite lay in its high quality. Weapons and equipment forged from adamantite were more powerful, especially when forged into equipment, which had strong defensive capabilities. However, due to its high quality, it was heavy, making it suitable for crafting heavy armor and large weapons. Mithril, on the other hand, was different. Compared to ordinary metals, mithril was more lightweight, making it suitable for crafting light armor and small weapons. Mithril was as hard as high-quality steel, but its weight was less than half of steel. Both materials had their own advantages and disadvantages, but both were rare forging materials. I want to know on which floor. If it's too deep and I can't reach it with my current strength, then I'm powerless. The 37th floor of the deep layers of the dungeon. As Goibniu's words fell, both August and Ace widened their eyes. That was the room of the floor boss, and there would be mithril there. God Goibniu, are you kidding? The 37th floor of the deep layers of the dungeon, how could there be mithril ore? Even if there is, it's the room of the floor boss. If the floor boss resurrects, it would be a devastating blow. That's why I said I'm powerless. August understood now, that's why he requested a lower share. It was because of the high risk. the Goibnia familia didn't need to do anything but wait for the mithril ore to be delivered for selling. The risk-sharing ratio was simply not proportional. Chapter 93, Goibnia's Purpose. Inside the forging workshop, August and Goibnia looked at each other. This god, who had little relevance in the original story, now made August hesitate. Should he take this business? Of course, he wanted to. It was mithril, and not the lower quality adamantite from the last time. However, the danger level was exceedingly high. The 37th floor boss, Eudeus, was an absolute monster comparable to level 6. In the original story, although Ace defeated him alone at level 5, it was just for the sake of the plot. Until now, there was no information about anyone defeating Eudeus, the floor boss, alone. Many powerful familias needed a coordinated team effort to subjugate Eudeus, and even then, there could be considerable casualties. The most crucial point was, did the 37th floor boss room really have mithril ore? Compared to other floors, the boss rooms were not as large as one might imagine. It's just an uncertain piece of information. God Goibniu, it's hard for me to believe you on this. Trust is mutual. I trust you, so I can provide you with the location of this mithril ore in advance. What you decide afterward will be up to your conscience. Aren't you afraid I might go back on my word? In the end, it's just information. I don't have the power to extract it. Without that capability, it has no value. But if I'm right, it's a win. August had to admit that no god was a simple character. Leaving aside everything else, having lived for millions of years, even a dog would become a god. I can't give you an answer to this matter. I need to check it out myself. If it's feasible, I'll come back to discuss it with you. Of course. Saying so, Goibniu took out a map from a nearby drawer, clearly marking everything on the 37th floor, with the most prominent being the location of the mithril ore, specially marked. By the way, this mithril ore isn't abundant. It's likely to be limited. This statement made August raise an eyebrow slightly. He knew that Goibniu intentionally said this. Being a lone wolf could indeed earn more, but it could also result in losing more in the future. As a renowned forging familia in Orario, the Goibnia familia had extensive connections. Most of the equipment for members of the Loki familia, not to mention others, was custom-made here. Although Goibniu said he was trusting August's conscience, was that really the case? August, as a member of the Loki familia, couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Most importantly, he was a god. It would be a big problem if a human deceived a god. For gods, the most important thing was their dignity. While they could play around and jest casually, everything had a limit. Crossing that line would spell trouble. If August truly seized the mithril ore, it would undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of all gods in Orario. In the eyes of gods, humans were nothing more than ants for amusement. Of course, there were gods who treated their familia members as their own children. However, for most gods, humans were just clowns for their entertainment. Gods were gods, and humans were humans. They existed on two entirely different levels. In Orario, divine authority was supreme, and the gods were everything. The power of humans, known as Falna, was granted by the gods. Why was it called a Falna? As the name suggests, it was the grace and favor bestowed upon humans by the gods. God Goibniu, if this mithril ore is genuine, I will naturally come back to discuss with you. However, you should be prepared, your profits won't be very high. I understand. It was not just about being in the 37th floor boss room. Crossing through the upper, middle, and lower layers of dungeon to delve into the deep layers was a significant undertaking itself. Moreover, those who could enter the 37th floor were at least level 3, and among them, only the outstanding ones could take on this challenge. Otherwise, any random monster could potentially defeat them. You want to go to the 37th floor? Exactly. Not only me, but you should also go. Your strength has increased a lot during this period. You should have noticed that your strength increase does not affect your Falna status. I know. Before the expedition, I went to Loki to update my status. The increased ability values were limited. Now that your strength has already surpassed level 5, in such a situation, you are more than capable of challenging Eudeus. Winning in battle will be a great achievement to help you level up to level 6. Hearing August's words, Ace was instantly excited. Although she was now with August, her determination to pursue strength had never diminished. But my sword. Ace looked at the slender sword in her hand. Although it was also a sharp weapon, it was much inferior to her desperate sword. It didn't even have the indestructible property, and she needed to be careful when using it. Most importantly, she needed some time to get used to this sword. For a warrior, a weapon was her second life. Don't worry. In Tubaki's place, there's a sword with the indestructible property. August immediately smiled and said, taking out Tubaki's precious item directly. In his mind, even people were something he possessed, naturally, their belongings were his as well. Of course, the reverse was true too. Tubaki was unaware. If she knew, she would definitely use her forging hammer to crush August's head. For the 37th floor, August was also quite eager. Having merged with the demon clan bloodline, he had undergone a transformation in strength. This made August urgently want to try out his current strength and see how far he had come. And combat was the best way to test it out. The two didn't wander aimlessly, they left the familia directly. By the way, do you want to go see Tubaki? Would you like to come along? Sure. August also smiled. As a man who dreamed of establishing a big family, he wasn't skilled in pursuing women. Playing the time management master wasn't his forte, August couldn't handle it. Of course, if there were any disturbances caused, it would indicate that August wasn't outstanding enough, not up to par. In the current Orario, he already had 2 beautiful women. The first step was to let them meet. Chapter 94, Meeting of 2 Women, Big Family Inception. Soon, the two arrived at Tsubaki's estate. They walked in directly, and for August, who visited here frequently, it was already quite familiar. As for Ace, she had never been here before and curiously looked around. Without going anywhere else, August led Ace straight to the blacksmith at the back. Inside, Tsubaki was tirelessly forging a sword, but each strike only caused minimal forging progress. Considering this was Tubaki, a level 5 adventurer, it indicated that the material she was working with was by no means simple. Why did you come so early today? Hearing the door, Tubaki stopped her work, wiped the sweat off her face, and asked. However, when she turned around, she saw someone else besides August, someone she knew. Ace. Why did you come here? August said you have a sword with the indestructible property, so he brought me here. Oh. So it's for that sword. In an instant, Tsubaki's gaze, potent enough to kill August, fell upon him. Unlike Ace, Tsubaki was an experienced person in the ways of the world and immediately saw through August's intentions. This scoundrel clearly wanted to enjoy the benefits of both worlds. Don't get excited. You two are sisters now and will live together for the rest of your lives. Who wants to spend the rest of my life with you? Tubaki blushed slightly, shrugged off her face, but didn't pursue it further. August, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tubaki wasn't a petty woman, otherwise, it could have been troublesome. Although Orario had no explicit rules about monogamy, most adventurers would find one wife. Of course, marriage itself was rare in Orario. People lived day by day, not knowing when they might die, so in Orario, having friends was common, but married couples were rare. Moreover, a significant portion of the population turned to the entertainment district to fulfill their needs. Ace, come here. What's wrong? Ace walked over, still unaware of August's well-intentioned efforts. Do you know what relationship I have with this scoundrel? What relationship? The same relationship as you. As soon as these words were spoken, Ace suddenly stopped and then looked at August. August didn't conceal anything, nodding towards Ace. In that instant, Ace's heart trembled. At that moment, it felt as if the sky were collapsing. Her body softened, almost collapsing. Ace. Tsubaki quickly supported Ace, preventing her from falling. August wanted to approach, but Tsubaki pushed him away. Now, August was a genuine scoundrel. Ace, are you okay? No response. Ace's gaze became sad and dim. Ace, I admit I'm not a good man. I'm flirtatious, but you're my woman forever. And, I won't lie to you, including having other women besides you. August's words made Ace lift her head, and the two stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. Tsubaki, holding Ace, looked at August with a speechless expression. Clearly, he was a playboy, but he somehow looked like a great person who had done something significant. You won't abandon me, right? Ace stood up, hugging August in front of her, slowly uttering these words. Of course, never. August also hugged Ace, making a promise to her. Ace held onto August tightly, as if afraid he would disappear in the next moment. Tsubaki, on the side, knew that Ace had moved sincerely. Ace had genuinely regarded August as the other half of her life. How many times had the young Ace, who had lost her parents, transformed from an innocent child into someone obsessed with strength? In her childhood, Ace was like a drawn sword, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Now, August was equivalent to her parents, the only family she had left. If she lost August, it would be like a replay of the past, a terrifying torment for Ace. Sighing in her heart, Tsubaki could only say that Ace had been moved like this because of that scoundrel August. A few minutes later, Ace regained her composure, accepting the impact of everything. However, in her gaze towards Tsubaki, there was a subtle change. Tsubaki also noticed that the look was one reserved for family. Ace considered Tsubaki as family because she, like Ace, was one of August's women. Ace, come over. Okay. Ace obediently went over. She was not unfamiliar with Tubaki, they had known each other since childhood. I didn't expect this scoundrel to bewitch you like this. August is very good. Yes, he's very good. A real little cabbage, sold for a few coins. While saying this, the affection in Tsubaki's eyes was evident. Come with me. I originally considered that sword as a collection. After all, it's one of my masterpieces. However, if it's for you, then take it. Thank you. All right, come here. Then, led by Tsubaki, the three entered a special room. This wasn't the finished product storage room where August had been before, but another space. The shelves here were exquisitely made, clearly customized. On these shelves were some weapons and equipment, not many in total. These were all Tsubaki's masterpieces that she was most proud of, which she hadn't sold but kept at home. On a shelf in the corner was a slender sword, entirely silver. I forged this sword 2 years ago. It's made entirely of mithril and is definitely one of my strongest works. Now it's yours. What's this sword called? The mithril sword. Ace nodded, looking at her new weapon with joy on her face. On the side, August was speechless. A weapon forged from mithril was named the mithril sword. Wasn't that too casual? Wait, Ace and I are going to the dungeon later. If possible, I hope you can join us. What's going on? God Goibniu told me about the location of a mithril mine. Since I'm clueless about this, I need someone knowledgeable. Chapter 95, Demonization. Swoosh. A swift figure kept weaving through the monsters. Everywhere she went, all the monsters were instantly killed with a single blow. And it wasn't someone else, it was Ace, who had just obtained a new weapon. Since she was going to subjugate the floor boss, she naturally needed to familiarize herself with her new weapon. August and Tsubaki walked behind, collecting the loot from the ground. Hey, Ace's strength has surpassed level 5, right? When did you manage to win her over? Before you. So, you, this playboy, were planning to build a harem from the start. Every man has a big family in his heart. It's just that only a few have the ability to turn it into reality. Wake up, you're just a playboy. Why bring up so much nonsense? She had seen through it. August was a womanizer, and now, with both Ace and Tubaki under his wing, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Roar. While the two were arguing, a newly spawned monster from the side suddenly launched an attack. August glanced at it, and the shadow formed by his feet began to distort. Splurt. A shadow blade tore the monster apart, a powerful force killing it in a single blow. Tsubaki, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel surprised. However, considering August's strange physique, she could understand. Getting stronger by sleep with women wasn't just a benefit for him, women also enjoyed some advantages. Now that both Ace and Tsubaki were taken by this scoundrel, his strength would naturally increase. In this way, from the upper, middle, lower layers of the dungeon, all the way to the deep layers, August and Tsubaki hardly had to make a move. At most, they intervened when some newly spawned monsters attacked. All other monsters were killed by Ace. The reason was simple, to make her quickly familiarize herself with the new sword. In this continuous exploration by the three, they finally reached the 30th floor. Creak. 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 As soon as they entered, a dense swarm of skeleton monsters crawled out from the ground. The number was several times greater than before, almost countless. These skeletons weren't individually strong. Although they were level 3 monsters, their strength was similar to level 2 or even weaker. However, the terrifying aspect of these monsters wasn't their individual strength but their overall strength. A vast expanse of skeletons lay ahead. Skeleton monsters, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, skeleton shield soldiers, and even skeleton knights. Like an army, small but fully equipped. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, this is a monster feast, right? I've never heard of so many skeletons appearing at once. Yeah. Ace nodded, unsheathing the mithril sword and charging towards the skeleton army. I heard from Finn that you're an unlucky guy, accustomed to extraordinary situations, monster feasts, and monster enhancements. Now it seems that's absolutely true. Well. August was somewhat speechless. Was he targeted by the dungeon because he used too many water candles? But it shouldn't be. In the beginning, he encountered enhanced species like the Black Goblin on the first floor. On the middle floors, he encountered level 2 enhanced monsters like the Saber-toothed Tiger King. As for Monster Feast, let's not even mention it. Besides those triggered by himself, he had already lost count of how many times he had triggered it. And as he spoke, the skeleton army below had already been slaughtered by Ace, who was surrounded by her wind magic power. The ground was covered with magic stones and a large number of skeleton drops, along with plenty of bones. It seems like you've mastered this sword, Tubaki nodded in satisfaction. As a blacksmith, finding a qualified owner for her creation was a good thing for her. Rumble. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground experienced a violent shake. From underground, an enormous and powerful skeleton emerged. This one is an enhanced species, skeleton general. In an instant, Tubaki looked at August with certainty. You are indeed an unlucky guy. This dungeon seems to be targeting you. August also wanted to laugh. Since when did enhanced species become so common? They were everywhere. Ace, who was about to raise her sword, was stopped by Tubaki. Still going to fight? You haven't stopped all the way, take a good rest. You still have to subjugate Udius. But Ace looked at the skeletal general. This monster was strong. Let this guy do it. You've been fighting all the way. Take a break. You still have to subjugate Udius. Fine. Tubaki sold August out without hesitation. Ace also cast her gaze on August. Seeing him nod, she released her grip on the sword handle. August shrugged, taking a step forward. A colossal skeletal general, about 7 to 8 meters tall, held a bone sword in its hand. The hollow eye sockets glowed with a crimson light. I also want to see how powerful I am now without using weapons or armament hockey. Without using a weapon and without using armament hockey, August walked over. Ruer. The skeletal general didn't show mercy to human opponents. It raised the bone sword in its hand and attacked August's face. Ka. In midair, a mass of dark shadows turned into a shadow blade, directly blocking this attack. And August stood there with an indifferent expression. His attack was blocked, and the skeletal general became angry. It raised the bone sword again, ready to strike August down with the next blow. Seeing this, August smiled. Since becoming a demon, he hadn't truly tested his strength. Today was the day. A strengthened species like the skeleton general, equivalent to a level 4 monster, was undoubtedly the best experimental subject. Demonization. As the words fell, a jet black mark appeared on August's forehead. Then August's black eyeballs turned completely black, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Powerful. Oppressive. Darkness. This was August's true portrayal at this moment, a demon favored by darkness. Ruer. With the roar of the skeletal general, the bone sword carrying a shattered momentum directly aimed at August's face. Boom. The strike landed, directly smashing a deep pit into the ground. But in the pit, August's figure was nowhere to be seen. This feeling is too wonderful. The majestic power of darkness makes people intoxicated. August's voice echoed, and where he stood was not elsewhere, it was on top of the skeletal general's head. Chapter 96, continue advancing, just one step away. Hey, is that really August? Tubaki couldn't believe her eyes as she watched the figure toying with the skeleton general, her face full of disbelief. August just in level 2, and that's an enhanced species at level 3, comparable to an level 4 skeleton general. Even if you wanted to defeat such a monster, it wouldn't be so easy. But at this moment, August, like a cat playing with a mouse, was toying with the skeleton general. Ruer. The skeleton general let out an angry roar. None of its attacks had touched this little pest, making it furious. Getsuga Tenshu. Without using any weapon, Shadow transformed into a blade, slashing with this strike. The dark crescent cut through the air, directly beheading the skeleton giant from above, splitting it in half in the blink of an eye. Boom. The huge corpse fell to the ground, and the skeleton general was resolved just like that. Tubaki was full of disbelief, while Ace was jubilant and excited. The stronger August became, the more it proved that her initial decision was correct. Her partner would become the strongest existence. Unbeknownst to Ace herself, in her interactions with August, her determination had gradually undergone some changes. She no longer pursued the power in a hurry that she had originally sought, as she would surely reach that place in the end. Because in addition to wanting power, she also wanted a place other than her current home, Loki familia. But after meeting and connecting with August, she knew she had found her place, found her own home after having a partner. As a woman, after having a partner, her original goal of only wanting to reach the peak of power has been renewed. Now in addition to wanting the ultimate power, she also wants to maintain the family she currently has with August. After dispelling the demonization, August exhaled a breath. Returning from the vortex of power brought some changes to August. The first demonization let him experience the ultimate strength, the power of darkness. It was truly exhilarating. Moreover, during the demonization, August discovered that his original sin of lust resonated with the power of darkness. In a certain sense, darkness and original sin were mutually responsive. It was like light and virtue, there was no necessary connection, but they complemented each other. If I can completely integrate the original sin of lust, maybe I can create a power surpassing the 10 Commandments. A gleam flashed in August's eyes, his face filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The 10 Commandments were created by the Demon King to pacify the chaotic demon realm by dividing half of his power into 10 parts, each representing a curse. Each 10 commandments possessed immense power and was itself a curse. Moreover, each 10 commandments was also a fragment of the Demon King's power, a vessel for his soul. As long as the 10 commandments existed, the Demon King wouldn't die. By absorbing all the 10 commandments, the Demon King could possess a new body, usurping it and becoming the new body of the Demon King. August, with the original sin of lust, could potentially combine lust and darkness to create a power surpassing the 10 commandments. Not only that, if he could acquire the other original sins. By then, August might be able to create new 10 commandments with the 7 original sins. But all of this was still far away. August hadn't even mastered the original sin of lust, let alone the others. Although he now possessed the original sin of lust, he could only use its power in a rudimentary way and absorb the lust from the world. To truly control the original sin, to fully integrate the original sin of lust, August still had a long way to go. Each original sin was equivalent to a demon king of hell. After all, these were the 7 primal sins. How could they be easily controlled? Hey, are you okay? At this moment, Tubaki and Ace walked over. I'm fine. You're quite a monster. In just 2 months, you've become so strong. I feel like I've wasted all these years. Don't compare yourself to me. I'm a genius, 1 in a million. Says the one panting after running. Tubaki didn't want to bother with him. He was like a radiant sun whenever he got a little attention. On the other hand, Ace kept her gaze locked on August. She was only happy and joyful about August's strength. After dealing with the skeleton general, the 3 continued their journey. The destination was the 37th floor. Although they were now on the 30th floor, going deeper meant facing more difficulties. The deeper they went, the wider the floor area, and the number and quality of monsters would gradually increase. That's why most adventurers were active on the upper, middle, and lower floors. Going deeper, without sufficient strength, there was no guarantee of returning. Whether it was due to the floor or not, ever since entering the 30th floor, all the monsters were undead. Skeletons, zombies, and even some undead creatures. These monsters generally ranged from level 2 to level 3 in strength, with their only advantage being their overwhelming numbers. Swish. A sword killed the last monster, and Tubaki was already sweating. Ace, I remember that there shouldn't be this many monsters from the 30th floor and below. Did I remember wrong? It wasn't like this before, but now. Tsubaki's resentful gaze fell directly on August. This was probably the umpteenth time Tubaki wanted to complain to August. What exactly was he doing? Why were there so many monsters wherever he went? Not only did he frequently encounter monster feasts and enhanced species, but now, even the number of regular monsters increased because of him. August had no excuse. He didn't feel anything strange. After all, he had been like this from the beginning. However, sometimes August also wondered what the dungeon wanted to achieve and why it kept targeting him. Alright, take a break, have something to eat. We've been busy for most of the day. After clearing the monsters on this floor, August suggested. This was the 36th floor, just one step away from the destination on the 37th floor. But after all the fighting on the way, the 3 of them had consumed quite a bit of stamina, especially Ace. Whenever there was a fight, she was always the first to charge in. They were about to challenge the floor boss on the 37th floor, so it was essential to ensure that she was in top condition. Setting up a table and chairs, August brought out various dishes on big and small plates. All of this was decided by the generous hostess long ago. Otherwise, relying on what August drew from Gacha, who knew when it would run out. Of course, if they ate regularly, August wouldn't be stingy with it either. If it was necessary to bring it out, he would bring it out. Thus, the 3 of them began a picnic in the dangerous depths of the dungeon. Chapter 97, Mining Time. After everything was settled, the 3 of them prepared to depart. After passing through the passage between the 36th and 37th floors, they finally reached the 37th floor, the domain of the floor boss, Eudius. The 37th floor was a vast cavern, not as expansive as other floors. August had some doubts, would there really be mithril ore here? Taking out the map given by Goibniu, August began searching around. After several rounds, August couldn't find it. Hey, haven't found it yet. Tsubaki said impatiently. You have a map in your hand, and yet you can't find it. Are you kidding? Then, you do it. Fine, I will. Without giving August a chance, Tsubaki took the map and began studying it carefully. Ace, on the other hand, looked around. After all, they came here to face the floor boss, Eudius. However, it seemed Eudius had not yet respawned. In the original story, Ace encountered Eudius after meeting Belle Cranel. It was on her way back that she happened to run into the resurrected Eudius. Now, it seemed there was still some time before Eudius would respawn. But that wasn't a problem for August. With the use of the water candle, he could hasten Eudius's resurrection. Moreover, August had already tested it and the water candle was effective against floor bosses. Here it is. At that moment, in the distance, Tubaki laboriously chiseled away a large section of the rock wall. And within that, exactly what August and the others came for, mithril ore. Quite troublesome, it was concealed with magic using rocks. If we didn't have the map, we probably wouldn't have found it. After all, who could have expected mithril ore to be in the floor boss's room? Now, August and Ace hurried over. Seeing the mithril ore, August smiled. Tubaki, how is it? I found it, but this vein isn't that large. Even if we manage to extract it all, the weight won't be much. After all, this is just an exploration. Otherwise, how could the mithril ore be revealed to me? True. Tubaki nodded. Veins like mithril, once found, would naturally be left for oneself to mine. Whether the profit was big or small, it was all theirs. As for reporting it to the familia, like August did last time, that was extremely rare. It wasn't that it didn't happen, but it wasn't something a normal person would do. After all, the familia itself was a collective of interests. Throw a piece of meat in, and if it left you with a slice, it was already considering the news you brought back. Even when August took the lead in cooperating with Hephaestus Familia, if it weren't for August's abilities, he wouldn't have gained much. If we mine it ourselves, how long will it take? Well, at least 10 or 20 days, even with all three of us working hard. That's too slow. Are you stating the obvious? This is mining, not hunting monsters. Do you think it's easy? Seeing August dissatisfied, Tubaki rolled her eyes. In the dungeon, the deeper you went, the more undeveloped resources there were. The reason was simple, weak people couldn't reach them, and powerful people didn't bother with such things. Take mining veins for instance, any adventurer capable of reaching level 5 was usually an outstanding member of a familia, or even a familia captain. People like that wouldn't go mining. It was a joke. This is too slow. Time waits for no one. Let's use some special means. A magical mark appeared on August's forehead, and he entered demonization. This shocked Tubaki and Ace, who were so close to the demonization for the first time. The darkness merged into the shadows, forming an immensely huge claw. Boom. The next moment, the shadow claw directly fell on the ore vein. The solid rock wall was torn open, and a large chunk of mithril ore, along with rocks, was ripped out. Tubaki, witnessing the scene, was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. To use magic for this kind of thing, you're the first in history. Giving August a thumbs up, Tubaki acknowledged this unprecedented exception. Most adventurers who could use magic, especially those with slightly higher strength, were the firepower core of a team. They were not only self-confident but also quite arrogant. Using magic to mine, throughout Aurario's many years, August was the first to dare to do such a thing. However, it wasn't over yet. Controlling the shadow claw like an excavator, August rapidly dug out the mithril ore from within the rock wall. But, within this pile, almost 60 to 70% was useless rocks. If we bring the furnace here, we can directly smelt it. Tubaki instinctively sighed. After all, she had a deep appreciation for the power of the automatic smelting furnace over the past month. Boom. As she said that, the automatic smelting furnace appeared right in front of her. Tubaki was immediately dumbfounded, looking at the furnace with a vacant expression, then turning her gaze to August. Hey, when did you take that? When we left. Since we came here to mine, I thought bringing it along might be useful. After all, it's a handy thing, so I brought it. You're good. What else could she say? She could only say good. Give me my tools. Tools. What tools? Of course, my forging tools. There's too much useless rock on this, and when smelting, the excess rock will consume magic stones. With so much stone, how many magic stones do you want to waste? I didn't bring them. You took the furnace but didn't bring my tools. What are you thinking? I didn't expect you would need them. Tubaki wanted to vent her anger, but now wasn't the time. In this way, August, like a humanoid mining machine, continuously tossed out large chunks of mithril ore, and in no time, a small mountain had piled up. However, within this mountain, most of it was useless stone, and there wasn't even half of the mithril ore. Once smelted, the total amount of mithril would be even less. Rumble. As August mined, the entire 30th floor suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Tubaki looked over, only to see the ground cracking in the center of the distant floor. Then, an immensely gigantic skeletal giant climbed out. The 37th floor boss, Eudias, has entered the game. Chapter 98, Eudias. The entire ground continued to crack, causing vibrations throughout the surroundings. A massive half-skeletal giant, composed of skull, clavicle, and rib bones, emerged from the ground, exuding an immensely powerful aura that instinctively inspired awe. Roar. A deafening roar echoed, signaling the return of the floor boss. Composed entirely of black and gray bones, the upper half of the giant skeleton had 2 horns on its skull, and its enormous skeletal head featured 2 crimson pupils. Within its body, among the ribs, was an unusually large magic stone. This made August speculate, could it be that the magic stones of all these floor bosses are this large? If this were brought back to Orario, it would be worth several million. This magic stone alone could be equivalent to many ordinary magic stones. However, this thought was just wishful thinking. To defeat the floor boss, their magic stone must be shattered, otherwise, it would be impossible to take them down. Not only for the floor boss but for all monsters, the magic stone was the source of their power and also their weakness. However, for ordinary monsters, humans could slay them, and in such cases, magic stones would drop. But for floor bosses, if you wanted to kill them forcefully and retain the magic stone, it was an impossible task because it simply couldn't be done. The 37th floor boss, Eudeus, was a genuine monster on par with level 6. Generally, only well-equipped familias working together had a chance to defeat it. If alone, unless an adventurer was significantly more powerful than their peers, they couldn't hope to confront it. I'll go. Sure, but be careful. Eudeus wields a sword, so you must be cautious. Got it. With the mithril sword in her hand, Ace unsheathed it and charged. Hey, I've never heard that Eudeus can use a sword. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's impossible. Hey, with my short temper, you've only been in Orario for a few days. Before she could finish, the ground underwent a second round of intense shaking. In front of Eudeus, a pitch-black skeletal longsword emerged, about 7 or 8 meters long. This scene made Tubaki's face go, snap, snap, sounding awkwardly embarrassed. Before she could finish her words, she was already slapped in the face. This was too quick. This. It's okay. There's no one else here, no one saw. Just go die. Under the combination of embarrassment and anger, Tsubaki punched August. She was very irritated right now. Being in demonization, August naturally didn't receive any damage, but being punched by his own wife, he couldn't do much about it. Tempest, awaken. With the blessing of wind magic, Ace's speed instantly increased. Boom. Upon spotting Ace, Eudeus immediately launched an attack, swinging a sword directly at her. Ace leaped up to avoid the strike, and Wadius's powerful force created a deep pit in the ground. Ace, using the enhanced speed from wind magic, swiftly approached Eudeus. Thanks to the magic of wind, even in midair, Ace could move at high speed, such was the power of the wind. Clang. In the first moment of discovery, Eudeus attacked, directly slashing at Ace's shoulder and arm. Ace leaped to evade, and in the next moment, her sword tip landed between the joints of Eudeus's other arm. With the tremendous piercing force, a giant skeletal arm fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. However, in the midst of Ace's astonishment, Eudeus did not stop. The left arm was cut off, and the arm wielding the skeletal sword struck directly at Ace. Ace's figure was instantly sent flying. The powerful force directly shattered a section of the rock wall. On the rock wall, there were spiderweb-like patterns. Splash. Climbing up from the rubble, Ace wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth. She felt a surge of excitement, her strength had become so formidable. Although killing monsters during expeditions had become incredibly easy, she hadn't encountered such powerful monsters before. Ace never had the opportunity to test her true strength. Now, with one swing, Ace had severed Eudeus's arm, and this realization confirmed that even if she hadn't leveled up, her strength was definitely on par with level 6. Roar. Eudeus let out a roar, swinging the skeletal sword at Ace once again. Tempest, awaken. Activating the magic again, Ace, sword in hand, rushed towards Eudeus. With the swift figure under the influence of the emerald green wind magic, Ace appeared like a wind spirit, rushing forward. As for the one-armed Eudeus, crimson flames flickered in its eyes. As a floor boss, having an arm cut off was a disgrace. With a flip and a leap, Ace, emitting a green light, appeared on the other side of Eudeus. Just like before, the sword blade aimed at the joint of Eudeus's other arm. Clang. The same scene, the same plot. Eudeus's other arm, just like before, was directly cut off by Ace. Boom. The massive skeletal arm, gripping the skeletal sword, fell to the ground. Watching this scene from afar, Tubaki was stunned. She knew Ace was strong, but she didn't expect her to be this powerful. This was the 37th floor boss. Even a level 6 adventurer wouldn't dare claim an assured victory. Yet, in front of Ace, it seemed so fragile. Strength in a single round. Ace still cannot be compared to Eudeus in terms of strength, but in terms of speed, Eudeus doesn't even deserve to shine Ace's shoes. Well, that's true. Eudeus's speed is basically non-existent. Watching the lower half of Eudeus still buried underground, Tsubaki subconsciously nodded. But then she realized, her face full of dissatisfaction, and glared at August. It seemed like she was the veteran here, and he was the rookie. How did it become like he was the veteran, and she was the rookie? Was he shameless or what? However, August, who was paying attention to Ace, didn't notice Tsubaki's unusual behavior. Chapter 99, 2 Days of Mining. Watching the armless Udius, Tsubaki understood that it was now a fish on the chopping board. Sure enough, without much effort, Ace, surrounded by wind magic, and wielding the mithril sword she crafted, pierced through Udius's chest. At that moment, the enormous magic stone crumbled into powder, indicating Udius's defeat. Boom. A tremendously large black skeleton fell. Udius's bones were an extremely rare drop, though not comparable to Udius's skeletal sword, they were still top-tier loot, considering they were the floor boss's drops. August walked over and picked up the black skeleton. Tsubaki, can this be used as material to forge a first-tier weapon? It can, but just this bone section is not enough. You need to add some other things. And, what do you think first-tier weapons are? Cabbages. Tsubaki rolled her eyes, but she didn't know that August said this because of her. Previously, her generous display of 10 indestructible swords and 60 or 70 second-tier armaments had caused quite an impact on August. Let's talk about it when we get back. Anyway, you're the blacksmith. Huh. She was too lazy to complain. Ever since she met August, her workload had increased. Her past self would only forge first-tier armaments depending on mood and opportunity, as good materials were too rare. But after meeting August, it felt like she had activated a cheat code. Rare metals came in a continuous stream, first adamantite, now mithril. It hadn't been long since she and August met. Okay, let's continue working. By the way, Ace, you have a task. Saying that, August handed the water candle to Ace. Ignite the water candle. When Udius appears, notify me. Okay. Ace nodded. She was familiar with the water candle. In the previous month, August used this candle to trigger a monster feast every day. Now, even seeing a monster feast didn't faze her. Thus, Ace ignited the water candle and silently watched her surroundings. Meanwhile, August and Tsubaki returned to the mithril mine. Although it was a small vein, digging it out completely would still take a lot of time, even with this unconventional mining method. Even so, they continued their work. Time passed unnoticed. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 12 hours, 48 hours. August, Ace, and Tsubaki had spent a full 2 days and nights mining on the 37th floor. Of course, August was the one doing the physical work, while Tsubaki and Ace didn't need to lift a finger. Moreover, the water candle was only lit during the day. It extinguished at night, as August didn't want to risk falling asleep and having Udius climb out from below. 2 days later, the entire vein had been almost completely mined out. In the treasure vault, a pile of mithril ore had accumulated like a small mountain. The only drawback was that nearly 2/3 of it consisted of rocks, worthless stones. Phew, finally done. August exhaled, and the 4 shadow claws he had conjured dissipated. Yes, for over the past 2 days, August had continuously used the shadow magic, making him more and more familiar with this magic, and increasingly adept at it. Starting with 1 shadow claw, he now could control 4, a visible growth rate. Finally done, these 2 days were exhausting. What are you complaining about? You just ate and slept on the side. Isn't it because you didn't bring my hammer? You even refused to use other weapons I made. Those were my creations. Is your weapon for mining? And besides, I don't need it. Yes, you can work with 4 claws on your own. No need for others. Tisk. August knew she was mocking him, but he was satisfied with the gains of these 2 days. Now, August could simultaneously control 4 shadow claws in battle, and with shadow blades, it was even 12. The improvement was tremendous. Imagine August surrounded by 12 shadow blades in a fight. Who could approach him? Boom. While the two were bantering, the entire 37th floor experienced a violent shake. August was surprised at first, then he smiled. Finally, it's here, Udius. I've been waiting for a full 2 days. August ran out of the mine tunnel, witnessing a familiar skeletal giant crawling out. However, unlike 2 days ago, this time Udius did not use the skeletal sword, only maintaining a skeletal posture. August. Ace ran over, exchanged the extinguished water candle with August, and looked at him with a slightly worried expression. After all, even she who defeated Udius had to use indirect help from him, other than her own strength. And August, since becoming an adventurer until now, was just a little over 2 months. Facing the mighty Udius, did he really stand a chance? Leave it to me. August took out 2 bottles of mana potions and drank them. Just after finishing mining, a considerable amount of magical power had been consumed. Although there was still more than half left, it was better to replenish it for safety. He walked over, and Eudias's colossal body began to move. August's arrival immediately stimulated Eudias, pushing it into a state of frenzy. Boom. A huge skeletal palm slapped down. August calmly walked forward, and shadows twisted under his feet, forming an immensely large shadow claw. As Eudias's attack approached, it directly blocked the blow. If it were before, I might have been interested in a fight with you. But after 2 days of mining, I just want to go back and sleep well with my wife. So, sorry. Then, August stepped close to Eudias. All of Eudias's attacks were blocked by August's shadow claws. Next, August's hand touched Eudias's body. Swoosh. The next moment, Eudias's colossal figure vanished instantly. In that moment, Tubaki and Ace, who were watching from behind, were all stunned. Where did such a large Eudias go? Meanwhile, August had a relaxed and confident expression. Those who had cheat codes were just this confident. Chapter 100, Gacha. 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 On a barren land, thick fog permeated the air. Suddenly, a massive skeletal giant appeared. Roar. Eudias, looking at this unfamiliar place, let out an angry roar. It didn't know where this place was, and, more importantly, it severed its connection with the dungeon. Boom. In its anger, Eudias began to wreak havoc, smashing the ground into uneven craters. However, it didn't realize that, silently, the surrounding fog had surged up, enclosing it. Roar. Sensing that something was wrong, Eudias struggled, but it was too late. Even the level 6 floor boss was powerless at this moment. Its pitch-black bones visibly whitened at an alarming rate. The colossal body suddenly collapsed, and the magic stone inside was eroded bit by bit. In just a few minutes, Eudias, like countless monsters thrown into this place by August before, found Northwest resting place. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Fame spread, kill the 37th floor boss, Eudias. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. Although August was devoured by the inner world itself belonged to August. So, it could be considered that Eudias died at August's hands. After dealing with Eudias, August prepared to return. But before leaving, he passed through the passage between the 37th and 38th floors, arriving at the next level. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Rising reputation, reach the 38th floor of the dungeon, complete midterm exploration. Completion reward, advanced draw twice. Ding. All second stage missions completed. Reward, super draw once. With the defeat of Eudias, along with reaching the 38th floor, all the second stage missions were completed, and the super draw was in hand. August smiled, 4 advantage draws and 1 super draw. The only slight disappointment for August was that after completing all the second stage missions, the super draw remained only 1 time, without doubling like the other tasks. August, why did we come to this level? Nothing, just to take a look. Let's go back. Huh. Tubaki was speechless. What do you mean by coming here just to take a look? She had no idea that August had a system mission that required reaching the 38th floor to complete. Meanwhile, August was in a very good mood. 5 gacha draws, 4 advanced draws, and 1 super draw. Soon, the plot would begin, and the level 5 monster would appear. Now, with these 5 gacha draws, August's strength would definitely take another leap. Excited heart, trembling hands, August opened the gacha draw interface, starting this round of gacha draws. Let's start with 4 advanced draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, 82 Lafite *1000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining skill, full counter, magic. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, tiramisu 1000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining blessing, water seedling. Full counter, reflect all offensive magical attacks towards oneself with several times the force. Water seedling, a gift from the water god, a continuous source of water. August's face darkened. For advanced draws, and he got 1000 bottles of Lafite and 1000 tiramisu each. This was simply ridiculous. Not only that, the other 2 items, full counter was a divine level skill, but what about this water seedling? Although Orario didn't have tap water, as a magical city, magic stones here functioned like electricity. In Orario, August had never heard of anyone suffering from a water shortage. Having received all this, August rubbed his temples. For advanced draws, only 1 was a decent item, full counter. Is his luck really this dark today? Looking at the last super draw, his final hope. O goddess of fortune, O gacha personification, O Arangisus, please, deliver something good. The final gacha draw began, and the enormous roulette started spinning. In the increasingly slow seconds, August felt time slowing down as well. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining rare item, Evil Pieces, a set of evil pieces, created by Mawajuka Beelzebub. Evil pieces can transform other races into devils, and they serve as subordinates to the king. Different pieces bring different power boosts. This time, August once again went into a Sparta mode. Evil pieces. What use did he have for this when he wasn't a devil but a demon? However, this evil pieces wasn't entirely useless. In the world of high school DxD, only high-ranking devils were qualified to possess evil pieces. Especially the function of being a contract subordinate was something August liked. Apart from anything else, contracting a group of beautiful girls, both eye-catching and powerful, was pleasing. But just as he thought about it, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected the host's strong will, triggering a special mission. Special mission, Bloody Moment, kill 10,000 monsters. Completion reward, perfect enhancement of evil pieces. Transform into exclusive demon evil pieces, and each piece is a mutation piece. August's eyes instantly turned red. Perfect enhancement of evil pieces, transforming into exclusive demon evil pieces, and each piece being a mutation piece. Most importantly, each piece was a mutation piece. In high school DxD, mutation pieces were rare. The distribution of mutation pieces was irregular. A high-ranking devil having one mutation piece was equivalent to having a powerful subordinate. However, this mission was difficult, kill 10,000 monsters. Even if it was the most ordinary goblin, killing 10,000 of them would take an eternity. But thinking about the mouth-watering demon evil pieces, August was extremely eager. Taking a deep breath, August decided that, after resting for a while, he would start this round of monster grinding. This is where having a water candle comes in handy. As long as he lit the water candle, it was equivalent to activating the enhanced version of the Monster Feast buff. Monsters would pour out as if they were free. By then, he would directly go into the midst of the monster group and massacre them all, just to grind monsters.